Good morning, Pokemon fans, and welcome to the 2026 Indianapolis Regional Championships. It's the final North American regional of the 2026 season, but the first of a new era in Pokemon Champions. I'm Sierra Dawn, here to take you through all the top storylines this weekend. But before we can get started, here's a quick refresher on how the weekend is going to go down.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of Pokemon Champions to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. The journey to the top is a true test of skill and strategy. This two-day event kicks off with Swiss rounds, where trainers face off in best-of-3 matches using an open teamless format. In this format, each Pokemon's ability, held items, stat alignment, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
Over 1,000 master trainers have descended upon the Indiana Convention Center with their sights set on that champion medal. There's also cash prizes and booster packs on the line. And most importantly, this weekend is one of the final opportunities to earn crucial championship points to secure a spot at Worlds. A few weekends ago in Los Angeles, we said goodbye to Pokemon Scarlet and Violet with a finals that was certainly one for the history books. In case you forgot, let's have a quick recap on what went down.
The stars descended onto the City of Angels for the final Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet Regional in North America. Let's flash back to a perfect swan song for Regulation I. From rags to riches, Terapagos underperformed as a restricted Pokemon, but two-time regional champion Aaron Traylor looked to give it a perfect Hollywood ending with one last regional title. Aaron would have his work cut out for him as he faced off against three-time regional champion Emilio Forbes in the finals. Emilio had now 3 straight regional top cuts and felt like an unstoppable force in LA. Emilio set the pace in the finals, and Aaron's Terapagos couldn't keep up.
This Iron Hands gets the critical hit track!
Goodness.
Terapagos instantly gets dropped!
Emilio Forbes walked away with his 4th regional championship title.
That's it.
That's it! That's the game! Incineroar goes down, and Emilio Forbes is your LA Regional Champion!
With only one regional remaining in the 2026 season, now is the time to think ahead. Make sure to check out Pokemon.com/compete to learn about future opportunities for you to be our next regional champion.
Congratulations, Emilio Forbes and Aaron Traylor. Of course, with all the champions hype, all the top trainers came out to play, but here are just a few to be keeping your eye out on. A return to Megas means a return of Wolfe Glick, who never really left, to be fair. His accomplishments in the Scarlet and Violet era are impressive, but what he accomplished beforehand was even more so. World champion, international champion, multi-regional champion, need I go on? Time to see with this new era upon us if Wolfe can start it off with a win. Keeping on the trend of top veteran players, we have to talk about Paul Chua. Regional wins and top cuts the last time Megas were around, and he's only leveled up since, taking not 1 but 2 international titles in the Scarlet and Violet era, including just a few months ago at the 2026 European International Championships. A player you can always count on to make a run. How does he feel going into the first Champions event?
I'm feeling pretty excited to play Champions. I was getting a little tired of Scarlet and Violet, but I'm a little nervous. Obviously I want to do well at this event. like for like championship points too. I had to like basically top cut. So
Last, but certainly not least, we have Raghav Malaviya. Not a stranger to top cuts at both the international and regional level, you know Raghav is always ready to compete. Especially too, in anticipation for Indianapolis, there has been multiple online grassroots events for trainers to test their skills, one of which boasted over 6,000 trainers, and Raghav won it all. With proven success already within Pokemon Champions, can they continue that forward here this weekend to earn that regional medal?
Winning a huge grassroots tournament definitely gives me a very big confidence boost, especially at an official event that is so big, possibly one of the biggest events of all time. Definitely feeling good, but at the same time, I am nervous and excited just to get to play against the top players.
Best of luck to those trainers and everyone competing here this weekend. We'll be checking on their progress throughout the weekend, so let us know who you're rooting for at home. There's only one spot left on our wall of champions here in North America, and NAIC and the World Championships are right around the corner. Who's going to be coming out on top to become our final regional champion here in NA? What Mega Pokemon is going to dominate the field? Of course, let us know what you think with that hashtag #PlayPokemon over on socials. Now, the Indianapolis Regional Championships has already begun, so it's time to get this show on the road.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Against it, and then applied with that Fairy Zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Looking at this final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, your Pokemon World Champion!
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on Victory Road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on Victory Road.
He goes to the ice speed! Resetting the bracket and then winning it in game number 5.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on Victory Road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on Victory Road. Put your hands up.
Good morning, Pokemon trainers, and welcome to the Indianapolis Regional Championships. This might be the last regional here in North America, but it is the start of a brand new era as we have begun with Pokemon Champions, and we could not be more excited. It's going to be a fantastic weekend, one that's been so highly anticipated. Oh, I just cannot wait to get started with all of this. I'm Sierra Dawn, starting in the lounge. We have Evan, we have Len, we have Scott. Final regional. First for Pokemon Champions. How are we all doing this morning?
I'm really excited. I was actually getting a lot of nostalgic feels yesterday coming into Indianapolis. For me, this is where it all started. 2010 Indianapolis U.S. National Championships, my first event playing in the last chance qualifier at that tournament. I brought Sunflora at that point.
Nice.
This time I would have brought Floette. But
Just flowers one way or another?
Just flowers everywhere. Indianapolis, it's a great city. It's sort of, like I mentioned, where it began for me for Pokemon. So I'm really excited to kick off the Champions metagame here in Indianapolis.
Yeah, a lot of Pokemon history in the city and a little bit more to be made this weekend with the first Pokemon Champions Regional. I'm so excited to see the teams, what people are bringing, what megas are going to be used this weekend, what's going to come out on top. It's always so much fun to watch the first tournament of a new format.
Yeah, it was my first event was at 2010 Nationals too, so a lot of fun to be back here. I think I got a round further in the LCQ than Evan did, despite someone explaining to me the rules of VGC in line.
As it was happening,
but
yes.
I've been prepared really hard too. I think it's going to be a lot of fun, right? I think we haven't seen Mega Evolution for a long time. I think that there's a lot of Pokemon that we have seen in recent years who are much bigger players in this format, maybe than they were in the formats they introduced in. So kind of an eclectic mix of Pokemon, right? Some of it feels new, some of it feels old.
Hey, Lynn, how did you do in that tournament in 2010?
I made it, a little bit further.
A little bit further.
Got to second place on that one, so.
Can't all be winners.
Can't all be. I mean, hey, for those who are reminiscing on their first event or still looking to try and go to their first, of course, this season, we're kind of running out of opportunities. And by that, we kind of already have. This is the last regional here in North America. I feel like every season, it's always the same conversation. We get to the first event, we're like, wow, there's so many events ahead. And then we had the last one, we're like, wow, where did the time go, guys?
Yeah, it all just it went real fast this season, especially knowing that we had champions on the horizon for especially this back half of the season. I'm really excited to see how everything's going to shake out here at the end, but it's been a really interesting season, getting a bunch of replay regulations over the course of the season so far. And I'm really excited to see what our players are going to do now with this fresh meta.
Yeah, it's probably the season with the most different formats contained inside of it. We've played a lot of different types of Pokemon. Players have earned a lot of championship points across those different formats, but we're running out of opportunities. A lot of players out there in the field trying to figure out how to get those last few to stay up on the leaderboard.
Yeah, I think it should be a lot of fun, right? How do you approach this tournament? Do you do something kind of like really cool to try to win it all? Do you just need a few championship points, or maybe you play something a little bit safer? I think being the last tournament of the last regional of the year, but also the first tournament of a new game kind of creates some interesting challenges for the trainers.
And we got to talk about that more because, of course, you're talking about new regulation, new everything else. This is a brand new game.
Brand new.
So this has been really exciting to see how trainers are preparing for this event with the release of Pokemon Champions. And, of course, that's going to be what we play for Worlds. So now we're looking at NASC, we're looking at Indianapolis. There's really big testing grounds for kind of what to expect.
Yeah, and it's going to be vastly different from what people have been seeing over the course of the rest of this season. Of course, there is no more terrestrialization. Terrestrialization is gone in favor of Mega Evolutions. A lot of the same Pokemon that we've been seeing in Scarlet and Violet are no longer in the format here. It's a much lower power level coming into this tournament. Of course, all of the restricted Pokemon that we just saw in Regulation I in the last few regionals no longer available. Entirely new Pokemon pool.
Yeah, no more restricted Pokemon. Even some Pokemon that stayed in the pool, like our Chaludon, lost key pieces. No more body press there, so changes throughout. There's also some mechanical changes. Statuses work a little bit differently. Sleep shorter, paralysis less likely to cause a full paralysis. So definitely some new things for players to watch out for.
Yeah, I think even some of the Pokemon that are remaining, I guess, less popular. Incineroar's usage has probably never been lower, despite it being such a popular Pokemon in seemingly every format since it gained that Intimidate ability about a decade ago. I think it's a lot of fun. The context of the Pokemon you're fighting against kind of changes the power of the Pokemon on your side of the field as well. And trainers have new challenges to face in this format with some new top dogs.
I mean, you're talking about that Incineroar usage, so let's go ahead and look at the Pokemon that are being brought for phase one of our competition because, yeah, as you called out, 26%, still a fourth of the field, but considering where it was, but we got a new top dog or fish out there. Basculegion's time to shine.
Yeah, we got a big fish in a small pond here. That Basculegion at 50.3% might be low.
Yeah, a lot of Pokemon lost tools. Incineroar lost knockoff. Basculegion lost nothing. Just has all that damage, huge last respects damage threatening. And you can see that leads even like King Gambit is partly so high because it answers the Basculegion on the other side. With no terrestrialization, you can't get away from that Sucker Punch weakness, and so you stay vulnerable to it.
Yeah, I think one of the key elements of this format too is that we don't have as many held items as we're used to, right? All the damage boosting held items in particular are missing. Basculegion really doesn't need it, where last respect at the end of the game kind of just gonna knock out anything neutral. without any sort of boosting item, and instead it kind of benefits because other Pokemon can't hit it so hard. It's a very difficult Pokemon to score a one-hit KO on if you aren't using something like that King Gambit. A bunch of other Pokemon here, too, likely to hold Mega Stone, so they don't care so much about the missing items either.
Yeah, let's take a look. Let's talk about those Mega Pokemon here, because there are on this screen, I am seeing 5 Pokemon that are capable of Mega Evolving. 2 of which I would expect to Mega Evolve almost always, and 1 probably 50-50, and then the other 2 not so much.
Yeah, so Floette and Charizard are going to Mega Evolve almost every time you see them hit the field. They really aren't as powerful without those Mega Evolutions. Aerodactyl is commonly carrying its Mega Stone right now, but often skipping the Mega Evolution. You hold it because, like Scott mentioned, there aren't as many good items in the field, and so having that option is really valuable. Meanwhile, Garchomp and Glimmora, both of their most common sets, don't actually feature the Mega Stone, so we're more likely to see them with other items. So if you're looking at Mega usage here, it's really the Charizard and the Floette standing out as the top 2.
Yeah, and I'm so intrigued to see going on into this weekend, because of course this is phase 1 of the competition. We have over 1,000 trainers competing here, which is amazing. But to be able to see what makes it to phase 2 and of course into Top Cut is going to be the bigger question. But I'm also intrigued about trainers we're going to see really be able to kind of take the lead going into the competition. And of course, some front runners from throughout the season. Justin Tang still leading the charge here in #1 spot, but not attending this weekend is a opportunity for Paul to catch up, though. When we're looking at Worlds invites, the real reason to get the championship points, these trainers are all set.
Yeah, opportunity to catch up, but all the people you see on screen here are probably not too concerned about chasing anyone at this point. Players here on this tippy top of the leaderboards who are competing in this tournament, most likely trying to get some reps in before NAIC, and or they think they have a shot at winning the whole thing.
Yeah, just the joy of competing. Try to go out and win some of that prize money and come out on top in the first tournament in the format. There's always so much pride attached with trying to win that first tournament in the new game.
I think they're in a cool position too, right? Where I think it's a kind of a nice spot not to need the championship points so much. You can maybe make a riskier pick or kind of play something you're really comfortable with versus like, I really need to follow the expected meta here. So excited to see what these trainers bring, kind of being able to use whatever they'd like and have to worry about the consequences so much.
Yeah, Lynn, I believe you broke 1,000 championship points with your placing in Peru recently.
Yeah, so
let's go.
Also safely into the World Championships. Happy about that. I can speak to that. It does feel good to be up over 1,000 and not have to worry about it anymore.
Congratulations, Len. Too strong. So it's fortunate for the trainers out in the field that Len is behind the caster desk and not actively competing. Looking at the teams we would bring to the competition. Len, cooking as always.
Well, players might be less scared once they see what the 6 Pokemon are. But, spent a lot of Scarlet and Violet playing with Garchomp and Tyranitar, still trying to make it work in Pokemon Champions, though I will say it does feel a little bit less strong. And then I've been missing Terastallization a little bit, still a little bit in denial that it's gone, so Protean on the team so I can get a little bit of type changing in when I need it.
Just get a little bit of type changing.
Just a little bit. Just give me
taste of Terastallization.
one turn of type changing.
That's a treat. It's a treat. Let's talk about each one of our teams. For myself, you saw how many people brought Charizard. I was not, against that too. Venusaur, I feel like, is such an interesting Pokemon because we've gotten to see Mega Venusaur really kind of make a stand, be able to do stuff. For my team, I am not scared to admit that I just have it as a sleep powder bot. Yep. I love clicking maybe there's an opportunity, not going to be able to do much on this turn button, especially since there's no safety goggles. It feels so much better to click 75% of the time. 75%. And then it's just not as much. Aegislash, I think, is a lot of fun. I love just the typing on it. I really do need to replace the Rotom though, because I'm talking about the Venusaur missing. I think I turned my Switch off the last time I missed the 3 Hydro Pumps in a row. I was having a bad time. But
did you get your Will-O-Wisps though?
No, I don't hit those either, man. I learned from Aaron. I just can't do it.
Electroweb, at least? Maybe hit one of those sometimes?
Sometimes, as a treat.
I like that though, because there are 2 different ways to play the Mega Charizard teams, right? There's the full Sun mode, which you have here, which includes the Venusaur, using access to the Chlorophyll to spread sleep powders, as well as to threaten speed control. And of course, Jake is running somewhat closer to the more standard early meta Charizard Y team there, but with Sylveon over Floette. Otherwise, you might have had 3 Mega Stones in use on that team. And I'm really interested. I love Aegislash as a Pokemon. I think it's super cool. It feels like it's probably just outclassed by King Gambit in this format, especially going up against Basculegion. King Gambit has a better matchup into that Pokemon in particular, but it's a really cool Pokemon. I personally am thrilled to have Aegislash back in the pool.
Yeah, it did get a little bit weaker coming into this game, and so you're seeing that with a little bit less usage out in the field. The King Shield not quite as strong as it used to be.
Yeah, it's getting used really differently too. I think the most common UG/set this time around is Focus Sash, which we would have been like, oh, that's a table 500 strategy back in the old days, but really powerful, kind of just almost guaranteeing it's going to get to swing once. It still does a ton of damage. You got really good type coverage for this format where, part of the region that Bass Collision's so good is there aren't a whole lot of great resist for Ghost. So it does well, but a little different than before.
What about the teams that you two are bringing?
Yeah, we got to talk about the King. Speaking of the King Shield.
Yeah, that was the Blastoise team, which critically has Slowking on it. A Japanese player got to the champion rank in the first rank season with it, so I tried it out. And my version's a little bit different, where there's some crazy stuff in that team. I made it a little less crazy. I think I might have played a little bit better in a best of 3, but I think Slowking's really good. Astro Tray, Trick Room, kind of the key components of that, but also is the Rain Dance to fight the Sun matchup. I kind of just found that, like, if I was against a player that I thought like maybe wasn't as experienced as me, it was pretty easy to win the Rain versus Sun matchup, and expecting a lot of that, as we did with the Charizard matchup. I think for me it's also limit testing a little bit, where like Blastoise was a lot better in losing matchups than I expected it to be, and that was kind of why I was like, maybe I would try that in a best of 3 after previously being a little less impressed by it, kind of just like looking at its stats. And to me this would be a great weekend to figure that out before NEIC, right? It's like, well, is this strong enough where I can kind of just like matchup knowledge and skill my way through a matchup, or is maybe Blastoise still just doesn't have it, right? And I'd rather find that out here at regionals and then change things up at NEIC than like, oh yeah, this is a fun 1-3 NEIC. I'm gonna go check out the great food in New Orleans.
Yeah, and for my team, at the end of the MA ladder, the first season on Champions, this Focus Sash Glamora became one of the top techs for our top players in the Champions ranking, largely because it had such a great matchup into the Charizard Y, Floette, Aerodactyl style team. So the Whimsicott Glamora core, I think, is something that we'll see quite a bit of this weekend. My version of the team here is a very early version of that core, so probably not as optimized as I would expect to see out in the field, but I'm excited to see what players are doing with that core, because I still think it's extremely powerful.
Oh, there's going to be so much we get to learn about Champions, what the players are thinking, and everything else as we're heading into this event, which we're almost ready to get to. First, though, if you're interested in checking out any of the future broadcasts, of course, as we talked, NAIC is just around the corner, and of course, this all leads up to the World Championships. Check out Pokemon.com/broadcast for all of that information. And of course, make sure to follow the channel /Pokemon on Twitch and YouTube. YouTube, of course, you can go back and watch all the past coverage, and you need to be updated on what's happening. Sometimes there's Twitch drops for those big events, everything else. But as for us, it's Champions time. Evan, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Len, are you ready?
I'm so ready.
Scott, are you ready?
Absolutely.
All right, trainers, I hope that you're ready to be getting started here at the Indianapolis Regional Championships, and I hope our casters are too. Let's send it over to Rose and Jake.
We are so ready to be bringing you the first match of the first Pokemon Champions Regional Championship here at Play Pokemon. My name is Rosemary, Kelley, and I'm so excited to be here with you, Jake Muller, because it's going to be such a champion time.
Oh, what a treat we have in store for you guys this weekend. The very first regional championship on a very new Pokemon Champions game that we've all been super excited about. The excitement in the room is palpable. Everyone in this room is just super, super proud that they were able to make it into this first regional championship, and I think we're gonna have a really great time this weekend.
I think so too, and especially when you think about the fact that we get to revisit Mega Evolution. That's a mechanic that has, I think, a lot of players very excited because it wasn't playable for several years.
It's been a while, yeah. 2019 is the last time we've been able to use those Mega Evolution Pokemon in official formats such as VGC, and I personally love Mega Evolution. There are some trainers that rank it differently amongst the different generations, but I think it's a really good mechanic. I'm really excited to see how our players interact with it this weekend, both in team building and in our battles.
I'm with you. I think it's one of the best mechanics of all time, and so I'm excited to see how our top players are going to cook with it. That's why we've got to turn our attention to some of the matches that are on the docket for Swiss round number 2. We will be focusing on Caelen Brown versus Raghav Malaviya, but we have some incredible players that are out there in the field as well. Of course, coming in as one of our competitors to watch, we've got Paul Chua. I'm excited to see what he has brought to this tournament.
Yeah, Paul, a player that has had success championships throughout many different generations, many different mechanics, Mega Evolution being one of them. So getting to see how he tackles this new era of Mega Evolution will be exciting. Of course, on that same vein, the only person who's won more regionals than Paul Chua is Wolfe Glick, who is also one of our players to watch this weekend and is one of our notable matches. Again, a trainer that won the World Championships when Mega Evolution was usable. So it's going to be really fun to see how he tackles it as well.
While we haven't had any official tournaments for the Play Pokemon circuit up until this point in Indianapolis, we have had a lot of grassroots events where players are able to test their mettle before they come here and try to earn some championship points. And that's why we've got Raghav Malaviya as one of our first players to feature on the stream, as they actually won the largest online Pokemon tournament in the history of competitive Pokemon. Over 6,000 competitors, and Raghav was the one that topped them all.
It was a really impressive showing from Raghav in that big online tournament. It's a big deal within our community, one of those big, hey, we got champions, let's all play on it for the first time together. And Raghav came out on top of a huge stacked field using a team with Mega Charizard Y, but moving away from it this weekend as he's got the Dragonite and Frostlass.
It's actually so exciting to be able to see these new Mega Evolutions that came in through Legends ZA. I had so much fun playing through that game and also getting to experience all of the new things that this game was going to offer. And Caelen is also going to have one of those new Mega Evolutions in the Dragonite on his team, but he also has a classic Mega Gengar.
Mega Gengar, again, a world champion, a Pokemon that is really, really scary to go up against. I think Mega Gengar is one of the highest potential, strongest Mega Evolution Pokemon. I think it's very difficult to use correctly, but a player like Caelen is certainly capable of it. Myself would probably maybe shy away from it just because you have to be very, very precise when you're using that Gengar, but a well-piloted Gengar is really, really scary.
It's so scary because, you know, you have the Shadow Tag ability once you Mega Evolve that's going to trap things in. So if you're not a ghost type, you can't pivot off the field. So if Caelen is able to get the leads right, that's a Pokemon that can really trap you in and then just, you know, go to town with something like Perish Song. And that's a move that I'm sure we'll be able to showcase later on in the tournament. But before we get to that, there are some really cool tools on this team that are going to help enable that Shadow Tag Perish Trap strategy. And that's going to be something like the Encore on the Alolan Ninetales. You also have, of course, that Sableye. That's going to be so difficult to deal with.
Prankster, Encore, and Disable on the Sableye allows you a lot of control over the flow of a battle. With that Perish Trap, with the Shadow Tag ability rather on the Gengar, if the Sableye is able to disable or Encore something, you can't swap out, you can't change your moves. You are basically forced on the field, not able to make any progress.
And that could be really dangerous if Raghav cannot get the right Pokemon in to be able to deal super effective damage or at least just have some options. But Raghav has a couple of things that they can actually play around with. You've got two different Mega Evolutions. One is the Frostlass, the other is the Dragonite. And so I'm really excited to see both of these Megas in action too.
That's cool. We're going to see a lot of teams that have two Pokemon holding Mega Stones throughout this tournament. It's been a trademark of the metagame so far. More than half the trainers that have made the top cut of some Asian national tournaments and Master Ball League tournaments have been running multiple Mega Evolution Pokemon on their teams, holding those Mega Stones, and Raghav taking some inspiration there. The way that I've described, or I've heard some double Mega teams described, is that you have one Mega Evolution Pokemon that beats Mega Charizard Y, and one Mega Evolution Pokemon that does not beat Mega Charizard Y. That's exactly what we see here too. Dragonite very strong into it. Frostlass unfortunately not as strong, but since there's no Charizard across from Raghav, maybe we will get to see the Frostlass. Is a ghost type too. You can swap out of that Perish Trap.
Yeah, we have two ghost types on this team. You've got the Frostlass as well as the Basculegion, so there are definitely some pivot options for Raghav to get a better Pokemon in. I'm looking at something like that Garchomp with the super effective Earthquakes. That's going to be very potent to be able to deal with some of these Pokemon like the Mega Gengar, the Incineroar, the Kingambit even is not going to want to take something like that Earthquake. But you know what? The rest of Raghav's team, there's a reason why Basculegion, Garchomp, Kingambit, and Sneasler have been at the top of the usage charts so far, and it's because they're just very versatile in the way that they can play. But Jake, are you ready?
I'm so ready.
Let's get into it. The first match of the Pokemon Champions Regional between Caelen Brown and Raghav Malaviya. It's game one. You get to check out the amazing spectator mode that we've got in this game as well, as we see Raghav leading with with that Sneasler and the King Gambit, and we are going to see a nice juicy Defiant boost given over by the Incineroar alongside that Mega Gengar.
Really great start from Raghav here. Kind of the perfect matchups you want to be seeing. Sneasler having the faster fake out than Incineroar can be very useful for you here. Also threatening that super effective close combat. You immediately get the White Herb activation, which doubles your speed from Unburden thanks to the Intimidate on the Incineroar. And you are neutral attack still because that White Herb restores your attack. And of course, the King Gambit at +1 attack, threatening a big one-hit knockout into this Gengar right off the bat.
It's tough because Gengar is one of the fastest Pokemon that is in the format, and especially when it Mega Evolves, it gets a little bit more speed. But with that Unburden boost, that's one of the only Pokemon that can actually outpace something like that Gengar. And that's why we actually see it disappear for now. Sableye coming in to take its place, but that's not going to fare too great against something like that Kowtow Cleave either. And already looks like Caelen Brown on the back foot.
I love this play from Raghav, immediately going for that huge close combat into the Incineroar, also doubling it with that Kowtow Cleave, trying to cover for a swap from that Incineroar. But I think a smart swap from Caelen there. You get the Gengar out, you're not losing it to that Kowtow Cleave right off the bat. You swap into your Sableye, so now you are threatening Fake Out. However, you're still not exerting a ton of pressure here. Swapping out the Gengar before Mega Evolving it means the Shadow Tag ability is not live yet. If you're bringing the Gengar in, it won't have that trap right off the bat.
Well, we're actually going to see another pivot as Raghav is going to switch out the Sneasler for this Basculegion. That means that Sneasler isn't going to have access to that Unburden boost the next time that it comes back into the game. But that's because we've got this prankster Sableye here trying to go for Disable on that close combat. So you don't want to actually have that be something that gets taken away from your Sneasler.
Raghav stays on the front foot once again. That's a great swap into the Basculegion. You're not threatening a big one-hit KO into that Incineroar with a powerful water-type attack. The King Gambit protects itself from that Flare Blitz, and oftentimes you may not want to protect in front of something that has Encore, but because the Sableye has the Prankster ability and King Gambit is a Dark type, it is actually immune to Sableye's Encore. So now you're still in a spot where you have this +1 King Gambit. It's covered very well by this Basculegion. It's not really being threatened by this Incineroar, and now you have a really free Kowtow Cleave or Iron Head into either of these Pokemon, either trying to threaten potentially a one-hit KO into Sableye or just huge damage.
Well, Sableye is going to protect because it knows it's under pretty big threat, but it's going to be another double protect here coming out from the Incineroar. So both of these Pokemon going to stay nice and healthy through the rest of this turn. That's going to be really difficult now. Raghav has just shown their hand of the Wave Crash and the Kowtow Cleave. And so Sableye is looking at that Basculegion, wants to disable that Wave Crash.
Absolutely, a great play from Caelen there. You know, if the Basculegion does opt to go for the Wave Crash, you can disable it on this next turn and make sure that Incineroar can't get hit by it. If it goes for something other than Wave Crash, you can potentially Encore it, so you're guaranteeing there is no Wave Crash into Incineroar on this turn.
We're going to see the Aqua Jet instead. So if that's one way that you can get past the Prankster, is that Basculegion will have that Prankster instead, and with the extra priority with the Aqua Jet, so that's going to bypass the Prankster ability from the Sableye, so that's what gets disabled instead. Sorry, I'm tripping over my words because I was like, whoa, that's just a smart play.
Smart play, but now Raghav is also kind of in a tricky spot here because you were disabled into that Aqua Jet. If the Sableye opted to go for Encore this turn into that slot, you would be encored into a disabled move, which would make you struggle. Raghav, knowing that, very smartly swaps out both Pokemon. Doesn't want to lose that King Gambit to a Flare Blitz here.
Sableye wanted to go for an Encore as well, so as you called out, that's going to be one way that you can actually save the Basculegion. But a huge Flare Blitz into the Sneasler, that's just going to be a neutral hit, but still does so much. That's actually going to be the power of the Charcoal item that is on this Incineroar, able to amplify those Flare Blitzes.
Thankfully, Sneasler is able to hang on, and now you get this Frost Blast in as well. You can go for that Mega Evolution, potentially go for a Blizzard to knock out the Incineroar, and get some good damage on Sableye as well. You also have the option for an Aurora Veil. I'm not sure if Aurora Veil is going to be the big focus for Raghav here, because Aurora Veil into something like a Perish Song Gengar doesn't necessarily help you. It doesn't protect you from those Perish counts going down every turn. But this Frost Blast coming in very safely here is able to start threatening some pretty solid damage with those Blizzards.
I don't think that Aurora Veil would necessarily be a tool that you need to use, but I think it's one that if you're worried about the Sableye trying to go for Encore Disable shenanigans, then it would actually be nice for you to have the Aurora Veil on the first turn, and then the Frost Blast can actually try to go for something like damage. You know that Caelen has been trying to play things pretty safe with going for these protects. So that just might be one turn that you can get past. I say that, but the Sableye actually did retreat for now as King Gambit comes in to take its place with a resistance to that Blizzard. But Incineroar, not so lucky. Oh, the King Gambit gets frozen. And that is a small chance to happen here with the Blizzards from Frostlass.
Unlucky swap from, or unlucky turn from Caelen there. A really great King Gambit swap. With the Sneasler being so low from that Flare Blitz from the Incineroar, the King Gambit on Caelen's side is actually very well positioned now. The Frostlass doesn't really want to face down the King Gambit. Caelen's has low kick, whereas Raghav's has Iron Head, so a big advantage to Caelen there in the King Gambit mirror. And of course, Basket Legion also weak to Sucker Punch. So this King Gambit could have come on the field and started to be very, very threatening. Just unlucky that it got frozen by that Blizzard right off the bat. There's a chance to thaw, and of course the new freeze mechanics, you can reliably thaw a little bit earlier on in games, but you have the chance, again, just to not do anything on this turn, and when you have a really great King Gambit swap, your King Gambit's in a really strong position, that's not what you want to see.
Time to Mega Evolve though. Caelen has waited for this moment to use the Mega Evolution on the Gengar, so Shadow Tag active. This King Gambit for Raghav is going to be stuck on the field, but this Frostlass could switch out if you so wanted to. Frostlass is going to set the Aurora Veil though. If you were expecting a Sucker Punch to come through from the King Gambit and it thought it on this turn, Aurora Veil is a support move, so it will actually fail the Sucker Punch, but doesn't matter because the King Gambit stays frozen on this turn.
Yeah, it doesn't thaw just yet. It is a maximum of 3 turns of freeze now in Pokemon Champions, so you can potentially thaw next turn, and then the following turn should be the final one. But no damage being traded just yet this turn. We got the Gengar protecting itself pretty smartly in front of a King Gambit. This Gengar could threaten a big Shadow Ball into the Frostlass, but if you do, you basically have to trade it.
I mean, it's going to be really tough, too, because I feel like Raghav could just go for Blizzard here, as well as a follow-up of the Kowtow Cleave. Blizzard is going to take this King Gambit down to about half as Sableye falls under that. It's going to activate the Citrus Berry. That is, and King Gambit's going to thaw out now. As King Gambit does go for a low kick into the opposing King Gambit, but that's going to be pretty bulky. So I'm going to fall to that low kick for now as the Kowtow Cleave comes out, and that Sableye just barely hangs on.
That's a clutch survival from the Sableye there. If you're able to take out Sableye, that's a lot of the control over the game that Caelen is exerting. Without the pressure of the priority Encore or Disable, you can much more freely go for something like Protect, a supportive move. You can make sure your Basket Legion can Wave Crash the Incineroar, for example. But Sableye hanging on means you have Fake Out pressure on this turn. You could potentially go for something like an Encore into Frostlass, make sure it can't protect itself, it can't Aurora Veil, it can't, try to dodge a Sucker Punch from King Gambit with a non-damaging attack. And crucially, you're not going down to your final 2 Pokemon here. Raghav does still have all four of their Pokemon remaining, and Caelen is almost down to just 2.
Well, here's one way to get through this. I mean, Caesar might just have to be a sacrifice on this turn, or maybe you're expecting that you're going to have to take the Fake Out there, as the King Gambit, as the Sableye actually, is going to switch out. Nice to be able to just throw a Blizzard down into both Pokemon. Critical hit there on the King Gambit is going to make this an easier cleanup later. But look at the Aurora Veil, the power of that to let Raghav's King Gambit survive that low kick and also survive the Kowtow Cleave.
The Aurora Veil coming in clutch here. The defense boost from the snow as well coming in handy for that Mega Frostlass being an Ice-type Pokemon. However, both Pokemon on Raghav's side still very, very low. A Shadow Ball from Gengar would be easily able to knock out either. I think a Sucker Punch from the King Gambit would do the job as well. So you have to be pretty careful here on these next few turns. How are you going to manage this threat of this Shadow Tag Mega Gengar? Because now Caesar can't swap out.
No, it can't, but the Fake Out might be good enough to let this Frostlass actually get one more turn. And it's going to be the Shadow Ball lock into the KO the Gengar. And that's going to be the Mega Evolved Pokemon down for Caelen. He only has 2 left, the King Gambit and the Sableye, that are both so low.
And notably, the Frostlass outspeeding the Gengar there is huge info for both of these trainers. Of course, favored to Raghav there, getting that KO immediately on the Gengar. Mega Frostlass is naturally a little bit slower than Mega Gengar, but Mega Gengar does tend to run a little bit bulkier with those stat points. Trainers aren't investing as much in speed as they possibly could. Raghav, knowing that, potentially taking that gamble there of, hey, I think my Frostlass is pretty fast, maybe I can outspeed this Gengar, and gets it correct to lock up that first game.
Yeah, that was really expertly done too. I mean, Raghav had a lot of things that they really needed to think about in this matchup. You have to pay attention to when that Gengar is going to Mega Evolve. You have to worry a lot about how that Sableye is going to try to control your game. And I feel like Raghav played so well in those first couple of turns to really stimmy the effect that Sableye could have in this match.
Truly, yeah, the Sableye, it prevented the wave crash into Incineroar once, and I think that was kind of the only thing it really accomplished in that first game, which was great for Caelen, right? You got to keep that Incineroar around, you got a lot of damage on that Sneasler. If you're able to get huge damage on Sneasler, that really opens up the path for your own King Gambit. Just not able to make any progress with it later on, and especially switching in, taking a lot of damage from that Blizzard, from the Mega Frostlass, for example, just really limited what that Sableye could do. There were also really weren't many turns where the Gengar was trapping something on the field and creating like a good advantageous position for its partner, which is oftentimes what Mega Gengar is really, really good at. So if Caelen's able to make more advantage of that Shadow Tag ability in game number 2, he could turn it around.
It was just so tough when in game 1, the Incineroar did give over a Defiant boost to the King Gambit as well, because I feel like that was another one of those Pokemon where you have to really pay attention to how Incineroar's Intimidates are actually going to interact with your opponent's team. And so with King Gambit having the Defiant ability, sure, you get the first Intimidate drop, but you actually give over a 2-stage boost to the King Gambit, so you end up getting that +1 to your attack overall. And so we'll see what the leads look like. Is that going to be something that Caelen considers heading into the second game? Are we actually going to see a switch up of the Mega Pokemon? Let's find out. Game 2, Raghav is going to go back to the leads that worked out in that first game with the Sneasler and the King Gambit, and it is going to be the Mega Dragonite making an appearance here.
I believe that Dragonite from Caelen's actually holding the Dragon Fang, so it's looking to do a lot more damage with those Dragon-type attacks. Doesn't have access to that Mega Evolution, but with the Mega Gengar, you're able to potentially trap something on the field with that Dragonite and be able to do a lot of damage. We do know that the King Gambit on Raghav's side is holding the Tropial Berry, so if you are able to go for something like a Low Kick into it, I know it's a Black Glasses actually, not even a Tropial Berry, so a Low Kick immediately very threatening into this King Gambit.
Look, I have only seen Dragonite Mega Evolve in my games. I was so sure that this was a Mega Pokemon when we were looking at the team sheets. I completely missed that there's a Dragon Fang on this one. But you're so right. I think the Aurora Veil really did save this King Gambit in the last game, but you don't want to just get the multi-scale broken by something like a Fake Out. So we are going to see a Protect here from the Dragonite and the King Gambit on Caelen's side, playing it very safe versus the Sneasler with the Fake Out.
Makes sense. And there's no Encores, there's no like Sword Stances or anything here. That's a very safe double protect. Make sure you're not getting flinched by a Fake Out on this turn. Dragonite preserves its multi-scale ability, which is very, very good. It halves the damage from the first attack you take if you are at full HP. And now you're able to start threatening, again, those big attacks. A Dragon Fang, Dragon Claw hurts a lot, will do a lot of damage to Sneasler. If not, knock it out, easily put it in extreme speed range. Of course, Low Kick, very threatening into King Gambit on Raghav's side. Both of Caelen's Pokemon on the field actually do have that Low Kick attack. If you are predicting that Low Kick, maybe that's an opportunity for Frostlass to come in here, and you can get a big close combat off into King Gambit. But a little bit risky there, just Sucker Punch instead.
Ooh, okay, so Sucker Punch is actually going to be the first hit that breaks the multi-scale, but the close combat is going to go the King Gambit's way. Tropial Berry going to help to make this attack that the King Gambit can take, but not super comfortably here, as the close combat deals a lot of damage, but also is able to activate the Unburden ability of the Sneasler after it consumes the White Herb and gets rid of those drops that otherwise do come with the downside of using close combat.
Ooh.
Wow. Maybe Caelen was really expecting the Frostlass to switch in there.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't have been a bad play from Raghav if you're predicting a Low Kick or two into that slot. But Raghav just immediately going for that Sucker Punch. You're breaking the multi-scale. You get a lot of damage into King Gambit with that close combat. What I think Raghav was trying to do is set up their Frostlass to come in and just take 2 knockouts with Blizzard, or threaten something to switch in on that really powerful Blizzard. So I think that was a really smart turn from Raghav there. The King Gambit is super low. It does resist the Blizzards, but it isn't bulky enough to take it from this amount of HP. And of course, Dragonite, with that multi-scale broken, has not a single shot of surviving a Blizzard.
I think the Black Glasses on Raghav's King Gambit is also putting Caelen's King Gambit into Sucker Punch range.
Oh, probably, yeah.
Yeah, so that's like a clean KO that you could take on this turn, or at the very least, you're going to force this King Gambit to have to retreat. But Raghav is going to take this opportunity to actually bring their own Dragonite. Yeah, this one is a Mega Evolve Pokemon. It does have the Dragonite, so it can Mega Evolve if you want, but it's going to take the extreme speed here from the opposing Dragonite first.
That's another great swap there. The combination of Extreme Speed and Sucker Punch were both going into that Sneasler most likely. The Extreme Speed from Dragonite maybe would have picked it up, but you can go for that Sucker Punch just to ensure it later on. Of course, the priority attacks ignoring the unburdened speed boost there are really helpful. But another great swap from the Dragonite here. Close Combat didn't set up the King Gambit for a knockout from Blizzard, but it did set it up for a knockout from the Flamethrower on the Dragonite that Raghav has. And now you're threatening very powerful, again, Black Glass's Couch Out Cleave into Dragonite. You have Flamethrower to knock out this King Gambit. How this Mega Dragonite opts to go for this turn could be a big deal for Raghav.
Well, the Sucker Punch first is actually going to pick up the KO there, so Black Glass is very helpful to get rid of the King Gambit on Caelen's side of the field. But which Dragonite will move first? It's going to be the Mega Dragonite, because you actually get a little bit of speed when you Mega Evolve, and that's going to help this Mega Dragonite get the knockout. Crit did not matter, trust. Dragon Pulse plenty to be able to pick it up from there, and a 2 Pokemon advantage going over to Raghav on this turn.
Well, I mean, this is the beauty of these double Mega teams. You can do one thing in game one, be very successful with it, and then your opponent might over prep for what you did in that first game. I think we saw the Dragonite coming out immediately, trying to soften up some of the things that Raghav is using to set up their Frostlass. But Raghav showing the Dragonite instead of the Frostlass, and now Caelen's game plans into the Mega Frostlass are worthless. There is no Frostlass this time around. You presumably have the Gengar in the back and maybe the Incineroar again, and honestly, neither of them are particularly good into Mega Dragonite here.
And you probably have a Basket Legion that's also sneaking around back there, which is going to be really easy to pick up something like this Incineroar. You do see the Incineroar come in as one of Caelen's final Pokemon, and so you don't have a choice except to give over a Defiant Boost to this King Gambit.
And also, there's no Gengar. There is no Mega Evolution from Caelen. So we saw 2 from Raghav and then an average of 1.5
That's why I thought that this Dragonite has the ability to Mega Evolve, because like, I was doing the math here. No, there is no Gengar coming to this game.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really close to unlosable slot for Raghav here. This Sableye has Fake Out and then no other damaging attacks, so the only damage it can possibly do is on this turn. You have to rely on this Incineroar for all of your damage for the remainder of the game, and it is only packing the Flare Blitz, so this Basket Legion is about to have pretty much a run of the field here.
Yeah, great protect here from Raghav to just ensure that this King Gambit gets to stick around to the next turn. Now, no Fake Out left on the table here from the Sableye or the Incineroar. And I also think this Basket Legion just put this Incineroar into a checkmate position.
Yeah.
You could go for something like a Protect, but it feels like you're just stalling out the inevitable here. Double Protect available for both the Sableye and the Incineroar just to scout out what Raghav is going to do. But again,
and we saw this exact thing play out in game number 1, where Raghav threatens a one-hit KO into Incineroar with Wave Crash here. Caelen probably double protects just to make sure that doesn't happen, and then you could potentially go for that Disable into Basket Legion, prevent it from using Wave Crash, but then Raghav can go for Aqua Jet and get a lot of damage into Incineroar anyway. And then if the Incineroar tries to go for Flare Blitz into King Gambit, it might just knock itself out to recoil, and so you're still in a really tough spot here if you're Caelen. Despite preventing a Wave Crash on this turn, I don't know if that's going to be enough.
Yeah, you could just, because you still have a fairly healthy Dragonite in the back. Sneasler, a little bit worse for wear, but has a Fake Out that it can lend to the battle whenever it comes back in. So it does feel like we are a couple turns away. Incineroar's going to try to protect itself, but will not be able to get that double protect. Now, the Sableye could try to disable this move, and it does actually. So no Aqua Jet actually coming out from the Basket Legion, but that doesn't mean that you can't hit Last Respects instead. But it was the Wave Crash. You would have liked to have knocked out that Incineroar in one go. Actually,
that was actually really smart from Raghav. So instead of going for the Aqua Jet and having it disabled on this turn, you lose your access to a priority attack, so you attack before the Sableye's Encore attacks. Now Wave Crash is still disabled, and you can go for Aqua Jet. If the Sableye goes for Encore, it's Encoring you into Aqua Jet instead of Wave Crash, so you're not going to be forced to use a disabled attack. Combination of Aqua Jet and Sucker Punch here into Incineroar will certainly put it in Flare Blitz recoil range.
Yes, absolutely. Look at that. You're so right. Encore has gone into the Basket Legion and has locked it into going for Aqua Jet. But this Incineroar is going to knock itself out after dealing the finishing blow to this King Gambit. Flare Blitz is very powerful, but it does have that downside of you taking recoil damage based on how much damage you have dealt out. So this Incineroar is going down for the count. Sableye, the final Pokemon here for Caelen, but the forfeit has been thrown in, and Raghav Malaviya wins the first match here at the Indianapolis Regional Championships.
Super well played by Raghav. Caelen's team can be very tricky to navigate, but it felt like Raghav was in the driver's seat the entire time, wasn't getting thrown off by any of Caelen's tricks, especially with that Encore Disable Sableye. Played around it masterfully, showing why they won that huge online tournament and are off to a great start here in Indianapolis.
Wow, and especially with a new team relative to what they had actually used at that major online tournament. You've got both different Mega Evolutions that were able to showcase their strengths in Game 1 and 2 respectively. We saw the Frostlass, and then we got a chance to see the Mega Dragonite. And I'm so impressed. This is why we're going to be able to be in for such a treat for our regional championship this weekend.
Just the way that Raghav played around that Sableye, I think, was really, really good. Again, just taking two different avenues of approaching that Sableye in their two games. We had the Wave Crash into the swap out, and then we have the Wave Crash into allowing yourself to be disabled into Wave Crash and avoiding that Encore Disable log, which could be really, really threatening. I think that was the only way that Caelen had back into that game, potentially, is if that Basculegion had been forced to struggle for a turn or two. But knowing exactly how that interaction worked, dodging any kind of struggle shenanigans with that Basculegion is what it was able to lock up the win for Raghav.
And look, Caelen is no slouch. This is a player that got top 16 at the Milwaukee Regional Championships earlier this year and is in the top 80 of the championship point leaderboard for North America. So that's very close to securing the world's invite. And so the fact that Raghav was able to win this match does speak volumes of how Raghav has prepared as a player, because Caelen's a very difficult opponent.
Absolutely. And speaking of Worlds too, I know that Raghav is, I think, currently outside that top 80, and a trainer that is very, very strong, has played in the World Championships multiple times, is looking to get into that top 80, and so needs some championship points from this event. Between that success online and the preparation for this event, I think Raghav's put themselves in a really good spot to earn more of those championship points, hopefully bump themselves up into that Worlds qualification range.
I think so. I mean, there's still a long day ahead of us, everybody.
Absolutely.
We've got a lot of competitors and a lot of Swiss rounds to bring you before we get to even phase 2. But it means we're in for such a treat today. So if you had a new Mega, though, that you're really excited to see from Legends EA, what would it be?
I think Scovillain's pretty cool.
Scovillain's pretty cool.
It is. I think there are some that I love that aren't maybe necessarily the best competitively. I am Mega Starmie's #1 fan. I think it's so funny. I love seeing it like run around in ZA.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, maybe not the best option if you're trying to succeed at a regional championship.
I don't know. It does get huge power. I'm just saying that. Like, it does hit pretty hard if you're able to get it into the right position. But I think the Psychic typing does hurt it a little bit with like King Gambit running around
and Basculegion.
Okay, so maybe not, but you know what? That's a fun one to bring if you are just trying to look out for new Pokemon. I'm a big fan of Mega Glamora.
Yeah.
I think it looks so cool when it Mega evolves, but enough about that. We're going to be able to show you even more Mega Evolutions as the day progresses, but before we get to that, let's celebrate our winner from round number 2 with an interview.
Thanks so much. I'm out here on the floor with the winner of our previous round. We have Raghav. Congratulations. Nice 2-0 to start off the day. Well, it's kind of started the day. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling really good. It's always good to go on stream early, build that confidence, get it done with. And yeah, I'm just happy I had a clean 2-0 win, and hopefully I get to keep it going.
I mean, you talk about building that confidence early on. I want to talk about even yesterday, this morning, heading into the event. Kind of, how do you feel? Because this is a really big regional, of course, the last regional and the first Champions. Like, there's so much going on.
Yeah, I was stressing, but also just so excited to finally play Champions at a tournament. And I think that was just the overwhelming emotion. It's like, okay, I'm excited. No matter what, like, I'm going to have a good time tomorrow. And I've been pretty good at Champions, so I had a feeling, you know, maybe I'll do well today. But at the end of the day, it's just awesome to be here and finally play this game and at events.
I mean, that was something we got to talk about early on in the pre-show is, yeah, you have definitely been really good at Champions so far. We're talking about the largest grassroots VGC has ever seen. You're the winner of it all. How did that help preparing into this event, even though you switched teams for it, even though you won?
Well, with a format this early, everything's changing constantly. And while I think that team might be good, it just felt like there's a big spotlight on it. A lot of people are trying to counter it. I feel like Charizard is just everywhere, and so everyone's trying to beat it. And I didn't want to be part of that race, you know, so go with something else. But As for like what it gave me, it's just so much confidence. Pokemon is so much of a mental game, so I think just having that confidence, it helps me play better.
Now at this point, I know it's still really early on in the day, but have you seen anything crazy out in the field? Have you heard of anything crazy? Because that was kind of the thing going into is, what do we really expect?
I think it's a little too early to say, but even my opponent's team was really cool. Just like the Protect, Encore, Disable, Sableye, that was very annoying. So I think we're going to see a lot of cool stuff throughout the tournament, and I'm just excited.
Let's talk a little bit about that match too, because we talked about the confidence building. You got that clean 2-0, but then yeah, the annoyances of the team. Sableye, you got to play around it really finicky. So going into it was already like, I got to make sure the Sableye shut off. We're seeing all these protects. We're seeing the double switches.
Yeah, my main thought process was like, I need to protect King Gambit or get into a good position to kill their Gengar, I guess. So they have a Perish mode, they have Encore Disable. Luckily, King Gambit's Dark type, so it's immune to the Prankster Encore Disable, so I knew that that was going to be a really valuable piece. So it was really just making sure like I'm dancing around their low kicks, yeah.
And I mean, Aurora Veil, stuff like that certainly helps out. Now I want to make sure you can go get ready for the next round. Before, any final words, any shout outs, any last words?
Huge shout outs to Justin and Alex for helping me, for giving me this team, my girlfriend Katie, and my boy Collin.
Well, congratulations on this win. Best of luck going on forward. As for us, time to go to Through the Lens with Len Duel.
Well, I am excited to be through the lens and bringing you some analysis of this first ever Pokemon Champions match on broadcast. It was a really fun one. We got some good gameplay between Mega Gengar and Mega Frostlass, not necessarily those top Megas, and so it was fun to see what these players had in store. I think looking at the team preview, you could immediately see kind of a problem for Caelen, which is that the only Mega on the team is this Mega Gengar, and it doesn't have a great matchup on the other side. When you have the Mega Gengar to be able to establish Shadow Tag block, but immediately 2 Ghosts on the other side that you can't actually trap with your Shadow Tag. And so you know that you can't ever establish kind of that Sableye plus Gengar lock that you're really looking for. And then you have a ton of damage threat back. Garchomp, and then we saw, of course, King Gambit in the match be really big problems for Gengar. But unlike on the other side, where Raghav has like 2 Megas to choose from between the Mega Dragonite and Mega Frostlass, there really isn't an alternative for Caelen. So game 1, we saw him bring the Mega Gengar anyway, and then game 2 had to kind of dive out of Mega entirely and bring 4 other Pokemon. And so kind of a factor in these Champions games is that if your Mega doesn't look like it's in a very good position, it can be pretty hard to fight through that matchup advantage. So yeah, looking at these teams, of course, only the 1 Mega Stone. We had Dragon Fang on Dragonite, so not Mega like on the other side. And then you can see the amount of emphasis on that lock with the Shadow Tag and then this moveset on Sableye that's really about establishing control of your opponent. And so in the game, we immediately saw a really difficult lead matchup for Caelen in game 1 because you have Gengar out on the field with Incineroar. You'd love to like fake out, Mega Evolve, start putting down some damage, start locking things in. But this Intimidate is a disaster. You go into the Sneasler, which just uses White Herb, takes away the Intimidate, is still threatening a ton of damage back into Incineroar, and then of course you also give over the Defiant boost to King Gambit. And that means that from the other side, the damage threat back is huge. The close combat is still threatening into the Incineroar and the King Gambit into Gengar, which means that there's not really any safe plays to make. You can't easily get a lot of damage for your own side. Either you want to get a Flare Blitz into Incineroar, or to the King Gambit using your Incineroar, but you have to watch out for that close combat, and Gengar doesn't have great targets. So then when we see the turn play out, Caelen doesn't have the advantage of any easy safe plays here. Ends up having to withdraw the Gengar off the field. And so even from the beginning, the game plan is already disrupted. And so over the next few turns, Caelen tries to establish that control, gets the Sableye out onto the field, but never quite finds the damage. I think that's really the key part of these early turns, is that Raghav kept Pokemon fairly safe. So yeah, Gengar gets off the field, isn't able to establish that Shadow Tag lock, and so then Sableye isn't paired next to Gengar where that lock is more punishing because it had to replace the Gengar instead. And meanwhile, the damage pressure is so big, Incineroar is just protecting itself through this turn and really not making any forward progress. So then when we look ahead, on the next turn, the King Gambit able to protect itself from Flare Blitz, and then Raghav is still making progress, where Caelen is trying to establish this lock, but isn't actually finding any damage, just disruption here. And then, going out the next turn, you have the disable lock, you get Frostlass in, this actually forces a double switch, right? Caelen's doing enough disruption to cause problems for Raghav's side of the field, but not able to capitalize on it enough. An Encore is just a wasted turn. And then the Flare Blitz, if this had been into Frostlass, maybe this game 1 plays out very differently. But into Sneasler, still not a KO, and so you've caused a lot of disruption, but you're way down in damage and this point. And really crucially, the Incineroar being so low means that this Frostlass is very well positioned. Because we've seen 3 out of 4 Pokemon from Caelen's side now. The Incineroar would have been the best thing to resist Blizzard. And you've already chipped it down to just 31 HP. And so it does Mega Evolve and start firing off those Blizzards. And then I think what really makes this so much more difficult for Caelen is you've got the 1 Blizzard resist left, 1 bit of insurance against this series of Blizzards that's about to happen over the next few turns. But King Gambit, of course, gets frozen right away and makes it so that it's very difficult for Caelen to ever really find damage in on the other side. So then you look at this position a turn later, the King Gambit frozen on the field, the Gengar out there, but so threatened by King Gambit at this moment. So you hope to try to pressure the Frostlass using your own Gengar, but you can't afford a trade there at this point where if King Gambit just gets, if Frostlass were to protect itself, King Gambit just gets to swing into Gengar, it's too negative for Caelen. And so the pressure of the King Gambit forces the Gengar to protect itself and establish a Aurora Veil. And then over the next couple turns, you can see the Aurora Veil have a huge impact. You first had low kick from the King Gambit go into the King Gambit on the other side and miss a KO because of the Aurora Veil. And Blizzards are just mounting in the meantime. Damage on damage on damage that you can't stop. The Citrus Berry gets eaten, but you're still getting lower and lower. And yeah, look at this low kick, just not that much damage. You want to be able to threaten a KO there, but the Aurora Veil is changing that. And then a turn later, you manage to get a Kowtow Cleave into the Frostlass. But once again, the Aurora Veil makes sure that it stays around. Without any damage, like KO pressure into the Frostlass, you can see how much damage these Blizzards are just continuously putting out. Raghav really doing a great job to position the Frostlass in this game 1 and buy the turn for the Aurora Veil. And then really the nail in the coffin here is when we learn that bit of surprising speed advantage on this turn, that the Frostlass is actually going to be faster than the Gengar Frostlass, all about damage, about speed, and so it's more trained into that speed, where Gengar trying to control that lock, be a little bit bulkier, and so it gets outsped and just KO'd. And that makes life so much more difficult, because when we looked at the team preview, the ghosts were a problem, the damage threat into Gengar was a problem, but you at least might hope that Gengar had the advantage against Frostlass, would be threatening a faster, super effective Shadow Ball. But once that's revealed, now you look at those team previews and the Gengar really seems like it's going to be in a hole, which is why in the next game, we never end up seeing the Gengar, right? Caelen switches to this lead of Dragonite and a King Gambit, and then does not have the Gengar in the back. So then on the first turn, it's kind of easy to just keep pressuring damage. Gets a lot of value out of this turn and out of the next turns as well, as Dragonite comes in and then itself very well positioned. Either Mega, I think, could have come in here and been in a pretty good spot, but at least if it had been Frostlass, the King Gambit has a lot more value, but with Dragonite coming in, things already look so difficult for Caelen. And so we go a couple turns ahead. The Dragonite ends up getting KO'd by the Dragon Pulse. And then we have Sableye and Incineroar on the field, the last 2 Pokemon for Caelen after the King Gambit and the Dragonite were both knocked out. And this position just has no damage. At this point, Caelen makes a few more turns out of this set. uses Sableye to disrupt, gets a Flare Blitz off with Incineroar, but with Sableye providing no damage potential and 4 Pokemon left to KO on the other side, there was really no way to climb back up that hill. But you can see how Caelen ended up in this position where you, in the previous game, let Incineroar get damaged much too early on, and so then the blizzards were a huge problem. You didn't have a great way to pressure both Kingambit and the Frostlass at the same time. But then when the script gets flipped and Incineroar is left kind of on its own at the end, it just has no way to fight back against these Pokemon. And so yeah, Raghav takes a really impressive game 1 win, or match win in round 2, the first broadcast round for champions at the tournament. Yeah, looking forward to seeing what else he has, and hopefully we'll see him back here on Through the Lens. But for now, we will go to a video break and be back with round 3.
The time is 9. Show the guard, makes it rain. He goes for the moonblast.
I'm out on the floor Friday with none other than Stefan Mod, multiple-time regional champion, top competitor for the first Champions Regional. How are we feeling?
Pretty good. I'm excited to be back in Indy. It's always fun. I like Indy a lot. I won my first regional at Indy, and then when we came back, I got top 16. So this is, because we don't have any regionals near where I live, please give us Northeastern regionals. Indy is like my pseudo-home regional, so I treat this one like my home regional, so I'm excited.
I'm glad to hear that you're excited for it, especially too. This has been a regional that's been very highly anticipated. Of course, we've gone from Scarlet and Violet. This is the very first Champions event. How are you feeling diving into that? Because I feel like there's got to be some nerves for players or just pure excitement. Whereabouts are you?
I really like the base game of Pokemon Champions. I think it's really fun to play. I like how it's a little bit more snappy. There's definitely a little bit of polish that hopefully we'll get as far as like UX goes, but I've been having a lot of fun with the game. I think it's really, really cool that the game has kind of revived in-game ladder. People are really grinding for that top spot and for the champion titles, so that's been really, really fun. And it's a very, very fun game to play. Like, it feels like one of those, it's just a good competitive game where you can get lost going, I'll play one more game, I'll play one more game, I'll play one more game.
Always the one more until you get rock slide flinch 3 times, and then it's all of a sudden real quickly no more games. Now, I think one of the things that people are also really excited about is not just champions, but with champions, we've gone from terrestrialization now to mega Pokemon, which is a mechanic a lot of people liked back in the day. So how has that been for you? Because I know you didn't compete back in that era. So has that been a little bit of adjustment period for you?
Yeah, I never played a game with megas until like a month ago. So I've never played like old formats or anything. I just like did not use megas before, so it's been fun. I think I really like the Terra mechanic, but I was also getting very bored of it, so I'm kind of happy to not play with it for a little bit. And megas have been really fun. There's definitely some that I think would be really cool right now if they were in the game that aren't, so hopefully we get those when the new regulation rolls around. But it's been a nice little change of pace. I think it's kind of easy to adjust to if you just think about megas as restricted Pokemon. I think it does kind of play similarly to single restricted Pokemon formats. So the adjustment hasn't really been too hard, and it's been fun to use some of the mega Pokemon.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. I know, especially with you not playing with the megas before, but the fact that there has been a lot of really strong trainers who still actively compete, who did compete in that mega format. Do you think that there is going to be that inherent advantage for them, or do you feel like with champions with this limited dex that it's going to be a fairly even playing field going into this weekend? Like, you can, I mean, it's been a bit, but you can get the title defend, etc.
Yeah, I don't really know if I agree that it's an advantage for people who have played megas before. I think on paper it's really easy to look at that and be like, well, this person played 5 years of mega formats, so they must be really good at mega formats. Like, yeah, cool. It is just Pokemon though, right? Like, I didn't find it very hard to pick up megas because it's just Pokemon. Like, we're just playing Pokemon. Like, it's a slightly new mechanic, kind of. Like, sure, you've had a little bit of experience using the mechanic before, but it's not really that. It doesn't really change the way the game plays that much. So I don't really think it's going to give anybody too much of an advantage.
level out the playing field. Last but not least, I mean, we've been able to see you compete and win regionals with some quirky Pokemon in the past. I'm looking back at, Garganacl, Sylveon, etc. Are we expecting a little bit of spice to your team this weekend, or?
I don't really think this format is conducive to doing anything creative, so no.
No spice coming out, but hopefully some wins. Thank you so much. Best of luck for the competition, a competition that we're about to get back to.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to your favorite segment, Draw Your Faves with Skarzig. I'm here with Noelle, and we're drawing her favorite Pokemon today, Wooper. So she's going to try to follow along, and I hope that you at home follow along as well. Let's get started. So, Wooper, we all know he's a funny little guy. We're going to start with the big round head and that amazing face. Now, he has the little, I think they're technically gills. They're like little branches that come off the sides. And I think these change depending on if the Wooper is male or female, fun fact. But let me know, any Wooper experts in the chat. I think he's got a little body like this. Wooper doesn't have any arms, but he's still cool. And I think I think the belly has 2 stripes on it. I think it's just little feet like that. And I think a tail, right? I think so. Looks like a good Wooper to me. But was Noelle able to follow along? Oh, that looks amazing! Good job, good job. Let us know how we did with our Woopers at home. And that definitely deserves a pack.
Oh, still early days here at the Indianapolis Regional Championships. So much more Pokemon action in store for you. That first match, just a taste, just a teaser. But as we're waiting for our players to get settled and ready for their third round, we're back in the lounge to yap a little bit. The nature of the 2-0s, boys.
Get cozy. It's time for the lounge.
It's a good match, but a quick one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds about right. That's, we love seeing players win good. It just means you get to hear from us. But we hope everybody is enjoying. I mean, that first match, even if it was a little bit of a quick one, it was rather fun. But
there was a lot going on in that match. It was a 2-0 set, but it was, especially that first game, was really technical, very much about positioning. It kind of happens when you're running a parish team like Caelen was, with the Mega Gengar really trying to trap Pokemon in there, hit that parish song, using the Sableye with Encore and Disable. But Raghav just wasn't letting Caelen hit that and wasn't able to get the trap up, and Raghav just sort of showed the power of Basculegion here.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of which, I thought it was sort of a fun interaction to get as like the first streamed match of Champions for us, where specifically looking at Incineroar, I mean, like its job in a parish team is a little bit different than would be in a normal team, where it's really just trying to set the parish trap, right? In a game where that's not going to be an option, it's always going to look a little bit wonky. But I think having to face both the King Gambit and the Basculegion kind of shows off why Incineroar's usage, despite being a very solid, still 25%, pretty much every Pokemon wishes they had that sort of usage. It's kind of just not what it used to be, right? Where the early game, give the Defiant boost to the King Gambit, and that first game was kind of just struggling to get a free action the whole time. time, end of the game. It's like, well, Basket Legion's still there, so it's not so good late anymore either. I think it's kind of a sequencing problem in this format where early game, late game, it kind of doesn't matter. It's struggling with the biggest meta threats.
Yeah, it's one of those Pokemon and then team preview. I always just feel a little bad, like, oh man, this is, I really just can't, but also, it's a tough one. But of course, we're still gonna have so much more VGC action in store. But of course, for all different types of Pokemon, there is so much you can be tuning into over on our Twitch. Of course, I love being able to see the reruns of previous events, kind of like throwback on what was. And of course, there's all the different animes, and I mean, there's gonna be a lot of Pokemon coming up very quickly. I'm eyeing up that bottom row.
Yeah, a bunch of live events coming up. Of course, the North American International Championships preview show, of course, will be running before the NAIC itself. And of course, Turin over in Europe has the special championships where European trainers will be able to show off what they've got for champions.
Yeah, it'll be really exciting to see what they do. Probably a little bit different meta here. You usually see another group of trainers, their take on the format. And, don't forget to check out the animation as well. If perhaps you're not the biggest fan of Pokemon Horizons, or you've seen all of Pokemon Horizons, you want a little throwback, also check out, Pokemon Collin, the series, the great adventures of Ash.
Where it all started, right? Where it all started. So you got to start your journey off somewhere. But of course, for a lot of the players, starting it off at a regional or an international is not normally where their journey begins, but instead at a local near them. If you've ever seen competing, you're ever intrigued about it, maybe a little worried, or just looking to meet some people, make sure to scan to find events near you. I mean, for myself, it was just local leagues, not even league cups or challenges for points, just local leagues where I learned to play competitive Pokemon TCG way back in the day. And I mean, look, we're all here now yapping, right? Like, this is the path it put me on.
Yeah, you really can't understate just how important it is to have that local community that you're able to go back to, both in terms of having a group of people that you can play with, that you can get practice in, have people who support you during these larger events, as well, just, it's really critical that you get that in-game, best of 3 experience with the open team sheets that we have here at regionals. Can't do that on cart, so going to your local tournaments, going to your cups and your challenges, that's how you get real experience playing those sets.
Yeah, I think it's probably really important for players right now too. We're sort of in a unique situation where I think the ladder is maybe more valuable for best of 1 experience than it's ever been with a bunch of Pokemon champions, but I think the next step is the most difficult one to take, as far as kind of learning how to play differently when you do know your opponent's entire team because of the open team sheet, and how they'll play differently when they know your entire team. I think sometimes even in the best of 1 phase, I kind of wind up in these game states where ooh, my opponent made a move that makes you think that maybe they weren't understanding what I wanted to do as well as the experienced player would. And well, one great way to do that is just getting more experience. I think the opportunity to be in an in-person event and talk to your opponent, you're oh, I was thinking this on this turn, it just makes it so much easier to learn. Also more fun, right? Where it's a community game. I think it's just always going to be more fun to do something like this with other people.
And that's just going to be so much easier to do at a local event, at a cup or a challenge, than here at a regional event, or especially at an international championships. There's just not as much time in between rounds. There's also much more high pressure at an event like this. Your local events can be really laid back, can be really chill, and you can get that real immediate feedback based on oh, this is how that set went. What were you thinking? Why did you make that play? We're all just trying to get better here. It's really important. The community is something that's really special about this game.
And I think something that really showcases that as well is the amount of trainers in their shout-outs after they win a match, after they win an event, shout out people that they've met at their locals, or they're shout out to the Toronto area, shout out to my locals in the tri-state, shout out this community. Because even if you're going to those locals and competing up against them, those are kind of your allies, that's your group when you do finally take that step to attend one of those regionals, which I think is just a really cool sense of community that you don't really get unless you are attending those locals.
Yeah, and we've been making fun of ourselves a little bit being old too, and I remember the days when every time someone got shouted out in streams, yeah, I know that guy, I know that guy, I know that gal, I know all these people. And now it's who did you just shout out? But to me, it's great, right? Where the community is so big, and even, I think sometimes in these streams, it's kind of the same people showing up on stream all the time. But it isn't, right? Where now there are thousands of people competing within these events, but those thousands of people all have these circles around them, and it's tens and hundreds of thousands of people who are playing this game. And, I think that community is really important. Maybe especially if, I like watching the regionals on the TV, but maybe I just kind of like playing the game. And, I think it's a very different experience when you're trying really to compete for the World Championships, which we all enjoy here. But maybe even if you just kind of like, okay, I like playing my team, I like doing the best I can. I think local is a lot of fun, right? It's much more achievable to win a tournament at that level, and even if you're not like trying to win-win, right? Where you're seeing how your strategy stacks up against other trainers, I think it's just fun.
Yeah, and even too, like we talked so much about the community, and if there is somebody out there and they're like, yeah, but I do want to win and I do want to attend Worlds and all of that stuff, so I do just have to go to the regionals. A lot of those players with those 1,000+ championship points, a lot of them are from the local events. It's not just valuable experience, but you do get a lot of points to put you on that journey to Worlds. It is a tough bar to be clearing for the trainers, and if you're not in the business of just winning a regional and getting that auto invite or top 4ing every single event you go to, which you just can't. Like there's so many skilled trainers out there. Unless you're Justin Tang, but like, come on. But besides that, like the trainers have made those big waves in part of the amounts that you're getting at these league cups, these league challenges.
Yeah, ignore those local events for championship points at your own risk. Every year when there is a championship point bar, there is someone who misses out by 5 points.
Yes.
Because they're like, well, I didn't go to my locals. If I had gone to my locals earlier in the season, I would have been able to qualify just by virtue of winning a couple of games in that local. So if you are planning to try and compete for a Worlds invite, those are points you're leaving on the table if you're not going to your local event. And for those of you who aren't, it gives you the opportunity to play with Worlds level players who are trying to get their invite, and that's an opportunity that you aren't, Wolfe Glick is at this tournament, right? He's one of 1,088 players in the field out here. So you have a very low chance of matching into him. But if you are in his region and he's attending a local event, you have a much higher chance of getting some really quality time, like quality experience playing against one of our top players.
Yeah, I think it matters for both sides too. I mean, maybe to bring it back to this event a little bit as we await the next round. I think one thing that's really important also is just like the preparation, and even if you are a more experienced player, right? Where to me we're kind of in that phase of the tournament where we kind of learn which trainers maybe don't have enough reps with their team in, or like maybe didn't get the right reps in. Where it's like, all right, I made kind of a bold choice with my team, and we'll see how it goes. And some of those trainers are like, yes, like this just fit like a glove for me. I went 7-0. And some of the trainers are going to go 1-3. I'm like, ooh, like maybe this wasn't my best work. Maybe if I'd come in with a team that I knew better, things could have gone differently, right? And like I think locals, maybe not such an opportunity at this tournament, which maybe we'll see a little bit more volatility. But like, once we're deeper into a normal season cycle, I think it's important practice, right? Sometimes you go to that premier challenge, like, ooh, like 5 of my Pokemon, awesome. That 6th Pokemon, gotta go.
Yeah, not doing what I needed to do.
Not quite. And the amount of times we've heard players like, oh, 5 of my Pokemon, maybe it's a 5-mon team. It's a 5 Pokemon team. But you're talking about volatility and what we can see at this event. We're almost ready for the next round. So with that being said, enough from us. We've done our yapping. It's time.
Good.
We're good. It's time to send it back over to our casters, Rose and Jake, to hear them yap a little bit.
Speaking of locals, if you are in the Boston area, you can come play us.
Yeah.
That's right. We challenge you to come to our locals and have a good time.
And lose to us.
Yes. No, just kidding. Well, maybe. I like championship points.
They're fun. They're nice. You can fight for the ace trainer classification. That's another cool goal to shoot for when you're going to your local events and attending regionals and whatnot. But we're not playing locals here today. We're playing a regional championship. It is round number 3.
You and I are
Indianapolis. Well, we're playing along with everyone. We're having a good time.
That's true. No, it has been a great time so far. We've only had 1 round, but that's why we're ready to bring you round number 3. It's going to be so exciting, especially because we get a chance to feature some more new Pokemon that you might not have seen in action quite yet, but maybe if you have played Pokemon Legends ZA, you have been able to scout these out. Our featured match for this round is going to be Cary Diortona versus Rushil Thakkar. And there's some interesting ones. If you know, you know. Some of these are some interesting matches.
And also some really great trainers on here. Aaron Trailer doing very, very well back at the Los Angeles Regional Championships. The final Regional Championship in Scarlet and Violet, hoping to do even better here at the first Champions Regional. Brendan Zheng, Alyssa Smith, Joshua Robinson all have top cut experience. And so it's going to be really fun to see how well they do.
we're gonna go ahead and get ready to go for our next match. And you know, this one is also very exciting because Cary actually won a regional championship earlier this year, but that was in Scarlet and Violet. So how is Cary going to fare now that we have moved over to Pokemon Champions? On the flip side of things, we've got Rushil, who is also a top competitor in his own right, has been able to get top 8 of the Pittsburgh Regional Championships earlier this year, but is also well within the top 80 in North America in order to make it to the World Championships. So this should be a great match.
Some cool teams here too. We got the Mega Charizard Y from Cary and the Mega Delphox and potentially Aerodactyl. Yeah, it's a double Mega team with Aerodactyl and Delphox from Rushil as well. Cary opting to go for the Mega Charizard Y. It is the most popular Mega Evolution Pokemon at this tournament, but has some cool techs on his team for the mirror. I think Glimmora is a really popular, well, maybe not really popular, but it's picking up in popularity, specifically for the Charizard matchup. It's really great on Charizard teams to have an edge in the mirror, but it can also be pretty good in teams that maybe struggle with Charizard. Mega Charizard Y plus Fairy type is a very popular combination of Pokemon. And the Sludge Bomb and Power Gem combination of attacks from Glimmora are very, very powerful.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see Glimmora because, you know, that was one of the Pokemon that I feel like got a little bit of a spotlight in Scarlet and Violet, but I feel like now in Pokemon Champions, it's really come into its own as a huge threat. When you think about the top performers in the meta, Glimmora is able to hit a lot of those for super effective damage. Kingambit, Earth Power. Charizard, Power Gem. And Sludge Bomb, Whimsicots.
Yeah.
Or, you know, Floettes.
Or Sylveons. There's a lot of Fairy type Pokemon that don't love seeing a Sludge Bomb there. I also loved the Rock Tomb option on Garchomp. You might often see Rock Slide in that spot, but Rock Tomb is a great option, not only for some speed control alongside that Tailwind from Whimsicott, but also Wide Guard is a very popular attack in this metagame, and Rock Tomb being a single target attack allows you to still hit opposing Mega Charizard Ys with a Rock type attack for huge damage through a possible Wide Guard.
There are still a lot of teams that are now actually trying to kind of calculate the damage for Rock Tomb versus Rock Slide. Rock Slide is more powerful, but I do appreciate the speed control option as well, especially if you're going to be playing against opposing Garchomp or opposing Tailwind teams, which is something that Rushil has. Well, it's not going to be the Prankster Tailwind from something like the Whimsicott. You do have the Tailwind as an option from the Aerodactyl.
Aerodactyl and Delphox, a cool combination of Mega Pokemon. It is the Calm Mind Delphox, so its ability to boost up its special attack, fire off some very powerful Heat Waves and Psychics. Delphox in the Mega form is very, very fast as well, so with the boost to its special attack can be very, very threatening.
But you actually do have a different type of weather. While Delphox is not going to be able to set the weather, you do have a way to take away the weather from the opposing Charizard once it Mega Evolves, because you've got the Alolan Ninetales. With the Snow Warning, you get the Snow set. Nevermelt Ice is going to be boosting up the power of those Blizzards, and the Freeze Dries actually gives you a really nice, super effective hit into those Basket Legion.
There's a couple of Pokemon here that often carry a Focus Sash, but none of them are carrying it uniquely. It's the Aerodactyl, Ninetales, and Sneasler, all very good users of that Focus Sash item, but instead opting for much more offensive versions of those Pokemon. Of course, the White Herb Unburdened set from Sneasler allows you to either reduce the damage mitigation from an Intimidate once, or take away the defense drops from a close combat, and then in turn double your speed, which can be really useful against opposing Tailwind teams.
Yeah, but I'm excited to see whether or not Physical Fable actually comes into play. With the Unaware ability, it's going to be quite bulky against opposing Pokemon that are going to have stat changes. But you also have something like Helping Hand or Follow Me to try to redirect away an attack. Let's get into the first game between Cary and Rushil. We do have the Kingambit and Sneasler there for Rushil, and the Charizard and Garchomp have hit the field for Cary.
The classic Charizard Garchomp. If you played Pokemon back in 2014, this was something you would see very, very often. The Garchomp lead is very, very threatening. Of course, the Earthquake Immune partner for the Garchomp. Ground and Fire are really powerful combinations of attacking types. Sneasler does have the option to fake out either of these Pokemon and mitigate some damage. You have to imagine it might be the Charizard, but I mean, Earthquake and Heat Wave both are very, very scary for Rushil in this scenario. Rushil in this scenario. So you kind of have to pick which one you allow to attack. Maybe you have to make a defensive switch here as well.
I wonder if that means that the Alolan Ninetales might be in the back in order to take away the weather from the Charizard. That leaves you with kind of an option if you were Cary. Do you Mega Evolve now, which is what we are going to see Cary do, set the sun, and maybe even just still protect, just to kind of see if you bait out something like that Ninetales? But no, actually, no protects at all. It's just going to be the Charizard that takes the fake out. But that means that this Sneasler is very vulnerable, as well as this King Gambit. Do the Earthquake that's about to come in. That's a one-hit knockout into the opposing Sneasler. And the King Gambit does not want to take that hit either. What a great combination. You've got the Earthquake next to this Flying-type Charizard, and the Sword Stance comes out from the King Gambit. Those Sucker Punches are about to hurt.
It's also the Black Glasses set, so the combination of Sword Stance and the boost from Black Glasses can turn Sucker Punches into huge one-hit KOs. I think a Charizard especially might just be one-hit KO'd by a Sucker Punch after that fake-out trip damage. Garchomp being a little bulkier, it's got the Citrus Berry as well, might be trained a little bit bulkier. Potentially could survive. Now you also have the Mega Delphox hitting the field for Rushil, and if you don't want to turn off the weather, you can use the weather to your advantage, powering up those heat waves for that Mega Delphox. With that speed boost and also the Levitate ability, we'll be attacking first outside of any priority attacks. So a combination of Sucker Punch and either Heat Wave or Psychic, I think is probably enough to knock out either of Cary's Pokemon.
Yeah, you have to worry about something like the Rock Tomb, but again, that's not necessarily the strongest Rock-type offense coming out from the Garchomp. You also don't get a same-type attack bonus for that either, and yeah, the Sucker Punch is just going to be a clean KO. That's going to be a tied-up game so far with 3 Pokemon left for each, and this Delphox takes the opportunity to go for a Calm Mind. Again, Rock Tomb not the strongest move in the game, and even though we might see some Rock Slides on these Pokemon, it's still, look at how well that Delphox takes it. Usually trained to survive a Rock Slide too.
Yeah, not the strongest move, but with the speed drop, we'll be able to follow up with one more Rock Tomb, and should be able to knock out this Delphox before it can fire off a +1 special attack boosted attack. I like that play a lot from Rushil. You guarantee that Charizard gets knocked out, and then your Delphox can only be targeted by the Garchomp. And by going for the Calm Mind there, you're essentially creating even more of an offensive threat in your side of the field. The Fake Out was able to set up the King Gambit, and then the pressure of the King Gambit is able to set up the Delphox and kind of chain those setups in that way. But now Basculegion hits the field. With the Sun Boost, those Aqua Jets might be a little bit less powerful, but it could still be enough for a knockout after that Rock Tomb damage.
Yeah, it really could. I mean, you just can't underestimate the power of a Basculegion with the Mystic Water item. It's going to be giving even more power over to those Water-type attacks, even if the Sun is going to make those feel weaker. So the Delphox, while it was able to get that Calm Mind boost, is actually going to take a reprieve. Knows it's under threat, with this Garchomp actually being faster thanks to that Rock Tomb speed drop. Protects around the board, though, as this Clefable does get in for basically free. And that's going to help at least try to redirect an away attack for 1 turn. But what's going to happen after that? You can't redirect away an Earthquake.
This is a tricky spot for Rushil. I think a Helping Hand boosted Sucker Punch should be able to one-hit KO the Garchomp. If you do that, you allow the Basculegion to fire off an attack into King Gambit. Even in the Sun, I think the damage it took from that first Earthquake means a Mystic Water boosted Wave Crash should be enough. Cary tries to protect that Garchomp a little bit, doesn't want to lose it to that Sucker Punch.
Yeah, but the Helping Hand is still going to come through. So is it a Sucker Punch or is it just a Kowtow Cleave? That's going to be the question. If it is a Sucker Punch, though, into the Garchomp, that is going to fail. It was not into the Basculegion, where you otherwise would have been able to get a KO there. But take a look at this. Clefable going to take that last respects quite well. Not as powerful as it could be, since there's only been 1 knockout so far in Cary's team.
That was a tough spot for Rushil there. The Basculegion and Garchomp were both threatening knockouts into the King Gambit. Cary correctly identifying that Rushil was a little bit more concerned about that Garchomp, dodges the Sucker Punch with that swap, but instead of knocking out the King Gambit, gets some damage into Clefable, which could be really useful later on in this game.
Clefable is going to go for a Protect here because there is an Iron Head on the opposing King Gambit, but it's actually not going to even try to go for a Sucker Punch here. As the King Gambit for Cary gets the Kowtow Cleave into Rushil's. So now the thing is that you do have to play a Sucker Punch mind game. That's why that might have looked a little funny. Best Basculegion for Cary could have gone for something like an Aqua Jet, which would have made the Sucker Punch fail.
It would have, and I think the Sun has just run out as well. So now the Aqua Jet from Basculegion has hit its full power. I think Clefable, still very bulky, might be able to survive 1, so you don't have the option to, Aqua Jet the Clefable, knock it out before you can eliminate the redirection, and then knock out Rushil's King Gambit with your own. But if you are going for Aqua Jet, again, you're not getting hit by Sucker Punch, so you're still creating a lot of scary situations for Rushil to be in here.
We're just going to see the Delphox come back in, and so that might just have to be a piece that you give up here, as that's going to be what takes the Aqua Jet. And so Delphox gets taken down for the count. We only have 2 Pokemon left here now for Rushil, and you have just lost your Mega Evolution while you've also failed at the Sucker Punch. So the opposing Kingambit is able to get the KO with that final Iron Head, and it's just going to be that Clefable on its last leg. Only attacking option that it has is Moonblast versus the 3 Pokemon that Cary has left in this first game.
Smart selection of Iron Head from Cary as well there. I think, staying down to Kingambit, Kowtow Cleave is slightly more powerful, and you maybe want to guarantee you get that knockout with the Kowtow Cleave. But if you Iron Head the Kingambit and it's already been knocked out, the Iron Head then gets redirected into Clefable, which will be able to knock it out very easily. So just a good way to ensure you're closing out this game very well. I think what Cary has done in this game to mitigate the threat of that Kingambit is really, really good. It got the Sucker Punch KO into the Charizard early on, and I don't think it did damage after that, which is crazy to think about.
Yeah, I think it's so tough though, because you have the ability to go for Aqua Jet, which just is faster than the Sucker Punch in terms of that priority bracket. So the Sucker Punch would fail, but you also have a lot of protects on the team, or you could just switch. And so, yeah, Cary did a great job of neutralizing the threat of that Swords Dance Kingambit. And that's also kind of one of the drawbacks, when we think about Kingambits and the way that they're trained and the movesets that they have, we are seeing the Black Glasses variant like Rushil has with the Swords Dance, and then 2 Dark-type options with the Kowtow Cleave and the Sucker Punch, or Cary's kind of the flip side of that. You've got the Chople Berry Kingambit, but you have a coverage option, either something like the Low Kick or the Iron Head.
I think both are really good sets. It just kind of depends on what your team is set up to do. The Swords Dance Black Glasses set makes a lot of sense for Rushil because he has the Fake Out, he has the Follow Me with Clefable, he's got options like Encore on Ninetales that can help you set up a little bit. So getting that huge offensive threat out of Kingambit is a little bit more easy to capitalize on a team built like Rushil's, whereas Cary's is a little bit more flexible, it's more versatile. You often don't have those windows to go for Swords Dance when you want to be pumping out that consistent damage. So I think good moveset selection from both trainers, and the Kingambit on Rushil's side was a huge threat the entire time. Cary just played around it really, really well. Again, the Sucker Punch KO on Charizard, and I'm pretty sure that Kingambit did not deal damage for the rest of the game, which is just a really a credit to how Cary navigated that Kingambit.
I wonder if Rushil is going to think about something like the Aerodactyl instead. It felt like the Delphox, while it would have been able to take advantage of the sun set by the Mega Charizard for Cary, also ended up doing nothing, just because that Garchomp ended up being faster. There's no way for that Delphox to actually guarantee any damage, and I think that I look at something like the Aerodactyl that can set Tailwind, maybe that's something that you consider, or even just going for the Clefable at the very beginning. Something like the Moonblast to threaten that Garchomp.
Yeah, the combination of Garchomp and Charizard was just really difficult for Rushil to break through at the beginning of the game. This Sneasler Kingambit lead is good for helping the Kingambit set up, but you can only fake out 1 Pokemon. There's no Garchomp Charizard lead this time, though. It's going to be the Kingambit and Basculegion in favor of the 2 Pokemon for Cary, and then the same Sneasler and Kingambit for Rushil.
I feel like this is a little bit better, though, for Rushil this time around, because you can use the Sneasler to fake out the Kingambit, or you can also just go for a Protect if you expect there to be a double up. And the Basculegion actually goes for the Wave Crash into the opposing Kingambit. Wow! If you're trying to get a Swords Dance here, you just don't have much HP left to play around with.
No fear from Cary, immediately going on the offense with both of his Pokemon, but a big Kowtow Cleave in return will be a big knockout for Rushil immediately. You get rid of that Aqua Jet, which was really hard for him to play around in that first game. I think a really great way to open up game number 2.
Absolutely. And now you have to kind of take a look at what you can do on the next turn. You might not have gotten the Swords Dance up, but you could still threaten something like the Sucker Punch, which would be great to deal with something like this Garchomp.
Now this Garchomp also is now really scary for Rushil. Kingambit can usually survive an Earthquake from full HP, and we saw the Sneasler get 1 KO'd by it in the first game. But now that Kingambit took all that damage from Wave Crash, Earthquake will just take 2 knockouts here, and if Rushil has brought the same 4 Pokemon, Clefable can switch on it okay, Delphox without Mega Evolving cannot.
But I feel like you just have to try to get as much mileage out of the 2 Pokemon that you have now. Maybe we end up seeing something like a close combat into the Garchomp. From the Sneasler, at least you're able to chunk it down a little bit. Sucker Punch as well would do something, at least to this Garchomp.
True.
And you can't necessarily go for Earthquake with your own Kingambit right there next to you.
Ooh,
unless you try to protect. Yeah, Ninetales is a great adaptation for the second game.
Certainly, yeah. Ninetales will be able to come in and potentially threaten this Garchomp here. We did see Cary go for Iron Head into Sneasler on the prior turn, so maybe a little bit of a risky play there, but the Protect Earthquake is what Rushil was banking on, and it's what he got.
And Ninetales is a great piece to have here in front of this Garchomp. It is kind of naturally on the faster side of things. So unless you want to try to switch in the Charizard and go for a Mega Evolution, which you can't do on the same turn, you're going to have to fear the blizzards that could come out from this Ninetales.
I wonder if the Aerodactyl was Rushil's Mega Pokemon of choice in this game as well. I think Ninetales makes a lot of sense if you are bringing Aerodactyl, because if you have your Delphox, I think you actually want the sun to be up. But if you have your Aerodactyl, turning off the sun can be very, very helpful.
Well, Ninetales is going to let that Blizzard rip, and a big one-hit knockout into the Garchomp is going to send it packing back to the Pokemon Center. Extremely effective, and this is going to be the second time we see a Blizzard get a freeze onto a King Gambit. Jake, it is already only round 3 in the Indianapolis Regional Championships, and we're seeing another King Gambit freeze.
Oh, what a great turn from Rushil there. Potentially, I think Rushil was very willing to trade the Ninetales for that Swords Dance there, but gets so much more out of that turn, and I think Cary recognizes that this game is very, very difficult to win here. Let's just go to game 3.
Wow. Yeah, I think I would have had to imagine that the Charizard was in the back for Cary. So let's talk about why that forfeit happened. You know, you could bring in the Charizard for the Garchomp, but then it's still taking an enormous amount of damage from the Ninetales because it's still going to take neutral damage from the Blizzard.
Right.
And then what?
Well, especially with that the Swords Dance there too. I think if the Rushila's King Gambit had gone for just some damage with a Kowtow Cleaver or something, that might still be winnable for Cary.
Oh, but then the freeze too is so tough because you don't have the guaranteed chance that the King Gambit's going to thaw. But yeah, like Sucker Punch gets a one-hit knockout onto the Charizard with the Black Glasses and the Swords Dance.
And Rushil still had the Sneasler in the back, plus an unrevealed 4th Pokemon. That would have been very difficult, if not impossible, for Cary to win that. So I think just rightly moving on, let's just put that one in the books and then move on to game number 3.
I do think it could have been either the Delphox, though, or the Aerodactyl. I would have been happy to see either one. I think your logic makes sense on why it could have been the Aerodactyl there, but you know what? I want to say that Delphox is going to have its moment again. I just want to believe because it's such a cool-looking Mega Pokemon.
Well, there's synergy there between the Ninetales and the Delphox too. Of course, Delphox, despite having the Intimidate, the Levitate rather, doesn't necessarily want to be in front of that Garchomp, and Ninetales can clear it out for you. But we do get the combination of Aerodactyl and Ninetales right off the bat. This is nice. You're kind of forcing the Charizard to Mega Evolve if you want to turn off the snow. But if the Charizard Mega Evolves, you would set up the Sun, which lowers the damage of your Basculegion's Aqua Jet, which might not then be able to KO the Aerodactyl. Also, Rock Slide very heavily threatens Charizard. I think Mega Aerodactyl is a clean one to KO into Charizard with that Rock Slide. And so a nice combination of offense here from Rushil, especially with the Freeze Dry on the Ninetales. You're also threatening super effective damage into the Basculegion.
Looks like a great lead here for Rushil in this game 3, which will decide which trainer will keep an undefeated record from Swiss Round 3 and then see what they can make with that at the end. But yeah, it's just going to be the Charizard leaving the field as a poor King Gambit. It was very unlucky in that second game to have taken a freeze here, and it might not be super lucky on this income either. As you see, the Mega Evolution from the Aerodactyl Aqua Jet is going to be just not nearly enough to get the KO there onto the Basculegion as Rock Slide comes out, chips away at the King Gambit, does a decent chunk to the Basculegion, even the crit there. My goodness, this poor King Gambit. And the Freeze Dry will finish off this Basculegion.
Great play from Rushil. I think eliminating this Basculegion is really, really great. Just making sure you're taking away one of Cary's pieces immediately can be very useful. Basculegion also very, very good into Sneasler. So if that Sneasler is in the back for Rushil, that's another way to give yourself a little bit of an edge here. I think the Aqua Jet into Aerodactyl is crucial though. That was really good damage. You've put Aerodactyl into Sucker Punch range. So now if Aerodactyl wants to Rock Slide, you can't. If this King Gambit is going to target you with that Sucker Punch, it's a great way to protect your Charizard. And all that damage too, I think if Charizard Mega Evolves and goes for a Heat Wave here, that's probably going to knock out both of Rushil's Pokemon too.
Yeah, this Aerodactyl does not have Wide Guard. That's actually a move that we classically see on these Mega Aerodactyls over something like the Protect. But Rushil's going to have that Protect option instead. So there's not not even a way for you to deny something like the Heat Wave and Mega Evolution here. Rushil might just have to go for something like Double Protect or switch something in to have to take that Heat Wave. I think Clefable would be my Pokemon of choice to have to switch in there.
Yeah, but if you have the Sneasler and King Gambit again in this third game, which are both very powerful Pokemon, that means you don't have a Clefable. You don't really have a great option here to swap into this Heat Wave.
No, and I think even if you want to try to go for Rock Slide here, this King Gambit could just go for a Sucker Punch and knock out this Aerodactyl before you get the Rock Slide. So we're going to see Ninetales Protect. Oh, but it's the Sucker Punch. So maybe Aerodactyl actually just goes for a Tailwind here. And that's exactly what it goes for. Denies the Sucker Punch, gets the Tailwind out so that your pieces can, for sure, outspeed this Charizard. Oh, but the Charizard actually even just goes for a Weather Ball here. Would have liked to just get a one-hit knockout into the Ninetales, expecting that the Sucker Punch would pick up the Aerodactyl anyway.
I think that's actually a really, really smart play from Cary. If the Sucker Punch goes through, Aerodactyl gets knocked out anyway. And if Aerodactyl gets knocked out, you don't need the spread damage. Weather Ball is perfectly accurate. You will never miss it. But also, if the Aerodactyl goes for a Tailwind here and you Heat Wave and knock it out, that gives Rushil a free swap. And not giving him that swap as Tailwind goes up is something that can build you a lot of momentum.
Ooh, one of the nice pieces to Ninetales kit is with Encore and not being a prankster Pokemon like the Sableye we saw earlier, you can actually Encore these dark types. That's gonna be the last thing that Ninetales does in this third game, but this King Gambit is locked into Sucker Punch.
It's not the worst thing to be locked into, right? You kind of want to be Sucker Punching to make sure your Charizard doesn't get hit by a Rock Slide, but it can be taken advantage of later on in the game. Here, this Sneasler, a great example. Sneasler would potentially fear an Iron Head. It could do a lot of damage into Sneasler, but now you can pretty freely fake out this Charizard and make sure no Heat Waves come through, and this King Gambit can't really threaten your Sneasler either, especially if you fake out, you can't damage it at all.
Yeah, but I think you still worry about like how much mileage can you actually get out of something like the Aerodactyl. So do you try to fake out the King Gambit instead, knowing that it can just Sucker Punch your Aerodactyl? So that's exactly what we see. Aerodactyl hoping here you're going to be able to end up getting something like a Rock Slide down onto both of these Pokemon. Would have been better if it had been the Charizard in the Garchomp slot, so Garchomp makes the perfect switch in, but you can see the vision.
Well, and also now this Encore and a Sucker Punch creates a little bit of a tougher spot for Cary. I think if the King Gambit wasn't Encored, Protect and Earthquake would be a really free option. Not free, it would be a great option. Or Sucker Punch and like Dragon Claw into Sneasler could be something. But now that this King Gambit can't protect itself, if you want to Earthquake and knock out Sneasler, you essentially have to switch in your Charizard. If you switch in Charizard to this Aerodactyl, a Rock Slide is probably coming through and it gets knocked out. So you're forcing like not the most optimal play out of Cary here, which is a great way for Rushil to maybe kind of deal with the damage threats of both of Cary's Pokemon.
And you still have Tailwind at your disposal, so you have to worry about this Aerodactyl outspeeding the Garchomp and just going for something like a Rock Slide.
Yeah.
Wow. King Gambit is actually going to switch out so that this Garchomp can go for the Earthquake, but the Rock Slide actually misses the Charizard that it would have loved to connect into. Can Garchomp actually fight through this, though? Charizard's going to have to take this close combat, too, so great switch that Cary does not get punished for on this turn. But Garchomp, you gotta love your trainer here. You gotta make sure that you can get this Earthquake down or this Rock Tomb into this, and they can't!
Rock Slide, baby! We're so back. No. Oh my goodness. Well, hey, we got a Rock Slide meta. I'm glad we got to appreciate it early on in this stream.
Both sides of the spectrum, right?
Exactly.
The miss and the flinch.
I mean, obviously you would have rather had the knock onto Charizard and lose your Sneasler if you were Rushil there. I think the miss was pretty detrimental to the game plan. But at least the Garchomp flinching means that this game isn't just over, right? Your Sneasler is around. You can go for this big close combat. And with that Unburden boost, you're actually attacking before the Aerodactyl this turn.
Yeah, and so that means that you will be able to actually just maybe finish this off. Oh, okay. Citrus Berry, though, has to be eaten first. As you are a Mega Aerodactyl now, you do get to eat that berry since base Aerodactyl has a nerve, and this is going to be a trade. That's going to be the dual Wing Beat into the Garchomp. Wow! The Aerodactyl actually hangs on through that.
Yeah, that's huge. If the Aerodactyl goes down there, this I think is a little bit harder for Rushil. But now that this Aerodactyl's around, you're still having to dedicate that Sucker Punch attention into the Aerodactyl. You don't want to lose a Charizard to a Rock Slide. And of course, this Sneasler still in a pretty good spot here, resisting the Sucker Punches, threatening super effective close combat, or even some great damage with Dire Claw into Charizard here. Means that this Sneasler still demands attention as well. And if you're Sucker Punching the Aerodactyl, you're not going for damage into Sneasler. Especially, I think the Sun just ended as well. So a Weather Ball is no longer a reliable single target option. If you go for Heat Wave without the Sun Boost, I think Sneasler probably survives.
All right, King Gambit does go for the Sucker Punch. I was going to say one way around that is to reset back up Tailwind, but I think you're okay with this trade. You have the Troupple Berry that's going to activate on this King Gambit for the close combat, but it's already so low, and we saw that close combat earlier did about 70, so that was going to be a knockout regardless of the Troupple Berry. I think you were happy to take that any day of the week. Might have to take a KO back, though, because the Heat Wave is going to be single target now. And you also had a couple of close combat drop. Well, actually,
you had one.
You had one.
I think it might survive that if you don't have the special defense drop, but because you close combated twice, you only get the White Herb activation once. And now, this is going to be really close. Sucker Punch from a Black Glasses King Gambit might be enough for the KO.
I think this is good enough.
I think it might be, and even if it's not, you still have the non-weather boosted Heat Wave that potentially King Gambit can survive.
Oh.
It might be really close.
That might be a little close. Charizard's going to go first regardless, though. King Gambit does not survive it. And so Cary is going to end up taking down the King Gambit and winning the set 2-1.
The Tailwind had expired. There's no more speed boost, so maybe we're still missing that and potentially thinking it was faster. Maybe not knowing a Sucker Punch was enough damage and going for the Kowtow Cleave instead. But Cary Duratona takes a very back-and-forth set. Moves on to 3-0 here in Indianapolis.
I think I would have tried it.
I would have too.
Like
I
maybe,
think so.
maybe you were thinking, if I get the Swords Dance, I guarantee that the Sucker Punch is going to end up getting the KO onto the Charizard. But that is the risk that you take, is that that was a single target Heat Wave.
Yeah, even without the sun, more than enough to knock out that King
Charizard
Gambit.
special attack stat is impressive.
It is quite high.
I'm not surprised at all that was the case. But I really would have thought with Black Glasses and the fact that this King Gambit is adamant, which means that it does have positive attack nature, that we would have actually seen KO there with the Sucker Punch.
And we saw the +2 Sucker Punch knocked out the Charizard from almost full, and Charizard was just over half there. So if you do some quick math, maybe that's enough. I think it would have been potentially close. I think a lot of Charizards are built to be bulkier on the defense side there, so maybe Rushil just hoping for the Kowtow Cleave to be enough instead.
Yeah, I will say, I think that was a very unfortunate Rock Slide miss onto the Charizard. You would have liked to be able to have got that knockout, and then we see Cary in a pretty rough spot of having the Garchomp next to the King Gambit. So yeah, that's highly unfortunate. I think Rushil otherwise would have been able to lock up the game with the Rock Slide Connect onto the Charizard. Even if you don't get the full KO there, then you do for sure put it into Sucker Punch range. But
what a match.
That was a great set. We got to see all of the different parts of these teams in action. I was really excited to be able to see the Mega Delphox at the very beginning of that set, even though it only went for Calm Mind and didn't get to show off the beautiful heat waves that it can do.
True. It's cool that we've had 2 rounds so far, and we've had 2 trainers bring both of their dual Mega Pokemon. So just shows there, a lot of trainers are opting to bring 2 Mega Evolution Pokemon not only on their teams, but 2 different battles within the same set. And that's I think, a really good way to build teams in this metagame. You give yourself so many options, especially in this kind of format where we don't have every Pokemon available, right? It's a smaller, condensed metagame, and so you can pretty much tailor your team to these certain matchups and bring different Megas to different games based on what you're expecting out of your opponent, and it's really cool to see.
I loved the Mega Aerodactyl adjustment. I just think that, fortunately, Aerodactyl might have fallen at the final hurdle to miss that Rock Slide, but Cary did a great job of being able to play to his outs, just to actually give himself that chance. Like, that was a super risky switch in.
It was.
To know that the Aerodactyl is threatening you with a Rock Slide and you're going to switch in your Charizard. That takes some guts.
It does, and I think, if the Charizard goes down there, that's probably a very different game. I think it's not over just yet. Cary certainly has ways back into that game if the Charizard does go down and your Garchomp doesn't get flinched to knock out the Sneasler, but it's just what we got to deal with. Rock Slide's a very good move, but it can be very punishing on both ends of it. Right?
Yeah.
Both using and being hit by it.
Yeah, it's tough because I think about it more, and also I wonder, do you actually really want your Aerodactyl to survive there?
I don't know, right?
Yeah, with the dual wing beats into the Garchomp, you get the knockout, but I just don't know if you wanted your Aerodactyl to live.
Yeah, would you rather have had King Gambit on the field that turn to start getting damage out?
Yeah,
it might have been
before the Charizard. Yeah.
Yeah, who knows? We'll never know.
one thing's for sure, Pokemon Champions has been so much fun to watch so far. This is only Swiss round number 3, which means that we still have 6 rounds.
5 more today, I think.
5?
8 total.
We have over 1,000 players. Are you sure?
I think it's 8 today, 4 tomorrow.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, we're still in for a treat nonetheless. I was just like, I'm ready. Give me all the rounds today. I will just sit here forever and watch this all play out. I just thought, because we have over 1,000. We have over 1,000 trainers here.
We're about 20 away from 1 extra round. I think we would just barely miss that kicker, but we'll get it. We'll get it. I know we will.
Turin for sure. But we're gonna go ahead and go over to an interview with Cary. Let's hear what he has to say about that match.
We'll give those two a second to figure that out. No, I'm kidding. I love you too. But we are here with our post-match interview with none other than Cary after that win. How are you feeling after that one?
Stressed.
Stressed?
Yeah, it's a really awkward matchup, mainly because of the Alolan Ninetales, because Garchomp would normally be really, really strong into that kind of matchup, but Alolan Ninetales kind of throws a wrench in that, because now you're threatened with an OHKO, and there's Encore shenanigans and reads and all that stuff, so it gets a little dicey when it comes to that.
Was it kind of something that you had going into the event were like, ooh, I hope I don't match up against this? Because I know stress are one of those, like, you sit down, you see the team sheet, and you're like, wait a second, I didn't really quite consider how my matchup into this one would go.
I think mainly it's just getting the reads right, because it's in terms of like not only the positioning, but in terms of what you bring. Because if I lead Garchomp into Ninetales, then that's like almost game. Like you saw Rushil lead the Aerodactyl plus the Ninetales in that game 3 in order to beat my Charizard lead, because it's good into his Sneasler King Gambit lead. So there was like a little bit of mind games in terms of that. But overall, I have been a little scared about like Ninetales stuff, mainly because my team is like a little bit outdated because I didn't get too much time to change it. But we go with what we got.
I mean, that kind of goes back to, and it's funny to say comfort because it is a brand new game and we haven't really got too much, but going into something a little bit more comfortable. I know at your local scene you're able to win with this team, so what kind of made you gravitate towards this one in the first place and still felt it was reliable enough to bring? So
Charizard is just the best Mega in the format, like hands down. I was trying a bunch of other Megas beforehand. I was trying like Mega D-Knight plus Scovillain. I tried a bit of Mega Gengar, and none of those were really clicking. And then my friend Stefano Greppi, he sends me this Sylveon team with Charizard, and I'm like, all right, I'll just give it a try. And like a light bulb in my head just went off, and I'm like, this is amazing. Like, this feels so good. Like everything else felt so meh, but that's the reason why I mainly gravitated towards the Charizard. And I felt like the team, even though it had some bad matchups, I could outplay those bad matchups as long as I got the reads right.
That makes a lot of sense. I feel like that's a lot of the reason we see players kind of go towards something comfortable, because it's like that, okay, I can outplay, right? You can outskill. Let's talk a little bit about the match we just saw too, and the adjustments and everything we saw, because we got a 3-game set. We saw a game 2 that was relatively quick. So then we get into game 3. Like, what are you thinking?
So game 3, I figured he's probably going to go Aerodactyl Ninetales. That's what I thought he was going to go game 2, which is why I led what I did. But he called me out on that. Game 3, that's just why I led the mix-up in game 3 of Charizard plus Basculegion, because it at least lets me have like some sort of ground, because if he goes for like fake out Swords Dance, I can Wave Crash to get burst, or just be able to position from there. Or if he leads Aerodactyl, I can go for Aqua Jet to put it in Sucker Punch range and then be able to kind of spam Heat Wave through the set. And then when I saw that he led Ninetales Aerodactyl, I thought that I had a pretty good chance to win as long as I get rid of the Ninetales. I think the crucial turn was the Rock Slide Flinch turn and the Rock Slide Miss turn. For both sides, mainly because it's kind of hard for Rushil to come back from, like, let's say Rock Slide does connect on the Charizard. It's kind of hard for him to reposition if I remove his Sneasler, because then King Gambit plus Aerodactyl isn't going to be able to do like enough damage, and there's going to be a read involved in terms of like, does he protect King Gambit, does he protect Aerodactyl, blah blah blah, but like at least it gives me an opening there. It was also a bit of a call on that turn with the Sneasler, because he can do a play where he double protects to like make me EQ my own King Gambit to get rid of it, and then Charizard's forced in, and then I'm out of position. So it was a lot of mind games on that turn and RNG to an extent.
I mean, it made it at least entertaining for
the rest of us to watch, even though I'm sure it was so stressful going through everything there. But even if this one is stressful, how are you feeling kind of just going ahead into the tournament based off what you've seen of Champions? How have you played so far?
Overall, all right. I think I'll be more ready by NAIC. I didn't get I got a good bit of practice before this tournament. I did find it a bit hard with exams and stuff, so I missed out on one of the larger grassroots tours like GCF and VR tours. So I'm really using this as a way to get practice for not only NAIC but Worlds, because Worlds is going to be foundational from this.
That's fair. Eyes on the prize, right? So, I mean, getting some wins here, even if it is just practice, is certainly going to be fun. I'll let you go get ready for your last match, or next match, not last one. You still got a long day ahead of you. But before I let you go, any final words, shout-outs?
So first I want to shout out, of course, my parents and my Aunt Janet, who's with me this weekend. And then I would like to shout out all the people who have helped me, Chris, Patrick, Caden especially, Jonathan, Landon, and then, of course, Carson St. Denis and Stefano Greppi have helped me tremendously with the team.
I mean, best of luck going on for it, and I hope that your aunt's been enjoying the event as well.
She has.
That's awesome to hear. Have fun. As for us, we have to hear a little bit more about that match we'll be throwing to Through the Lens with Len.
Well, that was a fun one. It was a very nerve-wracking, fast match. It felt like every turn was going by fast. How do you feel coming out of it?
I mean, that's definitely it, right? I think every turn had a big momentum swing back and forth, if not every other turn. So that's the kind of match that's really stressful to play, but really fun for us to watch.
Yeah, it feels like every turn something is hinging on what will protect, where will that damage land, will the rock slide flinch or not. It makes it a very stressful back and forth. And it felt like it started from the first turn in all of those games. It really felt like the lead matchups did a lot to define how the game was going to go. You heard Cary mention it in the interview that so much came down to what was threatening what at the beginning. The Aerodactyl led into the Charizard is a big problem for Cary. The Ninetales into the Garchomp would be a big problem. The Sneasler into the Kingambit is a big problem. But it goes the other way too. Of course, if you have Garchomp into Kingambit and the Sneasler, the momentum can go back the other way. And we saw the turn one of all three games kind of pan out that way.
Yeah, I think especially game one, I think it was the Garchomp and Charizard from Cary into that Kingambit and Sneasler. That was immediately really difficult for Rushil to deal with. We had the threat of both Heat Wave and Earthquake. Earthquake would have been able to, one thing is getting one hit KO'd, right? It's either the Sneasler or the Kingambit. I think Rushil was probably right to fake out the Charizard, because then you get the Swords Dance up, but then you're still, what are you doing into this Garchomp anyway?
Yeah, this is the situation that you're talking about, where both of these Pokemon, both the Charizard and Garchomp, threatening huge spread damage into the other side. So it's a great lead matchup. Cary has kind of won that turn zero of getting the advantage here, and Sneasler can only stop one of them. You can fake out into one spot or the other. So like you mentioned, chooses to fake out the Charizard, make sure that no Heat Wave is going across, but that gives over this massive Earthquake that both picks up the KO onto the Sneasler and leaves Kingambit quite low. Even though it gets the Swords Dance out of this turn, it doesn't have a ton of staying power after that. It has to be weary every turn. That is what creates those stressful situations where you don't know whether you're going to make it to the turn or not, because you don't have the comfort of enough health bar to take a hit.
I mean, Kingambit is very bulky, and oftentimes it can Swords Dance and still be pretty fine for a few turns. So I think the important part of getting that Earthquake off here was that, like you said, it wasn't comfy. It had to be wary of everything for the next few turns.
So Cary gets the first domino to fall, and it felt like for the next couple turns, dominoes kept just falling.
Yeah.
We saw on this turn, Sucker Punch threat into both of these slots, but the damage is still going back the other way. So Charizard goes down to a Sucker Punch, but Garchomp gets really good value on this Rock Tomb on the other side. And I think a pretty crucial decision here that Delphox did just Calm Mind. It ends up switching out on the next turn, never accomplishes anything with that Calm Mind. In this damage race, maybe goes a little bit better for Rushil if it's damaged that turn, but you also need some space to try to create one-hit KOs.
I wondered potentially if Delphox had gone for a Psychic into Garchomp, maybe that puts it into Sucker Punch range. But instead it goes for that Calm Mind, and what Rushil was trying to do is kind of chain these setup attacks. You get the one Swords Dance up, and then you can use the pressure of the Swords Dance to set up the Calm Mind on Delphox. It just, with the Rock Tomb specifically, if it was Rock Slide instead, you're probably fine. Because it was Rock Tomb and Delphox now is slower than Garchomp, you have put yourself in a spot where this Garchomp is still not being knocked out. And you, again, nothing's like comfy after getting set up.
Right, like you mentioned, putting it into Sucker Punch KO range, because I think we both agree that despite the Swords Dance on the Kingambit, it was not actually threatening a KO on Garchomp.
Yeah.
So that's why Garchomp was, comfortable to go for a Rock Tomb on this previous turn. And what starts to make this position look so awkward, because you'd love to Sucker Punch here, but it can Aqua Jet just get past that. You would love to Sucker Punch here, but it's probably not a KO. And if you give up an Earthquake, it KOs Kingambit. If you give up a Rock Tomb, it KOs Delphox. And so Rushil's the one kind of back on the back foot in this position. I think he makes a pretty good play in response to that, which is to try to get the Clefable on the field. We saw, so the Clefable switches in. On the next turn, the Clefable clicks Helping Hand. So that's how you get a Sucker Punch KO range. But I think the turns in the meantime, it being the Protect EQ here, so it wasn't just kind of a lost Rock Tomb into Clefable, but pretty valuable Earthquake damage into Clefable, that meant that you could continue to pressure that down. And it felt like then Cary kind of stayed one turn ahead. So gets damage here, then in this position is able to switch out into Kingambit so that he's staying constantly ahead and really stopping much Sucker Punch threat. That Kingambit never gets more damage off after that first Sucker Punch into Charizard. And then I think really gets, the final upside of this game one here when you create a pin in the Clefable spot by throwing both the Aqua Jet and the Iron Head likely into that slot. Some things got to go down. It's the Delphox that goes down, and it's extremely difficult to pick up the pieces afterwards.
The fact that the Kingambit got that first Sucker Punch into the Charizard and then just literally dealt 0 damage the rest of the game is a testament to how well Cary navigated this. Like you said, always proactive, was never kind of letting Rushil set the pace, even with those 2 setup Pokemon. And when you have, you're just throwing out damage consistently. You're getting around the more defensive swaps from Rushil with that Clefable, or you're not allowing these Sucker Punch KOs from Kingambit. It's a really nice way to kind of throw Rushil off his game, and maybe make him less likely to go for those Swords Dances later on, right?
So then we get into the second game, and the lead matchup has kind of flipped back the other way. I think in the interview we heard Cary say he was hoping to find Aerodactyl plus Ninetales with this lead. You can see how amazing that would be, right? You've got Wave Crash into Aerodactyl, you've got Iron Head into either of them, but that's not what he finds on the other side from Rushil. Instead, it's the Kingambit and the Sneasler, and this is, in the same way that Earthquake and Heat Wave threat was a big problem in game one, it has flipped fully backwards. You're threatening Kowtow here, and close combat here, or fake out to stop the Kingambit from attacking, and so it's very difficult for Cary to find a positive play in this situation. Ends up just kind of trading for a lot of damage once again into Kingambit.
I think that makes sense, right? You get the Wave Crash off. It's another spot where Kingambit isn't going to be comfortable for the rest of the game. If Rushil goes for the Swords Dance here, you've put it kind of in the same position as it was in that first game. But I think Rushil smartly just takes the knockout into the Basket Legion with the Kowtow Cleave here. Kind of sets up what I guess we didn't see as 4th Pokemon. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself here too, but if the Aerodactyl is what Rushil brought to this game, getting rid of Basket Legion is huge because you're just taking away that Aqua Jet immediately.
Yeah, getting rid of the Basket Legion removes a big threat. I think a pretty smart Protect here as well. If you close combat the Kingambit, Chople, it survives, and at -1 defense, you may just go down to an Iron Head, which isn't really probably a worthwhile trade despite having the type advantage on that side. And so Sneasler able to protect through the turn. And like you said, I think a pretty good Kowtow, because we saw in the game one, dominoes just kind of keep falling in this set. Taking a turn to boost can be so expensive with how fast this is playing out. So then in this next turn, the Garchomp comes back in and is really well positioned here. Loves to be here, but then, threatening Earthquake into both these Pokemon, but Rushil's pretty quick to respond to that. Garchomp's #1 enemy hits the field immediately, switches in, has a little bit of damage now because it took an Earthquake on the way in, but that's okay because you get to threaten this Blizzard. And then I want to call back to one thing you mentioned in the cast, which is that I think in this position, Rushil was probably okay to trade a Ninetales for a Swords Dance onto the Kingambit. And what that would mean was Garchomp kind of protecting itself, and then Blizzard going out and Iron Head going back this way, but in the meantime, while everyone else is distracted, Kingambit gets his Swords Dance off. But things go so much better for Rushil because there is no Protect. It's just Blizzard straight off, and then the Blizzard freezes on top of that, so you don't even give up Ninetales. So you go from trading Ninetales for a Swords Dance to KOing Garchomp and getting a completely free Swords Dance, and there's really just almost no way back. In a match where we talked about the dominoes constantly falling, now you're down 4 Pokemon to 2, one of those is frozen, it's just kind of over from that position.
I think Rushil bringing the Ninetales was a really good adjustment here, especially without the Charizard having Mega Evolved. Like, that Blizzard was guaranteed. If you swapped in the Charizard, it's taking a lot from Blizzard off the bat, and then probably goes down to Sucker Punch after that. So the Ninetales created a really tough position for Cary, which I think was a really smart mix-up from Rushil.
So then, the turn 1, the leads for game 3, it's been what feels like decides every game. I think we get a little bit more of an even matchup here. Again, we heard Cary say that this was the lead he was expecting. He hedged his bets a little bit more this time, so he didn't have the full counter lead to it, which means this game 1 doesn't go like hugely, or turn 1 doesn't go hugely in his favor. I think it actually benefits Rushil quite a bit, but is not probably as game deciding. I think crucially, what makes it not so game deciding is getting the Aqua Jet into Aerodactyl. We see Aerodactyl for the first time in the set, and it's such a suppressing factor on Charizard.
It is.
As long as your opponent has Aerodactyl on the field, you cannot threaten any damage with Charizard. You just have to spend your turns protecting and pivoting and doing something else. And so you have to find a way to get rid of that Aerodactyl if you actually want to have any effect with the Charizard. And so despite having to give up Basculegion for just kind of part of Aerodactyl, that's maybe a trade both players are willing to make.
I think especially for Cary, that was a huge turn 1. Again, this Charizard really can't attack this turn unless it wants to get knocked out. But because you're swapping it out, you're not setting up the Sun yet, the Aqua Jet's going to be at full power. You know you're not going to knock out Aerodactyl. Like, it's bulky enough to survive that one Aqua Jet, but you get so much damage on it that then this King Gambit can kind of just come in and force Aerodactyl to play scared the rest of the game.
Yeah, you can see the whole idea in one turn, right? Both getting the King Gambit onto the field and getting the Aqua Jet damage in at the same time so that you have a way back. But the Aerodactyl still has such a huge impact. When you're forcing your opponent to make switches, to make big damage trades, and then to spend turns focusing attacks afterwards, the Aerodactyl is having a massive impact on the way this game plays out.
I think that's why a lot of teams are opting for Mega Aerodactyl as their second Mega. There's very rarely teams I see where Aerodactyl is the only Mega evolution, but if there's teams with 2 Megas, Mega Aerodactyl is a pretty common second one just because it can give you so much agency in these Charizard matchups.
Yeah, it can still provide a lot of its role, even if it doesn't Mega Evolve. It can get a fast Tailwind off. But if it Mega Evolve, it has that option to Mega Evolve and have even more utility. So then you've sacrifice Basculegion, you got the damage onto Aerodactyl. Now that means you want to get value out of Charizard. So it hits the field, has the Sucker Punch threat next to it. And this is a pretty dangerous position for Rushil. It's pretty easy to start giving up Pokemon here when you know that the Mega Evolution is about to come for Charizard. It's going to start pumping out damage. But I think he does a pretty reasonable job over these next couple turns of making that not as high impact as it could be.
I think the Tailwind on this turn specifically was a really good call. It forces the Charizard to Heat Wave if you want to knock out the Aerodactyl, and if you Heat Wave, you're introducing the potential for those Heat Wave misses. Of course, you're not getting knocked out by the Sucker Punch, so in the case that, Cary goes for something like Weather Ball, like we're about to see, the Aerodactyl's still around and still is essentially forcing those Sucker Punches out of King Gambit.
Right, it's basically having a Rage Powder effect on the field, where the Sucker Punch has to go into that position every turn, and by denying the Sucker Punch for one turn, you extend that effect further into the match. And so, yeah, it's still here having to threaten Sucker Punch. That bought time. Now you protect, you force it again for another turn, and you say you're not going to do anything else. You're not going to mind game me with whether you're clicking Sucker Punch, because I'm going to encore that Sucker Punch and really just make sure that you have to keep clicking that button.
I think this Encore is really smart as well. It wasn't even something on my radar as we were going through this game in real time, because this Encore threatens this, or it forces this King Gambit to Sucker Punch, which, like, yes, you want to Sucker Punch the Aerodactyl. That's your best option a lot of the time, but Rushil's now able to bring in the Sneasler, and you're kind of forcing this King Gambit to take a close combat in trade for the Sucker Punch, or even, like we're about to see, you have the option to fake it out and then go for Rock Slide, so then you force Charizard to play more defensively, which now you've created a window for Aerodactyl to attack.
Right. By using the fake out pressure, you stop the Sucker Punch pressure, which takes away Charizard's pressure. So you have like a chain reaction here where fake out stops this, which was stopping that, which was now lets you stop this again. And so Charizard is suppressed again, despite that early Aqua Jet. And that position is kind of hard to create after you let so much damage happen into Aerodactyl. And so I think, a great job over a few turns to kind of weather the storm here, where you traded Basculegion for that damage, but then in the meantime only lost the Ninetales in response to everything that happened afterwards, which it's very easy with how fast these games are playing that you would lose a lot more out of it.
Yeah. Even like continuing the chain reaction too, I think the Garchomp swaps in here, and then Garchomp is like forced to either Earthquake itself, or Earthquake the King Gambit, which can't protect, or make Charizard vulnerable to the Rock Slide again. So it's just a kind of a continuation of how well Rushil navigated that damage into Aerodactyl.
Yeah, so Garchomp is going to switch in here. It wants to be able to threaten down Sneasler in future turns. Really not threatened by Aerodactyl at all either. And so a really safe Pokemon to have at this point. And unlike Game 2 where we saw Ninetales take it down, you've already done the job of getting rid of it. Sometimes these games where dominoes are falling left and right, it can be about being one step up on your opponent. So you maybe the focus was so much on this interaction of Aerodactyl and Charizard that you kind of let Ninetales go down in the meantime.
Wait, there's a Garchomp too.
But wait, yeah, this is actually way more valuable, and so you've gotten a lot done by getting rid of Ninetales.
I think this next turn in particular is tough for, I think, Cary specifically, because now and you want to Earthquake to knock out the Sneasler, which frees up your King Gambit to then keep threatening the Aerodactyl, so your Charizard can then attack again. But if you want to Earthquake, you have to swap in Charizard, and then it can get Rock Slid, and it's really difficult. Like, how do you decide what to do on this turn?
Yeah, and there's not much to stop Rushil from clicking Rock Slide. You have to know that Rock Slide is coming anyway, because you're not going to dual Wing Beat either of these Pokemon. You don't need to Tailwind again, and Rock Slide with only one switch available, because Basculation was traded in, is suppressing Switch, which is always a good option for your opponent. And so the Rock Slide is definitely coming. So when Cary makes this switch, it's not hoping that Charizard is going to get a free switch in because Rock Slide doesn't happen. It's I want to trade away this Charizard because I think at this point it's going to be too hard to find a window for it to happen. So despite that early trade of Basculation to get the damage into Aerodactyl, Charizard still only accomplished getting rid of Ninetales and then was ready to be a sacrificial piece. Of course, the sacrifice fails, and so Charizard takes multiple KOs over the course of the rest of the game, but it was ready to be a sacrificial piece at that point.
And then it's no longer, it becomes, instead of protect the Charizard, it's like almost protect the King Gambit at this point with the route that Cary goes here. Because by swapping in Charizard and trying to go for the Earthquake, you're getting rid of the Sneasler, which is kind of the last thing threatening the King Gambit. Of course, we saw it play out. There's no knockout into Charizard, there's no knockout into Sneasler. Everything kind of goes belly up here for both of them, because the game plans that they were going for, I think were both smart, but now all of a sudden, neither of them are working.
Yeah, all the best laid plans. You were, one player hoping for this trade, one player hoping for this trade. Nothing happens. And so then you've probably in both shoes thought this through a couple turns ahead. Like you said, if Charizard goes down and trade for Sneasler, then King Gambit comes back in. And then you've probably already thought through, it's not going to be Delphox because we've already seen a Mega Evolution. And so it's going to be one of the Clefable or the King Gambit. And you're maybe okay with that with your own Garchomp and King Gambit. And so you're willing to make this Charizard trade. But none of it happens.
No.
And so then both players have to pick up, on the next turn, finding what the new path is. And it looks like you're going to be able to at least still threaten the Garchomp pretty severely in this position.
Yeah, I mean, Close Combat and Dual Wing Beat are both pretty powerful, especially with the Tough Claws and Aerodactyl. And so the play that Rushil goes for is just trying to take out the Garchomp, which I think makes a lot of sense, right? That's kind of the last thing threatening.
It's a good call as well, because if Charizard had not protected on this turn and just Heat Waves, it probably just picks up 2 KOs.
Yeah.
And so, a pretty bold call to not click the Rock Slide, to go, I'm going to invest completely in the damage on the Garchomp at this point. I've seen my opponent's prioritization. They want this Sneasler gone so that they can find a win condition with King Gambit, and so I think they're prioritizing Earthquake here. I'm going to also try to prioritize stopping that Earthquake.
Rushil also had the full picture of what Pokemon were available to both of them too. Rushil hadn't revealed the King Gambit just yet. I mean, Cary probably intuits that that's the last Pokemon Rushil has, but Rushil also knows if you take out the Garchomp, your King Gambit is much safer because Charizard might be in range for something like a Sucker Punch or like a Dire Claw plus Sucker Punch afterwards.
And then we get the fake Focus Sash here. The Citrus Berry doing not enough to save Garchomp, but enough to create a second instance of Rough Skin. And then it seems like that's going to mean a trade back for Aerodactyl, which, again, makes things awkward. Charizard, is vulnerable to something like Sucker Punch in Close Combat. It's not going to definitely get a free turn afterwards. But when you see Aerodactyl hang on, you're thinking, well, now it's back to its job suppressing
Right.
Rock Slide constantly, or suppressing Charizard constantly with Rock Slide.
You're back to forcing the King Gambit to Sucker Punch that slot if Cary wants to attack with Charizard. And Charizard's kind of your last way to threaten the Sneasler too.
And so after so many turns dodging it, Aerodactyl finally goes down. That's going to unblock Charizard. Kind of the turn 1 mission is finally coming to fruition here, like 10 turns in. The close combat, though, King Gambit's taken a lot of damage in the meantime, so this is just a ton of trading back and forth. And I think these positions can be really interesting because both players locked into this sequence. Both players probably think these 3 KOs are happening, right? I'm not sure that Rushil thinks, you know, Sucker Punch is just not going to happen and I'm going to get away with this. It's like, if Sucker Punch happens, I get close combat and I'm okay with that, right? Like, this KO can't happen unless this KO also happens.
Yeah.
And so then but then it simplifies down and just becomes Charizard versus the King Gambit, and that wasn't a winning position for Rushil, man.
It was really close. Rose and I were kind of debating, you know, would Sucker Punch have knocked it out? Did he have to go for the Kowtow Cleave there instead of Sucker Punch? I think Sucker Punch might have been enough, but I think you might disagree with me.
It looked to me like Sucker Punch wasn't going to be enough.
Yeah.
I also wonder if Rushil thought maybe King Gambit would be able to take Heat Wave. The sun was gone at this point. King Gambit probably does take it if it's a spread move, but had become single target because so much trading down had happened. And so, yeah, maybe a position both players just aren't certain in the damage. And so you have Sucker Punch not even being clicked, so we never see that damage, and Heat Wave ends up being enough damage and takes the game in a really stressful back and forth. Just like every turn, things were changing, the lead was changing. And still in the end, kind of the turn 1s coming back to bite both players throughout that. Like all 3 times, someone had a significant advantage, someone got significant damage out of it, and then we just had turns of kind of back-footed, how do I pick up the pieces afterwards gameplay.
That was really fun to watch.
Yeah. Well, a lot of fun to watch. I think the next one's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
I'm sure.
So we're going to take a quick break and be right back with it.
We are out on the floor here at Indianapolis Regional Championships with Nick Donnelly to get all the scoop on how he feels about Champions, Megas, and everything else. First off, first Champions event. Are you excited?
I'm extremely excited. I've been playing a lot. I just finished my semester for law school, and I've really been just putting everything into the game, and it's been awesome.
That's it. Law school's done. You got the floral shirt on. You're here to play some Pokemon. You're just so ready for it. Exactly. Now with Champions, I mean, this has been such a highly anticipated event because we're now on to the new game. So you said you've been putting in the work, you've been excited about that. Has that been a crazy adjustment period to get ready for this?
Yes, honestly, I think a lot of people didn't realize how much Terra was used as some kind of crutch for a lot of teams and team building. And now it really feels like you're forced to put teams together that have that type synergy that's just better than before. And I've been really liking building teams. There's a lot of kind of creativity that you're forced to get into now that the item pool is limited. And I think it's really made people broaden their horizons with what they're able to use, which a lot of people have been complaining about the lack of mons in the format, but I think it's kind of cool to have a high centralized group of good mons where you can really kind of skill diff your opponent rather than where it's just matchup roulette.
Yeah. I want to talk a little bit more about that limited items, limited decks, because especially the limited item parts was the biggest adjustment going into this game for that. So then on that team building, on the playing process, I would love to just talk a little bit more about how you felt about that and how that's going to really change up the dynamic heading into this weekend with what you can even expect the field to play.
Honestly, I think the biggest thing that we weren't seeing in Scarlet and Violet basically at all were the type berries. And you're going to see maybe almost always one, maybe even two per team, which is something unfathomable as someone who's been playing Scarlet and Violet basically exclusively for the past however long. You just never saw those because you don't need them when you can just use your Terra for it. So it's been really cool to see that kind of skill expression in the team builder from a lot of players. Like overseas, we see a lot of Japanese and Korean players using a ton of type berries in a ton of interesting ways. And I think that's super cool and really just learning from them and putting it to my own gameplay so that I can kind of learn this new way to team build and way to play.
And there has been quite a few events too. We've had the Master Ball Leagues, we've had a Trainers Cup. So how much stock have you taken into those results? Because they've kind of been a lot over the place. We kind of saw some centralization with some Pokemon. You got Sneasler that kind of maybe dropped off, but Basque Legion's been crazy. Do you think we're going to see some of those patterns still repeat here, or completely different considering how big this event is in comparison?
Honestly, I know there's going to be a ton of new players here, so I don't expect it to be exactly one for one, but I, for one, was watching the Korean tournament and like taking pictures with Google Translate to get the team sheets down and everything. And it was really cool to see. I don't think it's going to be as representative because I think there's going to be a ton more just like normal Charizard stuff because so many people here just love Charizard, and it's really cool to see Zard back in the limelight for the first time, really since, you know, where he was everywhere in 2022. And I think it's super cool to see, and I'm really enjoying it. And Zard is just that guy, and we're gonna see him all weekend.
There will be a lot of Charizard. Big news for the Charizard fans out there. Last but not least, I know the preparation you've put into the event. You said you're excited. Are you confident with yourself that you can make the run with this team in this format?
Yeah, I actually haven't been playing Charizard. Like, I just moved away from him. But I think my team is pretty good in going into the tournament. Some inspiration from the Korean tournament, obviously. I've been talking about it. And it's really cool just to build something up and let it go. So I think we're going to see a ton of cool things, and I'm really excited to use my team in a tournament for the first time because I've been practicing so much.
Well, best of luck to you throughout the tournament and to all of our competitors. Let's go back to our competition now.
What's my favorite?
My favorite's the one that's got jet black hair.
He's extremely fast.
Limitless.
So
cute. She has a 12-octave vocal range.
Can be calm.
Powerful.
Estilo como yo.
닮기도 한 것 같아갖고. He would improvise on the spot. Just always finds a way to make it funny.
We both have very fast
moves.
And can change the world using its mind.
Jigglypuff is my favorite. Jigglypuff, Jigglypuff.
Every single time you met a new Pokemon, it felt like you met a new part of yourself.
He likes to sleep. Just like me. 뭔가 여러 모습으로 변할 수 있는 모습도.
Sí, tiene muchas formas de superar a sus oponentes.
Como mis chillas, por Dios, su love language.
Sa loyauté, sa rapidité.
She uses her voice to protect herself. It's homey, you know? Totally.
That's why I love it.
My favorite is Eevee.
Mi favorito es Sira. Arcanine.
Gengar. Jigglypuff. Luxray.
So what's your favorite?
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Draw Your Faves with Skarzig. I'm here with George, and we're drawing his favorite Pokemon. It's a classic. It's Mudkip. Now, try to follow along with me, and we'll see if we can do this beautiful Pokemon justice. So, for Mudkip, I think we just got to start with the big ridge he has on his head, right? And he's got some whiskers, if I'm remembering correctly. Like this on the cheeks. And what does Wooper's mouth look like, viewers at home? I think it's something like that. And he's got little feet. This is completely accurate, trust me. And I think he's got a big tail like this too, right? I feel like I'm forgetting something, but I'm sure somebody in the audience at home will let me know what I forgot. But that's a pretty basic Mudkip, I would say. So I'm going to call that done. You'll have to let me know how accurate this one is. But the real question on everybody's minds is, was George able to follow along? So let's see that Mudkip. Oh, that's so good. Now, I might have baited you into drawing a Mudkip that's not accurate, but we all try our best here. Let us know how we did, and I hope that you enjoyed following along as well. That's such an amazing drawing of a Mudkip. Definitely worth a pack.
Awesome. Appreciate it.
For me, the answer is getting tunnel vision, not taking the time to, look at your board, look at your opponent's board, and kind of make sure you know what plays are available to you. I can't tell you how many times I've lost a match because I had this idea of what I wanted to do in my head, I needed to find specific cards and it doesn't work out. And then afterwards I discover I had it on board, I just didn't bother to take the time to break from my established plan and make sure I knew what options were actually available to me. So that would be the big one to me.
I think a big weakness is when you start psyching yourself out if you lose, because then you're just throwing yourself off for the rest of the day. You know, everyone loses and you just got to keep rolling with it.
I think a big weakness for players is team building and trying to cover everything. And I think the best way to fix it is to just not get paralyzed and just pick the Pokemon you like and just get as many reps as you can.
I think a big weakness for players is maybe getting tunnel vision on when you think you have one win condition and getting stuck on that and not seeing other solutions that you have to winning the game. And I think a good way to fix that problem is to just play a lot of games and experience what it's like to get tunnel vision and see, you know, looking back on the game, how you maybe could have won it differently. I also really love watching other matches and seeing if I would have finished out the game the same way the people who are playing would have to compare my plays.
So I think one of the biggest weaknesses for players, of course, is not feeling comfortable with the team that they have. I think a lot of good players, they have a team and they do a lot of prep work and they feel very comfortable with their play style and how their matchups go. I think that I kind of look up to that, be like, if I find a team that I can play and feel very comfortable with, I think I would do very good with it.
I think the biggest weakness for players is kind of the mind side of the game. So just being mentally prepared, believing that you can do it, having the confidence. And I think that's just with reps, just practicing more, be more familiar with your matchups, but altogether just really focusing on having fun, going out there and playing and enjoying the game for what it is with the community.
Pokemon Champions in Indianapolis has not disappointed so far. These matches have been so hype. Everyone's been loving the game and we have been having such a great time. So of course, we had to come back and talk about it all just that little bit more. Welcome back to the broadcast, everyone. Sierra in the lounge. We have Len yet again, but we have Rose too. Rose, it's the first time I get to talk to you today, not just throwing to you and
in passing, backstage, you know. How have you been?
I'm chilling. I'm playing the game. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. It's been fun watching the matches. I'm excited to talk more champions. I could talk forever about this game, so
awesome. Well, we need you to talk for about approximately 5 to 10 minutes as we wait for our players to get started. So forever is also nice. But okay, let's yap about the game, what we think so far, because I know going into this, we all have different takes, the meta, the teams, everything. But I want to talk specifically to start off, the team that you'd bring to the event, kind of what you've been playing and your take on champions.
So it's really funny because I know Len is the sand guy, but I do love Tyranitar in this particular meta. So I feel like I could only bring Mega Tyranitar and some sand pieces. Although it was kind of fascinating. We were talking about this and our teams vary slightly.
No one ever likes the same kind of sand I do. I always feel lonely. They always have Excadrill.
I have Excadrill.
Offensive Tyranitar.
I have offensive Tyranitar.
And I just sit by myself in the corner with my defensive Tyranitar and Garchomp and play my own games.
I do also have Corviknight on this team, though, and I know that was something that you and I were talking about. You have a different flying type on your team. You have Aerodactyl. And actually, you have 2 flying types on your team if the Gyarados doesn't Mega Evolve.
Yeah, I found the Corviknight made you very Basculegion weak if you also had Tyranitar. Like, just a lot of water damage all over the place. Like, early Basculegion was very difficult to deal with, and so Gyarados provides some of the same utility as Corviknight, but as a water resist, which maybe helps and Intimidate.
It does help. However, I raise you that if the Basculegion is wave crashing, then it's dealing damage to itself. So there have been several games where I'm like, I'm so sorry, Corviknight, but you're my sacrifice. You gotta go to Arceus for me.
The Corviknight.
But it does a lot of damage, so I feel like, you know, Corviknight can survive one.
Yeah.
But
yeah, he also vulnerable to Charizard. I don't know. I'm a big Corviknight fan, but yeah, I didn't like it so much here. But there's quite a few out in the field, I think. I know Alberto's out there with one, so some of the true believers are hanging on.
I don't have Garchomp though. I have Hydreigon. That one has a choice scarf. So I do like
that. Helps with your Basculegion quite a bit.
Yes.
Because, you know, resisting Blast Respects, resisting Wave Crash.
I got Snarl on this thing.
Yeah, that's it's a helpful piece for that. But then you got to watch out for floettes everywhere.
That's true, but that's what the scissors for. And the Excadrill
Just
with
playing
Iron Head.
A very long chain of rock, paper, scissors.
Correct. Yeah, I gotta pick the right one, but you know, if I pick right, then I can win.
It's like when you introduce the frog in Australia, then you got to get the next predator over. You just keep going back and forth.
Oh
team
no,
building.
I think the cane toad took over there. I think they're helpless at this point.
Well, this took a weird turn of conversation, guys. Awesome.
What is the cane toad, a Pokemon champion?
I think it was the Basket Legion, maybe.
Oh,
it was
true,
the starting point.
The starting point, and then that's where we get the
Yeah,
and that's
yes.
where. Okay.
I think so.
Oh, this is where we got the cane toad of VGC, everybody, Basket Legion. I mean, we've talked about then like the team building. Okay, this Pokemon matching up into this one, you introduce the Basket Legion and then have this. How we felt about the meta so far going into this, because this is the first official regional we've had. Of course, this isn't the first official competition. We have had the Master League, like Master Ball Leagues, we've had the Trainers Cup. But in terms of sizing, like this is kind of a whole different ballpark.
Well, we kind of saw coming into this tournament 3 big archetypes, kind of the Aerodactyl, Garchomp, Floette, Charizard stuff, also the Whimsicott, Glimmora stuff, and then rain teams with Sableye and Archaludon very frequently. You know, 2 of those archetypes mostly dominate this top 12 Pokemon. But then the actual teams we've seen on matches so far, most don't really fall into those archetypes. We saw one version of the Glimmora and the Whimsicott, but otherwise a lot of teams that fall a little bit outside of that. We've seen Delphox, we've seen Frostlass, a lot of players kind of not wanting to be in the same bucket as these top 12 Pokemon, even though they still have many of them. We've seen plenty of Kingambit, one on both sides in the last round, but still having some pieces that differentiate you a little bit.
I think there are definitely some Mega Evolution Pokemon that are not on this graphic. I think Scott has a really great example of one on his team that he would have brought to a tournament with the Mega Blastoise. I think that's a Pokemon that could realistically see some usage in this tournament. It's very bulky, it's very hard to take out in one hit. Even if it's not going to be something like a Water Spout, you're still throwing out some pretty big, I think they're called bomb and ball moves with the Mega Launcher ability.
What I'm really curious about with specifically phase 1 of this competition is, of course, with the ladder play, with the tournaments we've seen, with the grassroots, there, of course, has been, like, the front runners. Like, we expected that Basket Legion was going to be a really heavy part of this field. We knew that Mega Charizard was going to be this Mega, that was going to be one of the most popular, right? But how do we think then, like, has there been anything that's kind of caught your eyes so far? It's still early on the day, but anything that's like, oh, I didn't really expect this, or anything else, especially as players are trying to, like, kind of adapt to the ever-changing meta?
So I think nothing that we've seen on the 2 broadcast matches so far. I know there's a few things out there that surprised me a little bit, but I won't spoil that until they end up
No spoilers,
on the broadcast.
no spoilers.
I think we've seen a few of those secondary Megas that we did expect to see a little bit of, that we knew had some impact. Frostlass has been seen some online. Delphox just got second in the Korean National Championships last week. We saw a different version of it, but still boosting and providing a lot of damage, a lot of speed, answering a few Pokemon like Garchomp quite well. So I'm not that surprised to see those Megas, but I think that means there's more diversity in the Megas than we see just from this usage graphic.
Yeah, this is very top heavy, but that's also kind of expected when you think about the the cane toad of it all. You know, Kingambit's really great for Basket Legion, but then Garchomp is really good against the Kingambit. But, you know, the Basket Legion is really good into the Charizard. But if you have Charizard next to Sylveon or Floette, there are very few things in the format that can actually stand up to both the fire and the fairy type damage together. And so that's kind of why you get this spread that you see here of the best Pokemon. I guess Sneasler too for the Kingambit problem, but the Garchomp's like, ha-ha, hello.
Hello, Sneasler.
How are you?
All right, so then how far does this chain go? So if we start with the Basket Legion, then we get the Kingambit.
I'm going to tell you a secret about Pokemon, Sierra.
Okay.
It goes all the way down, and it always has. You're always,
it's a circle.
You're always just chaining counters all the way through the usage. Very rarely is anything kind of in isolation from the rest of that system. I think this format does really demonstrate it well, though, that the Basket Legion at such high usage, over 50%, and as an offensive Pokemon, kind of demands countering more specifically. In other formats, we've seen utility Pokemon be at similar usage, like Incineroar. You don't have to strictly counter Incineroar nearly as much as you do a Basculegion that's going to swing out on the offensive. And we've seen some other formats be similar, like an Urshifu at close to 50% usage, and then you see some with similar effects, like suddenly the top 12 has 4 grass types because we really have to deal with Urshifu. And I think there's definitely an element of that when you have Basculegion, a Pokemon that's usually just going to have 3 attacks and protect, or 4 attacks and a Choice Scarf, and try to do damage every turn.
Rose, I want to put you on the spot here.
Okay.
Right here, right now, though, because something we haven't necessarily really talked about on this top 12
is a Sylveon.
Is that Sylveon, which, I don't know, is kind of a little absent from what you would play.
Okay, hold on, listen.
Interesting.
Anyone that knows me knows that Sylveon is my absolute favorite Pokemon in the entire world. I love Sylveon so much. I hate to tell you, but I don't like the teams that she's on. I can't handle the Charizard. I just don't like Mega Charizard and Sylveon, so I need to find something that's going to better suit my interests in my playstyle. But clicking Hyper Beam with Sylveon is the most fun thing that you could do in Pokemon Champions, and I stand by that.
Maybe one day we can, maybe when we get a couple more Pokemon that go up against the Charizard, we can bring your Sylveon back for you.
Not always are your favorite Pokemon to look at and enjoy playing with your favorite to play in a competitive VGC match. Sometimes you have your favorite Pokemon and you recognize that it's not that strong and you should build teams around things other than Slitherwing.
The stray that she caught.
Slitherwing's not even in the game, and I'm still catching strays over here. That's wild, actually.
But you know, it's a pretty good point. I think, to the credit of the Sylveon, hang on, whoa, I'm bringing it back for you. Hold on, I'm taking it back.
I'll pause.
Look, I think that there is just not enough move slots on Sylveon for it to do the things that I want it to do. I want it to click Hyper Voice. I also really want it to be able to have Moonblast because all the wide guard users in the format. Hyper Beam is so fun, but then you have that one recharge turn where your Sylveon is just sitting there. And all the Glamora that have popped up in the last couple of weeks have made Sylveon very sad.
Len, I hope that they start taking away moves of all your favorite Pokemon so that they're still in the game, but you can't use them.
Tyranitar losing
No more knockoff
would be so bad.
Garchomp's going to lose Earthquake somehow in a tragic accident.
Also, no Dragon Claw. You only get Scale Shot, no loaded dice.
Oh, no.
Have fun.
Why have you put this on me?
So the Pokemon are right there. You'll remember the good old days, but you can never go back.
Oh, that would actually be tragic. I'm getting sad thinking about that.
I'll be crying backstage after this just from the thought.
Someone has taken some very bad ideas from what Sierra has just said.
I'm sorry, please don't actually take. I want Len to do
we'll
so
let
well.
Garchomp keep Earthquaking.
Oh, yeah, he can keep Earthquake. He can keep Earthquake. Maybe let's take Rock Slide away from a couple Pokemon, though.
Yeah,
for
that
my
I'll
own
be okay
sanity.
with.
Okay, we're okay. We can handshake on that one.
Even if, let's put this out in the universe, I would take a 20% flinch chance instead of 30. Just turn the knob down just slightly with the Rock Slide flinches. I would be pretty happy. I would like it to be 10%.
Okay,
but I think that's asking for a lot. So I'll just take 20.
They said that is too much to ask for. We need to get these 3 off the air and go back to some of our matches now. Our next one's ready. We can send it to our casters. Let's go to Evan and Scott.
Hoo boy, I am glad I'm back here behind the desk because the vibes backstage are about to be rancid. Len's losing Earthquake on Garchomp, Rose is getting Sylveon on teams she doesn't want, and Sierra's just catching strays for Slitherwing. That was last generation. Slitherwing isn't even here, Len. Come on, man.
You know, it's we're a little more, maybe a little more friendship-themed broadcast now that we've moved on from that. But you know, a lot of fun hearing their takes on the metagame. Hopefully, Rosemary isn't too upset about Sylveon because you know, whether she likes it or not, I think we're going to be seeing a bit of it throughout the course of this weekend. Maybe at least it'll look good on the field.
Yeah, quite a bit of Sylveon out in the field I would expect to see on stream as well. And should be a really interesting matchup. Sylveon, of course, has been one of those Pokemon that was in the early days of Champions felt like immediately outclassed by the Mega Eternal Floette. But I think more and more players are starting to realize they want that powerful fairy coverage, but they don't want to use their Mega on that.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting where I think there are certain versions of Floette where it does things that Sylveon can't, and I think in that case it's still very powerful, especially that Calm Mind version of Floette. Just like there's not any other Pokemon like it. I think it's one of the strongest kind of snowballing win conditions where if you're just kind of like clicking fairy moves with that Floette, I think not having to commit your Mega Stone with Sylveon is quite a bit more powerful, especially because Sylveon also can like weirdly grade as an anti-Trick Room Pokemon, which I think kind of every team tends to want a couple of slower Pokemon just to deal with that again, where we don't have the really strong like hard Trick Room teams that we had the last couple of generations where they're just like firing off expanding forces or whatever, but it's still something where if you're not prepared, most of the top Pokemon are very quick and at least middling on the defensive side, so good to have something.
Yeah, absolutely good to have something there to support your team, especially if Trick Room goes up and you are not prepared at all. We're going to have to see how our players are adapting. Trick Room, of course, has not been extremely prevalent, at least as a focus of a team, more of an option for speed control. We were sort of talking backstage about, the early frustrations with champions being about those rock slide flinches, which I agree, Rose, 20% would be fine with me as well. But one way to avoid getting flinched is to control the speed. Go for a prankster tailwind, like Whimsicott is now way more popular than it was at the start. And, if you can survive one flinch turn, you can set up Trick Room and never worry about it again.
Yeah, I think that's the thing I'm kind of more surprised we haven't seen more of. I think the Whimsicott adjustment's really good. I think it's kind of ironic that it's taken Aerodactyl's spot so much on the Charizard teams, given that it's not so great in the mirror, where Aerodactyl itself does really well against Whimsicott. But it does allow you to get that speed control, especially against Choice Scarf Pokemon. I was a little curious we'd see how much of it in real life, just because in an in-person tournament, I think a critical difference is that with open team sheets, you kind of know, like, oh, that Pokemon has a Choice Scarf, so I need to find a way out of it. I'm not going to get surprised where I try to Tailwind, like, oops, Aerodactyl didn't go first and something awful has happened. But I think the Trick Room thing is pretty powerful even without it. A lot of Pokemon that can learn Trick Room get used, but aren't always taught it, as Sinistcha being one of the most common, where it's the economy of move slots of that Pokemon is pretty rough, where you kind of want 6-ish different moves.
At
you
least.
gotta pick. But it's powerful when you have it. So I'll be curious, not just this weekend, but maybe with Turin and in NEIC, if we see a little bit more of the Trick Room, where everything is so quick and there's so many Tailwind-oriented teams, so you don't need to be that slow to be the slowest.
Absolutely, and let's get ready for our round 4 here in Indianapolis. Our players are getting ready out on the field, and we have a number of incredible matchups coming up for our next matchup. Of course, we are going to be seeing a clash of the Titans. 2 world champions, Cischke versus Brendan Zheng. Of course, Gio, our defending 2025 Masters Division champion, and Brendan, of course, we've been talking a lot about sort of coming back to the beginning, being here in Indianapolis. Brendan, of course, was the junior world champion way back in 2013, the first event that we were able to cast together.
Yeah, sort of a funny matchup here. We have a world champion from the very first streamed year, at least officially streamed, and then from last year, but they're actually similar ages because Brendan was a junior world champion way back then. A really strong player. He's had a number of really strong performances. Kind of one of those people where you know why he's a world champion, where it seems like every time he does an event, he's at least in the thick of it on day 2. And then, Gio, I think, had been that sort of player prior to winning the World Champions, one of those players where we were kind of just waiting for that big breakout performance. Finally got the World Championship where he showed us exactly how good he is. So excited to watch both of these players.
Yeah, and a number of other incredible matchups out in the field. My eyes are immediately drawn to Joshua Lorcy versus Justin Knox. That should be incredible, as well as Christopher Hand versus Paul Chua. 2 incredible matchups there. Also have to shout out one of my locals, Ashley Scobie, playing against Wolfe Glick right now. Both of those players are undefeated. And some other, old heads out there, Tommy Cooleen and William Brown, competing against each other down there at the bottom. And there's some good names out here, some good matches. I wish we could see all of them.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this tournament where, I think we're all excited to see Masters Champions kick off. That's a different app. And, it's really neat to see this play out the way it has, where, we got a nice mix of like the players that were really strong maybe in the last generation tournament, some folks we haven't seen before, and then some folks for yesteryear. I think a lot of us enjoying the nostalgia of this format. I think it feels like a little bit of an advantage to have played the past Mega Evolution format.
For sure.
So maybe not surprised some old dogs doing well again, even if the old dogs are like half our age.
All right, well, here they are, the old dogs half our age. At least Brendan, of course, has been competing since we've been casting. Of course, we'll be running a familiar team for those of you who are following the 2026 Trainers Cup over in Korea. This is the same 6 Pokemon that Seijin Park used in that tournament to get to the top 4 qualify for the World Championships, while Gio is going to be running the much more standard version. Of course, the early version of this team had that Floette over the Sylveon, but other than that, looking pretty much like the start of Champions here for Gio.
Yeah, I think this was Cischke who's we can blame for this one, but I think it's sort of an interesting team where it's like step 2 of 3, where maybe the trainers have opted to go back a little bit, where initially we saw the Floette over that Sylveon, and then kind of afterward started getting replaced with the Whimsicott over the Aerodactyl. Again, like I'm kind of wondering if Aero maybe is a little bit better again now that we're in a live event, especially given how prevalent Charizard turned out to be. I think maybe a very good meta call to keep the Aerodactyl on there to check opposing Fire-type Megas, including this Delphox. That looks a little different than the Charizard, but still doesn't want to get hit by that Rock Slide.
Yeah, that Delphox is not going to want to get hit by a Rock Slide. One of the more common Megas out there that did not make it to our top 12 is the Delphox, and largely because of this team, which for those of you who did not see Sagen piloting it at the Trainer Cup, is very much a protect the Mega composition. Delphox and Floette here, both having options to boost their stats with Nasty Plot and Calm Mind respectively, and then 4 friends to protect them.
Yeah, I think it's fun to watch. So this plays it a little bit differently, where like if you watched our last regional championship, or even the recent one in Latin America, kind of in both cases we saw a lot of Tropicos, this like really slow-paced games as you slowly built up this Tropicos who just became this undefeatable monster. This is not quite what happens with this team, where Floette and Delphox are so frail to begin with that if they run out of friends, they still go down pretty quickly. So if it's a little bit more faster-paced game where the support friends are all pretty frail, are going to go down relatively quickly, typically only going to get a chance to use those redirection moves, pretty tough to find space to use other attacks, but still, if these Pokemon get rolling, they're really powerful. Both of the Mega Evolved Pokemon here having stat-increasing moves, and in Delphox's case, one Nasty Plot, there aren't a whole lot of Pokemon that can take the attacks from that Pokemon anymore. In Floette's case, it is a little bit more like the Tropicos, where with enough Calm Minds, I'd start clicking, draining, Quick Kiss, and when you're healing, 60, 70, 80% of your HP every turn, you have a little bit more time to play with your food.
Absolutely, but without any of the other things that kept that Tropicos up and going in the previous formats, hitting that defense boost from the Electric Seed, or potential other options for recovery based off of the terrain that may be down, much frailer, as you mentioned. That's why we see 3 redirectors on this team. So a lot of players got used to, I can defend against a setup against Sinistcha, and I can defend against setup against Maushold. Now you have to defend against setup that includes Sinistcha, Maushold, and another support Pokemon.
Yeah, I think one of the things that makes this team fun in best of 3 is, unlike in a best of 1 game, you do know your opponent's moves, and also you can change things up a little bit. And even though it's like sort of a one-note strategy, right? Like I want to build my Mega Evolved Pokemon up. You have enough different looks where you have some variety with a best of 3, and also that Vivillon, where we mentioned a lot about the redirection, but you don't have to worry about the Sleep Powder, and it's almost perfectly accurate with the Compound Eyes. It can still technically miss, but it's very unlucky if you do. And notice none of these Pokemon have a means of stopping that, right? No Grass-type Pokemon. No Grass-type Terrestrialization anymore. So if they
no electric terrain.
Yeah, if they click Sleep Powder, something bad is going to happen to one of these Pokemon. One thing to keep in mind that I think is also interesting is the thing that changed with Open Team Sheet with this game is that now the trainers know one another's, it's not nature anymore, it's stat alignment, which is basically the same thing. Nature, kind of like the cute roleplay personality your Pokemon has. Stat alignment, the stats that come from the nature. Garchomp is quicker than Choice Scarf Vivillon if it is Jolly. It is slower if it's Adamant. So both these trainers are going to know that looking when others cheat sheet, but potentially a critical element here. We typically do see Adamant because it gets everything other than Vivillon pretty much, or Vivian, excuse me. It's a little bit more powerful, but I believe this is an Adamant Garchomp. So the trainers are going to have to be a little bit careful here, where Vivian will be the quickest Pokemon on the field. Also worth noting that Aerodactylite on Aerodactyl is the expected item on this Pokemon, even though Charizard is also on the team, particularly for the Charizard matchup. Usually want to Mega Evolve with that one, but no Focus Sash because of that, which Basculegion needed anyway.
Basculegion is happy to take that. The other thing that's really interesting about this team, and an adaptation made over time, is the King Gambit here. This is a Pokemon that players have been like, well, okay, you get to have Protect and then 2 Dark-type attacks and a coverage move. And whatever coverage move you choose means that you lose to something else. Gio has opted to go for, what if I had both coverage moves and just relied on my King Gambit to survive attacks? Has the Iron Head and the Low Kick, so it can have a decent matchup into Fairy types like Floette that actually do pretty well into King Gambit without an Iron Head, and then Low Kick for opposing King Gambit. I'm not going to come out here because the only Pokemon that's really going to take damage from that would be the Maushold or the Incineroar, and the Maushold has Chople Berry, so likely unfortunate for King Gambit there. Would probably rather have to protect in this matchup specifically, but definitely gives Gio a lot more flexibility over the course of this entire tournament.
Yeah, I think a big deal here in this particular matchup where Ironhead is kind of something that trainers had started to move away from with King Gambit, and this would be a particular matchup would be very bad. I think without Iron Hand on that King Gambit, that Floette option is looking really scary for Brendan. Instead, with this setup, it's going to be a very key tool, and it really is a big deal, right? I think I was so close to wanting both low kick and Iron Head on my King Gambit that Aaron Trailer had to kind of drop me or talk me off the cliff of dropping Kowtow Cleave instead. So I definitely understand why the traders are going for this 4-attack option.
Yeah, more coverage is always better than less when it comes to this situation. Now, our players are working to get into game right now. We are having some network difficulties for our players getting into game right now. So we are going to take a quick break while we go figure that out on stage. When we come back, we will have this clash of these two world champions ready for you. So stay tuned. We'll be right back once we get this sorted.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. It's time to flash back to Championship Sunday at the 2023 North America International Championships.
Welcome to the finals in the junior division of the Pokemon video game.
Most iconic moments in Pokemon come from trainers in the Masters division, but this time around, the juniors stole the show in Columbus. The trainers in the juniors division often show the purest form of passion for the game of Pokemon.
I've just got a couple questions about the championship.
I've never been to a championship. Oh, this is a national whatever.
Avery's energy made him an immediate fan favorite.
We got Avery from the United States and Takumi from Australia. I am enchanted with these trainers.
Avery made it to the finals with the help of his hard Trick Room team. Trick Room can be a difficult strategy to implement, especially when relying on an unconventional Pokemon like Oranguru.
Oranguru is my favorite of all time. I mean, he supports other Pokemon.
Oranguru is carrying a very interesting move called Instruct. So if you're able to get the Torkoal into position or something that's just going to be a little bit slower, then you can start firing off some big damage that way.
Trick Room teams flip the game on its head by having the slowest Pokemon on the field move first.
Tell us about your team that you're about to play.
It is hard Trick Room.
Hard Trick Room game plans can even be difficult for Masters Division trainers to pilot, but Avery was ready to show the world that juniors are wise well beyond their years. For his strategy to work, Avery's Oranguru would need to twist the dimensions.
We're going all in with a terastallization on the Oranguru. Well, the game plan is being executed for Avery very, very quickly here.
With Iron Hands going down, Avery brings Torkoal onto the field for free. Under Trick Room, Torkoal is one of the strongest Pokemon in the game, with the Sun boosting all fire attacks by 50%, and Oranguru's Instruct allowing it to attack twice in one turn. This Torkoal was ready to erupt.
Of this Torkoal across the way as we see the eruption come through, and that's going to help a little bit, but Tinglu still takes a ton of damage on the switch in.
With the momentum in Avery's favor, Takumi's savvy defense turns the tides of Game 1 and punishes Torkoal, putting the Australian youngster in a winning position. Despite properly setting up Trick Room, Game 1 got away from Avery. But even if Oranguru didn't work the first time, it was important for Avery to trust the process and rely on the strategy that got him to the finals.
This one is going into Game 2 with Takumi up 1-0.
After the exact same turn 1 play in Game 2, Avery's Torkoal was ready to take over, which meant it was time for Oranguru to do it again.
Avery once again has the opportunity to bring in the Torkoals. Let's do it again.
Yep, there's the Instruct.
Learning from his mistakes against Tinglu in Game 1, Avery made an adjustment to keep momentum on his side.
This was where last game got a little bit different because he went for the overheat into the Protect. Let's see if Avery goes for it again. It is an Earth Power! See you later, Chi-Yu.
Although it didn't have a single attacking move, Terrifier Oranguru was the star of the show. The ability to instruct your teammate to attack again would lead to more offense than Takumi could handle.
Does it hit this time around? It's going to be another overheat from the Torkoal.
Avery's confidence was back, taking down Takumi's team one by one. This championship would be decided in Game 3. The crowd became enchanted with Avery and Oranguru. It was incredibly amusing to watch such a simple yet repeatably effective strategy from a junior. With the first two games playing out the exact same way on turn 1, there would be no surprise what these two trainers would do in Game 3.
This is 3 games, 3 identical turn 1s.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. With Trick Room set up, the crowd was chanting, "Do it again," knowing another Instruct was on the way. Avery's bravery, relying on a 90% accurate overheat to connect twice into Chi Yu, would put him into a commanding position. With Takumi's back against the wall, he would put all his hopes into Terra Water Fluttermane, but Avery's Oranguru had one final instruction: become champion.
We know what's coming, and even with that defensive Terra, Avery is getting another bite of the cherry. Avery will be a well-deserved champion, showing a crazy strategy. I think people had forgotten about it too.
Avery is immortalized in Pokemon history as a champion, captivating the audience's heart with his charming personality. As for the Oranguru that clicked Instruct 13 times in the finals, Avery summed up its role on the team perfectly.
So, tell us about your Oranguru. How do you use it?
It doesn't do any damage.
Who knows what the future holds for Avery, and who knows what Iron Hands was going for in all 3 games. But we can be sure that Avery's future will be bright in Pokemon as long as he remembers to do it again. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite competitive Pokemon moments by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
For me, the answer is getting tunnel vision, not taking the time to, look at your board, look at your opponent's board, and kind of make sure you know what plays are available to you. I can't tell you how many times I've lost a match because I had this idea of what I wanted to do in my head. I needed to find specific cards, and it doesn't work out. And then afterwards, I discover I had it on board, I just didn't bother to take the time to break from my established plan and make sure I knew what options were actually available to me. So that would be the big one to me.
I think a big weakness is when you start psyching yourself out if you lose, because then you're just throwing yourself off for the rest of the day. Everyone loses, and you just got to keep rolling with it.
I think a big weakness for players is team building and trying to cover everything. And I think the best way to fix it is to just not get paralyzed and just pick the Pokemon you like and just get as many reps as you can.
I think a big weakness for players is maybe getting tunnel vision on when you think you have one win condition and getting stuck on that and not seeing other solutions that you have to winning the game. And I think a good way to fix that problem is to just play a lot of games and experience what it's like to get tunnel vision and see, looking back on the game, how you maybe could have won it differently. I also really love watching other matches and seeing if I would have finished out the game the same way the people who are playing would have, to compare my plays.
So I think one of the biggest weaknesses for players, of course, is not feeling comfortable with the team that they have. I think a lot of good players, they have a team and they do a lot of prep work and they feel very comfortable with their play style and how their matchups go. I think that I kind of look up to that, be like, if I find a team that I can play and feel very comfortable with, I think I would do very good with it.
I think the biggest weakness for players is kind of the mind side of the game. So just being mentally prepared, believing that you can do it, having the confidence. And I think that's just with reps, just practicing more, be more familiar with your matchups, but altogether just really focusing on having fun, going out there and playing and enjoying the game for what it is with the community.
Hello trainers, we're here at the Indianapolis Regional and it is Go Fest season. If you don't know, Go Fest is the biggest event of the year in Pokemon Go. We just had a Go Fest in Japan, and next weekend coming up, we are gonna have the Chicago Go Fest. So I have some trainers here that are actually gonna be attending Chicago Go Fest. So I'm gonna talk to them about the event and what to expect. So I'm gonna start off here with Noel. Why is Go Fest important to you, and how do you think it could be helpful for other players, even if they're not gonna be at Chicago Go Fest? Remember, Global Go Fest is coming up as well.
It's such a wonderful way to build community. I've met so many fun people throughout these events, and just being able to go out and see a lot more players from all different places is just incredible.
Awesome. All right, and Joeri, what about you?
I'm gonna piggyback from what Noel said. For me, it's really important to go out, meet the community, spend time with friends. So that's, for me, the main takeaway of the whole Go Fest.
All right, and Big Tom, I know you got some tips for us. What about you? Why is Go Fest important?
Yeah, so it's great that we're able to go back since 2019, so that's going to be a great feeling to be able to go back and hit the parks. But when you go to a Go Fest, what you can do in 2 days is essentially 6 months worth of grinding in your everyday life. So it's a phenomenal event to go to and meet the community.
Awesome. All right, and I got a wide range here for, I know Noel, you said you're a little bit more casual than to some more PvP grinders. So let's hear some tips. So from Noel, what would be your tip for someone playing either Chicago Go Fest or just Global Go Fest down the road?
I definitely recommend getting a Pokemon Go Plus Plus. That has changed the gameplay for me significantly, especially for someone that gets a little overwhelmed when there's so much going on and so much excitement. So it's easy to just go back and see how the device has helped me, and it has been great.
That's such a great tip. It's so fun too. Like if you've been walking around, like how good does it feel if you walk around for a long time just to look at your collection with the Go Plus Plus?
Honestly, you almost get a second wave of excitement because sometimes you like catch shinies that you didn't even know you had. So it's like a little like gift for later for yourself.
I love that. All right, how about you?
The shiny and the 4-star is pretty good. For me, I would say is try to prepare in advance, clean up your storage, clean up your item and Pokemon storage, and also if you are a PvP grinder like me, you might need to know what you're looking for. And I believe Corsola will be spawning on Chicago Go Fest, so if you need a good IV one, do your research, and then go out and grind it.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity to try to target those Pokemon that you really want to get. All right, Big Tom, what do you got?
All right, so hit up your campfire, look at your local community, go meet people. That's if you're looking for PvP IVs, trading with people is the most important thing. If you're looking for those Corsolas, Dondozos, Honedges, those are the mons that you want to be looking for in trade. So go out there and meet people.
All right, well, talking to these three, I know that they are stoked for GoFest. It's actually next weekend, and we have a really cool special event. We're actually gonna have a broadcast there in Chicago. So I believe it's gonna be on June 7th from 10 a.m. to 4 local time, that is. And also, really important for all of you watching out there, there's gonna be some special drops as well. Get a star piece, get a lucky egg, get all the balls, all the Pokeballs, the great balls, the red balls, the ultra balls, everything. Got some rare candy XL, which is hard to get as well. So make sure to take advantage of those drops. Make sure to check out the broadcast as well. It's gonna be an awesome time because even if you're not going to GoFest, I know you might wanna see what's coming up for Global GoFest and see what all the trainers are doing at GoFest. So thanks again so much to you all, and let's get back to the Pokemon action.
Welcome to the 2025 Pokemon World Championship!
This is what Pokemon dreams are made of.
I would say I spend about, I'd say like 6 hours on average is a good estimate for how much I spend each week. I think leading up to tournaments, I might spend up to like 12 or 15 even. So, I mean, I'm really committed to the game. I want to make sure I come and give my best showing, you know? My favorite Pokemon is Mimikyu. My first game was X and Y, and then the game I really fell in love with VGC overall was Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon. So, you know, Mimikyu's a totem Pokemon in that game. It was really good in that format. It was really good in 2017. So yeah, I mean, it's my favorite Pokemon. I think it will be my favorite Pokemon forever. It's a tough one. I would say in-person play is what I love the most, just because I get to see my friends at every tournament. Online play is a bit different. You know, I'm kind of sitting at home. I don't get the same experience of seeing my friends, being able to chat, check in after every round. So in person. For me, the current meta, Regulation F, I would say it's not one of my favorites of Scarlet Violet, but I do think it's maybe one of the better ones. Personally, I was not a big fan of Regulation H, but I definitely think now that we're nearing the end of the format, we've kind of adapted, you know, like a new meta. I think new teams are very popular, so I'd say the way it's ending, it's a good format. One piece of advice I would give to any trainer watching the stream is you should always be playing to win. Don't play not to lose, if that kind of makes sense. I think when people play not to lose, you know, you're kind of making safe-ish plays. It's kind of like the snowball effect, right? So if you get one turn super right, then your opponent is like, oh, I need to get 2 turns correct now to win the game. So, you know, I would say play to win. I'm a big math guy. I don't know if that counts as like a hobby, but I actually do math competitions. Recently, we did this like applied math project where we estimated like the negative effects of gambling in America. So it's kind of cool that I can take something theoretical like math and kind of show, oh, well, here's some real world impacts. Here's how we can, you know, help other people. I also play the violin. It's a lot of fun. So if I were to create my own Pokemon, I would say I would want it to be a support Pokemon. I miss support Pokemon so badly. I feel like right now, a lot of the teams are popular. A lot of the current, you know, the past formats, they're very like, the games are very short, you know, you're just kind of trading attacks, and whoever trades attacks better is winning. I really miss like back in the day when we had, again, like when we had Mimikyu, you can use Z-move Destiny Bond, and then, you know, your Snorlax can set up. Like I love strategies like that. So I would say my Pokemon, maybe I would give it Intimidate. Maybe it'd be better than Incineroar at being that one support Pokemon. Honestly, if I were to relive a match, it would probably just be like my 2022 NAIC win. That was like the first event I had ever won in my entire life. So, I mean, it was crazy to me. And I was like, wow, I just won an international. My opponent played so well. We're still friends to this day. Like, I saw him recently at the Latin America International Championship. So yeah, I mean, if I were to relive a match, it would definitely be that one. I'm a night owl, unfortunately. I can't wait for college when I don't have to get up at 7 a.m. for school. I feel like night is when I do a lot of my work because, you know, sometimes I think about my Pokemon team during the day. At night, I'm like, okay, well, now I'm going to do some sets. I'm going to practice with it. I'm going to put the stuff I was thinking about during the day into action. So a night person all day.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Indianapolis, Indiana Regional Championships. We are still waiting for our round to begin. We have been having network issues in the venue, but as soon as those are resolved, we will be hopping into our next round of Swiss, which is just, you know, unfortunately the case sometimes with these large events. This is over 1,000 people competing in this tournament right now.
Yeah, hey, you know, it could be worse where at least they've disconnected before the match. You know, no awkward like, ooh, does that game one count sort of scenario? So they'll have fun. Yeah, just some minor technical issues as they figure out the internet stuff. You know, I'm not a guy who actually knows things. I'm really a marketer. I just play a guy who knows things on TV. So I don't know what that means. But hey, you know, what it means for us is we're gonna chat a little bit. You know, let's have some fun. Seems like things could be resolving. Maybe.
Yeah.
It looks better from our view. So here's hoping, everyone.
Yeah, so we're going to get into that game as soon as we can. But until then, we'll just take a look at, you know, this is an entirely new format. Things are entirely different from Scarlet and Violet. So it's not even just a new format. It's a new game, new mechanics, just a new way of thinking about these Pokemon. So I'm really excited to... We have only a couple of events to really dive into this MA format before we move on to the next one. But Scott, what is it about Champions coming into this that excited you the most about the new format?
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, the number one thing is going back to the Mega Evolution, right? And like, ironically, it feels a little underexplored right now. I think one thing to keep in mind, you know, it's been the better part of a decade since Mega Evolved Pokemon have been allowed in tournament play. So like a majority of the players in the field have not competed at this level with Mega Evolution before. I think because of that, maybe more trainers are kind of going with like the really strong comfort picks than normal. looks like we may be pretty close to getting back in the game here, so be excited, everyone. But, it's like we're still on Charizard, right? I think Charizard may be a little bit too high usage.
Yeah.
Although, very powerful guy, there's a reason for that.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. We did ask a little bit at the beginning of, what is the breakdown of these Charizard, right? Charizard Y is by far the most common version of it. And in fact, it's about 92% of all of the Charizard, Mega Charizard in the field. And then about 7% to 8% are the Charizard X. And Charizard Y is the most popular Mega in the tournament right now at about 32% usage in the field.
Yeah, and I think it being number one, not too surprising. I was a little surprised they managed to get over Sneasler. I'm kind of a Sneasler hater, where I think 30% may be about right, and maybe that's a little high. I think a lot of people kind of included it as kind of one of the big non-Mega Pokemon alongside Basculegion and King Gambit, and I think that's it's some serious Sneasler glazing where it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely left over from Regulation H, where Sneasler was an extremely dominant force. I think there are a lot of players from the Scarlet and Violet era especially are using Regulation H as their touchstone for moving into Champions.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting point too, right? Where I think maybe some players that era kind of really hung up on the Pokemon that were really strong recently. I think it's probably contributing to King Gambit's usage, which I think is now deserved because Basculegion is a real terror. But in the context, I think maybe in the early days before the meta is established, it's actually a little overused before Basculegion, its usage is picked up. I think conversely, some of the older players are maybe a little bit too caught up on the archetypes that were great in yesteryear, where maybe some of the more traditional looking Charizard comps are probably not the optimal way to use Charizard anymore. I think similarly, the Glimmora Whimsicott thing probably took way too long to get used because it's not really the way to play those Pokemon in either era, and it turns I think we've seen more Mega Glimmora maybe than we expected this weekend, which I think is probably right. It's really the Focus Sash version. It's okay, let's keep all of these Mega Glimmora and then also triple the Sash Glimmora, and then we're about right. Where if Charizard is sitting at 35% usage, Rock types seem good, right? And if you don't have Aerodactyl, there should at least be a reason why you don't have Glimmora, right? Maybe you have one of those teams I'm standing Blastoise, so I can't really fit a Rock type there, but I got other solutions to this problem. But for folks who are playing kind of more normal good stuffs, you want a Rock type.
Absolutely. Well, it looks like our network test has succeeded for our players out on stage, which means we are ready to finally get into our fourth round of Swiss. For those of you who are just joining us or who have forgotten after the extended technical break, Brendan, the 2013 Juniors World Champion against Cischke, the defending World Champion in the Masters Division. Brendan will, of course, be using the same 6 Pokemon that Sejun Park used in the Korea Trainers Cup just about a week ago now. These 6 Pokemon very much designed around protecting the Delphox and the Floette, using those as the main sweepers. And then Gio is using sort of a next step forward from some of the earliest versions of Mega Charizard Y teams that we've been seeing with these 6 Pokemon.
Yeah, a couple of things to note that we missed the first time around. But like the trainers, we've had an eternity to think about this matchup. Certainly, one thing that's neat about the Floette on Sejun/Brendan's team here is that there's no Dazzling Gleam, right? I think it's basically the only team I've seen who does not have Dazzling Gleam there. I think a lot of trainers would have expected one of the, probably Moonblast to be dropped if you want Draining Kiss, but Sejun felt like it was really important to have both moves. Moonblast, the highest damage move that Floette can for a single target, other than that Light of Ruin, which I don't want to take recoil damage here. Doesn't make a lot of sense on this
Negative
sort of
synergy.
Team. So I think that's a neat thing to keep in mind. And then on the other side of the field, you were mentioning the power of Rock types a little bit, as we were definitely not stalling for time there. But both an actual Rock type with that Aerodactyl and the Rock Slide, as well as the Choice of Garchomp, which, as you would expect, does as well have that Rock Slide. So I think it's going to make it a little bit trickier to use the Delphox here, where even with all this redirection, Rock Slide going to be pretty impactful, perhaps. But there's also that Incineroar. One thing also to keep in mind with all this is a potential Rock types. There's 3 Rock weak Pokemon on Brendan's team. So, we've been talking about the specter of a series of Rock Slide flinches, but perhaps no matchup where it's more likely than this one.
And here we go, heading into turn 1 here. It is the King Gambit alongside the Charizard for Gio. And yeah, it is going to be the Floette mode for Brendan alongside the Mousehole to offer immediate support to that Pokemon in the form of Follow Me and the Friend Guard.
Yeah, I think this lead makes a lot of sense for both players here, where not a whole lot of options on Brendan's side of the field, but like we expected, you can't really pick Delphox here, so it has to be the Floette mode. And conversely, Gio also knows that. It's I'm not afraid of your Delphox, so I'm going to bring up Charizard immediately. Threatens a lot of damage to that Floette, even through some potential redirection. And then a King Gambit, despite you're facing down 2 Megas that deal pretty good damage to to it. Actually not that threatened here just because, well, you know, I know whatever Mega that Brendan picks, he's going to want to try to ramp it up with stat boosting moves. So King Gambit can keep plowing away here. I think most likely in this first turn, it's just going to be aiming to remove the Focus Sash from, not the Focus Sash, but finish off the Mouse Hold probably, who's likely not to be one-hit KO'd. Instead switching.
Yeah, it's actually going to switch out for the Aerodactyl. So Geo now raising the specter of those rock slides as well as the potential ability to set a tailwind should Geo need to outspeed this Floette. Sometimes the Charizards are not as fast as the Floette, so Floette may be able to get some advantages here, but double Mega Evolutions here on turn 1 from both players. Geo going to Mega Evolve the Charizard, indicating that he is going on the offensive here, getting the full power of that Drought, while Floette boosts its own power with the Fairy Aura, and of course, exactly what you expect out of one of these teams. Mousehold is redirecting all damage. Floette gets a Calm Mind, is in fact faster than the Charizard, so gets this Calm Mind up before Charizard is able to deal damage, means he gets to resist this Heat Wave quite handily with that Calm Mind boost and the Mouse Hold to provide that Friend Guard support.
Yeah, so pretty expected turn for both sides. I think a nice little switch from these Aerodactyl. You know, getting it out in the field relatively for free. Going to be able to potentially to move first here. Pretty close to the point at which Rock Slide will be right at the edge of knocking out Mousehold or not. So if it's still the same way that Sage's version of a team is trained, Geo may know this calc. It's kind of one disadvantage of using a known team is that you know, Sage a little bit famous as the Pachirisu trainer of legend. Probably everyone aware of that team. So let's see the strategy here. Helping hand with Mousehold, so expecting to be knocked out before it's able to move.
Yeah, Helping Hand actually an adaptation that Brendan has made here instead of Super Fang on that Mousehold. A couple of adaptations actually on Brendan's team that might change the way that this plays against a player like Geo, who may expect the more classic version. Heatwave will pick up the KO onto Mousehold and deal a little bit of damage to the Floette as the Draining Kiss comes through onto Aerodactyl, and even with the Helping Hand and a +1 Calm Mind is not enough to pick up the KO. That means that Aerodactyl survives for a turn here and is going to be able to threaten some Rock Slides.
Yeah, so now we get this awkward situation. Cischke going to come on the field. Not actually going to get anything out of Hospitality because Floette has healed itself up anyway. A little bit more HP. Maybe knowing that Count, maybe hoping on Brendan's side that Moonblast would have been better, but hey, here you are. Not too big of a deal. Still threatening that redirection. Conversely, the Aerodactyl on the other side now. In a different matchup would actually be kind of in a weak spot here because, you could just Dazzling Gleam. But again, no Dazzling Gleam in this Floette. So an awkward spot here where Floette's going to have to pick a target to knock out here, allowing the other one to continue attacking because both of the Pokemon on Geo side of the field are going to move first after that Tailwind.
Yeah, and especially with without having the Dazzling Gleam, this Aerodactyl no longer has to play guessing games with the Wide Guard. Instead, just knows that it can go on the offensive here, double up, or switch out to potentially set up a Tailwind later on in this game. Gambit now out on the field in favor of the Aerodactyl as Sinistra tries to protect itself from a Heat Wave or a Weather Ball coming out from Charizard. Does dodge the Heat Wave here with the Protect. That will connect onto the Floette, however, which with that Calm Mind, no Friend Guard this time, so it deals a good amount of damage more, but that Draining Kiss just gonna keep sucking the life force out of Geo's Pokemon here.
Yeah, so both sides kind of really focused on one half of the battlefield where, in Floette's case, typically the way you play this matchup is you kind of just slowly Draining Kiss everything down and then start firing Moonblast into Charizard, right? It's a Pokemon that only has special attack, so Floette's really good in the 1v1, especially since usually by that point in the battle, the Sun has also expired. Other side of the field, certainly Sinistra less excited about battling this Charizard, trying to stall out things as long as it can. And also another thing that keeps that low HP Aerodactyl valuable, not only can it potentially get a Tailwind later, but either being an option to cycle the Charizard out, so you can reset the Sun maybe, or just kind of bringing it in a position where, you can waste another attack from that Floette. But I'm also not too upset if I'm on Brendan's side of the field either, where that Draining Kiss makes it much less likely that you're ever going to get hit by an Iron Head from that King Gambit, which would basically be game ending.
And it's at the Vivillon in the back for Brendan. That is a Pokemon that may just be sacrificed to protect Sinistra for a turn here as Heat Wave comes out again from the Charizard into the Protect onto Floette, will land onto the Vivillon and take out a one-hit KO. Easy KO there for the Charizard. This is what that Pokemon does. If you are weak to Fire-type damage, you are going to get knocked out. But now Brendan is able to bring in the Sinistra once again and have the third Redirector on the field to potentially protect this Floette as waiting for this Tailwind to expire.
Yeah, kind of an awkward spot here where, again, Aerodactyl is still in the back, so there's not like a super clear means of avoiding getting back into the situation. But at least for now, redirection is being threatened. Heat Wave, of course, can miss. That would be pretty impactful in this matchup. But Brendan just isn't making enough progress, right? Down to one redirector who is likely going to go down to a single Heat Wave if it happens, because one of the costs of running that hospitality ability is there's no heat proof here. And at that point, things are really looking tough for this Floette, who can only attack a single target. Has to Rage Powder this time because Protect was burned on the previous turn.
Well, Cischke Rage Powdering here, gets the Weather Ball, so Charizard going for full offense into Cischke, picks up the one-hit KO. Like I mentioned, Cischke weak to Fire-type damage. Charizard takes those every time. And now Ironhead from the King Gambit actually faster than the Floette in the Tailwind, brings it all the way down to 19 hit points and gets a flinch. Floette would have been able to heal up a little bit of that health with a Draining Kiss, but King Gambit getting that Ironhead off probably sealed the deal for Brendan regardless.
Yeah, should be super over here. We know Charizard's faster, so I think he able to likely pick up a knockout there. But I don't know if that was... I don't know how much the flinch mattered, right? Where at least maybe it would have been enough that Brendan could continue playing the game, maybe hope for a miss or something. But eventually, Charizard Aerodactyl would come back out, set up the same situation. It's a dominant first game by Giovanni, and now on Brendan's side of the field, you gotta try to think through, like, okay, is there some way I could have avoided this? Where I think on Giovanni's side of the field, I think all the switching is really impressive there, right? Where he's like, wow, you had opportunities to swing, but he knew what his win condition was. Both players were kind of playing like they expected the King Gambit to be quicker than the Floette and the Tailwind. I think that, to me, would have been an open question based on both Pokemon training. Sometimes the Floette and this sort of team are trained to be speedy and then strong in the defensive stats, but with very little special attack. Usually modest from the nature, and then that's enough. But in this case, the King Gambit likely that on Giovanni's side of the field trained to be with a little speed, I would assume, because it needs a little help to get to that point. But that makes this matchup much worse for Brendan.
Much harder.
Where, I think there's not really a way to stop Tailwind. Sort of the nature of this sort of team is that you don't disrupt what your opponent does, they disrupt what you do. But not being able to just kind of like wither the attack from Giovanni makes it seem like this might just be a matchup that Brendan perhaps can't win.
Well, the way that you disrupt Tailwind with this team is through Vivian's Sleep Powder, which of course has 98% accuracy, would outspeed the Aerodactyl because it's holding the Choice Scarf. But Brendan having that Pokemon in the back, of course, Gio also didn't lead the Aerodactyl, but having the ability to shut down Tailwind does seem really big for Brendan.
Yeah, I kind of wonder if maybe that's why Giovanni opted to lead the King Gambit the first game, because you cover for that option, right? I was like, okay, well, you can put my Charizard to sleep if you want, but then I'm going to get a free Ironhead and Floette, and like that's also pretty bad. It's not necessarily game losing, because then you go for a Sleep Powder again the next turn on King Gambit while you calm on with Floette or something, and then try to heal back up with Draining Kiss, but it's like one quick wake up away from just throwing the game if you go that path, so I think that's pretty rough too. I think Gio's line into this is just like really good.
Yeah, and especially that Aerodactyl being able to survive a +1 Helping Hand boosted Draining Kiss. Huge for Gio, even if he loses control in the mid game, to be able to have that option to bring it back out in the end game. And here it is, just a rerun of game 1, but now with a little bit more information for both players. Mousehold and Floette for Brendan, and King Gambit and Charizard for Gio.
Yeah, sort of a scary run back from Brendan. Sometimes when we see players go for the same thing after they lose a game 1, it's like, okay, like I made a decision here that was wrong, or like there was some bad RNG or something. I don't necessarily see what Brendan does differently to change this up here. So here's what he has in mind. I think maybe try to take some risks where I think the safe path didn't work. So okay, how can we roll the dice and try to get something a little bit unlikely to occur, because that just didn't work out the first time.
Yeah, I mean, there are options here. I mean, Brendan did spend some time going for setup, which helped Floette in the 1v1 against the Charizard, but not being able to pick up the KO onto Aerodactyl and not being able to deal enough damage to that King Gambit, there maybe is a world where you just go for straight off offense from the jump here.
Yeah, I think maybe you have to, right? Where you maybe hope to catch a Pokemon to switch, which is not going to happen here, it looks like. Or
King Gambit stays in. Yeah, that's going to be the Mega Evolution from Charizard here. Sets up the Sun, so Gio again going to go on the offensive here on turn 1. Matched by Brendan with the Mega Evolution on the Eternal Flower Floette. Also going to go ahead and get a boost to its stats here.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of wondering too if I guess we're going to see the help again. So he's going for the offense, maybe hoping to catch Aerodactyl.
Yeah, full offense from the jump, hoping to catch that Aerodactyl, but instead this Moonblast is just going to connect on to King Gambit. That is enough to pick up the KO. The Moonblast with the Helping Hand picks up that KO. That is a huge threat off the board. However, this Heat Wave now will connect onto Floette that does not have the boost from Calm Mind. That being said, Friendguard doing a lot of work there to keep Floette fairly healthy.
Yeah, I mean, it still isn't like awesome for Brendan, but you can see the path now, right? Other than Aerodactyl, there's potentially primarily special attackers left at the other side. Like, you know, as we mentioned before, Floette versus Charizard is usually a win for the Floette, right? It can be low enough HP that it doesn't work, but something that looks like there's a real chance. We'll have to see if the Aerodactyl, again, goes for a Tailwind immediately. So a Heat Wave would pick up the Mousehold here, so you don't like really need to attack with the Aerodactyl. But hey, you know, at least it seems like there's a chance this time. If Floette goes for a Calm Mind here as well, it should survive kind of no matter what happens. And then Sinistre's Hospitality, assuming it's the back, would actually do something this time. But instead of the Incineroar as a switch up, I really like this. King Gambit now gone, so you have to worry about Defiant. Intimidate going to help against the Aerodactyl, and it's going to take attacks from Charizard pretty well. So Incineroar looking pretty good in this matchup.
Yeah, Incineroar with that King Gambit sniped on turn 1 is definitely looking like it's in a strong position here. It's going to tank this Heat Wave like nobody's business and immediately threaten Fake Out pressure. Plus, you get that Intimidate down onto the Aerodactyl, helping to protect that Floette a little bit more. So, opportunity to potentially start setting up or just go for the recovery with Draining Kiss. You know it's going to be a 2-hit KO at least into that Aerodactyl.
Yeah, I love this for Brendan's side of the field. I mean, it's still like, it's a tough situation, but this is really interesting for a lot of reasons. Again, having King Gambit down is huge. It makes it easier to cycle this Incineroar, and we saw how difficult it was for Brendan to stall Tailwind out the previous game, but Incineroar may be the best Pokemon in the game at that, right? You know, it's why it's previously had such high usage. Intimidate's big here. The Fake Out is potentially big here, where, you know, allows Floette to get some more free action to try to Calm Mind. The Rock Slide is going to go down, though, and damage is not so great, but if it stops an action from Floette, it would be huge.
Yeah, the flinch chance is going to be huge onto the Floette. Charizard flinching from the Fake Out and the Rock Slide. 27% of the time, it works every time. Floette does not get to move this turn, and that's devastating for Brendan.
Yeah, it's tough. He's done a better job of slowing Giovanni down, but hey, still 2 more turns of that Tailwind to deal with, as well as 2 more turns of that Sun, and critically, there's no Calm Mind in this Floette. You know, where previously it was taking attacks from that Charizard pretty well. Charizard is quicker than it because of the Tailwind and threatening a lot of damage. So perhaps just a Protect and a switch into the Sinistre to try to get some HP back, and then we do the whole thing again the next turn, maybe with Incineroar coming back.
Yep, we sacrifice Sinistre here, most likely on Brendan's side. Floette will have to tank both this Rock Slide and the Heat Wave, though. No Protect came through. Went for the prediction there to assume that Floette would be able to survive this turn without having to go for the Protect, and gets paid off for it. Weather Ball connects onto Cischke, picks up the KO. Floette is able to go on the offensive this time. Moonblast onto the Aerodactyl, not enough to pick up the KO. Basically, so here's what I just learned, is Moonblast at +0 is the same as Draining Kiss +1 with Helping Hand.
Yeah, and that's why you use that Moonblast, right? Where the damage from Draining Kiss, a little underwhelming. Because of how low Aerodactyl was before, I was kind of wondering if we might see a Fake Out into the Aerodactyl slot, just because the damage could actually matter for once. It was not just the flinch effect. I don't think 17 HP with a resist because of the rock type, no matter how frail Aerodactyl tends to be, is going to be enough. 2 Fake Outs probably is, though, which no longer looks super realistic, but could matter if we get to a game 3. But hey, Fake Out here threatening to stop one of Giovanni's Pokemon from acting, and we do have to note too that Field Effects are about to expire, both the Sun and the Tailwind. So if Floette can get to a position where it's looking a little bit safer after this turn, you know, maybe, but unless you attack the Aerodactyl slot and it stays unprotected, there's going to be another Tailwind. So Brendan gonna have to prepare for that likelihood.
Brendan also has to be worried about what the 4th Pokemon is that Gio has brought. We have not seen that. We did not see that in Game 1, and there are plenty of threatening options there. Either the Garchomp or the Basculegion could be really threatening. Instead, Gio is going to just continue to fish for flinches here with that double intimidated Aerodactyl. Floette dodges the Heat Wave. That's huge for Brendan. That opens up an opportunity, and Incineroar survives at 14 health. After 2 Intimidates down onto the Aerodactyl and the resistance on the Heat Wave, Floette is now finally able to get a Calm Mind up, and Brendan is starting to find a way back into this game. Throat Chop will finish off that Aerodactyl to prevent Gio from being able to set up a second Tailwind.
Yeah, great read by Brendan there. Kind of realizing, okay, well, Fake Out doesn't do that much for me here. I need to get rid of this Aerodactyl because another Tailwind is probably not something I can deal with, how weakened my team is. Gets a big knock up there. Going to be difficult to maneuver out of this one, however. Basculegion, that final Pokemon that everyone's mentioning in the back. No Sun, but Basculegion's not going to be too upset about that. It's going to make its water type attacks a little bit more powerful, but critically just in a situation here now where it's pretty devastating. We've seen that it's that focus sash item on the Basque Legion, so it doesn't have to like lock into a single move here, which otherwise would be pretty strong. And yeah, this is just going to be a tough position. It has the Aqua Jet to, if it needed to, just to pick up a quick knockout here, although with sash, I guess you don't have to. And it's a tough spot for Brendan. These Pokemon on Giovanni's side still very healthy, right? And even without the Sun effect, you know, it's going to do a lot of damage if Charizard is able to swing away. Presumably Mousehold's still low enough, a Heat Wave would knock it out. Floette probably not, but you know, getting put into range for an Aqua Jet would be just as bad.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see Brendan is trying to protect this Floette by switching in the Mousehold. With no Tailwind, that means that Floette is able to move first and get the Draining Kiss off onto Basque Legion, healing all the way back up to full. Here's the Heat Wave from Charizard. Without the Sun, is able to pick up the KO onto Mousehold, heal a little bit to Floette, but now Friend Guard is off the field from Mousehold going down, and Basque Legion is able to fire off a huge last respects. And look, this Pokemon's 50% usage for a reason.
Yeah, it's just that good, right? And that's with only 2 of its teammates knocked out. You know, last respects gets stronger every time a teammate is knocked out. And yeah, Brendan maybe a little cheeky there going for the attack rather than the protect, but I just don't know what realistically he could have done there, where could have a position where, you know, Heat Wave was threatening both of the Pokemon that could have been in the partner slot there, and because of that, he was just really pinned. Excellent set by Giovanni, and kind of just showing he knew his line to this matchup really well, right? Where I think both trainers played well, but it just didn't seem like there was a whole lot that Brendan could do, and Giovanni is way too good to, you know, make the mistakes required to give that match away. I think awesome turn 1 by Brendan, where at least he made that one a match, but Giovanni has an excellent game plan there, and you know, our reigning world champion picking up another big win.
Absolutely big win there for Gio, and you know, Gio is an incredibly smart, talented player who completely understands how this game is played. And you know, when Sagen performed well with this team, I think a lot of players who now have brought this team to this tournament made the gamble of, yes, Sagen is a well-known player, and so we'll probably have a target on its back, but 1 week isn't enough time for people to actively plan against it. Clearly, Gio is a player that you cannot rely on that from. He is just too good at this. His Pokemon were clearly trained for very specific survivals here. That Aerodactyl surviving the Moonblast and the Draining Kiss, huge for Gio in both games, really, just to be able to, you know, even in game 2, just keep threatening the chance of flinch over and over again. It's really fun when you get those Aerodactyl who have been intimidated or at red health, and you're like, well, I'm probably never going to get another opportunity to set Tailwind here, and it's not worth it for me to switch this Pokemon out to my final Pokemon, especially if it's Basque Legion. And then it's just like, okay, well, I'm here, and I'm going to fish for flinches, and you can ignore me, but that means every turn there's a 27% chance you don't get to do anything.
Yeah, ignore me, you're on risk, let's roll some dice, baby. And yeah, it's a powerful Pokemon in that position. I'm a little scared. There's a number of trainers who are important to our hearts who are running versions of the Sagen team in the field, and I think this is concerning. Losing to Giovanni, I don't think anybody's ever going to feel too bad about that. He certainly proved that he's one of the best trainers in the world by being the best trainer in the world last year, but it's this is a tough matchup. I think to me, if I'm preparing for this tournament, I want to be able to beat fairly consistently, specifically that group of 6 Pokemon. I think, you know, it's not chalk, but it's definitely in that spot as like the obvious team to beat. It's been really popular for a long time. Nothing's been able to displace it from the metagame because it's so powerful. Even if you know what it is, you know, it's still just so difficult to take down. And, you know, like Giovanni's training may be a little bit different than what players are expecting, but fundamentally looking at the team sheet, like this is exactly what I expect. And if you're losing kind of convincingly to the most like prepared for team in the format, that's not good. And kind of to your point about you know, preparation, where this is like the worst case to me, where this team doesn't seem like it changed anything to tech for the matchup. It simply had a week to prepare for, like, okay, like someone's going to be using this team probably because it's Sagen, so how do I use my team to beat that one? I think a solution was great, where Charizard was just such an overwhelming presence the whole time that was tough for Brendan to really do anything. The support Pokemon kind of just got abused there, where they just couldn't really do anything but redirect and then faint. And yeah, I think that if other trainers are looking this good in that matchup, that maybe the trainers who opted to go for Sagen team are going to have a tough weekend.
Yeah, definitely a bad news for Sagen's fan base here in Indianapolis. But Gio is, again, the defending world champion. He is one of the smartest players that I have talked to in the Scarlet and Violet era about Pokemon. You can watch that on the Pokemon YouTube for Champions Chat, where I got to sit down with Gio and James Evans to talk about their World Championships finals last season. But really exciting to see him performing well on these 6 Pokemon, which, back in our day, this is the kind of team we would call good stuffs, because it's just the good Pokemon right here. It's got all of the heavy hitters, and as you can see, a lot of flexibility for Gio to, without changing a whole lot here, adapt to a new meta threat that popped up last week.
Yeah, I mean, this is the team to beat, being piloted by the player to beat, right? And I tend to not like running teams that have the target in the back. I think Raghav kind of mentioned that earlier when he was on stream, right? I was like, well, I also famous for winning a tournament with similar Pokemon, but I don't know if I want to do that again and kind of just be playing the archetype that everybody's looking to beat. Giovanni's like, you know what, I am going to go for that. And we see the positive end of it here, right? I'm sure Brendan similarly has thought through what his matchup against this team is, but that looked rough. And likely Brendan and the other players playing this team are going to have to play that, probably 1/3-ish of their games, because Charizard's sitting at like 35% usage. You can imagine a fairly high percentage of that is, if not exactly this, that's something very similar to it. So
I'm going to guess at least 4 Pokemon similar.
Yeah, at least, right? Where Basket Legion's 50% usage. You're going to see that every other round at best, probably more than that at the higher tables. And yeah, I mean, I think this is all rough. And we don't see some other Pokemon in this matchup, which also could have been potentially impactful there, where, yeah, it... I'd be a little concerned at Brendan's side of the field. Conversely, maybe a lot of players who aren't running something like this, who are less meta savvy, are just going to get run over. And I think you probably get some amount of fairly free-feeling wins with a team like that one. So I made kind of a bet in the matchup that you're going to get. And hey, there's 1,000 players in this field, right? Everyone's going to have a very different tournament pending on kind of the matchup RNG of it all.
Absolutely. Well, let's go ahead and hear from our defending world champion and defending Swiss Round 4 champion, Gio Cischke, who is down talking with Sierra. Sierra, take it away.
Thanks so much, you tier 2. Wow. Big words, big words. Network's down, can't talk. It's a great day, but it is really a great day here for Gio. Undefeated so far here in Indianapolis. How are you feeling?
Honestly, as well as I can be. I did not decide on this team actually at all going into this event. I was planning on using a couple different other teams up until around 10 p.m. last night, and kind of just stumbled upon this as like, oh, this is a Sun team that I think I'd be very comfortable playing. I'm used to playing this more fast-paced gameplay, and honestly, the other teams I was playing were a bit too slow-paced for my liking, and that made me a lot more susceptible to RNG and made it so that I didn't get to control the game in the way that I like to. And it felt like everyone was just outpacing me and doing more damage than me, and that's never fun. So after coming to this conclusion, I was just looking forward to testing myself against this field. A ton of stacked players here. It's honestly insane that every single round I've had, my opponents have played phenomenally so far, and it's amazing to at least have this go so swimmingly, considering my first games with the team were literally this morning in the tournament hall.
Hey, I mean, we'll take it, right? Undefeated, just rolling up with the team. Let's talk about the matches that you've had, particularly that last one as well. Because going up against Brendan, that was a familiar team if anyone's been paying attention to recent broadcast coverage of what's happening overseas.
Correct, yeah. So Brendan was playing a very similar, if not the exact same, as Sejin Park's team that he got top 4 at the Trainers Cup, which is the Korean National Championships. So he is qualified for the World Championships once again. And that team kind of took the internet by storm since last weekend. A lot of people were like, oh, you can play this hard setup strategy and get away with it. And particularly the Floette and Delphox combination, you have 2 separate, like very aggressive setup modes where you're all in on the strategy and basically just aiming to sweep with your Mega Evolution with all the support that you have there. And it honestly gives a lot of these more standard teams, like the one I'm using, a bit more trouble. And so it requires very meticulous game planning to get around it. But if you have all these great tools, there's surely a way to play it, and you just have to figure it out.
And was that something that you kind of thought about, when you're kind of thinking, what team do I want to run, and you're putting the team together this morning of these different teams you could see, especially since it was the internet by storm? Or is it kind of something you sit down, you see it, and you're like, okay, I know this team, but what am I supposed to do and figuring it out on the spot?
Absolutely not, actually. I was just trying to pick a team that I felt I had no excuse as a player, and it was just like, I'm not going to leave the game out of my control. I'm okay with losing because I wasn't the better player. I'll come back stronger from that. But I'm not going to just simply accept walking into a tournament with a team that is not giving myself the tools to win, and then like leaving myself susceptible to things going wrong with a team that isn't as strong. So I was like, I'm gonna equip myself with the best tools necessary. And at least for this matchup, I didn't really give it much thought at all when I was considering the team. But around like 5:50 a.m., I think I kind of came up with something very generic. And so that helps guide me through this match here.
And I mean, you talk a lot about this team and wanting to like, no excuses, like you be the better player with this team, like you can't anything else. So how you feel then confidence-wise going into like the rest of the tournament and like your confidence level even when you kind of did decide, oh wait, these are the Pokemon, even if, you know, it was a first thing you're rolling up to the tournament hall with, like did you have the confidence from the get-go with it?
I mean, I look at this as kind of an experience just to test myself, right? I have been known as a player for being someone who's very serious about preparation leading up to the tournament, and I value preparation very heavily, right? And I think this is widely understood with my identity in the game, and so it is vastly different to walk into a tournament hall having played 0 games with the team. But I mean, I've played Sun for hundreds, if not thousands of hours over the years, and particularly with this team, it's quite a common team, and I've had a lot of friends who have played either similar teams or the exact same team with like different variations to it. And so I've been exposed to actually watching gameplay and like seeing how the games play out against certain matchups. And so overall, I was just feeling like, well, this format is always going to come down to making the decisions in the moment, and that's what's going to matter most. And I just have to be confident in myself when I get to the match table.
I mean, I'm glad that this was a great like experience for you, being able to go kind of like that different process than you normally do and still being able to go well. So now is this going to be a geo-regional win on the horizon? How's the confidence level of that one?
I mean, obviously, I think that the big question around my name when it comes to regionals is still lacking the medal, despite having the world's first place world champion trophy, which is still so surreal for me to even say those words. But I'm honestly not too concerned about this one result. I mean, you can ask anyone who was around me all of yesterday. I was not exactly the most optimistic, to be honest, going into it, but it has gone well so far. So I'm very happy with that. And I mean, once again, I'm just looking to use this experience as a way to kind of get out of my comfort zone. Not in terms of the play style necessarily, but in terms of feeling okay with playing on the fly and just intuitively understanding the matchups as I go. It's honestly been a ton of fun.
I'm glad to hear that. I'll let you go for lunch, hang out with your friends and stuff, but before, any final words or any final shout outs coming?
Thank you to my friends, thank you to my family, thank you to everyone who's come up and talked to me throughout the day. It honestly means the world that this entire community kind of supports me in a way that, you know, it's kind of like a second family in a way, with all the people that I've met over the years and the camaraderie that comes with it. And of course, there's fierce competition that comes along with that too. We're all here trying to win, but we support each other at the end of the day. And I couldn't be more grateful to be part of something that's just so much bigger than me.
I mean, community really just means so much within the community, like for all of this. So I'm glad to hear how much it means to you, Gio. Congratulations once again for this win.
Thank you.
I'm getting distracted by lunch. She's talking about food before this interview. As for us, though, 2 people not off the clock quite yet. We got through the lens with Len and Rose.
Well, welcome back. I'm excited
we got food for thought.
Oh, food for thought? That's pretty good. I think I'm going to need some real food after the food for thought.
Maybe me too. Now I've got food on the brain instead of Floette.
All right, well, before we can get to either the food for thought or the real food, first let's go into this match. We heard Gio talk in the interview about confidence, trying to just show what he's got as a player and make it happen with a team that has a lot of tools to do that. And I think he played that match with a lot of confidence, had tools to really disrupt what Brendan was trying to do, and just played them in a pretty straightforward way to make that happen.
Absolutely. I think it was really fun to be able to see the team that Brendan brought, obviously with the game plan of wanting to be able to bolster either the Mega Delphox or the Mega Floette. But the order in which he ended up bringing the supportive pieces, I thought was sort of the interesting puzzle to have to figure out versus what Geo was going to bring.
Right. Like you said, this team really built around these two boosting Megas. You're going to pick one, and then you're going to pick a bunch of support Pokemon to go with them. All 4 Pokemon here, really just there to support, offer almost no damage. You're really trying to keep that one Mega around and make it work. And one great way to answer that, because it is so redirection-based, redirection, even there's redirection here, is spread moves. And Geo has them all over. Earthquake, Heat Wave, Rock Slide, Hyper Voice, though I don't think that one's very good in this matchup. And so it really makes life difficult for Brendan, because unlike some of these kind of protect one boosting Pokemon team, we saw a lot of Tropicos, Regulation I and Scarlet Violet at the end, maybe things like Annihilate or Golden Go earlier on in other formats. Their supportive pieces were more likely to pivot around, stay on the field a lot longer. This still feels like this regulation, because it's still a damage race. It's just a damage race between, can you KO all of my redirecting Pokemon before I can get a bunch of damage in on your side?
I think you bring up such a great point, because I feel like there's very few Pokemon that I think about in this meta right now that carry U-turn. Even in Incineroar, you're lucky if you can get a parting shot off even once within a game because of how fast-paced these matches are.
So when you're looking at that damage race into the redirectors, and this is really what made it so difficult for Brendan, is that Heat Wave was just doing so much. And in the meantime, still able to force redirection. So if we go into like the first turn of game 1, look at the teams here, you can see all of those spread moves once again. If we go into the first turn of game 1, the King Gambit is on the field, up against the Mousehold and the Floette, and this is going to still force redirection, because despite Charizard being on the other side, threatening massive spread damage, you can't let Floette take an Iron Head.
Right.
And so Brendan's move options are really limited here, and that makes it very easy for Geo to take advantage of it.
Because even with the Friend Guard, we actually saw that Mousehold itself was very easy to be able to take out. Maybe it takes 2 hits. Even despite the fact that it has a defensive boosting nature, you're still not really around to be able to give that Friend Guard over to the Floette for a long period of time.
Right, and so forcing that redirection, Mousehold's still going to follow me on this turn. Geo's able to use like kind of the vacuum of pressure here. You're just going for redirection and boosting in order to get Aerodactyl in safely, and so much damage down on the field already.
Which is wild, because when you think about the matchup between the Mega Floette and the Mega Charizard, one of the reasons why you think about the Mega Floette is because, well, Charizard is a special attacker. You have Calm Mind, which not only gives you that special attack boost that's going to help that Mega Floette to be very powerful with the Fairy Aura, but you also have the special defense boosts that are coming as a secondary effect of those Calm Minds, which gives you a better matchup into the Charizard to at least take those hits.
Right, and Floette even faster here, so it's going to get a boost off to its special defense before this hit comes in, and yet the damage is really significant. So if we start to think about this match as a damage race, maybe even more so than a positional match, Geo takes a huge lead in that damage race when this Heat Wave comes in. And look at those health bars. You've already spent more than a full Pokemon's worth of health. No KO was taken, but that's a ton of damage down already. And instantly you're threatening 2 big spread attacks. Rock Slide and Heat Wave, you're going to threaten a KO into Mousehold, a ton of damage into Floette. And so Brendan are on the back foot very quickly, kind of losing that damage race. And so then if you're losing a damage race, you're taking a lot of damage back, you start to look at your recovery options. And so that's where maybe a little bit baited into a Draining Kiss on this next turn, because you need to get health back. You've already spent so much of Floette's health bar, so you're hoping Helping Hand plus Draining Kiss, I'll both recover and get a KO. But in the meantime, Geo uses a lack of pressure here. No KO gets taken. The damage continues to come in. Now the first KO happens, and you don't even get the KO back on Aerodactyl.
That was a hard one because when I was thinking about it, because you have seen the Aerodactyl just set up the Tailwind, I was actually kind of wondering whether or not it was better for the Aerodactyl to be alive in this scenario, because you're not giving over a free switch into something that's going to be able to take advantage of the fresh Tailwind. Because in my head, I'm looking at something like the King Gambit, where that would be something I'm like, oh, under Tailwind, you're almost certainly faster than this Floette. And then you have the 1-2 punch of the Charizard and the King Gambit going for the Iron Head.
But the problem is it is a damage race, and an Aerodactyl sitting at a few health is going to require a hit at some point. Eventually, Brendan takes it down with a throat chop from, no, that's game 2. I think just has to Moonblast it here, or maybe never gets this KO, right? But it's going to draw attention from Floette again, because you are kind of demanding it. And meanwhile, as pieces start to fall, Cischke comes in here and is just vulnerable to Weather Ball. And so we, go a couple turns ahead. The Cischke is able to protect itself, and then the Vivillon switches in and just takes that hit to go down. But you're losing this damage race faster and faster. We got all the way into the next game.
Oh, right. It was, so the King Gambit took damage there because it actually took a Draining Kiss in place of the Aerodactyl. The Aerodactyl had switched out for the King Gambit.
Right, as Cischke protected itself, you get some damage back, but you're still not making enough forward progress. You're losing this damage race. Now Charizard able to get a Heat Wave into Vivillon. You fall further behind on this turn. The threat of the Iron Head still there, and so you're having to just kind of push forward into the game. And eventually Cischke still has to click redirection, still worried about Iron Head on the other side, but that just means it goes down as well. And the damage came out so quickly for Gio.
I'm wondering if on that turn, because it's hard to make that call, right? Do you ever expect that the King Gambit is going to switch in? If you Moonblast in that situation and knock out the King Gambit, does this game look any differently if you're expecting that the Basket Legion is in the back?
Well, Brendan must have had exactly the same thing on his mind, because when we get into turn 1 of game 2, he's recognizing the King Gambit was a problem. It forced redirection when I didn't want to have to use it, and so goes and prioritizes that KO. +1 Moonblast is a KO, that means Helping Hand boosted. Moonblast also going to be a KO. But in a game where you're needing to use those redirective pieces to get a boost, it's pretty expensive to spend the first turn going out on the offense, even if you get a KO out of it.
Yeah, I'm looking at this turn and seeing the Mega Evolutions taking place. I was really hopeful that you would be able to secure a knockout here, and that might have been better in Brendan's favor. So then what happened in the rest of this game where you felt like things started to fall apart again?
Right, well, so you get this KO, and you're still trading a bunch of damage back for it, because Charizard is kind of uninterrupted to go out on the offensive. And then we saw the adjustment, right? The adjustment is having Incineroar in the back instead of Vivillon, so that you actually have something to switch in to a Heat Wave, so that you don't fall so far behind in that damage race so quickly. And so things turn a little bit into Brendan's favor for a couple turns after this, but it's still a big problem that Floette has been, damaged, has no boost, now down in speed because of the Tailwind, and has no really clear path to getting healthy again. Like, if you want to bring in Cischke to heal, it's probably going to cost you Cischke, and you're only going to get one shot out of it. And so Gio able to just continue to pepper damage in here.
I'm thinking too, because the Incineroar actually did have some damaging options. It had Throat Chop, it also had Flare Blitz. This Incineroar does have Parting Shot as well, so if you're thinking about ways that you can actually pivot out, you don't have to necessarily manually get that switch out, but the fact that you were in front of the Aerodactyl and you couldn't risk taking a Rock Slide from that Pokemon, I think is also really tough to have made that decision of using Parting Shot instead.
Parting Shot might have worked here. You probably could have taken both the double up of the Weather Ball and the Rock Slide. It was a -1. Aerodactyl not the biggest offensive Pokemon, and maybe that starts to things look a little bit better for Brendan. It may have been expecting a Protect, hoping to get in for free and be able to just switch back to Incineroar quickly. And yeah, there's where you see the impact of the missing Calm Mind from turn 1. You rush into the match, you don't have the time to set up, but then it costs you in the long run because the action economy is so expensive for Brendan here. If you're really going to focus on a redirect move and an attack, you have to be getting a lot out of that single attack, because your opponent is probably attacking twice every turn, and so they're going to win the damage race in the long term. That's what you make up for with the boost. If you have a couple of Calm Minds, then my one attack is worth your 2 attacks, and you can't stop it because I have redirection. But if you have to rush into the game, you don't have that same impact, and you miss KOs like into this Aerodactyl.
That was so tough, because you saw that happen with the Helping Hand Draining Kiss. A Draining Kiss is a weaker move than Moonblast, but you could still definitely see that. Even in this scenario, we heard Scott and Evan actually talk about the fact that Fake Out is on the board, probably doesn't KO this Aerodactyl, but you would have liked it too, so you can get that out of here.
Right. Doesn't threaten Fake Out KO. I think instead decides to have Incineroar trade into the Aerodactyl. It does survive to the turn and get that KO, but you're falling arguably further behind in the damage race because you were already down a bit here. And so gets the KO into Aerodactyl after this Rock Slide and Heat Wave. But look how low Floette is getting in the meantime.
Yeah, because I think that in this situation too, we saw a Calm Mind. We did see the Heat Wave miss as well, but when you think about the fact that Floette was still missing that special defense boost in that moment, you're going to be so low by the time this Calm Mind activates. And you still have to deal with a Charizard plus that Basket Legion we didn't get a chance to see in the end of game 1.
Right, because you still need the damage. That's why the Calm Mind is still happening. Because if you're Brendan's shoes, you recognize that the boost may not be that valuable at this point because I'm so low health that I'm not going to be able to take hits anyway. But if you can't KO anything at +0, you're just not going to have the time to get enough attacks off. In this constant like falling back and forth in Pokemon, you have to make sure you're swinging for when it KOs. And then, like you mentioned, finally, Brendan has made more progress in this game than the previous one. Does get 2 KOs, both the Aerodactyl and the Kingambit down at this point. But all that does is force Geo to show that 4th Pokemon that he never had to show in game 1. And being the Basket Legion is just terrible news for Brendan here. Able to, with a Focus Sash, guarantee that it can take a Moonblast, even at +1. More problems with that like action economy of how many turns are you actually going to get to swing with Floette. And then it's just going to be able to come back and KO. And so it's really the perfect thing to have in the back when you're expecting all these single target Pokemon from Brendan.
We see that a lot with Basket Legion, though. I feel like that's kind of a nice way to be able to play with that on Geo's team in particular. You either see it in the lead to try to push damage down as much as possible, or you get those nice boosts to last respects once all of your allies have fallen. And that was just a clean knockout onto the Floette.
Right, either the Focus Sash or the Choice Scarf one way or another, you're creating a really strong in the game against your opponent. Because it's something that they either can't outspeed or they can't kick out in one turn is definitely going to get to swing. And when it swings, it's going to be a boosted last respects. They can't choose a target and eliminate it. And when you are playing a team that has put all of its eggs in one basket, the thing you want your opponent to be able to do least is choose a target and get rid of it. And if you had enough redirection left at this point, then you'd be fine. If Mousehold is like full health at this position, then maybe you can afford to take a hit. You can redirect away a last respects. But with Mousehold so low, the Heat Wave is just going to threaten the KO. So even if you were to sack off Incineroar and bring in Mousehold fully healthy, the same thing happens here. Heat Wave goes, KOs Mousehold, and then that last respects comes in and KOs Floette because so much damage had gone down early on in the set.
Yeah, even if, because I'm thinking about the situation where if the Incineroar goes down, then Mousehold comes in and can at least redirect away the last respects, but then Charizard KOs the Mousehold anyway.
Well, and the Heat Wave goes first, so you don't even redirect away the last respects. You obviously aren't protecting if you're follow meing, so it's a checkmate one way or the other there.
Oh, that's so tough. If you had to think about ways where Brendan could have adjusted any of the Pokemon that you brought or any order, is there anything that you feel like maybe could have been done differently in order to beat Geo's team and the 4 that he brought to each game?
Yeah, I think the Vivillon, it had no impact in that set, right? It was brought in game 1 and just switched in and got KO'd. Wasn't brought in game 2 as a reaction to that. I think maybe that's your best option to disrupt the early offense from Geo. You're definitely going to then play much more of a guessing game. Which Pokemon's going to protect? Where is it important to put Sleep Powders? But you don't lose so many Pokemon so quickly, most likely, because you are constantly putting something to sleep, stopping, and kind of evening out that action economy.
Because I think about where it was always a lead of the Charizard and the Kingambit. I feel like you can always like Sleep Powder the Charizard, or you can make that call, maybe Sleep Powder the Kingambit.
I think what's good about the Charizard and Kingambit lead is that it would funnel the Sleep Powder towards the Kingambit because you can't afford to take an Iron Head. Like the game is just probably over if you take an Iron Head, even if you survive it, because
and then Heat Wave just knocks you out.
Yeah, and so you instead have to Sleep Powder there, Heat Wave goes, but then maybe if you've traded a Sleep Powder for a boost, or traded a Sleep Powder for a KO onto Vivillon, but you also got a boost in the process, maybe it's a little bit easier to come back from that position.
That's a good point. Wow, I've learned a lot about spread moves.
Yeah, we saw a lot of them in that match. I'm sure we'll see more of them as the day goes on. A lot of good spread attacking Pokemon in the format. But for now, we're going to take a break and be back soon with the next round.
I am here with Joseph Ugarte, who is excited for Indy, nervous for Indy. How are you feeling about Indy?
Pretty excited, I'd say. I mean, the first tournament of any meta is always a really good time. You get to obviously see a lot of different teams, a lot of different players, you know, obviously pop off. Even some people return, like veterans who are like, oh, you know, the new game is finally back. So I think it'll be a really good time. I'm actually really, really looking forward to competing in this tournament. It's definitely something that like has been on my mind a lot. So I've been like putting a lot of time into it for sure.
Especially, too, this is a really big tournament because not only is it the last regional we have here in North America, it is the first tournament for champions with megas returning. So how does this kind of change the preparation, the anticipation, everything leading into this event?
I would say, honestly, well, it's kind of like in my brain, kind of like a time skip, because last time I played was actually back in Seattle in Regulation F. So it's like there's been like a huge like jump. But what I would say primarily was actually like over the time, I was trying to be very aware of like I think when you're thinking about how you get better at Pokemon, right? Like it's not always just a one-for-one, like, oh, I just play a lot with one team and like get better. It's about more like awareness and understanding of like everything going on. And I think being ahead of trends, especially in this format, is really good. We've seen like a lot of development specifically focused around like Charizard Y as like the main archetype and just like the tech picks that go around it. So I think keeping up with that kind of stuff is really important. If you're playing Zard Y, definitely for the mirror. I'm not playing Zard Y, so I don't have to worry about it, but definitely something to keep in mind. I think how Indy is right back to back with NAIC is going to be crazy for meta development because that's like you don't get a long turnaround window for sure between events.
Yeah, this is going to be a really big one to kind of see where the meta is heading now that we have a bigger regional to really scope it out. But I want to kind of time skip a little further back because, of course, this is the return of Megas, but it's a really different era considering the other supporting Pokemon, the limited decks. How are you feeling about the format and how that's going to kind of shake things up this weekend?
So I think there is a little bit of carryover from prior formats, and I think there's a lot of new things. I think Charizard Y, obviously, in the kind of like more national dex formats, are basically where you would see a lot more of the, you know, all the Pokemon included. Charizard was good, but it wasn't like as dominant as it was now. One thing that I think was also very different is the way some Pokemon interact with the format's very different. Between like different like random moves being removed from certain Pokemon, like Incineroar losing U-turn, right? Some items changing as well. So I think it is a slightly different, I guess, like format in terms of like what it's going to be producing. But what I would say is that there are a lot of conventionally strong megas that did carry over and obviously age really well. Charizard Y being the main one, super good, right? Carried over. I think Mega Gengar has a lot of potential, but there's also actually a good amount of new megas as well, which I think is pretty cool. Like stuff like Mega Scovillain, even Mega Glamora, Mega Floette, right? These are like cool Pokemon that I think are starting to have a greater impact, which is pretty cool. So.
And I mean, you were talking about, too, the veteran players that are returning. We got to see a lot of people pop off within the Mega format prior, even if it is kind of a different timeline now. So do you feel like players who have gotten to play within this era before that are returning or have still had that success within Scarlet and Violet should be kind of at an advantage going into this tournament, or are we back to kind of an even playing field?
What I would say is that when you think about like Pokemon in general, terrestrialization was a very big change up on that formula, basically. Like being able to change your type changes how Pokemon interact defensively. Of course, Mega is a very different mechanic where it's just taking a Pokemon and essentially making it stronger, like your central piece that maybe your team is built around. But what I think is like really the bigger impact is less so that Mega only came back, but that terrestrialization is gone because now like everything matches up a specific way in types and that's how it stays, right? So if you're weak to a Ghost move, you're still gonna be weak to a Ghost move regardless, unless you're a Mega that changes types, I guess. But the main thing that I would say is like that will be probably an adjustment for players who started with terrestrialization just because that's gonna be a big difference. But that being said though, I do think there is a little bit of an advantage for players who have played with Megas before in terms of like maybe being able to understand some concepts faster, but like everyone will be caught up eventually. Like that's just the nature of how it is nowadays. You can go online, get a ton of information, like learn a lot really quickly. And there are new Megas now that are changing the format and how things interact. So that's always going to be part of it as well.
Last but not least, I know you're not playing Charizard Y. I won't ask you what you're playing, but how are you feeling about your team, your confidence, everything heading into this weekend?
Okay, so I didn't even like have my team figured out until, I mean, technically it's not fully figured out, but like I have a general idea of like two teams I'm going between. So it might end up just being a coin flip at the end of the day, or I might just, you know, go with whatever feels like more fun to play, I guess. But I have some good ideas. I don't think either way I'll be fine. Like I have some good ideas, but yeah, definitely like My prep cycle has been a little bit crazy because like now with the Champions boom, I mean, you know, you're obviously like playing a lot of games, you're making content, I'm coaching a lot of people. So it's like the schedule is very packed. So you don't get much time for your own practice sometimes. So it's been a really interesting like balance, I guess.
In between two teams, and it's 2 p.m. on Friday, the day before the regional. So good luck figuring that out. I'll let you go. Time to see what he landed on and how everyone is faring. Back to our competition.
I think the toughest opponent I've ever faced is probably Wolfe Glick at Hartford 2023. I already didn't have a great matchup and he demolished me. My favorite Pokemon is Slurpuff. I really love all the food design Pokemon like Slurpuff, Vanillux, Cischke, and I just find it really fun. I think honestly Magmar. I brought it to today's tournament. I'm currently 6-1, and I think it's just been carrying every single game I've played. It's incredible right now. Back in 2019 when I was a senior, I had won 2 cups with a Joltik, and it was really good at dealing with Groudon. My overall goal playing Pokemon is to just try and get as close to perfection as possible. I really enjoy the idea of trying to be as perfect in my games and as consistent as possible, and I want to see how far a human being can go in this game. Outside Pokemon, I love to cook, and I love to work with special needs children. I think my favorite Pokemon event I've ever been to is probably Worlds 2025. I really enjoyed the whole event, and while I didn't do the best, I had a great time with all my friends, and I really enjoyed the atmosphere. My favorite type of food is probably just homemade, really anything. Could be stir fries, steaks, salads, just anything from home. I'm probably team Blastoise. I prefer Venusaur of the 3, but I think Blastoise is really fun. If I could create a Pokemon, it would probably be a regional form of Gothitelle. I really like the dress and the whole aesthetic of the Pokemon, and I think as a ice type, it'd be a really nice winter type of Pokemon where you have a nice like coat, nice earmuffs, instead of the branching out hair. I think it'd be very cute.
I think you should emulate Ash Ketchum. He is so inspiring, having his goal of being the best like no one ever was. And it's actually inspired me to try to become the best. But yeah, just going to show that just believing yourself and going for your goals.
The trainer I think people should like look up to and emulate would be Tord Reklev. Ever since he lost the World Championship, you know, he still competes and he still wins. It's showing that like even after a tough loss, you don't give up and just continue playing.
I think it's an interesting question because there were multiple names that came to my head immediately, both in terms of like the competitors and the competitive skill and in the professional integrity and just it being a great community. You know, like I think you can look at like Wolfe, you can look at any other top player. I just love the community. We got too many good players to try and emulate.
There are a lot of good ones to choose from, and I think you can probably try to find one that fits the style you want to have and kind of go after that, right? You have everybody from Rise to Nighttime to Elam to Pocket. They all have different playstyles, but they all show up super consistently, right? They almost always make day 2s, and there are certain things that they all do in common. Look at the technicals that these guys have bent down pat and really like hammer in on those.
So I say everyone should become like Azul GG. I mean, he goes to regionals and day 2s, gets the invites to Worlds. He's an amazing player. And I think watching his streams and watching his videos, someone could learn anything from him. Like he's just so good. So I say Azul GG is probably the best player in this game, and everyone should try to at least be like him and play like him.
Welcome back, everyone, to beautiful Indianapolis, Indiana, for our regional championships here. Our first regional championships on the new Pokemon Champions. My name is Evan Latt. I am, of course, joined by my good friend Scott Glaza, and we just watched a really fun round 4 match. And you know what? I had so much fun watching one round 4 match. I would like to watch a second round 4 match because our players, because of the network connectivity issues, half of the players were able to take a break until just about now. The other half completed their set, as we saw for when we saw Brendan versus Gio. So instead, we are going to watch another match from that sort of second half of round 4 that has not gotten a chance to compete yet.
It should be fun. You know, I'm concerned about this like a purgatory element. We're just going to be doing round 4 until the end of time. But
round 4 ever.
Yeah. But in the more likely situation that we're not, it should be a lot of fun. Yeah, it's a good round for this to happen in, at least in the sense I think we had a very difficult time selecting the match. Or there's a lot of fun options in this round. So why not get another?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really excited that we're going to have another opportunity to see some of these top players who are currently sitting undefeated going up against each other. And again, the more we get to see these top players competing on a real major level championship points event, the more we're going to learn about the champions meta and what our players, especially for the North American International Championships, and then of course for the special event over in Europe as well, we'll have more tape to look back on and see how some of these Pokemon are matching up against each other. And I think especially now that we have people like Gio going up against the team that Brendan was running, there's a lot that people can learn from that set and probably from our next set as well in terms of sort of identifying some of these threats and sort of seeing how all these little tiny gears are moving and making the whole machine work.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting, too. I don't want to spoil anything about the teams yet. I think it's probably very unlikely that the trainers have their headsets on. But kind of some twists versus what we saw recently and also some similarities. So I think kind of seeing everybody's individual take on the format is pretty interesting. Just relatively shallow in the group of Pokemon available compared to some of the formats we played recently where, there's not like a ton of Pokemon in the game Pokemon Champions yet. And then certainly a subset of those are maybe not the sort of Pokemon that trainers think can do well at tournaments. So especially on the Mega Evolution side, I guess, where players have seemed to be a little conservative this weekend, which makes sense. I think we're going to see a lot of that Charizard. You see why in that last game where I just kind of stood there and said Heat Wave a lot, and things were unfortunate for Brendan after that. I guess a little weather ball too. Mixed up a tiny bit.
Got one weather ball.
Fire hot is what we got out of that set for the most part. But I think it's still neat too, right? There's a lot of interesting tech Pokemon. Spoilers, we're about to see one, and I think it's pretty neat too, right? Where even if you're not super meaningfully changing the big archetypes, I think one of the things that's sort of exploitable about a format like this one is you have a pretty good idea of the pool of Pokemon you're going to run into. So you can find something normally this matchup is not good for my team, but by changing this one Pokemon, maybe there's a cost where I get weaker against some other matchups, but also there's a huge benefit where maybe I'm going to win a matchup I think I'm going to see more frequently at a higher rate. And I think that sort of optimization is really fun, right? You don't know what trainers you're going to run into once you get to the event. So sometimes that sort of thing's I never saw the thing that I teched against and just played the thing that I'm bad against the whole time. But I think often that's what the players that come out on top, right? It's hey, we all knew what the best archetype was, and I knew better.
Absolutely, and I think that's actually a really interesting thing about a weekend tournament, right? Where you're playing multiple best of 3 sets versus a ladder session where you're going on the champions ladder and you're playing a bunch of best of 1 sets and you're okay, if I lose this one, it doesn't really matter. I'll just queue up again to the next game. So long as I am, winning more than I am losing, I am still climbing, and that's good enough for me. Here at the, at a regional championship, you can only take 2 losses before you are eliminated from the tournament and you are removed from the second phase of the tournament. So having more options and more flexibility is a really big deal. And it's why I really liked, I expected to hate it, hate it, the 4-attack King Gambit on Gio's team last set, but having, the more I sat with it over here during our technical break, being able to think about all of that, just yep, I do want Iron Head for half of the matches, and then I want Low Kick for the other half of the matches. And you're really hurting yourself by only picking one of the 2 without good reason. We saw the Swords Dance version earlier, which just tries to overpower with stat boosts. But 4 attacks with no Assault Vest in the game kind of surprised me. It's not how I have been thinking about the game for the last 10 years. But in sitting here and readjusting to champions in the MA regulation, makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, I think it's interesting where I've seen it a few times on like season 1 ranked battle Japanese teams. Like players did well and get to like the higher parts of champions with it. So it was like definitely, or champion tier, I should specify with it. So I was like, okay, well, this can work. And I tried some of it. Like I kind of had mixed feelings. Or there's some teams where I thought it seemed strong. A lot of the Trick Room King Gambit were using it. I like that a lot less just because like I think it really continues to snowball things against you if you don't get the speed control right. I thought in this context it was more interesting, and I do think in general King Gambit is sort of an interesting Pokemon to try that strategy with, just because it's such a difficult Pokemon to knock out and 1 and sometimes even 2 hits with, especially with neutral attacks. And certainly if Charizard gets a hold of it, things are not going to go well. But pretty much anything else, and like it's a slow burn to take it down. So even if like, okay, well it can't protect, but like, am I going to commit 2 or 3 attacks into it immediately anyway? Sometimes the cost of that's pretty high, especially a team like this one. Like, okay, you're burning my King Gambit down while Charizard swings away. Even in that game where I guess it was a 1-hit KO in a literal sense, but basically a 2-hit KO because 2 Pokemon's actions were committed in order to score the knockout. Like, that wasn't actually a good trade for Brendan, right? Like, maybe it was a trade he needed to make because at least it got him to a position where perhaps there were a series of plays that could have won the game for him. But, like, it's not like he was winning in the game, even though he was winning in the Pokemon count after that. And I think it is neat for King Gambit because also, like, okay, well, I know that they're not going to protect, but also, like, are they going to use an attack? Or are they going to Sucker Punch me? And, like, if I commit 2 attacks, it Sucker Punches something for, like, half of their health. And then the other Pokemon is free to do whatever they want. Like, that's still not actually that good of a trade.
Absolutely, yeah. Because King Gambit has access to Sucker Punch and has just, a massive attack stat, you're still getting good damage off. Like, the King Gambit is not being blocked from moving by being doubled up on. So, yeah, again, you're just trading 2 attacks into 1 Pokemon, and your opponent gets to do 2 attacks into whatever they choose. Ooh, we're ready to get on stage, and look what we have for you here in our round 4, number 2. Joshua Lorcy versus Justin Knox. These are 2 players that I am a huge fan of. Lorcy, of course, has been around for a long time here, has been playing, I believe played in the original Mega seasons, so should be familiar with a lot of these Pokemon, although, of course, not using any Pokemon really that would have been used back then. And Justin, of course, has emerged as one of the more interesting team builders of the Scarlet and Violet era, going for a new look at the Floette and Charizard, this time with the Kleavor tech.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of fun. Where maybe if we had all of the matches available, we would not have immediately have picked this one again. We're like, oh look, it's kind of the same matchup we saw in the first round of round 4. But I think that both trainers have made techs I think are going to change this matchup pretty significantly. So I think that's a lot of fun, and I think it's a very good example of kind of how a format like this one works, where even if you're kind of all using a variant of the same thing, you can make changes to your team that change your matchup spread. In this case, I think some things that are notably different here. I think maybe less different on Lorcy's side of the field, but we do see the Trick Room with Cischke, which I think is fun. I don't know that we will necessarily see it in this matchup, but it's interesting little tech here where, boy, that Pokemon is difficult to select moves on.
Absolutely, and actually this is a little bit more of an earlier, like pre-Charizard Y version of the Floette teams. When MA first was announced and Champions was first released, a lot of players really wanted to play with the new Megas. So Delphox was a Pokemon that was really high up on people's tier lists early on as a pair to Floette because of that Fire-type coverage.
Yeah, I think the other Pokemon to keep an eye on here also is that Basculegion, pretty critical difference compared to what we saw before. I think on that team it was the Vivian, which fainted for us, but didn't actually use any moves. So, hey, can't do any worse than that. Basculegion, good luck. But it's an interesting thing to think about, right? Where with Brendan's version of this team, and I think Sajan's original team, it's really just your Mega dealing damage and not a whole lot else. This team has some other options, right? Where that Basculegion, certainly the most threatening Pokemon in the format, it's got over 50% usage for a reason. And as well, the Mouse Hold is missing, instead being a Sneasler here, which is still providing support with that Fake Out, but again, give this team more offense. So a much more balanced version of the same team that we saw from Brendan from Lorcy here, which maybe will make him a little bit more flexible into weaker matchups.
Yeah, and only has the one setup move really on Floette for Calm Mind, the Delphox instead opting for Substitute for more defensive, more positional play, which we know Joshua Lorcy loves to use. So Justin on the other side here, got to talk about the Kleavor. When we're in MA, it's all about what is your answer to Charizard, and a lot of different rock types out in the field with a lot of different ways of combating that Pokemon. Kleavor is a particularly interesting one. Because of the Stone Axe, everyone has really wanted to try to get away, like, since Kleavor was announced, try to find a way to make this Pokemon work, because a free Stealth Rock sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting too. So Kleavor, it's a Pokemon that kind of just never really seen any use in competitive VGC, but I think it was last week in Victory Road's weekly online tournament that it was a Kleavor mirror in the finals, actually. It was, I think, Choice Scarf Kleavor lost to Focus Sash Kleavor, but it's this matchup is the reason why, right? Where against this team, yes, not against his opponent's team. So we'll have to see if we see it or not. But yeah, it's really good in the Charizard mirror, where pretty difficult to knock out for most of these Pokemon, totally miserable to fight against, and then you can't really switch Charizard to battle when it's going to take 50% if it comes back in. Less great here, although it will make, once again, Delphox more difficult to pick. Also, to keep in mind, again, similar matchup as last time, but this time, Whimsicott is the Tailwind Pokemon, not Aerodactyl, because of the Kleavor's presence in this matchup, which could make things a little bit easier for Lorcy. But yes, it's here. I wanted to see Kleavor, and I am happy. Thank you, Justin. Always here with his fun Tuck Pokemon to make me personally enjoy the tournament more.
Yeah, y'all didn't see it on camera, but Scott gave a little fist bump when we saw Kleavor come out, because, yeah, this is a Pokemon that we've been wanting to see for a long time here, but it's going to have a lot of trouble against the Delphox and Sneasler, of course. Sneasler having the ability to go for fake outs, but Kingambit is also threatening the Sucker Punch right back into Delphox, so gonna have to see how these players are gonna be able to position in turn one.
Yeah, these Pokemon and Lorcy kind of all want to do too many things, right? Yep. So it's sort of interesting. You'd love to get a substitute up on Delphox, so you don't have to worry about getting Sucker Punched now or later. You'd love to close combat the Kingambit, but it does have a Chople Berry, so that's not gonna do enough alone, although it'll likely put it in range of a Heat Wave. You probably don't want to totally ignore Kleavor here, who's gonna dunk Delphox if it gets a chance. So lots to consider. I think both trainers are gonna have to win the mind games here a little bit and anticipate what their opponent's gonna do, because they both have a lot of pretty good options.
Extremely volatile turn one here because of that. As a result, Lorcy is going to go ahead and just protect the Delphox here, scout out what Justin wants to do, critically blocks that Stone Axe from setting the Stealth Rock, and Sneasler is able to now fire off a close combat into the Kingambit. Kingambit does go ahead and munch down on that Chople Berry, but is able to survive with just a few hit points as Sneasler's defenses drop thanks to that close combat. That, of course, will activate Sneasler's White Herb, which is part of what has made Sneasler so strong in this meta. It's the ability to now get that Unburden boost, tank that Iron Head, and now Sneasler is the fastest thing on the field and immediately threatening a KO onto Kleavor.
Yeah, very impactful there. And I think one thing to keep in mind with that first turn is Lorcy's kind of dictating that, right? Even though both sides could have had options to trade well, since his Pokemon were quicker, he kind of got to determine how that play was going to play out. I think Justin does a pretty good job of avoiding too many losses there. But Lorcy does now know that, hey, locked into a rock type attack, so Delphox is in some danger. And White Herb really matters there. Unburden's kind of whatever, where it was faster anyway, but Iron Head almost certainly would have picked up a knockout there with reduced defense on Sneasler, and also even if somehow it had hung on, which doesn't look like it was possible here, the Sucker Punch would also do more, where now, even though Sucker Punch is sort of being threatened into either slot, would not pick up Sneasler here, would enable it to pick up the Kingambit if it wanted to, but Delphox kind of forced to flee with both Sucker Punch and Stone Axe being forced threatened into that slot.
Yeah. Basculegion now out on the field, but Kingambit Sucker Punch does connect onto Sneasler and is able to pick up that KO.
See how powerful that Pokemon's attack stat is there, and how weak Sneasler's defenses are, unfortunately.
And that just means that Kleavor gets to fire off this Stone Axe into the Basculegion, and that means that the Stealth Rock has now been set on the field. So Delphox is going to take 25% damage on Switchin, Incineroar as well, and here it comes, trying to get a little bit of Intimidate down onto the Kleavor, but giving away a free boost to that Kingambit.
A lot of fun field attack here. So Kingambit going to get stronger. Incineroar going to come in and ensure that this Kleavor gets weaker. The Stealth Rock going to do more damage to Incineroar, as you mentioned, as well as the Delphox in the back. But some interesting things to keep in mind here. Certainly the Basculegion going to have the Aqua Jet, so kind of a means of getting over that Sucker Punch potentially on the Kingambit. So it's being threatened too. And yeah, it's just a lot of fun on that turn. Even Intimidated too, you can imagine Kleavor easily going to pick up a knockout on Basculegion if it's able to attack it somehow, or some pretty devastating damage to Incineroar. And there's still two Pokemon in the back from Justin for Lorcy to figure out. He's running out of resources pretty quickly here, where Basculegion heavily weakened. The other two Pokemon both weak to Stealth Rock. So Kleavor showing off its stuff early on here.
Yeah, Kleavor has already done over 100% damage based off of the Stone Axe, and then also the guaranteed damage on Stealth Rock to both Delphox and Incineroar. But Actually, Lorcy is showing off the tech here. The helping hand onto the Incineroar means that Aqua Jet from Basque Legion is enough to finally get the Cleavor off the field. This Kingambit, though, doesn't take the bait. Instead, will go for the safe Kowtow Cleave to pick up the KO onto Basque Legion. And now is just going to be the final 2 Fire-type Pokemon for Lorcy up against Kingambit and 2 other friends.
Yeah, I think it's going to matter a lot what these friends are. You kind of guess one of them probably Charizard, who's not going to do very well here as the 1 Mega Evolve Pokemon's team, but hey, maybe not. Whimsicott going to come in here. A very interesting Pokemon where it's going to make it more difficult for Delphox to use that tech move, right? Where I think probably potentially a big reason why Whimsicott's on this team at all. Where, you know, like, oh, I'll just substitute in front of the Kingambit. That'll be easy. And that could lead immediately to a very devastating Encore on the one really powerful attacking Pokemon left on the team. So a complicated position here for Lorcy. He's not going to be able to just do whatever he wants. And Incineroar going to have to take us back to yesteryear and have to carry this game, perhaps.
Yeah, especially because the Whimsicott is Focus Sash. That means that Lorcy would have to double up into it to get that Pokemon off the field, or maybe hope for a burn on a Flare Blitz to try and get rid of the Encore threat here from Justin. And that may just be the only real option, is going for the Flare Blitz and hoping for a burn and then a substitute. But Justin covering for that by going for the Protect on Whimsicott. And on Kingambit, just
I guess
to
it makes
see.
sense, right? Just like, okay, let's see if Delphox does something that I can Encore. If it doesn't, I'm still going to get some intel into what perhaps Joshua wants to do here. So Heat Wave going to do nothing. We'll see what Incineroar does, but spoilers, it won't do anything either. It is that double up into the Whimsicott, so Justin not going to walk into that and doesn't get anything to Encore here, but potentially get some information.
I mean, you do get the ability to Encore an attack for the Kingambit to go for Sucker Punches here.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, where I mean, so it sort of forces in air quotes a Protect from Delphox if you don't want that to happen. In which case, you know, Kingambit still an interesting situation, although it can't Protect anymore, right? So if you want to go for that win con, you'd have to switch Kingambit out and take some damage when it was in the back. If that's Pokemon Charizard, I think you're pretty happy about it, right? But if it's perhaps that Garchomp instead, there's no need. And we see the Encore, we do not see a Protect, and Delphox, I think it's in trouble.
Yeah, the Encore from it actually fails. The Sucker Punch fails into the Delphox, which means the Encore gets to fire off this Heat Wave. So likely they're going for the substitute, but Encore.
Yeah, so then yeah, exactly. Yeah, if you're going for a status move, even if you get Encore into attack, that doesn't work out. So Justin perhaps learning some mechanics here. That's unlucky. Flare Blit's going to come in. Back up this Whimsicott, and what looked like it was a pretty decisive game state for Justin to win, instead looking like it perhaps is going to be a easy win the other direction there. You know, it's there's some interesting mechanics in Pokemon Champions where I do not believe that's the way it used to work. So this is why we ladder in game. And yeah, it is. So it is Charizard.
Right? In the back.
That's kind of why I was thinking. Okay, you go. It's not going to do much against these Pokemon anyway. So sending it out as a sacrifice there for Kingambit in order to set up that Encore seemed like it was a necessary play to me. But again, I think Justin probably just didn't realize that that's the way that Encore works now. So instead, Charizard going to need to do 2v1. Still not impossible, but
certainly not impossible.
Yeah, going to need to do some serious damage here for the most used Mega Evolution Pokemon in this format.
Yeah, the big problem that Justin's Charizard is going to have is that it will be slower than the Delphox. And of course, these Pokemon resist everything that Charizard can fire off.
But good start for Charizard.
That's a good start for sure. There's the Heat Wave connecting onto both Delphox and Incineroar, so that is good damage down onto Lorcy's Pokemon from Justin. There's the Citrus Berry that will heal up the Incineroar just a little bit. The Flare Blitz deals good damage right back, so Justin's going to need a couple more of those.
Yeah, it's it can still happen. If I'm on Lorcy's side of the field, I think I probably think about a Psyshock here to
guarantee damage.
Yeah. It's I don't know. It seems like a little risk we don't have to take, but you know what? I appreciate it. Let's have fun. It's a stream match. This is round 4, round 2. You know, let's just do a little crazy here. Yeah, why not? Heat Wave hits this time.
Yeah, Heat Wave hits this time, so that's good damage onto Charizard. Here is the opposing Heat Wave. Will pick up the KO onto Delphox. Incineroar is back down to 72. Gets a crit onto the Delphox. I'm not 100% sure the crit was, it definitely was necessary there after the Stealth Rock there, but then the Flare Blitz connects onto Charizard, picks up that Pokemon, and Lorcy takes game 1 in a much closer fashion than it looked like it was going to be there in the mid-game.
Yeah, that one would be a little bit crazy where one more Heat Wave miss, and I think we're talking about how Justin inexplicably was able to pull that one off. So I think 2 things in that match maybe to look back on that were a little bit surprising as we went through that really influenced the outcome. Like the one is, Encore's mechanics in reference to Sucker Punch are a little bit weird, where Sucker Punch does damage if you selected an attack that turn, not if you're using an attack. So the Encore is a weird situation where it doesn't work that way anymore. If you selected a status move, you can't be Sucker Punch on that turn. I believe it also works that way with Orangaroos and Instruct if you were somehow able to attack and then be locked into a status move. The other thing that I think was a little bit surprising, at least to me, is the trainers know each other's natures, but not their training, right? Sorry, their stat alignment, not their natures. The Adamant, the Sneasler on Lorcy's side is Adamant. I think sometimes when you see Adamant Sneasler, at least for me, the assumption is like, oh, this Pokemon's much more likely to be trained defensively. So I was kind of expecting it to survive that Sucker Punch, but revealing that it's definitely a more offensively trained Sneasler. Not too surprising for Joshua. I guess he's the player who could have been surprised. I certainly knows how his own Sneasler is trained. But I'm a little surprised that Justin was expecting to get that knockout.
Yeah, well, that is the power of King Gambit sometimes. And if you feel like you're on, sometimes you just need to go for it, because that Sneasler was in a really good position before going down to the Sucker Punch. So at least the extra damage could have been big onto that Pokemon for Chip. But here we go, heading into our second game here of our second Swiss round 4 match between Joshua Lorcy and Justin Knox. Both of these players have been at the top tables multiple times throughout the Scarlet and Violet years, and then Lorcy previously before that as well. Here is a shakeup here. Sneasler and Basculegion led by Lorcy versus the King Gambit and Kleavor once again from Justin.
Yeah, I think it's a great adjustment for Lorcy there. And even though he won game 1, I think, again, Justin knowing that mechanic alone is enough, I think game 1 would have been swapped. So instead, Lorcy's really the one who needs to change up here, I think, is the one who kind of have like the losing line in game 1. And Basculegion is great for that, potentially threatening some damage into both of these Pokemon. And you have a difficult spot for Justin because, yeah, the fake out into King Gambit and attacking into Kleavor is a little bit too scary. So instead, Whimsicott coming in perhaps to try to Encore a Direct Claw, or Encore a fake out rather, but gets caught by the Direct Claw.
Yeah, Dire Claw on the switch in. Whimsicott is taken all the way down to Focus Sash immediately. No Sucker Punch coming out from King Gambit. Liquidation will clean up that final hit point off of Whimsicott. And now this means that King Gambit is going to be able to fire back with either a Kowtow Cleave into the Basculegion or an Iron Head once more into the Sneasler. So we do know definitely from this position that a Sucker Punch onto Sneasler will pick up the KO there, but Whimsicott going down immediately is huge.
Yeah, I think interesting too. Man, the Sneasler did it took way more damage than it took last time. I think like 15 more damage than Iron Head. So we'll likely see both the high and the low roll, although I don't think that HP is going to matter too much. And yeah, awesome read where I think kind of maybe a little bit on both players' side where Justin anticipated, okay, well, if you're actually going to try to knock King Gambit out, you have to spend enough that I don't think you're going to do it. But calling that Whimsicott switch, now not only have to worry about Tailwind or critically Encore, as we saw potentially could have been devastating in the end game, especially assuming both of the Fire-type Mega Evolved Pokemon in the back, or I guess even if it's Floette, I think really big knockout to get for Lorcy.
Absolutely huge moment there for Lorcy to get the KO onto Whimsicott. That is so much positioning, that's so much disruption that is now off the field for Justin. Lorcy's going to take that advantage and try to protect this Basculegion. Kleavor fired off the Stone Axe into the Basculegion. No Sucker Punch once again. That means Sneasler gets to fire off another attack. Close combat into Kleavor, not quite enough to pick up the KO in one shot there. Definitely put it into Aqua Jet range though, as Sneasler will go ahead and reset the stats with the White Herb, and of course get that Unburden boost once more. But of course, it's the double up into Basculegion. The power of the Focus Sash Basculegion means that Justin has to double target it and gets really punished for it.
Yeah, that's a really big deal there too, where I think that not getting the connection with the bye Kleavor, we'll talk about this later.
Yeah, absolutely. Kleavor goes down from the Aqua Jet here, and that means that Justin has now lost a second Pokemon. King Gambit finally fires off the Sucker Punch and gets that Sneasler off the field. So final 2 Pokemon left for Justin. It's going to be the King Gambit +1, while Lorcy has plenty of options remaining available to him.
So what I was going to say there, it's a big deal that Kleavor didn't get to use the Stone Axe, right? It's not like any other attack where it's like, oh no, I lost the damage, which is still bad, but also you have to connect with Stone Axe in order to start set the Stealth Rock, right? So because of that, Incineroar going to come in healthier, and so is that last Pokemon in the back, which could be a huge deal if it's a Delphox who were able to maintain 25% extra HP rather than the 1/8 that it normally is. And that's a big deal here, right? Where also you have Basculegion, if it had switched out, would have to worry about Sash being broken. So Kleavor in a perfect world is really impactful in this matchup. This time not being able to do much because Lorcy's made some great reads, and this is a huge lead now.
All right, Justin will go ahead and protect the Floette here. A major adjustment from Justin from game 1. No Charizard, instead it's going to be the Floette. King Gambit also protects, just trying to blow the fake out from Incineroar. That means nothing will happen here for Justin or Lorcy.
Yeah, so just vibing for now, but I just don't know what Justin does here. Where, especially with that Sass during the Basket Legion, there's just so much ground to make up. You know, we will see a Mega Evolution from Floette on this turn, but yeah, just have to figure out a way. Okay, I got to tap this Basket Legion twice. Certainly, you know, both of these Pokemon could potentially knock it out before it can move, but then you're taking a ton of damage back from Incineroar, and there still is that final Pokemon to worry about. Where, you know, if it's Delphox, like, hey, you know, that's maybe you win some Mind Games to Gambit, that's enough. But like, getting rid of this Basket Legion is the most important thing for Justin right now.
And the good news for Justin is that Floette should outspeed this Basket Legion, as it is the Focus Sash and not one of the, you know, finisher Choice Scarf Basket Legion we've seen before. That means that Basket Legion is forced into Aqua Jet here, while King Gambit actually goes for the Sucker Punch onto Incineroar. Doesn't fall for the bait, instead just gets some guaranteed damage onto Incineroar. Floette following up with a big Moonblast. Still not enough to pick up the KO, though. That means Incineroar gets to survive with Citrus Berry. Enough health to survive another Sucker Punch from that King Gambit, which will need to be able to do because of the that King Gambit is now down to 33. Actually, now with that recoil, probably still picks up the KO on that.
Yeah, I think it's close, but I think it gets it, and that's a big deal because, yeah, I mean, how do you get now to a position where that stops being a problem, where Floette kind of needs to attack both of these Pokemon, where, you know, an Aqua Jet into the King Gambit slot while Incineroar just plows away on this. Floette's still going to be a lot of damage to deal with. Instead, Basket Legion going to protect. It's like, I don't even want to deal with this game. I think you have to target me. So see if we can, Incineroar can get some cheeky damage here. But unlike the Floette we saw last round, this one does no Dazzling Gleam. Going to pick up a knockout, I assume, on this Incineroar.
Yeah, good news. Justin can actually hit 2 Pokemon at once with the Floette, so does not have to worry too much about that. That just means that Incineroar has gone down, and that means Lorcy gets a free switch in here now to Delphox. And this is actually really difficult for the King Gambit at this point. It does have that boost, but at the same time, both Basket Legion and Delphox are able to completely ignore the Sucker Punch, so Justin has to make a call here, or else King Gambit is just going to go down without doing anything.
Yeah, it's like it's a tricky spot, but it's like it's not impossible where you can't get caught. But yeah, I mean, Aqua Jet likely going to pick up a knockout here, so you know, you either have to hope you survive or like maybe you go for a double. But he's the first protect, so you know, we'll have to see now if Joshua calls that and goes for the double into the Floette instead.
Oh no, there's the Aqua Jet into King Gambit. Lorcy went for the guaranteed KO on that Pokemon, and Delphox will fire back with a Psyshock. Deals a lot of damage into that Floette, hitting the weaker physical defense on that Pokemon thanks to Psyshock's unique abilities there. Dazzling Gleam deals good damage. That would be a 2-hit KO onto Basket Legion, and we are just sort of back in the same spot, though.
Yeah, it was probably checkmate, right? Where unless King Gambit can survive this Aqua Jet, it'll be knocked out, and then Floette will be knocked out by the Delphox, and that's why you use Psyshock onto Delphox. That, like most Fairy-type Pokemon, that Floette's much stronger on the special side, so Psychic probably wouldn't have done it. Aqua Jet going to pick up this King Gambit, and Lorcy's going to take the set.
Yeah, with that Aqua Jet, King Gambit goes down. Justin no longer has any offensive pressure as Psyshock cleans it up. Lorcy 2-0 over Justin Knox will be now 4-0 heading into round 5 of Swiss.
Yeah, a fascinating match, right? Where game 1 is a little strange, and I gotta imagine it going to a game 2 after a set like that one from Justin's side of the field. It's gotta be a little tough to like reset. Like, okay, that was a weird one. Like,
that was a weird one.
But you had a really great gameplay by Lorcy too. I really like this adjustment in game 2, where I think that the way that game 1 played out is Justin favored, and Lorcy kind of won out by knowing the mechanics a little bit better. Where he was just always way ahead in game 2. I think it was a really good line into this team. Catching that Whimsicott on turn 1 was incredible. I think it's just almost impossible for Justin to come back from there. And hey, you know, I think it's a great kind of like out of game like mental strategy. Like, okay, you know, my opponent had like kind of tilting game 1 loss. I'm gonna bring the heat immediately, and maybe I'll kind of like catch him a little bit off guard, and it really pays off there. I think a really excellently played set by Lorcy, and sort of fun to watch again. You know, as a very similar teams to the one the previous round, but it played out so differently because of the ways in which they're different.
Totally, absolutely, massively differently is how that game played out, and I loved that game 2 adjustment, like you mentioned. Lorcy really bringing the heat on that, but also just like leading the Basket Legion, immediately threatening the Kleavor, making sure that Kleavor could not safely set up the Stealth Rocks. Both protected the Basket Legion's Focus Sash, protected 25% health on the Incineroar, and 25% health on the Delphox. That is huge value in blocking the Kleavor from being able to set up with that Stone Axe.
Yeah, 'cause I mean, I think it wasn't that far off, right?
Yeah.
Where I think you probably need a little bit more than just the Stealth Rock damage, so I think even with that, maybe sign off. But yeah, I mean, like, if a Pokemon had taken the Stone Axe damage, which would have added damage on its own, plus the Stealth Rock, like, maybe it's just enough where at least there's some play for Justin there, but as it played out, like, yeah, it was just perfect defense by Lorcy, and that's how you have to play against Kleavor, right? Where, it's going to trade positively if it gets the Stone Axe down. I think even in that losing game 1, Kleavor alone did an incredible amount of damage. And I think, props to it too. You see why it's so popular, but so interesting despite being not such a popular Pokemon, right? Like why it was 3-0 and why it did so well in the online tournaments last weekend, where, imagine that on the other side of the field against Justin's team, like, oh man, like there's only one Pokemon, or I guess 2 Pokemon who take resisted damage from rock type moves. There's one Pokemon who gets devastated by the Stealth Rock. Maybe conversely to the other round 4 we saw, if he starts playing against a bunch of Charizard teams, I think he's going to be very happy.
Absolutely. Yeah, if a bunch of Charizard teams have moved down to 3-1, Justin's probably in a pretty good position.
Yeah, you look at the usage stats like, oh, 35% Charizard, eh? I guess I know what I'm doing Sunday morning.
Yeah, really well played there from both players. Lorcy, I really, incredible positioning there in especially game 2, but also in game 1 to be able to find a way back into that. Of course, the Whimsicott not able to get the Encore off in game 1, like you mentioned, and of course not able to do anything in game 2 because it got caught on the switch in. So you have to imagine if that Whimsicott had been able to get that Encore off appropriately in game 1, that probably would have gone to Justin. And then, it really was that turn 1 call out. Like, I don't think you're leaving Kleavor in against Basculegion and Sneasler. Yeah. Why would you? That would be foolish. Instead, just going straight on, going for that Dire Claw, dropping the Whimsicott down to Focus Sash, then cleaning it up with Liquidation.
Yeah, unfortunately,
really big.
Game 2 there, Kleavor looked like when I tried to use Kleavor in singles. Like, ooh, where'd all my HP go?
At least you know to use X-Scissor now.
Yeah. Which, I think that was one thing that's kind of neat where, I mean, obviously I need U-turn in singles a little bit differently, but yeah, it's X-Scissor, if you guys don't know. It is boosted by that sharpness, so it becomes a 120 power, perfect accuracy bug-type move. Not something that normally exists, so pretty cool trick that only Kleavor can do. Really neat Pokemon, and I still think that there's a real world where we see Kleavor deep into the tournament. I think it's a really interesting meta choice alongside these Charizard teams. I didn't get to catch the matches live online, so interesting to get to see it in person. And even in this matchup where I think like there's a lot of Kleavor enemies on this team as well. Where it's not like it's like a super positive matchup or anything. Well, I guess it's fairly positive. It looked good, right? Where I definitely get it. I kind of wonder, like, it's a Pokemon that's kind of looking for a fraud check on, and I think even though it didn't win, not a fraud. Where conversely, I think another thing to keep in mind on this weekend is like, okay, Aerodactyl, Whimsicott, like who's the premier Tailwind user? We had one game this round where Aerodactyl looked really good. One game this round where Whimsicott did not look so good. But one round is hardly enough to determine which of these Pokemon should be on top.
Yeah, well, and of course, if Aerodactyl was here instead of Whimsicott, then you probably don't have Kleavor at all.
Right,
you got to make the space for Kleavor.
Yeah, no option of this team. And yeah, I mean, in other matchups, I think that Kleavor very worth it. So I'm really excited to see how these different Charizard teams play out, where even though like kind of like the backbone of all of them is pretty similar, the specific choices that each of the trainers are making is really interesting.
Yeah, and I really enjoy this version of the team that Lorcy is running. It was sort of, it does read very early MA regulation meta to me, just by virtue of having the Delphox Floette combo with only the Sinistcha as redirection here. But there's critical adaptations here that have been brought in from this early meta team from some of the later developments, especially that Focus Sash Basculegion. Basically everyone was running Choice Scarf Basculegion as a finisher before, but we have now seen the rise of Focus Sash Adaptability Basculegion, and it dealt damage.
Yeah, and I think it's just so much harder to deal with, right? Where I think with any other item, eventually you catch it there, but having to hit it twice and having to deal with the Aqua Jet, Sucker Punch Mind game, Lorcy was just too smart.
Absolutely. Well, let's go ahead and hear from Too Smart Lorcy himself, who is speaking with Sierra about that match.
Thank you so much. I'm here, as they just called you Too Smart Lorcy.
Really?
Too smart.
Wow.
Too smart. Also too good. Undefeated here so far at Indy. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good, man. Champions is here. I'm happy to play some Champions. Being this is the first regional being 4-0, I feel good. I haven't really been playing, I'll be honest, for the last 2 weeks. Been busy, life stuff, but I'm enjoying the format, although it's pretty stale at the moment, but I enjoy playing in tournaments where I know most of the meta teams, because it's easier for me to position and play the game. So it works out for me. But I know for the viewers, I know it's kind of boring seeing Charizard and all these Pokemon all over again, but it's good.
I mean, your match wasn't boring. Let's dive into that first. Particularly one very interesting interaction we got to see in that game number 1, because I think that is like the talk of the match.
Yes.
The encore, the heat wave that still goes off.
Yeah.
And then you just kind of sweep the match from there. Was that a surprise for you? Because I know that was an interaction that a lot of people had to kind of remind themselves on, because you clicked a status or a non-attacking move.
So I knew the interaction. I was just hoping that he did it. I was pretty upset with how I played that game 1 because I'm very, like, this team is very new to me. Shout out to Tabu. Shout out to Muy Serial. It's our group consisting of many of the European players and myself. They gave me a team kind of last minute, and yeah, like the team is just working well. But back to the interaction, yeah, I knew that that could occur, but I was like, oh man, maybe he knows. I was thinking like maybe he'll go for like tailwind and like kowtow to cover that, but then like I get a free heat wave off. But seeing that his gambit was pretty bulky, I'm like, oh, maybe his gambit could live a heat wave. And then when I just saw a sucker punch, I was like, uh-oh, it's gonna fail. And he was like, we spoke to each other. He's like, wait, what? Like, it works like that? I'm like, but all in all, it was a pretty bad played game 1 by me, because not knowing that sucker punch KO'd Sneasler. I've been using a bulky variant Sneasler for the longest, right? So I'm just so used to like the certain like counts with the Sneasler that I've been using, which lives that. But now, obviously, it didn't live that, so you can pretty much tell what kind of Sneasler I'm running. It doesn't matter. We got stat alignments now. It doesn't really matter. But yeah, going to game 2, I knew I had the upper hand because I knew that Knox had to commit to the cleave lore and gambit lead. That was the most pressure he had going into the team. So me knowing that, I went with Sneasler Basque Legion, puts on a lot of pressure on the cleaver. And game 2, turn 1, the obvious play would be fake out liquidation, right? But when you've been playing like these teams multiple times, you kind of understand how they move the pieces, right? So I predicted obviously the Whimsicott coming in, because if I go for fake out, he could encore me into fake out, thus putting Gambit in a prime position to attack the Basque Legion, because obviously my only moves are liquidation, last respects, and Aqua Jet. And if you saw how the damage rolls on Gambit, it's not doing that much damage. So. Yeah, I knew that was his best play. So getting the Whimsicott off the board was pretty good early. I was prepping for an endgame of Charizard, but we did see that Floette. So it was cool because Delphox has like amazing matchup into Floette as long as I get rid of the pesky Gambit. Yeah. So I think it was maybe turn 3 or turn 4 where I went for the double up into the Gambit. It was like Aqua Jet and Flare Blitz, and that didn't even pick up. So we know for sure that Gambit is pretty beefy.
Yeah.
But ended up getting a pin towards the end game where in order for him to even win that game, his Gambit had to be virtually like faster than my Basque Legion, and it wasn't. So just clicking Aqua Jet and the Side Shock, which is really good into Floette, because Floette, as we know, has good special defense. Attacking it with Side Shock is actually attacking his defense stat. So we know that Floette doesn't have the best best defense stat. And so having 2 Side Shocks picking up the knockout on Floette pretty much kind of sealed me the game. And he's a phenomenal player. He's been playing for years now and has had great success. So that's a good confidence booster. I've not been having the best run. I've been playing like some of the greatest players in the past. LP Fan, Aaron Grubbs. I played Ed Glover, who's a good player as well. He's, I believe, top cut national, I think, back in 2016. LP Fan had great success back a decade ago. I'm Unk, so I had some great success back.
Bringing out all the Unks for this event.
Back a decade ago. So yeah, no, it's good. I feel good. I'm actually pretty happy with the way that I've been playing. I haven't been too confident as of late, because like my last great stint was obviously like Milwaukee and Pittsburgh, and that's a while ago, right? Didn't really play in. I haven't really played the best Pokemon as of late, so starting 4-0 now, I feel really good.
As something you talked about within that match was how, okay, I could go for this particular play, but because of the experience that I had and seeing how this match plays out and all these hours going in, I know it's going to go this way, so I can pivot and do this instead. You said that you've kind of been taking a break for the last couple of weeks, just like life stuff, so is that kind of from Champions beforehand, or is that just experience with the game itself that you're really being able to pull into, like, you just got it on lock?
I would say It's a little bit of both, right? The experience is obviously there, knowing how pieces move. Like I tell people all the time, this is one of my favorite things to think. Pokemon changed, but the way that the game plays is probably like the same 9 times. And we have hyper-offensive teams, we have standard balanced teams. And when there's like these meta teams, like it's very important to know, if you're going to an event, it's very important to have your matchups into said teams and know exactly what pieces to bring. And practicing said pieces in the matchup with friends and or whoever you could play with, right? So I just asked Taboo for a lot of help. I just said, hey, what are you doing to this? And I would show him what I would do. He's like, no. You bring these 4 and do X, Y, and Z. And then I do it. I'm like, oh, wow, it works.
Crazy.
and it's that simple. But I would say that it's very hard if you're newer, it's very hard to just pick up and do something like that, right? And that's where the experience comes in, right? You're playing for years. I've seen like similar concepts in the years, right? Now it's just me just playing the format which it is now and just putting pieces together. And if you're newer, everything is just brand new to you, right? But I think, unironically enough, although that this meta is like pretty, I don't want to say solved. I don't want to say solved because I said this in 2016, and then as we know, Wolfe won Worlds with a very unique team. I don't want to say solved, but we pretty much know what's good, right? So that's very beneficial to the newer, I'm talking to the newer players. It's very beneficial for you because you don't have to worry about too much variance when it comes to teams, right? You're able to practice into just the main common teams. Might be 1 or 2 pieces missing, but for the most part, you could kind of figure out along the way rather than when there's a lot of variety, it's a lot harder, I would say, for newer players to just have constant matchup prep into something that they're obviously unaware of. As for a veteran player, it's probably something that you've seen before, or you kind of know the approach that your opponent wants to bring with said team. But all in all, I do think that there's some very interesting Pokemon and champions so far. I think Vivian.
The Vivian, yeah.
Vivian. I think that's a very interesting Pokemon that was kind of creeping up a bit from my friends were telling me. It has an interesting speed stat as well. It's 155. So it's faster than, I believe, Modest Floettes. It's faster than, I believe, I want to say Modest Charizard. So Vivian hits like a weird speed stat where it's faster than Pokemon that are trying to hit hard, right, for the most part. So I like Vivian. Blastoise is interesting. That's something that I used at a grassroots and had some good success. I don't know how good it is going into this tournament, being there's an abundance of Charizard and stuff, but I do see it doing well. I think Farig is very interesting as well. And Mega Camera Up, actually. Mega Camera Up is, yes, I'm actually a Mega Camera Up believer, funny enough.
A believer, but
yes.
Where is it?
Yeah, so there was this team that I faced, and it was like Incineroar, Farigiraf, Camera. And I think that my hypothesis coming into Champions now is that if you have a strong fire type that resists Eternal Floette, I think that it's like good. That's just what I think, right? So I played this team on the ladder, and it was Incineroar, Farig, Camera Up, and Friends. It had Vivian. It had Vivian, and it was Scarf. And I had a rough time using like the main like Charizard team. And I was like, wow, this is like really good. Like if my Charizard can't do Charizard things because of the Camera Up in Trick Room, especially in Trick Room, like it just kind of blows out. And it has very good moves. It has, I believe, Heat Wave, Earth Power. Forgot the other move that they use, but Heat Wave and Earth Power hit the meta for very good damage. Glimora, super effective. Kingambit, super effective. Heat Wave and Earth Power. Being able to Heat Wave other Charizards and Charizard not doing much back to you because I believe Camera Up is like Fire and Rock or Fire something. I don't even know. But Fire and something. And just being able to take hits and do so much damage back is something that I appreciate. And I think that if you're using Mega Camera at this event, you're probably going to have some good success if you pull the right matchups.
Okay, I know Joe Brown's been talking about Mega Camera Up, so I know he's sitting there like, yes, Lorcy's talking about Mega Camera Up right now. I mean, how else have you enjoyed your time in Champions? Because I know there is so much anticipation from so many players going into this event, especially too for trainers who have been around. The fact that we are going back to Megas, we're done with Terrestrialization, Megas are back, but obviously a new spin with new ones added, and then a very different power level into this current state of the game.
Okay, so I'm enjoying Champions. I think that we've been playing Scarlet and Violet for almost 4 years, right? I think that aspect, we're done, gone. Champions comes in, we're starting to, we had like a big grassroots, right? We're figuring out what's good. Like we saw Aerodactyl. Then we saw Mega Aerodactyl. Now we're like, okay, well, Charizard's really good. Raghav won a big grassroots with Charizard and Aerodactyl, and that pretty much set like the pedestal for the format going forward. Now it's all up to the innovators, right? Everybody knows what's good, right? Everybody knows what's good, but we definitely do have some innovators here. My good friend Wolfe, as you know, as somebody I'm very confident to have somebody. If anybody could figure out what's good other than meta stuff, I would go to him, if anything. And I have no clue what he's running. I don't know. He probably maybe he's running meta stuff, but I would put confidence in him to pilot something that is pretty good into the main core of teams. But I like the success that Champions has been having as far as like content creators goes and streamers. We're seeing an abundant amount of VGC content.
Yeah.
To give you guys context, I've been playing since 2015, mid-2015, right? And we just had Aaron Zheng, Alex Avlaza was like the main two that you would go. And now you type VGC on YouTube or any other Twitch or whatever, everybody's streaming and playing the game and putting their thoughts out there. And I think that's like really good for the game. And I'm very happy to see that. And I think the players also are enjoying a fresh start into the game. What's also pretty amazing to see is how everybody's consistently laddering on the ranked battles. If you're paying attention to social media, when Season 1 first started, the best interaction that I've seen on the X platform was when Eric Rios had, I think, topped the ladder. And he had posted it and said, okay, like I'm top, whatever, with 2,300 ELO. And then I think Gio had subtweeted him and was like, catch up. And he posted that he was up there. So I love like competitive banter like that. I think that it's really good to see. It's very healthy to see amazing players playing the game, especially on Champions. Yeah. And I will say that I'm not so much of a ladder player. I like to work out matchups with friends. But the first season, I wanted that end game with Champions, and I had a terrible story. I have a terrible story to tell you. So it's like 2 hours left before the season ends, and I'm like 274, and I'm like playing one game like every hour to kind of inch up, right? So I'm inching up. So I ended up going on a 2-game losing streak, and I just got bumped out of Champions. I was like 360th place. I'm like, oh my God. But I will say that's the first time I felt like that in over 10 years of playing Pokemon.
Okay.
Which was a good thing. I was eager to play the ranked ladder. So I thought that was really good. It was really motivating for me to like, oh, I really want to do this. So I think that Champions hit everything on the mark when it came to like, just the replica teams are really good. A lot of players here literally just got teams off of social media platforms and made it into their own, and they're here. Back then, it was very hard, right? It's very hard to just create teams and make teams. So having top players have teams out there is like an amazing thing and an amazing experience for newer and veterans like me.
It's been a lot of fun, and I mean we've gotten to see so much going into this, and of course now out in the field. As for us, I know the analysts are eager to be breaking down your match, so we're going to throw that over to them. But Lorcy, thank you so much for all the insight. I'm excited to see how your run's going to be going together.
Thank you.
As for us, we have. I forgot the segment name, but we're through the lens with Len.
Well, we almost went somewhere else, but we ended up over here anyway, through the lens, ready to break down that last match. It was a pretty fun one.
It was really fun. It feels like a long time ago, though, when you think about just like the insights that Lorcy was able to provide based on the match, and also just in general, how Pokemon Champions has been evolving as a competitive Pokemon space. Makes me excited to see what we got left in store for today.
Yeah, like you said, people are always one-upping each other, new teams on top of new teams. I think you heard in the commentary, Scott mentioned this one felt a little bit older, but can still have a lot of success in the format. Well, let's look at those teams in team preview. And the first thing that stood out to me was this looks pretty similar to what we saw Brendan last round. You have the same two Megas, both of them still with a non-attacking move, something you can buy some time for. But unlike Brendan's team, you got some real damage in there to also support, which I think gave a lot of flexibility to Lorcy.
Absolutely. I look at pieces like how the Basque Legion was really kind of putting some power in front of Justin's team. You have a lot of Pokemon that aren't really going to be able to resist those moves super well. And kind of what we were going back to with the Basque Legion in the last round, you saw it's very good for being able to clean up, but you can still lead the Pokemon with that Focus Sash and ensure that you're going to get a turn out of it.
Yeah, you can definitely get a turn out of it, and we're seeing Aqua Jet be really impactful throughout all these sets. In this one, both got KOs onto Gambit and onto Cleaver because of the Aqua Jet priority that otherwise wouldn't have been, keeping Basculegion moving first. So yeah, very powerful Pokemon. There's a reason it's at 50% usage.
That's true. But do you remember, when Incineroar actually did get Helping Hand? That helped.
It helped. It was enough to get a KO over on Cleaver, which was pretty important because it felt like Cleaver was having a huge impact on this set. The Stone Axe was pretty significant damage on its own. Probably meant to hunt down one Fire-type Mega, but instead finding a different Fire-type Mega that didn't want to get hit by it. But then once you have those Stealth Rocks down, they're pretty good damage across the board.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you set up the Stealth Rocks, and the one that you're talking about is the Charizard, right? That's kind of the big secret enemy that this Cleavor is trying to nail. And with the Stealth Rocks, you're taking 50% on the Charizard when you switch that in. So I love that Cleavor ended up being showcased here, that Justin has it on his team, that Lorcy found a great way to get around it.
Yeah, so if we go into game 1, turn 1, we immediately have both the Delphox and the Cleavor on the field, and the Cleavor is already causing problems. It's threatening a faster Stone Axe here that's probably a KO. And meanwhile, the King Gambit is a bunch of damage threat as well, and so things are pretty difficult in this position for Lorcy.
Yeah, you also, because you have, if you want to, you can have the Sucker Punch there from the King Gambit. That's one way that you can kind of get through the Delphox, but Lorcy's smarter than that.
Well, so he has to protect it, right? Like, this is the impact the Cleaver is already having, even just one turn in the game. You got to protect against both of these. Sneasler can only help with one of them, so goes into the King Gambit, gets a bunch of really valuable damage here. I think throughout the set, we saw the King Gambit be really important. Like, when Lorcy was having success, it was because the Gambit was so low already. So then, Delphox can't protect itself again. Cleaver is continuing to have impact on this game. It gets a bunch of damage into Basculegion. Sucker Punch picks up a KO here, and that's like kind of space that Cleaver has bought. You've spent 2 turns with the thing next to Sneasler not being able to attack, and so instead, Sneasler just gets taken down, and the damage trade is like hugely positive for Justin at this point. And game 1 stays pretty positive for Justin, despite, finally, like you mentioned, Helping Hand, Aqua Jet, able to pick up Cleaver, eliminate that, but stays pretty positive for Justin until we get to this moment. So let's go back a little bit here and talk about
this one.
What impact Encore is having here. So you'd think that this is pretty much a pin for Justin. You're threatening Sucker Punch here. Stealth Rock has already done some damage there, so that that will just be a KO. Delphox should be basically suppressed from ever doing damage. Meanwhile, the Incineroar can try to go out on the offense, but you're suppressing Delphox. And then the Whimsicott has a Focus Sash, and so you can't get rid of it in one turn either. You can't just throw a Flare Blitz, get rid of that. Otherwise, you might do something like Substitute and Flare Blitz, try to trade it off, and then you have a Substitute, you block Sucker Punch. And so this should pretty much be a lock unless your opponent takes you out of the lock for you, which is because the way Sucker Punch works, it's always based on what you input. It doesn't really matter what you're going to end up doing on that turn, whether you get Encored or Instructed or some other mechanic that chooses your moves for you. It's just based on what input you made. And so Lorcy escapes this by using, I don't know if I can draw a little substitute, but using a little substitute, but then never actually gets to click that button. Instead, Encore forces back into Heat Wave after the double protect on the previous turn, but Sucker Punch, all Sucker Punch sees is still the intent to use substitute. It's looking over here, and in the meantime, Heat Wave gets to come out and do so much damage and really change this game. This is how Sucker Punch has always worked, but it's a pretty obscure mechanic. You're usually using Sucker Punch into supportive moves. I think a lot of players know the mechanics around using Encore on single target moves and trying to change their target, but this mechanic in particular of avoiding Sucker Punch isn't seen very often.
Yeah, because we've even seen scenarios even more recently, if you think back to Scarlet and Violet, we've actually seen Encores into, to get around Aqua Jet. So and we've talked about this before in some of our previous matches even today, but if you have a move that has increased priority, that will go first before you get Encored into it. So yeah, it was kind of fascinating to see that play out because it's really not that often that you see a support move get picked and Sucker Punch fails.
Yeah, I've heard about players trying to do it to themselves, encoring your own partner in order to create the situation where you can dodge Sucker Punch, but this time Justin helpful for Lorcy there. Kind of bails him out of a game I think he was otherwise losing.
Yeah. So then on to game 2, right? Because this is where we get back to Cleavor has taken center stage, but I feel like Lorcy figured out a better way to get around it.
Yeah, I think Lorcy's way more ready for it this time. And sometimes that can be such a huge advantage. If you get bailed out of a game 1 where your opponent really had the upper hand, but now you have all the information, you know what's important, you know what they're prioritizing, and you're up a game, it can be so difficult for your opponent. So immediately a much better lead combination. Aqua Jet or Liquidation, close combat, you're threatening a ton of damage here. You have to kind of open yourself up. King Gambit can come out and get rid of Vascular Legion as well, but it's pretty easy to at least get rid of Cleavor in the short term. So even if Stealth Rocks goes up, like you can't deny one Stone Axe, you're not going to have Delphox constantly having to run away from it.
Yeah.
And you're going to make it through this a lot more healthy. And so instead, it also can't protect itself. So you can kind of safely throw a couple of attacks there. I think in the cast, Scott called this a read. You know, instead it ends up being Dire Claw into the Cleavor to find a KO. But if you look around, it's really functioning as a pin. Because if this Cleavor stays in here, tries to Stone Axe something, it will go down to Liquidation. It doesn't matter what the Sneasler did in the short term. And so then, if you know you're threatening a KO into a spot that can't protect itself, you start looking down the team on the other side. What could theoretically switch in to that move?
Whimsicott!
Well, Charizard can't come into Liquidation. Garchomp's not going to love Liquidation plus Dire Claw, though it's probably the best answer to this quiz we're going through right now. Whimsicott, of course, ends up coming into the Dire Claw and going down. This is already on the board, would otherwise be the best answer. And if this comes into Dire Claw plus Liquidation, it's definitely gone.
Yeah.
And you've gotten rid of your opponent's Mega. And so that combination of Dire Claw and Liquidation forces a KO. A lot of times this is the best way to take advantage of your opponent's Pokemons that don't have Protect. If it doesn't have Protect, you know it's vulnerable. You know you're going to get a KO there if you can put the right combination of attacks. If you only chase it with one, like only Liquidation, then maybe you aren't going to find that KO. But if you can find the right pairing, you can force through KOs and your opponent really can't do anything about it.
I love it. I think that is it's a definitely more safe play to make when you take a look at also how it had played out. Because yeah, poor Whimsicott. I actually had no idea that was what switched in. So sorry I beat you there. But it does take a silly amount of damage from the Dire Claw.
Yeah, it takes obviously way more than just going down to the 1 HP. Focus Sash saves it, but Liquidation is back there on the return. And then Lorcy gets even more out of this turn, because if Justin had just Kowtow Cleaved and gotten Vascular Legion down on this turn, things maybe aren't so bad here, but it's not what happens. Instead, we get the Iron Head into Sneasler, and Vascular Legion stays completely healthy and is kind of a huge problem throughout the rest of this game.
Because it's always tough in this position. You know, we talk about King Gambit being a good Pokemon to have against something like the Vascular Legion. Because if it's not clicking Aqua Jet, then of course you're going to be able to land the Sucker Punch and actually get the KO onto it. Or at least in this case, bring it down to that Focus Sash and try again the next turn. But it's so tough. It's so tough to actually get it into the position where you can comfortably Sucker Punch it. And when you've got a Cleavor that's also going to be taking super effective damage from the Aqua Jet, I feel like it's always quite safe for Lorcy to just lock into Aqua Jet or even just risk the Liquidation here.
Right, you can just go out and swing in to the Cleaver slot. So this takes a couple turns to boil down. You get the KO into Cleaver. Vascular Legion has, done his job here, really has managed to hang on long enough, and Sucker Punch picks up Sneasler at this point, but things are rapidly simplifying in a way that's a big problem for Justin.
Because at this point now, what do you have here? You still have your King Gambit, and then the fourth Pokemon in the back is Floette.
Right, so Floette hits the field, and this is kind of Justin's last attempt to stay in the game. The King Gambit is very important to try to win. At this point, you're down to 2 Pokemon, and the King Gambit's damage is really important. But if a Flare Blitz goes in, that's going to be it. The King Gambit is going to survive it when we see it play out in the game, but it's still going to cost so much damage that you can't really win from there. And so Justin recognizes this, recognizes that he needs to double into the Incineroar, goes for Sucker Punch and Moonblast in this turn, but it's still not enough damage, and Incineroar has Citrus Berry, and things really start to get away from Justin.
That's so hard. Incineroar is one of those Pokemon that I feel like people have definitely trained it to be more defensively bulky as well, so it can just stick around the field for a long time. Even the power of Floette being where it is, it's tough to think that you do have to require so many resources to knock out this Incineroar.
Yeah, both Pokemon here, Incineroar, Kingambit, really costing a lot of resources to get rid of. So much health on Incineroar. There's one more piece of this match I want to talk about, so let's skip a couple turns ahead. So the Incineroar has been sacrificed. Now we have Delphox on the field. And let's talk about the pin that's finally here on the board, where you're threatened, like you would love to be threatening a Sucker Punch here so that you can stop Delphox from attacking.
Absolutely.
And then you can probably win the game. But the problem is that Kingambit has gotten so low because of that Flare Blitz on the previous turn that Aqua Jet is now a KO. And so like the chain of suppression is that Aqua Jet prevents Kingambit from attacking at all, which means that Delphox is free to attack and can 2-hit KO this Floette. You're going to win over the course of 2 turns. There's really no way out of it. It's checkmate at this point. Kingambit's going to protect itself for 1 turn. Floette's going to swing out and get some damage, but it can't get those KOs because it only has fairy moves.
Yeah.
And so then this pin eventually just resolves itself. Aqua Jet lands into Kingambit, Psyshock into Floette, and Lorcy pretty comfortably takes the game.
I mean, that's an interesting decision in itself, though, because we've seen a couple Mega Delphox on the stream, and they both have opted for different Psychic type attacks. You've got Psyshock in this case, and Psychic in one of our previous matches. What's kind of the big difference for you, and why do you feel like trainers choose one over the other?
Well, Psychic's higher base power, so you're just opting for a little bit more damage in kind of the common case. But I think oftentimes you'll see in a given metagame, players recognize the thing they want to hit hardest is actually got lower defense stat, and so Psyshock more helpful. Psychic would not have 2-hit KO'd Floette here, which might have changed the game. Then you're at least worrying that Basculegion's just going to get 2-hit KO'd by Dazzling Gleam and you lose a longer game. But Psyshock into Floette's lower defense stat is enough to just pick up that KO and lock in that pin.
Fascinating.
Well, that is all there was of round 4, part 2. Great match between Lorcy and Justin. I'm excited to see what more matches we have out ahead of us, but first we're going to take a quick break.
What makes a Pokemon viable in VGC? There are many factors to consider. Fluttermane has strong offensive pressure. Amoonguss has incredible defensive utility. Rillaboom has valuable support with an ability that boosts its damage. And if you're looking for a Pokemon that can do all of the above, then Incineroar has got you covered.
Knockoff here. Incineroar using knockoff, knocking off the choice spikes.
These are the skills trainers look for when building teams. These are also traits lacking from legendary Pokemon Articuno. Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. For nearly 2 decades, Articuno was better off left in the Seafoam Islands than it was on the battlefield.
It's going to be Articuno. How much can this Pokemon do?
Oh, that's a miss. That's huge.
The other 2 legendary birds from Kanto had many more accolades than Articuno. In 2019, world champion Paul Ruiz got top 4 at LASC by using Moltres as a Xerneas count.
The way that he builds his team is just phenomenal. You can see that wonderful Moltres.
Zapdos has a fantastic typing, great utility, and a decade's worth of top finishes to its name. The Paldean region introduced terrestrialization, giving Pokemon the chance to change their typing and potentially change their fate. Scarlet and Violet also changed Hail to Snow, now boosting Ice Pokemon's defense by 1 stage. Terrestrialization and Snow were the missing pieces needed for Articuno to finally show us what it's got in VGC. 2 brave trainers were up to the challenge, Amir Abdulovsky and Nikhil Reddy. At the Utrecht special event, Nikhil cracked the code on Articuno, and Amir also saw the potential in this diamond in the rough. The most important teammate was Alolan Ninetales, which set up the snow, giving Articuno accurate blizzards and helping it take less damage thanks to Aurora Veil. Hisuian Arcanine was the other key Pokemon in this core, with Intimidate to lower attacks and Rock Slide or Flare Blitz to threaten the Pokemon that resisted Blizzard.
Rock Slide there, launched out from the Arcanine.
Nikhil and Amir took Utrecht by storm with one of the coolest strategies we've seen in VGC.
There for a particular point in time in a match where you need that one-hit KO. Body Press does connect through. Articuno able to take that really well thanks to the Aurora Veil.
Sheer Cold though does connect. It's connecting onto the Registeel, and the Registeel is down and out. 1-hit KO.
There it is.
Choice Spec Sheer Cold sent a shiver down the spine of Articuno's opponents.
Wrap-up trainers is getting cold in here.
Sheer Cold!
It connects!
It's going!
Not every day you see an Articuno taking down an Incineroar, but the king of Pokemon video game has been felt. Exactly, Articuno gets it! The Sheer Cold comes through. All of Registeel's efforts are null and void.
Thanks to this high-risk, high-reward team, Articuno finally had a chance to climb the mountain in VGC.
Amir Abdulovsky is here providing sheer entertainment on stream.
Destiny would pit Amir and Nikhil against each other in top 8. These 2 trainers were completely in sync during this chilling battle, choosing the same Pokemon, clicking the same attacks, and understanding this team like no one else could. We had never seen an Articuno exceed expectations like this, let alone 2 of them.
That's going to wrap up the game for Amir.
Look how much help that hand is doing to the damage count against that opposing Articuno. Critical hit, single target attack.
Often the winner in a mirror match is the one who can use their common information against their opponent and do something unexpected. After losing game 1, on the brink of elimination, Nikhil would leave Articuno on the sidelines to even up the set.
There's the Moonblast guaranteeing that if the Rock Slide connects, it will get the knockout. It does find its mark.
And it is a double knockout for Nikhil, getting Ninetales and Articuno off the board.
This showdown in the snow was starting to heat up, now tied 1 game apiece.
It looked like Amir was on the front foot for the early stages of that game.
I love a game 3.
Nikhil continued to rely on Arcanine in game 3. Knockout after knockout, Arcanine snowballed momentum for Nikhil, closing out the set and securing the title of Utrecht's strongest Articuno.
Let's be honest, the star of the show there, doesn't matter whose team it was on, it was the Hisuian Arcanine.
Articuno's cold front would continue in the finals. Nikhil Reddy proved that all it takes is the right time and place to capitalize on your potential by taking one of the least viable legendary Pokemon in VGC history and turning it into a champion.
And that is going to be Nikhil Reddy, your champion of the Utrecht special event.
Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite competitive Pokemon moments by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
The best advice I've gained from my friends is to probably not give up. I've been to many regionals. This is actually, I think, my 18th, and I have only ever day 2'd at one of them, but I played all of my day 1s always because all of my friends are always like, don't give up. One of these days you'll break through, and when I finally did, it was really awesome, and that's helped a lot with enjoying these tournaments and making sure that even if I'm not doing the greatest, I'm still having a good time.
The best piece of advice I've received from my friends is learning my move count so I can optimize my gameplay.
The best piece of advice I've gained from my friends is probably to take it slow. More specifically in a match when you're like really stressed out or maybe you made the wrong read. Try to just, you have a little time, take a breath, take a step back, reevaluate it, and then just see if you have any outs or see where you can go from there. It doesn't hurt.
I believe the best piece of advice I've received from my friends is to just take it a game at a time, relax, don't worry about it, know your lines, and just have fun.
Best piece of advice I received from my friends is, when you lose a match, there's always a lot to learn from it. So I always say, losing's learning, and that's a great way to improve and a good outlook to do better in future tournaments.
I think one big piece of advice that I would give to people, or that has been given to me by my friends, is to find a Pokemon you like. Obviously, you can kind of see my get up here. I found Glaceon. I decided to use it on my team this year. It tests your limits in ways you probably wouldn't otherwise using more meta picks. And those are totally fine to use, but for me, choosing my favorite Pokemon and finding a way to make it work, it was really impactful for me.
Welcome back, everybody, to day 1 of the Indianapolis Regional Championships, where it looks like we might be going into Top Cut, but it's actually just Swiss round number 4. We've got a third match we're going to bring you here as we keep things going through our matches today.
It's round 4 3/4.
I really thought I was going to get you to break there. Almost.
No, it's like when a parent is trying to get their child to do something and they start counting down. They're like 1, 1.5. We're on round 4, 4.5, 4 3/4. And we just got so much more round 4 action. We love round 4, and we hope you do too. So we're going to show you another one.
4 is my favorite number.
It is mine now too.
It's also, I can count on one hand with that. So
you're right. Good job.
Speaking of Swiss round 4. We have another matchup for you, and I'm actually really excited about this one as well because we've got Thomas Cooleen versus William Brown. Now, William Brown, I feel like, represents sort of like the newer age of VGC player. He's been so consistently dominant the last couple of years, really come into his own, but T-Man, Tommy Cooleen, that's a throwback.
He's been playing longer than I have, and I started, 13 years ago now, so it's cool to see him doing so well at these events in the modern era as well. He's someone that can always show up to an event and make a deep run, even if he's been taking a little bit of a break. And so far, so good for Tommy at 3-0 going into round number 4, and hoping to continue on even further.
These teams are also really exciting. We get a chance to get another look at this Whimsicott with the Charizard and the Garchomp that Tommy's going to be running. But I feel like this is kind of another iteration of these Pokemon. Well, we know that these 6 in particular are really good.
Yep.
There's actually going to be some small things, I think, that make this team a little bit more unique. I'm talking mostly about those super effective berries, the Roselli berry for the Garchomp and the Kebia berry for the Whimsicott.
Which is the poison resist berry for those uninformed. It means that Whimsicott should be able to survive a Dire Claw. I imagine if you're running the Kebia berry, it's because you've trained it for that, or potentially something like a Glamora Sludge Bomb could be on Tommy's mind there as well. When you don't have the Focus Sash available on the Whimsicott, it's kind of one of your second best options there. Yeah, Garchomp moveset, also unique. That is not a set that I've personally seen yet. It is Stomping Tantrum and Stone Edge instead of Earthquake and Rock Slide. We are going full on in the you will not wide guard my Garchomp mode because there's no spread moves on this Garchomp at all.
That's true. To
be guarded.
We have had oh my gosh, what is the thing that I'm thinking of? Well, because Stone Edge is less accurate but more powerful than not
both Rock
Throw.
Slide and Rock Tomb.
Rock Tomb, that was the one. I was like, well, it's one of the rocks. Rock type move there. But this is a more unique team. Of course, going to be featuring one of the newer Mega Evolutions in that Mega Dragonite that we've already seen, but Mega Scovillain is also on this team.
This is a pretty cool team. We've got the Espathra as well, the Calm Mind Baton Pass set. something that's been picking up a little bit of traction there with the speed boost in Calm Mind. You're able to use Baton Pass to transfer all of those stat boosts to one of your Pokemon. Looking at Williams' team, all of our Chaladon, Politoed, and Dragonite would be really great targets for that Baton Pass. Of course, that Politoed, we're not used to seeing the offensive set on Politoed, but it is carrying the Mystic Water instead of something like a Citrus Berry or a Resist Berry instead. So if you want to pass it to the Politoed, you'd more than get a lot of mileage out of it too.
You could, for sure. I mean, those Ice Beams are going to be super effective into something like that Garchomp. The Roselli Berry is only going to save you from those Fairy type attacks.
True.
But you also do get a nice boost of damage to that Weather Ball that is going to become a water type attack when in the rain. There's, of course, a way that you can go around that, which is going to be with the Mega Charizard.
Yeah.
So that's going to be something that sets the sun and changes that Weather Ball into a fire type attack. But it is not going to be either of those Megas hitting the field right now, or even Pokemon hitting the field. We've got the Dragonite and the Sneasler versus the Garchomp and the Basculete.
The Dragonite, we're so used to the physical Dragonite, but whether it's Scale Shot or like Choice Band Extreme Speed, but the Mega Dragonite is much more inclined for those special attacks and will be carrying both Dragon Pulse and Hurricane. Hurricane being a really, really great option when the rain is up. We might get a little bit of a weather war going on between these two trainers throughout the battle, but no weather just yet, and no possibility for it on this turn.
You don't need the weather, though, if you're the Dragonite, if you're going to be just focusing on the Dragon Pulse and the Extreme Speed. Extreme Speed, of course, going to give you a nice way to be able to get some increased damage down, or you see the Fake Out coming into that Garchomp, I feel like that's just going to end up being a Dragon Pulse to KO it on this turn. Fake Out to stop it, Dragon Pulse to follow up, and that is going to be basically a one-hit knockout into this Garchomp.
Is a one-hit knockout into Garchomp, but Basket Legion can respond. Do you rather break the multi-scale on the Dragonite or potentially get a big knockout into Sneasler with Liquidation? And you do just KO the Sneasler, so we're trading Pokemon right away.
I feel like I would like this trade a little bit more, though, for Tommy. I mean, the fact that you get rid of the Sneasler means that you don't actually have something that's going to be dealing big damage to like your Charizard or your Garchomp. But the problem with the Basket Legion is that, you still get a chance to use the rain if that gets set up.
And your King Gambit, right? The Sneasler is a big obstacle to King Gambit. That's one of the best options you have into King Gambit in general in this metagame. And now that the King Gambit is gone, Dragonite only has resisted attacks, and the Archaludon needs the weather setup to be even neutral.
We're going to see that weather come in now. Dragonite going to preserve its multi-scale for later, as the Politoed is going to come in and set up the rain. It's going to take this Last Respects, which it actually handles quite well. Remember, it's only going to be an additional 50 base power, but that is one bulky Politoed. We have this Archaludon with the rain is going to be able to fire out these Electro Shots in one turn. That's going to be a nice special attack boost. And the King Gambit's actually going to take quite a bit of damage from that Electro Shot as well. King Gambit, though, is going to go for the Sword Stance. That's going to be a nice +2 to its attack stat.
I like the option for a Sword Stance there instead of going straight for damage. If you did go for something like a Kowtow Cleave into the Archaludon, trying to get a little bit of damage into it, maybe soften it up a little bit, you do activate its Stamina ability and boost its defense by 1 stage. So your next attack will do even less. But now that you've gone for the Sword Stance, you can threaten a +2 Sucker Punch at neutral defense. Won't one-hit KO it, but will still do a lot of damage and could soften it up for something like your Charizard in the back.
I'm wondering, though, how you actually get around this Archaludon. I think that's the biggest question. With the stamina boosts, you're going to continuously take less and less damage from King Gambit and Basket Legion, as those are both physical attackers. But you do have this +2 to the King Gambit, so, is something like a Kowtow Cleave actually going to do a lot here? King Gambit goes for the Sucker Punch first, though, and actually, as I say that, I mean, that's not a resisted hit, that's just neutral damage. It's going to bring it down low enough that we could have potentially seen a Last Respects to follow it up. But the Archaludon is safe for now, because it's going to be the Dragonite that takes the Last Respects instead. Another Electro Shot is going to boost up this Archaludon to +2 special attack, and it's going to finish off this King Gambit for good.
King Gambit is knocked out, but that Sucker Punch was huge. Now at Last Respects, with the extra power from one more Pokemon being knocked out, could be enough to have this Basket Legion knock out that Archaludon. We are seeing Archaludon attack before the Basket Legion attack before the Archaludon as well. So that should be a speed advantage for that Basket Legion. If it's not Swift Swim, we don't have to worry about the weather being correct for that speed interaction. And now the multi-scale has also been broken on the Dragonite. So even though Tommy's in Pokemon disadvantage here, I think the game state might be pretty fine for him, right? You got Last Respects, will knock out anything for the rest of this game. Like anything takes a Last Respects, it gets knocked out. If you get the sun up, you're going to be able to knock out the Archelodon or even the Politoed with the Heat Wave. You just have to be careful because Williams' Politoed is still lurking in the back.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? When you're down to just 2 Pokemon left, you could stall this out if you're Tommy, which means that maybe you protect the Charizard for now, hope that the Politoed switches in, and then you Mega Evolve on the next turn to overwrite that weather. But it's not going to be the case. Tommy's just going to go ahead and use Mega Evolution now and go ahead and get that Charizard to get rid of this weather. I guess you stand to lose a lot more than what you could potentially gain by going for that Protect and waiting it out. We're going to see the Archelodon Protect in response as Dragonite just goes for a Dragon Pulse. Still one of the fastest Pokemon on the field. It's going to make that into a 2-hit knockout. Archelodon saves itself from a Weather Ball, but this Basculegion still gets a chance to fire off an attack. That Last Respects into the Dragonite will pick it off, and we are now down to 2 Pokemon apiece.
I think this is still a pretty fine turn for Tommy. You do give up your sun, so when Williams switches the Politoed back in, the rain will be up for the rest of the game. But your Basculegion is faster than Archelodon. Again, you have the 2 boosts to the Last Respects from 2 Pokemon being knocked out. Should still be able to knock out Archelodon from here despite the 1 stamina boost. And even though Charizard can't use its Fire-type attacks very well anymore, a Water-type Weather Ball is probably still enough to knock out the Politoed. You get the double base power boost because the weather is up. You get the boost from the rain. And even this Water-type attack from a Charizard is not something we get to see too often. I think is going to be enough to lock up this game for Tommy here.
Yeah, it's just tough because there's no way to really get through the Basculegion. I guess your hope was that you get the double Protect here, and then the Politoed isn't at the receiving end of this Weather Ball, so you can fire off a Weather Ball back, but that's not going to be the case. As Charizard lands the final blow into this Politoed, definitely not something that you see every day.
No.
And without the double Protect, the Archelodon will fall to a Last Respects. And Tommy Cooleen goes up 1 game in the series.
Really well managed by Tommy there, knowing that he didn't really need to have the weather advantage in the end game there. The Politoed switching in on that Last Respects was enough to put it in range for Weather Ball. Whatever type the Weather Ball was didn't matter in the end. And knowing that the Basculegion was faster than Archelodon gave him so much more safety. He could leave the Basculegion vulnerable to that Mega Dragonite's Dragon Pulse, for example, knowing that even if it gets a critical hit, I have the Focus Sash, I'm going to be able to survive, and I will continue to threaten this Archelodon before it can run away with the game.
And getting this knockout into Sneasler was just such a big deal. You know, we talked about the fact that that seems like a really great trade for Tommy in particular. And it's like, you know, what really was going to be there to threaten something like the Garchomp? You care mostly about the Politoed, but it took so much damage. It was never going to come back in and be faster than that Garchomp to dish out an Ice Beam. That would have been kind of like the big super effective hit. So I feel like super great trade for Tommy to give up the Garchomp in favor of that Sneasler there for Billy. And we get to see what happens in this game too. Are we going to see the same reliance on the Mega Dragonite for Billy?
I think Mega Dragonite is pretty good here. Mega Dragonite is very strong into Mega Charizard Y, which gives it a big edge, right? Even if you, for example, lose a Weather War, you have the Dragonite that can still come in and deal with the Charizard. But I don't know if we're going to see the Dragonite. We get to see the Scoville and Espatra combo right off the bat.
I like this. So Espatra, kind of another one of those Pokemon that introduced in Scarlet and Violet, I feel like got a small amount of time in the sun, but I feel like we mostly saw it for being able to take advantage of gravity and hypnosis, being able to put Pokemon to sleep. But of course, Espatra has a couple of other tricks up its sleeve. Speed Boost going to keep making it faster and faster the more times that it sits on the field.
And Scoville a really cool partner for it. Of course, the Espatra really doesn't want to see King Gambit, but if King Gambit attacks while Mega Scoville uses Rage Powder, its ability will burn the King Gambit as soon as King Gambit deals damage to it. So not only do you redirect the Kowtow Cleave, you then lower the King Gambit's damage for the rest of the game.
But that's why you have the Charizard here, because one way that you could get around the Rage Powder is just by going for a Mega, oh my god, I almost said Terra. A Mega Evolution and a Heat Wave. Double Protect though here from Billy just to kind of scout out what Tommy might want to do with both of these Pokemon. We don't even see the Mega Evolution actually committed to this turn, as this is probably about as bad as it can get. With the King Gambit taking advantage of that Double Protect, getting the Swords Dance off, and now what?
Very heads-up play from Tommy, and not a great Moody Boost either. By not Mega Evolving the Charizard, you accomplish 2 things. You preserve your ability to turn the sun on if William swaps Politoed in, and you're not boosting the overheat damage from that Scoville. a double protect on this first turn is a very common thing with those two Pokemon, with the Scoville and Espathra. So a huge Swords Dance there. Now even if King Gambit gets burned, its damage output will still be what you expect.
Well, I was going to say, you know, you got to worry about a little bit about those Moody boosts that the Scoville just got, though, because while it is going to be on the slower side, since it did take a hit to its speed stat, it got a +2 to its special attack. So now that the sun is active, you might just be throwing an overheat at that King Gambit's way, as the baton pass from this Espathra is actually going to give that speed boost that it got from its ability over to something else that's about to take the stage. It's going to be the Politoed, one of the Pokemon you talked about.
And Politoed gets a speed boost, which is cool. You do have the special attack boost from the Moody, but you've also just set up the Rain, so there maybe is a chance that the King Gambit can survive an overheat here still?
I mean, it's just, even if it's not, I mean...
it's just slower.
Yeah, it is just slower. So the Kowtow is going to pick it off. You do get the Spicy Spray activated, as you said, as the Kowtow Cleave makes contact with the Scoville. It's going to activate that ability and give a burn over to the King Gambit. But yeah, I was wondering, you know, in the rain, does it still actually fall to a +2 overheat?
Maybe. It might have been close, but unfortunately we won't get to know, as the Scoville has been knocked out. Now the Archaludon comes in. We'll have the chance to go for an Electro Shot on this turn. So despite losing the Mega Scoville, William's not in the worst of spots. You did get the burn off into the King Gambit. You've set up Archaludon to get a guaranteed +1 special attack boost. And your Politoed does have a speed boost. That could come in pretty handy if Tommy has to swap the Charizard out and back in. Politoed, depending on how it's trained, might still be faster, which could give him the opportunity to go for... We saw Charizard use a Water Weather Ball. Will we see a Politoed use a Fire Weather Ball?
Hey, you know what? Anything is possible, I feel like, at this stage in the game. As we do see that Charizard go away for now, it's going to be the Garchomp that actually has to take this muddy water.
That's so much damage.
Yeah, I mean, in the rain, like, how could it not be? Archaludon goes for the Electro Shot. Now, if this is into the King Gambit, feels like that's just going to secure the knockout here based on how much damage we saw on the previous game. It's not the Garchomp, which would have, you know, been immune to it since it's a ground type, but King Gambit is not so lucky. A big knockout here as we look at what will come in for that King Gambit's place.
It's tough, right? You want to bring the Charizard back in to get the sun up, but the Charizard could be vulnerable to a faster Politoed. Now the sun is back up, though, the Muddy Water will be a reduced power, and of course Politoed no longer has that Water-type Weather Ball. So maybe you want to... I mean, you could, like, attack with your Politoed first, get the fast Ice Beam into Garchomp to knock it out, but then you're leaving your Charizard... Leaving the Charizard open, right? You can't even Electro Shot anymore because the rain is not up.
Solar Beam.
Right.
Solar Beam the Politoed.
You could, or...
Send it into the Shadow Realm.
Or just get a big Weather Ball off into our Archaludon. You know, without that +2 Sucker Punch threat that we saw in that first game, this is going to be your best option into our Archaludon here.
Yeah, I think Weather Ball is close. You know, depending on the training of the Archaludon, it could very well just be a one-hit knockout with that weather. But you do have Protect as an option on this Archaludon, so maybe you have to bring the Espathra back in. Hope that you make it through this turn, and then you can baton pass the speed out. But for now, it is just going to be a Protect here from the Politoed as, stopping Tantrum from the Garchomp into that position. And Heat Wave coming up for the Charizard. Maybe the Archaludon actually does get through this. Oh, it's just going to be a miss of the Heat Wave entirely. So the Dragon Pulse comes out, knocks out the Garchomp, and it's just 2 Pokemon left here for Tommy in Game 2.
Rough break for Tommy. Now he has the weather disadvantage for the rest of the game. William does still have that Espathra in the back, and if he wants to swap it out, bring it back in, the Politoed, then the Electro Shot is rejuvenated. It is able to be used again. You do have to give up the speed boost on your Politoed, but I think that's a trade you're willing to make here. This fast Politoed is not really accomplishing much for you right now. And even though Tommy didn't get the Stomping Tantrum off into it, I don't know that that damage is going to be particularly meaningful for the rest of this game. Charizard's still very threatening, right? We saw the Water-type Weather Ball. It still could come in pretty handy. And of course, the Basculegion is immediately threatening those huge last respects. The Politoed probably gets knocked out by it. The Archaludon probably takes a lot of damage. Espathra certainly gets blown away by it. So you have to be very careful about this Basculegion, especially with its Focus Sash still intact.
I still think the play is probably like if the like you can protect the Archaludon here. Oh, you don't. Okay, never mind. You just don't protect the Archaludon. You're gonna go ahead and let it take this Weather Ball. It does hang on, but the problem is this Basket Legion is still going to be faster than you. The Blaster Specs was aiming towards the Politoed though, so Spatro's gonna tank the hit instead. Now you gotta hope that you're getting enough mileage out of this Archaludon before the rain comes back in. Dragon Pulse comes out at +1, and it just doesn't get the knockout onto this Basket Legion.
And now I believe the Basket Legion is going to be faster than Politoed as well. I think we saw that interaction in the first game.
Yeah.
Maybe not, but if it's faster than the Archaludon, it's certainly faster than the Politoed.
Right. Both. Tommy definitely has the speed advantage right now.
And the Weather Ball did so much to that Archaludon. I think another Water-type Weather Ball could take a resisted knockout into this Archaludon. And as long as the Basket Legion is able to connect that Lash Specs into Politoed, it might be another Charizard wins in the rain moment.
I think it might. I mean, that's just the power of this Pokemon. Archaludon is going to go for the Protect, though. You're still going to try to get out of this if you can, as Charizard was opting to threaten a Weather Ball into that position, but Politoed just can't hang on through that last Specs. It's got basically as many boosts as it can with only one ally left in this game. And that's going to be Archaludon's last life, as we see the forfeit thrown in, and Tommy Cooleen wins Swiss round 4.3, 2-0.
3.1415. So really well played by Tommy there. Just making sure that he's always on top of getting damage out when he needs to, not over-indexing on winning the Weather War, because as we saw in both games, Tommy was happy to leave that Charizard in the rain because the Weather Ball is going to be enough as long as you get damage onto the important targets beforehand. And game 1 was that Politoed, game 2 is the Archaludon, and Charizard with the Water-type Weather Ball is the MVP. Well, I don't know. Basket Legion's probably the MVP,
I think,
right?
yeah. I was going to say, I think you got to give that one to the Basket Legion. I want to go back to this first turn, though, because, you know, we saw the double Protect come through, which makes a lot of sense. Your Spatro wants the speed boost. You want to see what kind of moody boosts your Scovillain is going to get. And you definitely want to check out, like, what is my opponent going to do?
Yeah.
But the one thing that gets punished from that double Protect is the Sword Stance. Even if you get burned from the Scovillain, you're basically neutralizing that with the Sword Stance that you got on the previous turn.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that was just a really smart play from Tommy. It set him up for the rest of the game really, really well. Even if that King Gambit didn't get to attack too many more times after that Sword Stance, between the first Kowtow Cleave, it just meant that it was enough of a threat that William had to target it, and that gave him a little bit more space for something like that Garchomp or Basket Legion to start firing off some big attacks too.
I liked the idea, though, but I think I would have liked to see if the overheat would have KO'd. But the speed didn't matter anyway, because we didn't see the Scovillain get to do anything.
True. Well,
because it got the speed drop from the Moody Boost, which was kind of wild.
I know.
That King Gambit was faster.
Yeah, it might just be a King Gambit trained to be a little bit faster. Scovillain's not the speediest Pokemon too, so interesting interaction there.
I love it, though. I think Scovillain still has a lot of potential, even if it didn't work out in this round in particular. I feel like that's still one of those mega evolutions that we're seeing people explore with and see if that's going to be something that can end up being a big threat later on. But this tournament really has been all about Mega Charizard.
It has.
Why, specifically?
Yes.
Someone chose an
Because
X,
it's good.
but you know what?
Charizard,
I think
why? Because it's really good. I'll be here all night.
Charizard X sounds like a crossover.
Yeah, Charizard X what?
Yeah, X what?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Charizard Y is, I think, consensus the best Mega Pokemon in the game. Maybe Floette has an argument, but results-wise, Charizard has proven itself to be very, very strong so far in the early stages of this MA metagame. And I think we're going to probably see a lot more of Charizard throughout the rest of this tournament, if I had to guess.
Okay, I came up with one.
Oh, no.
You know how we say, like, X and 2 records?
Yes.
Charizard X and 6.
Well, that's generous.
Anyway, someone prove us wrong, because maybe you are the Charizard X trainer that we've needed the whole time. To be fair, there are some merits that Charizard X brings that I feel like are just a little underexplored. Where I have a tough time with it is Charizard X likely wants to go for things like Breaking Swipe, since it changes the dual typing that it has. It becomes Fire and Dragon. So Breaking Swipe, really great. But you don't have your immunity to ground type attacks anymore.
No, yeah.
So Garchomp just gets to fire off an Earthquake, and then That's a sad
Wah, wah.
Charizard.
And then I think Charizard X has a few shortcomings, but Charizard Y is the maybe the stronger counterpart there if you're trying to build a team with a Charizard.
Well, guess what?
What?
We're gonna have Tommy tell us Charizard why he was able to win that match.
Stealing my joke.
I think round 4 has gotten to those. Welcome to the post-match interview, and everyone, with our another round 4 winner. We have Tommy here. Congratulations. You've also won round 4. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. This is definitely the longest round 4 of my life, but it was a fun and eventful one.
And hey, within all of it too, you get a win. You get a strong victory as well. Talk to me about that match.
Yeah, there's a lot of, unusual Pokemon on Billy's team, but a lot of them that I truly respect. I think that Espatra is something that is very, very underrated, and it was something I was looking at for this tournament. So I was hoping that I could get through it with, because when they pass the boost to the Archaludon, it can be so scary. So I was just trying to make sure that I respected Espatra on lead and made sure that they couldn't get into positions where they could click Calm Mind. And if they are, they have to take some meaningful damage on the way back in.
I mean, you're talking about the strengths of these Pokemon and stuff, and said that's something that you looked at going into the event. So why did you pass up on it, or what was your preparation heading into Indy?
I have gone through a bit of a career arc in terms of what I like to use at tournaments, because I've in the past been known for wacky team building hijinks and using a bunch of off-meta Pokemon or very, very weird sets on standard Pokemon. And last NAIC, I decided to finally just say, Justin Burns, show me the good stuff. I'll play something very, very standard. And that ended up going very well. So I figured if I like the pieces, which I really, really do like, the triangle of Basculesian beats Sneasler beats King Gambit, and you just kind of go around the triangle. And I find that gameplay to actually be kind of up my alley, just because you can overload points of the triangle just by trying to beat certain mons on it even harder. So in that game 1, I was very specifically trying to make sure that I put as much pressure on Sneasler turn 1 as possible and trying to remove it as fast as possible, because then the King Gambit in the back does get into a very, very commanding position.
I mean, it's definitely convenient where the big triangle that we have in Champions is the one that's right in your wheelhouse, right? So that's definitely got to make you feeling good, confidence-wise going into the rest of the event.
I have played some really tough rounds the last couple of rounds, so if I'm able to keep up my energy level for the rest of the day, I feel like I'm playing good Pokemon, and I feel like I've beaten some very good competitors, so I'm feeling pretty good. Not over the moon, but I think I can put on a good showing.
And then I have to ask as well, since you're known for some of these wackier team building options, even if you did decide to bring, not something crazy here, has there been anything in Champions that you have been testing out, something crazy that maybe it's just a ladder demon team?
Honestly, before this event, it would have been a Espatra. I was very, very close to locking in a very similar way that the Billy is running. They pass to the Archaludon and then have Mega D-Knight as a secondary option. I was testing it with Floette because you can run all 3 of the the Draining Kiss and then Moonblast and Dazzling Gleam, where normally you don't get Draining Kiss on that set, but you get your boost and Draining Kiss and then all of your moves. So I thought that was very, very cool. But I think Espatra, even beyond just Calm Mind Baton Pass stuff, even just it has the move slots to just run a weather setting button, so it's it pairs very, very well with Zark. So you have Lumina Crash blowing their special defense, and you have Sunny Day if you want it on command. And same vein, you can run it with Arch, and you can set up Rain Dance and just have these really, really powerful electro shots go into slots that are kind of hard to contest at times.
I mean, you're selling people on this other team that you're able to take down. I'm seeing what you're doing over here. I mean, at this point, I know it's been a long round at 4, so I want to make sure you can get rested up before the next one. But before I let you go, do you have any final words or shout-outs to those who have helped?
Shout out to everybody who's ever helped me, Tub, whole 9 yards, Jen, my family's always been super supportive, and my friends at home. If you know who you are out there, you know I love you and I appreciate you, so thank you very much for supporting me at all times.
Congratulations, Tommy, on this run so far, and best of luck in your next matches. As for us, let's yab a little bit more about how that one went down with Through the Lens with Len.
All right, well, back for some round 4 analysis. How are you feeling about round 4, Evan?
Perhaps one of the best round 4s of all time.
I feel like we've seen more games in this round than we do typically, and this was another fun match in round 4. We got to see a lot of weather action back and forth. We got to see a Spathra, not something you get to see every day.
Yeah, Spathra, that's a Pokemon that, of course, is real big on the ladder, but it's maybe the first time I've really seen it in competitive play, except I think Wolfe brought it to one Scarlet and Violet regional.
There was the Iron Treads Spathra team that was pretty trendy for a bit. Get some gravity down.
Yeah,
some speed
Spathra's
boost.
a trendy Pokemon.
Yeah, just occasionally. Scovillian, another trendy Pokemon sometimes. And one more check mark on the Mega Evolution bingo sheet for the weekend, too.
Yeah, for those of you keeping track at home for the Mega Evolutions, make sure that you're marking off your Scovillian here so you can get your Mega Bingo.
Oh, Mega Bingo. What do you get for a Mega Bingo?
You get a Mega Thumbs Up.
Oh, nice. All right, well, let's look at these teams. So I think one way to look at these teams, which is how it felt like Billy looked at these teams throughout the set, is a weather war. You have sun on one side, you have rain on the other side, and Billy pretty consistently won the weather war. The other way to look at these two teams is that Last Respects hurts, and there are no ghost resists on the other side.
Yeah, absolutely zero ghost resists in a metagame where Basque Legion is at 50% plus usage. Is pretty gutsy.
And it felt like that's how it played out. Like both players kind of thinking different things about this set. I've tried to illustrate maybe the mindset of the players here. We got fish, attack, and some weather. And so let's see how that plays out in practice.
This actually feels really, really comfortable for Tommy. Of course, probably best known for the Double Ducks team way back when with Golduck and Pelipper. Is really used to using fast water-type attackers. And is happy now to be using Sun and be able to operate in an opponent's rain if he wants to.
Yeah, you give some rain. He's used to playing in the rain. He can handle it.
He can play in the sun. He can play in the rain.
And then on the other side, team with a lot of different little modes in it. I'm sure we saw a couple ways that can play in this set. I'm sure there's even more in there. Definitely a very interesting team.
Yeah, I'm really interested in some of these Espathra teams that have the double Mega, that have the Dragonite as well as the Archaludon. It's a really interesting double threat to have, as well as the Politoed as a last-minute partner to pass to.
Right, the Politoed can get the speed boost. I do think you maybe ask for a lot of different things to go right with a team like this, because if you're using the Mega Dragonite, you want to be able to click Hurricane, but that means you need Rain, and suddenly there's so many pieces involved that can make it a little bit complicated, especially when there's so much counter weather in the format.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think this turn 1 is interesting because not that often do you just get to see a straight up damage trade between two players. They just are prioritizing things differently. So Tommy does not protect from this combination of Dragon Pulse and Fake Out, just lets it happen, and is happy to just take Sneasler back on the other side. Now, we end up seeing that's because King Gambit is in the back. And when you take that damage trade, you create an advantage, hopefully, for one of your Pokemon. That's why to opt into a trade like this is, okay, I think I'm getting the better end of this.
Yeah, so I don't need this Garchomp. What I actually need is that King Gambit to come in safely.
Right, and so these two Pokemon just get traded away. Sneasler gets taken down, and I don't think that Garchomp, from Billy's side, you're getting rid of Garchomp, which is a big problem for the Archaludon. So maybe you think I'm clearing the space for my win condition.
For sure, like Archaludon does not want to stand up in front of this Garchomp unless it's gotten a few stamina boosts in. But that's Basque Legion is happy to take free swings all day, every day.
And that's the first of many that we'll see in this set. Fish attack.
Fish attack.
So we're going to skip a few turns ahead here. We've had damage trades go by. The Dragonite goes down to Last Respects. Last Respects are firing off. And
so Basque Legion has taken both KOs at this point.
Yes, has done, and broke the multi-scale on the Dragonite. There was a lot of fish attack.
A lot of fish work.
Yeah. And at this point, the weather war is won. Both players down to 2 Pokemon, and it's raining on the field. And yet, it doesn't matter. Charizard, so much damage has happened in the meantime. This Politoed has taken a Last Respects already, so Charizard's able to clean up a little bit of damage. Has to help Basque Legion a little bit along the way.
Can't do it all.
Can't do it all, but certainly can do a lot of it. As Basque Legion then picks up their Archaludon KO. And so Basque Legion has KO'd the Sneasler, done most of the damage to the Politoed, hit the Dragonite twice and KO'd it, and Charizard just had to Weather Ball once.
Just one Weather Ball. One Weather Ball in rain.
Yes, one Weather Ball in rain.
By the way, this is the rudest screen capture you've ever made of an Archaludon as it's about to just fall backwards. Like, oh!
Too much Last Respects. All right, so let's go into the next game. So now Billy has changed up the mode entirely, has the Espathra and the Scovillain together. And these two Pokemon kind of telegraph a double protect.
Yeah.
Both of them want to get those end of turn stat changes. You're kind of playing the lottery with your Moody boost. You don't know whether it's actually going to be helpful or not, but you know the speed boost is going to be helpful for Espathra. And so I think really good diligence from Tommy's side to recognize this is going to double protect. I don't need to spend the Mega yet and turn on the Sun, and I can just get a free Surge Stance. So this first turn looks really strong as you just watch these two Pokemon protect themselves and recognize the situation.
Yeah, this is a trap that you sometimes fall into with Scovillain. I played a bit of Scovillain before this tournament, and oftentimes you want to try to sneak in that Moody boost here, and the math is generally pretty good. You know, you have a bunch of neutral options for drops or boosts. Special attack boost here is pretty good. The speed drop is not great. Ideally, you're really trying to hit that special attack or one of the two defenses for Scovillain here, but you know, dropping speed for special attack, not the worst trade in the world because you get big, powerful overheats.
Yeah, it ends up making the King Gambit faster than the Scovillain here, so it does come back to bite him a little bit. And then I think this turn is really cool. I think this is a great counterplay from Billy to win the Weather War, because that was, again, the thing he was a little bit more focused on than Tommy here. So normally, the Charizard is going to win it one way or another. Yeah. Because if you switch the Politoed in, the Mega Evolution happens afterwards, and then it's Sunny. If you don't bring the Politoed in, well, then it's just Sunny, because you didn't do anything about it. But when you have a fast pivoting move, you can get out after the Mega Evolution, but before any actions actually happen. Espathra are one of the only Pokemon in the format that's likely to make that happen, and does it to really great effect here. So the Terastallization happens, the Mega Evolution happens.
You and Rose, I heard it. We're on Mega Evolutions now.
The Dynamax happens, and then the
Gigantamax, or Z Baton Pass.
Espathra gets out into the back, gets Politoed in, managed to win the Weather War and give over a speed boost to Politoed that likely means it would move before the Charizard or the King Gambit. So looks like a very strong turn. This Heat Wave is kind of not that relevant. Misses the Politoed, but wouldn't have done that much damage anyway. And then Kowtow Cleave does KO the Scovillain after the boost, but you get the burn back. So it seems like a pretty strong turn for Billy.
Yeah, it's a decent turn at least. Has the Politoed able to threaten the Charizard, and like you mentioned, the Weather War has been won by Billy at this point.
And at least that Weather War is going to force this Charizard switch, right? Charizard can't stay in the rain against a faster Politoed. Like, that's a mess.
Yeah.
And so Garchomp has to come in instead. But look how much damage this fast Muddy Water does.
Yeah,
like,
that's without any boost too.
And so this is the effect of winning the Weather War. You get a ton of nice boosted damage with your water attacker, and the Electroshock finds the right target. So for the middle of this game, it really did look like Billy was bringing it back.
Totally. Yeah, I remember being backstage watching this and thinking like, okay, round 4, part 3 is going to get a game 3. All right, let's do it.
But have you seen any absences yet in how this game has been playing out?
I have not seen any fish.
No fish?
No fish.
Oh no.
I've been looking. I've got my snorkel on. I'm floating in the water. I'm trying to find a fish here.
Well, no fish yet. Garchomp and Charizard in together, and now you've turned the Weather War back, right? And so the Charizard is going to get the swing, misses this Heat Wave here, that buys time for a Dragon Pulse, so Garchomp goes down, and Tommy is down to the last 2 Pokemon, which means that if Billy wants it, he's won the Weather War, right? You can switch out and get rain. But this just creates the opportunity for Basculegion to come in and threaten so much damage, because immediately here, now with 2 KOs down, you're threatening Blaster Specs KOs all over the place. We know that the last Pokemon in the back is Espathra, which also then makes you see once again the difference in mindset in this game for the 2 players, because Billy's going to switch this Politoed out in order to try to win the Weather War, but that just creates a very vulnerable Blaster Specs target. It goes down to the Blaster Specs. The Weather Ball does so much damage.
It has huge damage.
And just a turn later, it is looking over, right? There's just too much damage coming in too fast.
Yeah, and with the Focus Sash on the Basculegion, there's just nothing that Billy can really even do about that, because even if he swings into the Basculegion at this point, both Basculegion and Charizard are faster and have real easy one-hit KOs on both, or not one-hit KOs, but KOs on the remaining health here.
Right, and so this just simplifies away, and Blaster Specs turns out a lot of damage.
That's so much damage. That's not even full power.
No.
That's only with two allies down.
Yeah.
It can get stronger. Basket Legion can get stronger than that.
You're going to build the most powerful Basket Legion? Three KOs.
Three
somehow get
KOs.
a boost on there.
Uh-huh. I'm going to have a Healing Wish so it can come in, gets the boost, and receives the healing. Is that Healing Wish, right?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Maybe a choice band even? Just
oh, yeah, of course. Well, if only.
You can KO anything. Oh, I'm sorry,
if
yes.
only. If only.
Someday in the future, I imagine
Someday.
you'll be able to once again choice band. Well, someday in the future, we'll also have some more Pokemon. So we're going to take a quick break and be back with more action.
The first game I ever played was Pokemon Diamond and Pearl, but I kind of went back after that and started playing a bunch of them just because I was so obsessed from, I don't know, it must have been 8. My favorite Pokemon, that's got to be a two-way tie between Ludicolo and Hariyama. I just like the way they dance with their hands, you know, they're groovy, and I don't know, that's the energy I'm on. The farthest I've been for a tournament is probably Japan, but I've been all over the world, thankfully, just gotten to see a lot of cool places, Australia, Europe, but probably Japan. There's a lot of top players I look up to. I kind of want to reach that next level. Players like Wolfe, Glick, Emilio Forbes, Naoto, Mizubuchi. So I'm just trying to be one of the best. If the event's close enough, I'd like to go by car, but a lot of the time I gotta take a plane. I usually try to eat light. I try to get a croissant and a coffee, and then try and snack on like goldfish, little small things throughout the day. My favorite city that I've been to is probably Vancouver. I'm from the US, but it's always nice to cross the border and meet a lot of new friends, great food, beautiful views, so gotta go with Vancouver. I listen to a lot of hip hop and rap, but I listen to a little bit of everything. I love when genres mix. Outside of Pokemon, I really like cooking for my friends, just spending time with them, getting out.
Champions, a game we love so much. We've gotten so many games here at the Indianapolis Regional Championships. It has been a fun time, this new era of Pokemon, and we had to explore. There's all these megas. It's been a great time. We're having a blast over here, and yeah, we're back to chat about it just a little bit more. And not to get ahead of ourselves, but we do think we've made progress on our issues.
I've always been trying to make progress in my issues, and I've never made it very far. So hopefully it goes up better for the internet here at the venue. We might have round 5 soon. I think we've run out of round 4 matches to show you, but if we find some more in the back, we'll dig them up.
There is still a round 4 match out in the field.
One match happening with the chance of sudden death in that match.
Yes.
So we are eagerly awaiting the results so we can get on to round 5.
You may be able to see live on camera when we find out that there is a round 5.
Just the celebration. We're good round. It has been a fun time here. I mean, I don't know what they're cheering about.
I think there
sounds like round 5.
Loud cheers in the audience. I don't know if you can hear that.
Surely it's for round 5, right?
The end of round 4.
We might
Everyone cheer again if it's for round 5. We can't hear you.
I mean, until we get that confirmation, you're stuck with us over here. But there's been so much champions, so there's so much to be talking about. I think what's been really interesting is obviously coming into this event, and the players have talked about this as well. There has been the anticipation of what we kind of expected, right? There's the Basque Legion, King Gambit, Caesar, everything else. There's the Charizards, right? But you have gotten to see some other fun Pokemon out there in the field. There's been these Charizards, etc. We know that there's others that are just awaiting. We ran out of our round 4s, as I said, but maybe for round 5 we can get some of those picked. But it's been interesting to see how this has been turning up.
Yeah, we have gotten to see some fun stuff, right? I mean, we've seen the established meta, which at least we haven't had time to get bored of it yet. So that
Your pairings are round 5.
That's
the
round
pairings
4.
are up at
Let's
1.
go. As you're saying.
It's something like Cleaver was cool. I don't know. Round 5.
The most joyful round announcement of all time.
For round 5.
Yeah, I'm always very excited for the middle Swiss rounds, but never more excited than this.
I know we all love round 4, but you guys have ever heard of round 5?
I'm going to miss round 4. I'm not going to lie.
Which one?
I was getting cozy in round 4. Players who are 3-0, trying to get that 4th win. It's exciting.
The 4th win of round 4, or the 4th win of the...
If only.
How long do we keep up this bit before we get in trouble?
I see a cane. Chat, what do I do? No. I mean, it's like round 5. And I do think it's jokes aside, this is sort of interesting moment for the trainers, right? Where I wouldn't say it's unprecedented, but certainly we have not had anything like this in the modern era of competition, right?
While.
It's this is a crazy disruption. I think trainers got to refocus now, right? All jokes aside, they still have 5 more rounds of Swiss to play to try to make it to phase 2 of this tournament. And can only take those 2 losses. You can't afford to come into round 5 here. You still have that round 4 rust and mess up that round because things would get really difficult. And I think it is a tough adjustment for these trainers.
Yeah, there are players out there who finished their last match 2 hours ago and now have to lock back in, not be sleepy post-lunch, but make sure that your focus is back and you're ready to keep playing.
I mean, where this is going to be interesting too is, of course, a lot of people were kind of, I mean, there is the ideas of what was going to be played, but there was people that rolled up here this morning having just prepped their team, right? And of course, you're going to get into this big field of competitors, and it's going to be the first time that there's maybe this archetype that's being ran, or maybe these Pokemon I wouldn't necessarily expect all of a sudden being piloted by a couple of these trainers. So there's now the opportunity to kind of strategize and kind of re-hit the tournament when there's just so much going on.
Yeah, I think it's interesting too, where like it's kind of like 2 hours of mid-tournament research that you normally don't get. And like, because some tournaments more than others, right? But if you were one of those players, especially the lucky ones who get your round done pretty early, so a lot of time like, okay, like I can think about the usage stats a little bit. Maybe I can see, what the rumors are about like kind of the cool teams in the tournament, and really just kind of put you in a unique position to try to adjust to unforeseen circumstances.
I mean, unique teams, we just got to see it. I know it wasn't the winning team, but Tommy was talking a lot about the Esparthra that was like just on broadcast, right? And even teams like that, I think are just so interesting, Len, because Esparthra is kind of one of those Pokemon we've gotten to see in the past before, though to varying success. But like, he was talking about how like dangerous like those types of teams could be, and I think that's so fun.
Yeah, if you don't have the matchup for it, not a Pokemon that you think about while team building, and it may be a Pokemon that you never encountered in your practice. And so you're both trying to improvise the matchup right there on the floor and then figure out if you even have one, or if you're just in trouble, that once it's at +1 speed after a Protect, it causes huge problems and you have to really pick up the pieces after a few turns.
Yeah, I think maybe especially in this tournament, because like I've definitely seen it floating around a little bit at like Champion Elo and ranked battles, but it's like mostly from Japanese players, right? And like, well, maybe at Worlds I'd be like, okay, well, I got to make sure I'm ready for this, but I don't think I've seen it from anyone with like an English username. So it's like, well, maybe I don't have to worry about that at the regional championships, but yes, you do.
Well, I think it's also really interesting because I know, Scott, we've talked about this, that Esparthra really seems like it's a best-of-1 style team, in that it's just like, oh, it does what it does, and if you're not prepared for it, then you lose. At the same time, this team just kind of does what it does, and it doesn't really matter if it's closed team sheets or best-of-1. And I think the fact that Billy is still, at 3-0 heading into round 4, leaves it 3-1, but still is in contention for making day 2, is a pretty good data point that this team can still survive in a best-of-3 open team sheet environment.
I don't know if this is a hot take, but like I kind of think that maybe it more than others, it's best-of-1 is its best-of-3. It's not like it's one of those things where even like some of the common Pokemon like Whimsicott, right? It's like, okay, well, what 4 moves does it actually have? Like if I see a Esparthra on the ladder, I know what a Esparthra is going to do, right? Like, it only really has like one set that appears in competitive, but I still lose to it anyway, right? Where like, it's not, to me, the stuff that's the worst when you transition from best-of-1 to best-of-3 is when you need the element of surprise, right? Where that one's just a team building solution, and like, yeah, I think I'm actually less likely to have an answer to it at the regional championships than I would in a best-of-1 ladder, where I'm like kind of trying to hedge against cheese.
Yeah, you get your junk meter turned down a little bit. You're not as ready for random stuff. I think that's a great point, that the element of surprise is often what drops off. There's a lot of Pokemon that see success online play, but it's about guessing the item, guessing the 4 moves it has. I mean, Sableye is notorious for having like 10 different moves it can run. But once you know what the 4 moves are, it's a little bit easier to work around.
And I mean, that was the conversation too, because I know when we were talking about like teams we had Ring Toss, you were talking about yours, where yeah, like this is what it does, but like, what are you gonna do? Can you stop this strategy? And I think that's something that isn't necessarily talked about when there is that discussion too of like what's going into events. Like, is your team like that you'd bring to this event is just nasty.
Yeah, I'm kind of like more excited about it now, kind of watching. Where it's like, oh man, like this really was like the metagame I wanted. Like, oh, put me out there, coach. Or I think like it's just like I'm surprised.
It might not be too late to get a round 4 match then.
Hey. Yeah, surely somebody didn't get their match done, right? Come on, let's pair up. But yeah, I mean, I think that specifically too, like we are seeing all of this Charizard, right? And one thing we haven't seen yet is any sort of manual leather, which like to me looks really good in this format. I'm kind of curious, like maybe it's out there, we're just not seeing it, but like the Rain Dance button looks real good.
I mean, obviously for Scott, it's like, man, this team put me in there. Len, we get to see the sand, we can see the Garchomp, we see the Tyranitar. Is it same thought? Like,
it definitely is disruptive and helpful against the Charizards. The Basculegions and the Sneaslers and the King Gambits being everywhere maybe a little bit more problematic for Tyranitar, but I'm sure there are people out there in the field making it work too.
There are plenty of Tyranitar out in the field. We just have not had the opportunity to see them yet on stream. Potentially we will as we move into round 5 and beyond.
I mean, the fact that it's like, okay, this is how the team would fare. How do we think each one of you guys would stack up in this tournament? I mean, Len, you're coming off of a top 4 finish. We get to see the Sand and Tyranitars around.
I would have done my best, but yeah, it's definitely an uphill battle for Tyranitar at the moment, at least the way that I like to play it. So
Not confident?
Not confident.
Not confident.
Yeah, I'd be really interested to find out, because I think the team is not a problem, right? We're like, it's a little rogue, but I think the team would do okay. Because I like generally how it would match with the field. Like the pilot would be the problem for me, right? It's been a long time since I was allowed to play in tournaments, and I play best of 3 when I can, but I think it's so different from the in-game ladder, right? And like I've gotten very used to like, okay, close team sheet, analyze what's probably going to happen, do my thing. I think like I would win game 1 at a very high rate. I think because I would have game plans that they would not have, and like I would know their matchup, my matchup to them better than my opponents would to me because I'm playing something rogue, right? And it's like, okay, well, once I've shown them how do they adjust, and like I think the bad end would be the possibility of losing game 2 and 3 a lot. So I can see it going either way. It would be fun to try.
Okay, Evan, how many games would you be winning?
How many games would I be winning?
The team you would bring to the event.
I think conservatively, I would be 5-3 at this event.
Conservatively,
nice.
Pretty good.
Conservatively.
That's some confidence.
What'd you have done in round 4?
I would have completed my round in the first wave and then had a nice lunch.
Also, that's maybe the 5-3 springs from that. He's like, he's rested, he's recharged, he's ready to go.
Yeah. Maybe I could have walked back to the hotel, taken a quick nap in between.
If only you knew, right?
Yeah, refreshed and ready to go.
All right. Okay. I mean, as well with champions, like, has there been anything else that's like caught your guys' eye? Obviously, it's the teams that you guys think you would bring, etc. But like now that we've gotten an opportunity to scope a little bit more out in the fields, like this is the first champions event. Like, how is it shaking up?
I want to see more new megas. I think there's definitely megas that we haven't seen yet out there. I mean, you mentioned Tyranitar probably got a Tyranitarite on it most of the time in this format. I think there's a lot more megas out in the field that we haven't got a chance to see on broadcast yet.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that, I mean, some of it's just been, like a lot of the top players have kind of opted to be Charizard gamers, so here we are. But yeah, I mean, I think it's weird because, like, if you think kind of back to the restricted Pokemon formats and kind of like those being the captains of their team in a similar way like Mega Evolution was, I feel like we didn't want for weird restricted Pokemon, and it's odd to me that so many players have kind of seemed to go for the safe route here. I know there are a decent amount of Tyranitar, and like hopefully we get to see that because I think it's like of the non-Charizard Floette Mega Evolved Pokemon the most likely to win. But yeah, it's interesting to me so many players have gone conservative with that, at least with what we've seen on stream so far, because I don't think that's reflective of the Pokemon's actual power.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. I want to see more Scovillain teams. I actually really enjoyed Billy's construction of the Espathra team, having the Scovillain as an option to both Rage Powder and protect the Espathra so it could start getting boosts like a Calm Mind, as well as, neutralizing some of those physical threats so that Archaludon could come in with some Calm Mind boost or the speed boost and feel pretty secure. Obviously, it didn't work out for him in that last round, but Scovillain as a support mega is kind of unique in that it is actually usable in this format. Most support megas are not usable because the power of a mega is too strong to give up. Like, there's an opportunity cost to using a support mega. You're losing out on a major offensive threat. In this meta here in MA, where you have Basculegion, you have Archaludon, you have all kinds of incredible offensive threats that are not megas or do not require a megastone. Like Glamora does not require a megastone, although it could. Some of those support megas like Scovillain, maybe to a lesser extent something like a Clefable or Audino, I don't know, maybe.
Okay, so now we have our wish list. Anything else to add to that wish list?
I just wanted to follow up on the Scovillain thing a little bit, which is that I really think this is Scovillain's time. Like, if it's going to happen, it seems like it should be in this regulation. So, like, if not here, I hope at NEIC and Terrain people go for it, just because, like, you'd assume, and like, who knows where we're going to go with regulations, right? But it's like, we have Mega Evolution, we have relatively few other Pokemon. We have no, other than type boosting, offensive items, right? It seems like if a Pokemon whose job is to be a Mega Evolved Pokemon that supports its team by not taking damage, this is probably the strongest Scovillain's ever going to be, right? You'd assume more Pokemon get introduced to the format, the power level of the format increases, it becomes harder for Scovillain to tank for your team, right? So, like, I'd like to see it win at some point, right? And that point might have to be pretty soon. So, like, come on, let's give it a shot.
Limited opportunities for Scovillain right now.
Maybe it'll be there for round number 5, which is ready, everyone. That is enough from us. Let's get this tournament restarted and send it to your casters, Rose and Jake.
Thank you so much, everybody. We are here with Swiss round number 4 and 4/4, and that all adds up to Swiss round number 5. Thank you, Jake, for that joke. And
I'm really good at math.
It's all on one hand. That's all I gotta say.
So it's 5. Here we go. We got there. We're filling out the hand.
Let's go down to the stage and get ready because I'm so locked in and ready to get into another match here for Indianapolis Day 1.
And we're in round number 5, so we're halfway through Swiss Phase 1. These trainers we're about to show you are 4-0. They've had a really great start to the tournament. They need 2 more wins to secure their spot in Phase number 2, hoping to get that 5th one right now. But we still have a lot of Pokemon to play. This is, the 5th round out of 8 in the first phase, and trainers need 6 wins to get to Phase number 2, and ideally more, right? Put yourself in a good spot for top cut, but getting to that Phase 2 is the first step.
Yeah, it's been a long day already, so there's definitely the mental hurdle. We got a chance to hear from our compatriots over there about kind of the stakes that are at play. This is not just the first Pokemon Champions Regional, but there's still championship points on the line for our competitors, world invites that they are trying to capture. And for Dawei, one of those competitors that is right outside that top 80 of the North American leaderboard that you would need to get to the World Championships. But Dawei C is one of those players that we always look at, and they have very creative teams. I think this one fits that same bill.
I will sing Dawei's team building praises forever. I always love the teams that they bring to events. This is no different. Like, Ceruledge is a really cool option here. The Flash Fire ability can be really strong to something like the Mega Charizard Y. Of course, something like a Sword Stance Shadow Sneak can go a long way as well. It looks like Dawei is using Bulk Up, so you get the option to boost up your defense and also heal a lot of damage back with Bitter Blade. I think there's a pretty cool place for Ceruledge in this metagame.
And on the flip side of things, Kylan Severen's team is a little bit more standard. Definitely some of the Pokemon that we expected to be good in this regulation, MA. But Kylan, of course, has already proven himself several times over this season. Actually already well within the top of the leaderboards. Yeah. I was like, I'm pretty sure Kylan is like in the top 10, looking at like a travel award. So
I think number 6 going into this weekend.
Okay, yeah, so still an important place to kind of confirm the travel awards there for Worlds.
Also just wanting a big finish of his own, right? I think he has a top 8 this season so far, but looking to add on to that. But in his way is Dawei. As we've noticed, again, it is the Ceruledge team, accompanied by that Floette Eternal Flower. Is a Mega Floette team with the help of some Vivian and Sinistra support.
That's going to give you some time to bulk up this Ceruledge or even go for Coil on the Milotic. We've seen a couple of teams that have utilized those redirectors or even some of the support that can come through from a Pokemon like the Incineroar to give you wiggle room for these Pokemon that maybe require that turn of setup to actually get that going. So I love that you have the different ends that you can play with. The Vivian, I think, is one of those Pokemon we didn't really get a chance to see shine when it was brought in Brendan Zheng's match, but this one actually has a Focus Sash, not the Choice Scarf, so you have a little bit more flexibility in what you're picking.
The Combat Ice Sleep Powder gives you almost perfectly accurate sleep moves as well. I think it's about 93% is what it comes out to, so you're landing those most of the time, which can buy a lot of valuable time.
98.
98.
Even better than that.
Oh, even better. So yeah, I mean, that's something that you can pretty easily rely on to give yourself some extra turns to get those bulk ups or calm minds going. The Milotic is also a pretty cool set. Coil boosts your attack, defense, and accuracy by 1 stage each. Milotic not going to take advantage of that attack boost, but the defense can come in really handy. You can keep it around on the field for a lot longer. And of course, the accuracy boosts that Hypnosis. I believe with 1 boost, Hypnosis goes up to 80% accurate, and then with 2 Coil boosts, it is 100% accurate. So if you can get those 2 Coils up, you have another very reliable sleep option.
That's so annoying. Wait.
I mean, it is, right? It can be very difficult to take down.
I know you say it's cool, but I think that is the thing about Milotic that I think has been really strong in this meta, is that it's another one of those Pokemon that is very sneakily bulky. There's not many great ways for you to take it out. You might be looking at something like the Solar Beam from the Charizard as kind of your one-stop shop for dealing with something like that Milotic. But can you reliably get there? That's the question. Can you set up this Charizard for success when you might have to deal with that Ceruledge on the other side.
The Ceruledge could actually be pretty annoying for Kylan to get around. It was carrying the Cobra Berry, which will mitigate some damage from the King Gambit's Kowtow Cleave or Sucker Punch. Both of Kylan's Mega Evolutions are pretty weak to Ceruledge. Of course, Charizard can't touch it at all with Fire-type attacks, and Floette will only be doing resisted damage with those Fairy-type attacks. So if that Ceruledge gets a bulk up off, it can start healing off some damage with Bitter Blade. It could be pretty difficult. Luckily, Kylan does have the Basculegion with the Focus Sash. Could be a nice kind of last-ditch effort into that Ceruledge, and of course the Garchomp as well.
Yeah, I think that's something that I'm looking at for Kylan to be able to utilize here. Something like Tailwind, Earthquake. You also just can set up the Whimsicott to go for Tailwind and just help you kind of get those outspeeds on some of these Pokemon. Dawei's team is not actually the fastest when you take a look across the board at where these Pokemon like to sit in their speed tiers. Vivian a little bit faster, Floette as well, can sometimes be on the faster end of things, but it's kind of tough to say. That's why you look at something maybe like, I was going to say the Sinistcha, but this actually doesn't even have Trick Room.
Yeah.
It just has 3 supportive options there with the Rage Powder, Life Dew, and Hachagacha.
There's no speed control at all.
Yeah.
Yes, Dawei kind of has to rely on her Pokemon being bulky enough to survive, take some attacks, heal up with something like Leftovers, Hospitality, Bitter Blade, whereas Kylan has a lot more options to go on the offensive immediately.
I think it's tough to kind of look at this and feel like there's kind of an easy, clear answer that I would say if you were Kylan.
Yeah.
Because you really do have to worry about this Ceruledge making an appearance and being tough to beat. I think something we haven't quite talked about yet is the fact that, yeah, okay, Bitter Blade is great, but Shadow Sneak, a priority option here for this Ceruledge, it's going to be very impactful in terms of the strength that it's going to provide. I think like sometimes you look at Ceruledge and you don't realize actually just quite how strong it is.
Yeah.
And so those Shadow Sneaks are really gonna hurt.
Especially something like Basculegion. If the Ceruledge is trained to be faster than that Basculegion, you kind of force it to Aqua Jet if you want to get any damage off at all, whereas the Shadow Sneak will potentially even go before the Aqua Jet. That speed interaction might be really important because, again, this Basculegion with the Focus Sash is probably Kylan's best option to take out this Ceruledge, unless it gets a couple bulk ups off, unless the Basculegion loses its Focus Sash early. So you have to be very careful about that Sash.
I guess that's why I also look at something like the Whimsicott and the King Gambit. You know, with something like the Tailwind, you can probably guarantee that the King Gambit will be faster than the Ceruledge, so you could just hit it with Kowtow Cleave. Don't even have to try to play that Sucker Punch mind game. Of course, if you miss the opportunity, then that is just a Ceruledge that can walk over the King Gambit.
Yeah, and Dawei has 2 redirectors too. There's 2 Rage Powders ready to move those attacks away from the Ceruledge, or even the Floette. The Floette with a Calm Mind can be very scary as well.
Well, let's get ready to go. Our competitors are now just thinking about the Pokemon that they want to bring to this best of 3 set. And we will see just where they have landed for the Pokemon that they want to bring. Of course, again, we're looking at the Mega Floette here for Dawei, and for Kylan, really looking at either the Mega Floette or the Mega Charizard that you could bring to this match.
I'm not sure what you would want to bring if you're Kylan. I think you maybe give the advantage to potentially the Charizard, because it gives you a way to hit the Floette, you resist the Floette's attacks. You can quickly dispatch either the Sinistcha or the Vivian if you need to. You got the Solar Beam for the Milotic. You just have to be very careful about that Ceruledge because, again, you can only Solar Beam the Ceruledge, and that resisted Solar Beam won't be doing too much, especially considering Bitter Blade is there to heal it back up too.
I would say, though, you have to, I think that's why the Basculegion actually ends up being a pretty big piece here, because I think about it, even if the sun is active, those liquidations are going to hurt.
Yeah.
You know, like that's still going to be super effective damage into the Ceruledge if you are also able to put yourself into a position where you can get an Aqua Jet, or at the least in the very back, get a super powered Last Respects. I think that that's a way that Kylan can really work around something like that Ceruledge.
Immediately the Floette and Whimsicott, though, for Kylan, no Charizard, most likely in this game, and the Ceruledge and a Vivian. Immediately, Dawei says, I'm going to start setting up this Ceruledge, and this is 2 really great Pokemon for Ceruledge to be sitting in front of.
Yeah, you have the opportunity, I think, here to just kind of go for some damage into either of these Pokemon. Of course, Floette not necessarily known for its physical bulk. That's something that the Ceruledge would definitely love to, you know, to slash down, but it's going to be the Mega Evolution for Floette first.
The Floette will Mega Evolve, activate that Fairy Aura ability, and power up the Fairy-type moves of both itself and that Whimsicott. Whimsicott holding the Fairy Feather item is no slouch when it comes to offense.
Yeah, those Fairy Feathers actually do boost up those Moonblasts quite a bit. I have seen some Garchomps get taken down very low in that regard, but it's just going to be a quick Dazzling Gleam here. Vivian gets taken down quite low as the Vivian does land the Sleep Powder into the Mega Floette. It's going to be stopped in its tracks. But as a reminder, you know, Sleep, you have a chance to wake up as the Bitter Blade comes out from the Ceruledge and brings this Whimsicott all the way down. That is the downside to having the Fairy Feather, is there's no Focus Sash to keep this Whimsicott in the game.
I think that's a really smart play from Dawei. If you go for something like a bulk up Rage Powder on this turn, you leave yourself pretty liable to getting encored by the Whimsicott on the following turn. Vivian cannot redirect that encore away from Ceruledge because Whimsicott, as a grass type, is immune to Rage Powder. So you immediately take out the Whimsicott, you heal up the damage from that Dazzling Gleam very well, and you put Floette to sleep, which means it has to stay asleep on at least this coming turn. You still have that one guaranteed turn of sleep.
You have to worry about this Garchomp, though, because Whimsicott, while it got knocked out on the last turn, is able to utilize this Tailwind to just get a massive attack off. That is going to just be the Rock Slide. You would have liked to be able to knock out this Vivian as well, but of course, because it does have that flying typing, you need to be able to hit it, you know, with a non-ground type attack.
Yeah.
Still a great opportunity here for the Ceruledge to take advantage of that weaker attack option from the Garchomp. Not getting a same type attack bonus, doesn't get flinched either, and it gets that bulk up off.
Now that the Encore threat is gone, that bulk up will come in very handy. Love the Incineroar swap there as well. You lower the damage from a possible Earthquake or Rock Slide. Now you have the option to fake out that Garchomp before it can do any more super effective damage to Ceruledge, and either get another bulk up off or just start going on the offense with that Bitter Blade. If you're able to Bitter Blade the Floette, it might come close to a knockout, and if not, you're still doing a lot of damage, putting it in Shadow Sneak range and healing.
Well, you got to fake out in two here for the Incineroar, another Pokemon that gets to get enough damage down onto with the Rock Slide. Now the Ceruledge, with that +1 to its attack boost, is going to take advantage of this Floette still being asleep and heal back all of that damage.
This is why the Ceruledge is a pretty good threat into Kylan's team. Any chip damage you can do into it is likely just going to get mitigated by that Bitter Blade. It's kind of like we saw with Brendan Zheng's team earlier on in this tournament. That Draining Kiss Floette is able to heal itself up after taking some damage, but in this case, the Ceruledge, I think, is, well, more better positioned into the rest of Kylan's team than that earlier Floette was, especially considering Dawei still got all 4 of their Pokemon. They could swap out and back in that Incineroar, get another Intimidate down on this Garchomp, and suddenly this Garchomp, which is typically a pretty good answer into Ceruledge, is unable to touch it.
Yeah, I don't think there's a way that this Garchomp can actually get a one-hit knockout onto this Incineroar. The best case scenario here is going to be this Rock Slide coming out, flinching the Incineroar before it's able to use Parting Shot and actually pivot out. But one other way that you have more chances to do this is just by getting some healing back for the Citrus Berry. Floette does wake up though, so Moonblast here to fire off into this Incineroar does not quite do enough to actually get that job done, and Incineroar doesn't flinch either. Parting Shot perfect to get into the Garchomp to continue to mitigate its attack output.
But now this Ceruledge looking even tougher to take down as this match progresses. Smart by Kylan to go for that damage into the Incineroar there. If you are able to knock it out, you don't get Parting Shot out, so you're only at -1 attack, which is better than -2. And more importantly, you don't give Dawei the option to swap that Incineroar back in. But now, with the potential of getting Garchomp down to -3 attack, with that defense boost on the Ceruledge, how do you break through it?
It's really tough to. I mean, because I think, you know that if you go for Earthquake here, you're kind of forcing the Floette for Kylan to protect itself. Otherwise, you are also probably knocking yourself out in this situation. Well, no, I guess not, because it's at -3.
Right.
But you don't want to be doing additional damage to yourself. But it is just going to be the Floette staying in for Dawei, going for the Mega Evolution. And so now we've got 2 Mega Floettes staring each other down. But these blue Pokemon just look a little different than each other. So it's not quite a mirror. As the Rock Slide comes out, take a look at how well that Ceruledge is going to handle that. Now it's just about whether you can fight through the flinches. Floette is going to be the first to move. It's going to be Dawei's that is faster than Kylan's to get the Moonblast and the KO onto the opposing Garchomp. Who cares about limiting your attack output if you can just limit it by going for the attack and the KO? Let It Ruin now coming out. That's one of the newer moves that we have seen here from the Mega Floette, but it actually doesn't get the knockout there, and the Floette's going to knock itself out in response.
So who cares if Ceruledge flinches? You still got the double knockout here. There it is. I spoke it into existence, but I think it's probably safe to assume that was supposed to be a Bitter Blade, which would have done nothing in this case. And now Kylan is down to his last Pokemon. It is the Spassky Legion, which we were saying is, maybe your best option into the Ceruledge late game. And it is, but you still also have to deal with the remaining Pokemon Dawei had available. So a really, really well played game 1 from Dawei to take game 1 in round 5.
Because I feel like even if you go for something like the Last Respects, even if it's fully powered, you have a Shadow Sneak from the Ceruledge that at +1 probably knocks out the Spassky Legion, or at least brings you, it brings you down to the Focus Sash, I have to imagine.
Comes really close, and if not, the Floette just picks it up in the very end there. So that was probably not going to be winnable for Kylan from that position.
No, no, definitely not with 4 Pokemon. So the forfeit makes a lot of sense, but as we think about what could change going into game 2, I feel like you just have to be really cognizant of the fact that this Vivillon can always go for some type of sleep powder. But it's rough because what do you have that will be faster than that can afford to actually try to, get the knockout?
I do think the Pokemon that Kylan led with were fine. It's just that Dawei had a game plan for that lead already. Whimsicott does prevent you from going for that turn 1 bulk up, which can be very useful. But if Whimsicott's gone, you get the bulk up off afterwards anyway, especially with a little help from that Intimidate to lower that physical damage before you can get that defense boost. The way that Kylan approached that game, I think, fell apart a little bit after that first bulk up went off, and Kylan wasn't really able to safely swap in that Spassky Legion until the very end when it was too late.
Yeah, I think maybe I would consider, I would consider leading it and maybe just seeing what kind of mileage you can actually get out of the Spassky Legion. But it's also tough to do that because you think about wanting to have the power of the Last Respects for later in the game. But it's going to be the Garchomp and the Kingambit for Kylan as we see the Ceruledge and Vivillon running it back from game 1 for Dawei.
This is a much better lead for Kylan here in terms of trying to mitigate the damage from the Ceruledge early on. This Garchomp we've seen has Rock Slide. The Vivillon is, of course, double weak to Rock. And so you're threatening a lot of damage into both Vivillon and Ceruledge right off the bat. Incineroar is a decent swap in here to mitigate the damage from the Garchomp, but having the Kingambit next to it makes it much more difficult to do. Of course, the Ceruledge does have that Culver Berry, so one Kowtow Cleave or Sucker Punch, probably not enough damage for a knockout, but if you boost it up with that Incineroar, it might be too much.
Well, Garchomp gets to go for a Rock Slide here. If it connects onto this Vivillon, you have to imagine that it is at least going to be able to bring it down to that Focus Sash, and so perfect call there from the extremely effective Rock Slide. I love that we have that new verbiage in the game to show that a move is 4 times super effective. But the Focus Sash keeps his Vivillon around to get a Sleep Powder into this Garchomp. As Kowtow Cleave fails to hit its mark, and that's actually kind of worst case scenario I think you would have liked to have dealt with this Vivillon.
I like that Kylan kind of split the attention there. Like, you can potentially catch the Ceruledge being a little bit greedy, but with the way that this turn played out, this is a really great sleep pattern to Kingambit. You're guaranteeing a turn for Ceruledge to take 0 damage and get this bulk up off in the face of these 2 physical attackers.
Yeah, and I think at this point you just really have to hope that your Pokemon can wake up quickly. Otherwise, this Vivillon isn't going to be doing a whole lot. It does have Hurricane, which, Compound Eyes is going to be a little more accurate, right? But it's still a Hurricane outside of Rain.
I mean, the Vivillon has done its job, right? Anything else you get out of Vivillon in this game, I think, is extra. The +1 Bitter Blade is going to threaten a lot of damage into its Kingambit, if not just cleanly knock it out. With the bulk up and the potential of an Intimidate later on, this Garchomp is also probably not going to be able to do as much as you might like it to as well.
Rage Powder is one way that you can for sure keep it safe. Garchomp likely not going to want to go for an Earthquake when you know that this Kingambit is sitting right next to you, but the Bitter Blade is going to finish it off instead. That is an easy one-hit knockout for this Ceruledge to take. And so Kylan's going to at least be able to bring in something else, but what's faster than this Vivillon to deny a Sleep Powder?
Potentially Floette. I think if Floette is doing a little bit of training in that speed stat, it should be able to outspeed and knock it out. Of course, Garchomp now even more likely to wake up. I think on this coming turn, it's got a 50-50 shot. If it doesn't wake up on this turn, it will wake up the following turn. Basket Legion does come in here. I like that. If the Garchomp does wake up and be able to knock out this Vivillon, then potential last respects can be huge here. But with that bulk up, there's potentially the chance for Ceruledge to survive, especially with only one boost of that last respect.
I think it will too, because you still have the Colbert Berry, right? Oh no, that's for dark type moves. Never mind. Last respects is a ghost type attack. My bad. Well, Shadow Sneak is going to at least break the Focus Sash on this Basket Legion, but good to know that it actually would need a +2 to take it all the way down to the Focus Sash. But Garchomp gets to go for the Rock Slide here and deal some good damage down to this Incineroar, but can we actually see this Ceruledge hang on? Liquidation is actually going to be the move of choice here from the Basket Legion, calling that there was going to be switching of the Incineroar. So that's quite nice to be able to get the damage, but now what? Because you're just in Shadow Sneak range.
I think the Liquidation there, I like it because you were giving yourself a chance to knock out Vivillon if Garchomp didn't wake up. But by essentially continuing to ignore this Ceruledge, you've put yourself in a position where this turn where you basically had a chance to swing into it, you had the chance to go for that last respects on this turn. You've now lost that chance. You can't last respects the Ceruledge anymore because Shadow Sneak will knock you out first. You maybe can't even Aqua Jet it. The Ceruledge could be faster.
I guess the thinking is that if the Vivillon stays in, then you're going to get the Liquidation redirected anyway because Rock Slide should knock out the Vivillon.
True.
Otherwise, you do get the safe damage into something that ends up switching in, but for now, you just see the Basket Legion protecting, and the Garchomp got faked out by the Incineroar.
Obviously the correct fake out target there. You can't fake out the Basket Legion. You're threatening enough.
You could try.
I mean, you can try. Maybe it'll Terra. But the Ceruledge still threatening this Basket Legion to be knocked out by a Shadow Sneak. We haven't seen the speed interaction yet, so if Ceruledge is faster, this Basket Legion's a little bit doomed, and then you still just have this -1 Garchomp against a +1 defense Ceruledge, and it's a bit of a deja vu from game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, Incineroar is going to retreat. It already dropped the attack stat of both the Basket Legion and the Garchomp, so the Vivillon comes back in. Actually takes the Aqua Jet here, so okay, at least guaranteed damage down onto the Ceruledge as the Shadow Sneak comes in and finishes it off. Yeah, that's kind of the thing, right? Like, you get the damage, but Aqua Jet is just a less strong attack than the Liquidation, and you have that defense boost alongside the Intimidate drop that was done.
Earthquake does knock out Ceruledge though, so this is a way back in for Kylan with that critical hit. Maybe was a difference maker there, but the combination of Aqua Jet and Earthquake was very threatening regardless. We do find out that the Ceruledge is slower than Basket Legion, so that's really important for both these trainers to know if there is a third game in this set. But the Floette on Dawei's side is still going to be really scary if that is the 4th Pokemon they brought to this game. I think with the Garchomp already having taken some damage, already at -2 attack, or maybe at -1 now, but with the potential to be down to -2 with Incineroar in the back, the Floette for Dawei might be just the game winner here.
Yeah, because we saw in game 1 that Dawei's Floette moved first, so you can guarantee, you can probably guarantee like Moonblast into the Garchomp and sleep. It's not a total guarantee.
No.
Because I think we've seen that the Garchomp is faster than the Vivillon, so you could try to get the Call of Protect, get the Moonblast into Kylan's Garchomp, knock it out, and then Sleep Powder is free to try to connect into the Floette.
Yeah, there are a few avenues to take here if you're Dawei. You certainly have more options than Kylan does. You have a little bit more leeway in the rest of this game than Kylan. I think Kylan needs to get these next couple turns correct, and Dawei can potentially afford to have maybe one, not perfectly optimal turn.
Well, you do have the, Rock Slides. Where there's a Rock Slide, there's a way.
There sure
We've
is.
already seen a way on making it on the stream before. There's also the fact that Light of Ruin can miss.
Yeah, true. And we also saw Dawei's Floette survive a Light of Ruin in that first game as well, I think.
Well, first things first, Vivillon is going to protect itself from the Rock Slide. That's going to buy some time for Dawei's Floette to actually break through a flinch and get a KO with something like a Moonblast. So, doesn't flinch here. We're going to see the Moonblast go into the Garchomp and get that clean KO. And then it's just going to be this Mega Floette left for Kylan. But on this next turn, even if there's a Light of Ruin into the Moonblast, yeah, the Floette, well, we saw that wasn't really enough. And you don't want to take the recoil either. That's still a lot of damage. But should be a clean Sleep Powder here into Moonblast.
Is the Vivillon faster than Kylan's Floette? I don't know if we've seen that. If the Vivian is faster than the Sleep Powder, is probably just going to win the game for Dawei immediately.
Well, it has to be, right? Because Dawei's Vivian is faster than Dawei's Floette.
Yeah, then you're right.
Yeah.
Then you're right. Yeah, okay, so yeah, Sleep Powder immediately comes through here. We'll put Kylan's Floette to sleep. And they might not be knocked out on this turn, but at this point it might be very, very difficult for Kylan to survive the next couple turns.
Yeah, because at this point you can just kind of threaten Hurricane and Moonblast as you take your first mandatory turn of sleep. And I just don't think there's a way to get through it. You do have Dazzling Gleam as an option for Kylan's Floette, but you're not faster. I think that's the thing, is you have to survive a second Moonblast, and it just doesn't look like that roll is in your favor.
If you happen to dodge the Hurricane and then get a low roll on Moonblast, maybe, but it's not going to happen.
Hurricane is going to bring that Floette down low, and Dawei's Floette will finish it off with a Moonblast. That's going to be a 2-0 win for Dawei C in this round number 5.
That Cerulege was so impressive. Even in the face of two very powerful physical attackers with super effective moves, the King Gambit and the Garchomp, he bulk up with some help with the Sleep Powder Vivian, was able to take away, kind of run away with the game early on. You did lose it to a critical hit, but thankfully that Floette was enough to come in later on and clean up.
I think that's the thing about the Cerulege that was really hard, is we kind of already talked about the limited options that Kylan has to actually deal with the Cerulege, but after it ends up getting a defense boost, think about where that super effective damage is coming from. King Gambit is a physical attack. Garchomp is a physical attacker. That's Collegiate is a physical attacker. And then all the while, you have that defense boost that probably just makes a lot of these attacks easier to handle, and then you have the Bitter Blade to actually heal yourself.
I think always correctly putting the right Pokemon to sleep is something Dawei did very well as well. We saw the Garchomp get put to sleep before the King Gambit, which means that you can go for that bulk up and Sleep Powder on the next turn, guarantee King Gambit can't damage your Cerulege, and then you have that Colbur Berry in case the King Gambit gets that first turn wake up to protect you from a Sucker Punch. So just identifying the right targets that are threats to Cerulege and taking them out or putting them to sleep in the right ways to make sure Cerulege can do what it needs to.
Watching two Mega Floettes battle against each other is probably something we will see more of as we continue through Regulation MA. But I think you can see why they are so powerful and also built in two completely different ways. Kylan does have a 3-attack set with Moonblast, Dazzling Gleam, and instead of Calm Mind, which I feel like is a more common choice when you're thinking about dealing with other special attackers, you do have Light of Ruin.
Yeah.
But that is a signature move that has some serious drawbacks for the power that it provides.
It is very, very strong. It has the potential to one-hit KO Pokemon that are neutral to it, but it has, I think, the highest recoil ratio of any attack in the game. Correct me if I'm wrong there, chat, but Light of Ruin, I want to say 50% of the damage you deal gets dealt right back to you, and that is huge, right? If you're one-hit KOing a big threat, that means you're nearly one-hit KOing yourself in the process, so you have to very carefully identify the right times to use Light of Ruin. And when Kylan did in that first game, I think was the right time to do it, just unfortunately came up a little bit short of knocking out Dawei's Floette.
Yeah, and I think that's where, you have to at least try and kind of see what's going to happen with that. But Dawei's Floette, on the flip side, actually has Calm Mind, plus Moonblast and Draining Kiss. I know that's also been a popular combination that we saw, especially on, Sage Park's team that Brendan Zheng was running.
Yep.
Draining Kiss is a great way to be able to also heal yourself back up, like Bitter Blade.
Yeah.
But I think you also kind of struggle not having something like that spread damage, or even like Light of Ruin to really hit hard.
Yeah, you're definitely relying more on the kind of longevity factor that Draining Kiss gives you, because Draining Kiss does heal you, but it's less powerful than Bitter Blade. I think it's maybe 50 versus 80 on those two attacks compared to Bitter Blade, so you need to be a little bit more careful with Floette. You're not healing yourself for as much every turn. And that's why I like the way that Floette, or the Dawei, kind of prioritized setting up Cerulege first and then used Floette to come in and clean up later. We saw it on the field both games. It didn't need to Calm Mind at all. So it's another other threatening mode that Dawei has, but it's not the primary mode in a lot of her games.
Super fantastic team. Really excited to see how Dawei is going to continue to play with it later on in this tournament. But first, let's hear from Dawei about how they're feeling after this match.
Thank you so much, you two. I have Dawei here to talk all about the team, the tournament, everything going on. But first, you get the win. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling so good right now. I was sleepy before the round, but being on stream just waked me up.
And nothing like a strong victory to wake you up as well. Let's talk a little bit about that match, because of course going into Champion, we're so excited to see all these teams, and we've gotten to see a lot of the big six. We didn't see that from you. We get to see Serledge. We get to see cool things. Like, what was your team building going into the event? How did you decide on this team?
Oh yeah, it's just a team originally from a Chinese friend whose name is Yu Yu, and I took his team, and it has hypnosis and sleep powder, and I love clicking those moves.
Was that why you were sleepy?
Yeah, I am so awake right now, but I did put my opponent sleeps for so long.
I mean, I want to talk about the Serledge, because it seemed like one of those Pokemon with a bulk up, it did so much. But even without, like, it seems like one of those Pokemon that not too many people are running, but it's so good.
Yeah, it's like my last round opponent exactly had the Charizard Y and the Floette as the Mega Pokemon, and both are so just weak in front of Serledge, right? Yeah, that's basically why I really love that Pokemon.
And then I want to talk about that game too and how you approach it, especially too, you get what seems to be, you know, okay, for sure win. We have the Serledge, we get a bulk up, and then a crit comes on through. So were you like, oh, we're going to a game 3, or how do you feel confident you could still pull that one back, which you did?
Yeah, it was so tricky at that time. I wished I didn't flinch, and I didn't. But then the Earthquake crit just messed a lot of things up. But I was still pretty confident at that time, because I was hoping their last mon was Floette, and I knew their Floette just speeds my Floette, and just, yeah, and it's not a speed high. I'm so glad of that.
You know, I can click it and I'm just good. Now you got that victory. You're undefeated on the day. How are you feeling going into the rest of today?
Yeah, I'm feeling very, very good right now. Actually, today is my birthday. Yeah, and so it's just so amazing to have 5-0 right now, and yeah, just very happy.
So actually, today is your birthday?
Yes.
Like today, happy birthday.
Oh, thank you so much.
Awesome. Make sure happy birthday's in the chat as well. That is absolutely amazing. Hopefully, we can just go undefeated for the birthday gift. But then I just want to ask then too, like with Champions, everything else, like, of course, some people are kind of nervous coming into this, but it seems like a format like that you just picked up so well. Like, was that just from the get-go, or?
Yeah, it's like I always just pick some team that everyone's not familiar with, and I can win with this kind of information difference, right? Yeah, that's just what I do right now.
It's just what you do. It's just another day. I want to make sure you can go celebrate with your friends, especially too. Since it's your birthday, I want you to be spending it with friends. But before I let you go, any final words or shout-outs? Who said friends?
Oh, yeah, so shout-outs to the original author, Yu Yu, and Gavin Michaels, who runs the same team with me, and we also practice a lot. And shout out to my partner at home watching, Lisa, and also I want to especially mention Zheng, also known as Hupu Metapod. We really love him and miss him. Yeah.
Really well said. I mean, at this point, thank you so much. Best of luck, and again, happy birthday.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. As for us, I mean, such a cool team. One we need to talk about more through the lens with Len.
Well, a good birthday result for Dawei. Fun to hear that. It was a really fun match to watch. What were your thoughts as you watched it?
I loved it. It was really fun. I think Dawei's team is super cool. I think they always have really cool teams, and this was no different. And I might DM them after this event and try to use their team at NAIC, because I think it was really fun.
Yeah, it was pretty fun to watch. I love these early format teams, because sometimes you just see matches where you see some Pokemon that's getting almost no use. You go, is that the best Pokemon in the format? And this was a match that made Serledge feel that way. Yeah. I mean, obviously has good matchups into those two most common Megas. The only like full-time Mega Pokemon that we saw in the top 12 usage, because it does so well into both Charizard and Floette. Yeah. And we saw that, you know, full force in that match.
I mean, that's the perfect Serledge matchup is what Dawei just played against, right? You want to have it in front of that Charizard and that Floette just because they have such a hard time damaging it, and it gives you so much space to get those bulk ups off.
Yeah. It's interesting because looking at the matchup, you do great here against these two Megas, but it feels like everything else is a problem for the Serial Edge.
Yeah.
And yet, it still had a huge impact. And I think part of that is really good game planning from Dawei. Because often if you see a boosting Pokemon with a very supportive team around it, the game plan becomes entirely, let's focus all this support here. And you would have brought like a set of Cischke and Vivian and Incineroar and just tried to make it work. But I loved that in both games, the last Pokemon was the Floette of her own, since she hadn't used a Mega to boost up, and so had this extra damage potential at the end of the game that really closed those out.
Even it was a Calm Mind Floette, so it's kind of setup oriented too, but you don't need to Calm Mind every game.
Right.
I mean, you just closed it out with Moonblast in both of those games, so I think just a smart use of that.
And the extra speed helping there too, moving before, like it was actually a pretty quick Floette from what we saw, and so able to really help close out those games. And then this team has a lot of sleep on it. We saw Vivian earlier on stream, but all it did was come in and get KO'd. Here we've got, one accurate sleep move after a coil, second accurate sleep move here, and then, just some representation of other accurate sleep moves sitting on the side.
Where's the Moongus? That's funny, I didn't even notice that.
And that's exactly how game one started, was the sleep prioritization. You mentioned, or that's game two, but the sleep eventually comes into play here and was a big factor. But to start off, it seemed like Kylan had the right game plan to disrupt the bulk. You see a boosting move, you go to Whimsicott, and you try to encore it.
Yeah.
But Serial Edge, the rare boosting Pokemon that can just deal with Whimsicott on its own. Terapagos wishes it could, based on how we saw in those last few weeks of Regulation I. But because Serial Edge has that potential, doesn't need to boost, can just swing into Whimsicott, this first turn goes great for Dawei, and really, it seems like forces Kylan kind of back to the game plan for the drawing board for game two.
That's exactly right. Like this Serial Edge, you want to get those bulk ups off as quick as you can, but in this case, definitely the best thing to do is what Dawei did. You just Bitter Blade the Whimsicott, take it out. You know it doesn't have that Focus Sash. You can just immediately one-hit KO it, remove the threat of those Encores while also putting Floette to sleep. And then you have one thing next to the Floette that can come in and maybe threaten the Serial Edge. But you also have your Incineroar in the back, and if it's something like the Garchomp that we saw from Kylan, that's just a really nice first couple turns to set up the Serial Edge later on.
Right, I mean, this is an incredibly strong turn one. Yes, you gave up some damage into Vivian, but you didn't give up any damage in the Serial Edge because you healed back, and you got a KO and some sleep over here. So it just, you can't really ask for more than that out of a first turn. So
maybe if Bitter Blade also raised your attack, you could maybe ask for that, but like that's getting a little greedy.
And so a few turns later, Dawei's continued to capitalize on that lead, is able to get Incineroar in to intimidate Garchomp, really lower the attack stat, continue to first get a boost on the Serial Edge and find great damage.
Yeah, the combination of swapping Incineroar in to get the Intimidate while you bulk up, and then also threatening Fake Out, you're kind of buying Serial Edge 2 turns at once to get that bulk up and then an attack off. Especially when that attack is this Bitter Blade, you're immediately back to full HP again. And like, now what are you doing to try and combat the Serial Edge when you've had what is kind of your best positioning possible against it with the Pokemon you brought?
Yeah, it's really an uphill battle to find the spot. And this is the second time we've seen Incineroar doing classic Incineroar things, still bulky enough to hang on here. I think Kylan maybe has a way to fight back in this if you just get the Incineroar KO right now, but Citrus Berry enough for it to hang on, parting shot off, and really set up the perfect position for Dawei in that next turn.
Yeah, I mean, just perfect like flow chart here for Dawei for the rest of this game. You make sure that Serial Edge doesn't take damage here, you get the parting shot off, lower the damage from Garchomp even more, threaten to bring it down to -3 with Intimidate on the next turn, and then you just can't touch Serial Edge anymore. Like you can maybe critical hit it, but that's asking for a lot when any damage you do is probably just getting healed back up.
And if you could deal with it, you still have to deal with the Floette in the meantime, which is going to just threaten KOs into Garchomp, right? Like you would really like to switch Garchomp here because it's a -3 facing a Floette, but you can't afford to give up Basket Legion because then you're really going to have no way back into this, and so Garchomp just gets funneled down without having almost any impact on that game.
Yeah, just really smart way to bring in the Floette. Like you said, Floette also exerts a lot of pressure immediately. And if the Serial Edge has the bulk up boost, you probably don't need the Calm Minds on Floette to finish off this game, especially knowing that you survived that Rock Slide plus Light of Ruin. That's probably something that might come up later on in this game, so really good for Dawei to know there.
So no Whimsicott now. You've seen that didn't work that well. And I think, like you called out in the broadcast, really smart use of Sleep Powder targeting here. You have enough pressure in his Ceruledge to actually force a protect on this first turn, but then the sleep powder is still so valuable that it turns back into Dawei's favor very quickly.
Yeah, I think what Dawei did here, you put the Garchomp to sleep after it attacks, so it has to stay asleep on the following turn. As long as Dawei doesn't double target the Vivillon on this turn, which would have been really risky, as long as Kylan doesn't double target the Vivillon on this turn, which would have been very risky, you set up this following turn where you can then go for sleep pattern to King Gambit. With the Colbur Berry, you're not really afraid of a potential sleep powder miss, and then you can get the bulk up off, and also just guarantee that there's no sucker punch on this turn because you're going for that bulk up. And now you've got the +1 defense. You're threatening a one-hit KO into King Gambit now, especially with his Rage Powder not allowing the King Gambit to target this Ceruledge. It's a really, really strong position.
Right, and it very quickly just ends up with a Bitter Blade that KOs King Gambit, and suddenly you have a sleeping Pokemon on the other side, and you're up a KO once again. This is just a run back of game one with Vivillon at low health and otherwise complete control for Dawei.
I mean, what more could you ask for? We've kind of said that about the first couple turns of the game for Dawei, both of these games. It just shows what a command that they have over this team, over this Ceruledge, over the game plans that are involved with it. Especially considering, like you said, Ceruledge is getting like 0 usage going into this event. People don't have Ceruledge game plans. They're having to figure it out on the fly, and you can take advantage of that pretty easily.
Yeah, this game feels so similar to the first one. You once again have a Vivillon escaping to the back to be a win condition later on, and then Incineroar bulky enough to still be a huge problem, able to take Liquidation and Rock Slide and really continue to seal this game up.
I think the only thing that possibly could go wrong for Dawei is if this Ceruledge gets critical hit, which I forget if this is the turn that happens. No, it's not because of Fake Out. But even so, this Ceruledge is still exerting so much pressure, and you've created so much space for the rest of your Pokemon that this critical hit doesn't end up losing the game for you, which is great.
But like we talked about before we get into the games, that the game plan being so smart to get what you can out of the Ceruledge, but then have the secondary damage threat in the end means that even when this Earthquake happens, you've traded at this point both a KO onto the Basculegion and a KO onto the King Gambit, and that's enough because Floette will easily clean up against a Garchomp that's going to be intimidated, and the Floette on the other side that you've already learned yours is faster than.
I think that specifically is what makes this so fine for Dawei, is that you know your Floette's faster, you know you have a little bit of help left from this Vivillon and the Incineroar. You can pretty reliably bank on winning the game with your Floette, even after this critical hit. If that crit doesn't happen, it's like obviously even better for Dawei at that point.
So yeah, great game plans, great team construction to have this secondary option. We've seen other versions of boosting Floette with Vivillon and other partners, but I really like the fact that the Ceruledge gives you another threat that lets you have both like 2 attackers in the game instead of always being funneled into a single attacker.
It's kind of similar to the Sagen comp with Delphox and Floette, except the Ceruledge is not a Mega Pokemon, so you can have both that and the Floette at once.
So yeah, great match. Looking forward to seeing more Pokemon like Ceruledge that we didn't really expect to see come out on top. It should be a fun next few rounds. And I think we're going to be ready to be back to it a little bit faster than last time. So we'll go to a break and then come back with some more Pokemon action.
I'm out here on the floor with Alyssa Smith and Henry Rich, who are out here competing at the Indianapolis Regional Championships. This is a big regional. It's champions. I know you've traveled far. You've also been traveling. How are you feeling going to the event?
I'm very excited, a bit tired, but I'm so excited to be here. We've been planning this forever with like a big Wisconsin group. It's been so fun.
Super keen to be getting back to Megas, and obviously coming over to America is always one of the highlights of my years, but it's the first Champions Regional. It's gonna be huge, and I can't wait to get into it.
Yeah, first Champions event, and as you said, the return of Megas has everybody talking. So with the Champions, how do you feel about the level of preparation? Because this is going to be the biggest event that we have officially. So what are you kind of anticipating? Is it going to be the Wild West out here? Is it going to be a lot of Charizard?
Certainly a lot of Charizard. I've been practicing a lot online. I've played like 50 sets in the past week, and I've seen it seems like a different team every time. But there has been a lot of Charizard, so that one will definitely be there.
Yeah, it feels like almost every day there's a new Charizard variant being spammed in practice, but I'm really looking forward to seeing kind of some of maybe the stronger Megas that people have been not looking at as much. Mega Gengar has always been so powerful, but people have kind of disregarded Perish and therefore disregarded Gengar. But like there's so many megas there, and not all of them have been really tested out. People have been on the hype train for Charizard, but there's megas out there, and I think it's gonna be interesting to see them come out.
I mean, what about teams that you guys are bringing? I won't pry for, you know, the inside scoop, but do you guys have teams locked? Are you feeling confident? Anything spicy?
I'm bringing King Gambit. I brought King Gambit to at least 3 regionals or majors this season, so I like playing with it. It's so good. I like clicking the sucker punch button, so hopefully I'll be doing that a lot this weekend.
Awesome. What about you?
Look, I've been going through a few different megas. I'm still not 100% settled on team. One of my options that I'm looking at is Mega Aggron, because very underused, but it's an absolute beast. It's so tanky, and if you can get it in the right situations against the right teams, it's unstoppable. But we'll see what comes out this weekend.
We'll see. That one's definitely a spicy pick. Now I know for you two, especially this past season, we've gotten to see you competing together a lot at regionals. So how has that been? Who's taking the win this weekend?
It's been so fun. I think it's his turn. I outplaced him at EYC, so I think it's his turn to. Right? Because you outplaced me at Vegas.
Yep.
And then I outplaced you at Milwaukee, and you outplaced me at Pittsburgh. So it's kind of like a back and forth we've been having.
Yeah, so it's going back and forth. Look, I'd love it if either of us take the win, but I wouldn't mind taking the win myself as well.
Well, I'm hoping we see them both in finals. Thank you guys both so much. Best of luck. Back to the competition for us. Cary D'Artona, he has been leveling up event after event. And top 4 was the previous top finish, already one-upping that to find himself into the grand finals. But of course, when you're this close to the gold, why not try and take it all the way?
Hi, my name is Cary D'Artona, and I'm from Orlando, Florida. If I were to be a Pokemon typing, it'd probably be the Dark type, since my favorite's King Gambit, and I've always had like an affinity for Dark types like Iron Jugulus or Roaring Moon, funnily enough. So I got into competitive Pokemon because I was watching Wolfe VGC on YouTube and Aaron Cybertron Zheng, and it looked really interesting to me, and so I started looking into it around the end of Sword and Shield, but I never actually got into it because I wanted to age up into the Masters division, and I also wanted to wait for the next generation to see what all the new Pokemon were and how I could interact and like put them together.
What growth he's had since he started a couple of years ago. He's not a veteran player. He's been playing for just a couple of years, and to already have a regional championship under his belt, really impressive.
Something that I think I learned is, so I used to be a very introverted person. I found it very hard to talk to people. I didn't really like talking to people, but the game allowed me to open up and grow myself more as a person and be able to interact and be more sociable. The biggest mentor to me has been Patrick. He has got me through all the good times and all the bad times. He's really helped me improve my relationship with the game. He's also made me a better player for it, so I'm very thankful for all the things I've learned from him and team building with him, talking with him, and just being good friends. I wouldn't say quit. I think there was times where I got frustrated at myself and I beat myself up too much, but I mostly took that as signs of I need to improve my relationship with the game, the way I prepare myself, and the way I approach things. My advice would be make connections, interact with people. The more people you're able to interact with and form good connections with, they can help you with prep, team building, everything. I have a very strong support system, so I'm able to fall back on people when I really need them. Another thing is to pace yourself. Don't overplay. Try to play a decent amount, balance life and Pokemon, because you don't want one to take over the other too much. And a healthier aspect gives you a stronger play, in my opinion. I love the game. I love all the little intricacies that make the game so much fun and just a joy to play. And it's just an experience that I haven't felt really anywhere else. So it's amazing. So this is my first finals. This is the highest placement I've gotten. Last time was a top 4 at Portland. My most difficult match in Top Cut, I think genuinely it was probably Jack Clark, mainly because the plan that I discussed with my friends was not the way he approached. We didn't think he was going to bring Goldango, and he leaned very heavily into Goldango. We knew Grimmsnarl was coming, but the Goldango definitely changed a lot of things because we were planning our base plan around Amoonguss. And so when Goldango's there, Amoonguss kind of just gets shut down because you can't touch it with Sludge Bomb, you can't spore it, so it becomes a dead slot. So the biggest problem that I had to deal with was trying to adjust after the Game 1 loss and trying to make sure I'm confident in my plays in order to win it back.
Cary just giving an absolute masterclass on how to respond to what your opponent brings.
I've always said I think Cary's win at regionals feels inevitable, and he is now just one game away from doing it.
I knew I won when I got Sludge Bomb off into the Ogre Pond and it poisoned. I knew the game was basically over as long as I got Urshifu into position next to Incineroar, which is what I did as I sacked Landorus.
And that is it! David takes down Goliath! Cary, Diartona becomes your Toronto Regional Champion!
I feel very calm, but also very happy. It's a very strange feeling where it's it makes me feel proud of the work that I put in and the time I invested in the game. Well, my #1 goal was to win a regional, and that happened. So I think my next goal is to top cut NIC again and do well at NAIC and make Day 2 at Worlds. That's probably my top 3. Yeah, this event qualified me for Worlds, so I'm really excited to play in San Francisco later this year and fight a ton of really good competitors. I think other people should look out for me because I'm willing to make the aggressive call, and I'm very confident in my plays when I make them. Sometimes I do struggle with confidence, but I've been working on that, so be ready at Worlds. I would want to play my good friend Patrick. We've always bounced off each other so nicely. We always love playing a good hard set, and we're always willing to make calls on each other, which is why I enjoy it so much. So I think it would be so rewarding to face him in finals, and it would be amazing.
We are over the halfway point of the phase 1 of our competition here at the Indianapolis Regional Championships. Getting to the point of locking your spot in phase 2. The matches are getting so intense. It has been so much fun, and I cannot wait to see which trainers make it to tomorrow and can maybe find themselves to be our first Pokemon champion. That one is going to be a rough one.
Champion squared.
Awesome. Sierra, Rose, and Jake, to chat a little bit before we get into the next round, let's talk about the economy, guys.
Everyone's stealing my jokes today.
The big 6 stocks, Jake, up or down?
Oh my God.
What is the big 6 of this format? Maybe we can talk about that.
Oh, I figured, okay, hold on. I came up with an acronym, guys. You ready?
Oh no.
Let's go.
Oh, I'm scared.
Evidence, Scott, we're talking about chalk, right? That, I came up with BAX. Basculation, Aerodactyl, Charizard, Kingambit, Sylveon.
I mean, yeah, that's a good
And
team.
then the G for Garchomp is silent.
Where is it, though? Where in the word is the G?
Would it be
if it's
like,
silent, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think it has to be the second one.
Yeah.
BGA.
Bagax.
But no, the G is silent.
You're right,
It's
sorry.
silent.
How could I forget?
Backs. All right, so we got our acronym. Up or down with the stocks, Jake?
Up, why not? I love it.
Okay.
I'm buying.
Oh, well, I guess like it hasn't not worked out so far, I think. So I guess stocks are good. They're stable.
They're stable. Okay, stable. I mean, we're looking to disrupt that out in the field, though, on our stable stocks, because, I mean, even at the last round, we got to see, out of all things, a Ceruledge that just matched up so good into, I mean, just some of the Pokemon in on this Backs team.
I'll say it again. I've quietly been Dawei's #1 fan when it comes to team building for years now. I always love what they come up with, and the Ceruledge was such a cool option into this metagame. If you're expecting Charizard and Floette to be #1 and 2 on the Megas, then it's really, really good into those Pokemon, and so I don't know if you can come up with a better way to give yourself space into those 2 Megas.
I do wonder what do you do against an Aerodactyl? Like, what if you just have like Aerodactyl, Garchomp, Rock Slide spam?
Dodge.
Smart. Why did I not think of that?
There's a silent D in Backs, and that stands for dodge.
Is that one also silent?
Exactly.
Okay. Just making sure. I mean, I loved being able to highlight the Ceruledge and being to get a little bit more of one of those unconventional picks. That does match up really well into those Pokemon, as said, to be the most expected. And I feel like, too, with expectations, was there anything else that you guys kind of expected maybe we would get to see a little bit more of to be able to counter, or just something kind of like...
I think that's like, as soon as you said that, my mind went to Glimmora, because it is actually in the top 12 of the usage graphic.
Yeah.
We saw it as a part of a team on stream during our round 4.
I don't know if it ever
But it didn't come to the game.
Yeah.
So I think that's one of the Pokemon that I feel like quietly over the last couple of weeks, stocks have been rising. You know, people have known Glimmora is less of an unknown quantity and something that you might want to invest into.
Yeah.
And that's just because it does match up super well into the other Pokemon that are a part of that top 12 graphic with the coverage that it has.
Yeah, similar to Ceruledge, it gives you a really strong matchup into some of the more common Mega Pokemon without taking up a Mega slot of its own. So like Charizard, Floette, Aerodactyl, you hit all those super effectively, and that can be really valuable, especially when you have something like a Whimsicott for a Tailwind partner too.
And like what we've seen from kind of a more spicy pick like Kleavor with Stone Axe, you have the Toxic Debris ability on the Glimmora, which is something that you get to keep if you don't Mega Evolve it. So what, you have a Focus Sash to have it hang on, you get to hit it twice, and then Toxic Spikes gets it up, and then...
You're poisoned now.
Oops. You're poisoned. Oh no. All right, what about stocks that are down though? Anything that you kind of maybe thought would make a little bit bigger of a splash, or you seen you're like, maybe this just wasn't kind of cutting it? I know, putting 2 on the spot.
Floette?
So Floette, I think, going into this event, I thought this was going to be a Charizard weekend, and then maybe Floette comes out a little bit later in the metagame. I think I expected Floette to be still a little bit higher than it is right now usage-wise. But we've also seen Floette do very well on stream, so it's not like Floette is in kind of unknown, missing quantity. Like, it's still going to do well this weekend, but I think I expected it to be maybe a little bit more used than it was here, but...
I think I expected it to be used because, as everyone has called out at the beginning of the Pokemon Champion cycle, oh, you know, Mega Floette, it's so broken, like, oh, it's such a good Pokemon. And that's true, but I do feel like there have been certain instances where I feel like it has sort of underperformed in the ways that we might have expected the teams built around it would be able to kind of help with.
Yeah.
And I think a prime example of that is we have had, you know, Draining Kiss Floette a couple of times now on stream, but it feels like it's just more effective to attack with Floette with a
stronger
higher,
attack.
a stronger attacking option, and that has been successful. But and then Light of Ruin KOing itself.
Yeah. I thought of another one though. I expected more Aegislash going into this tournament. I think it's probably one of the best, well, not probably, it is one of the best Steel types we have available in the format, and Steel is always a very valuable defensive type. It just has to compete with King Gambit, which kind of unequivocally destroys Aegislash. So if you're competing with something for the same slot, but also losing to that Pokemon, it's going to be more difficult to bring out. I thought we would see a little bit more of it. Those Shadow Sneaks are very powerful. They can be really useful into something like Basculegion or just finishing off some weakened Pokemon, but not a lot of Aegislash out there today.
I think it's one of those Pokemon that I feel like just hasn't really quite been figured out, because you know you're almost taking it and you're condensing a couple roles into Aegislash. You have Kingambit and Basculegion.
Kinda,
they kind of get to do like a little crossover, a crossover together. But what do you actually put on it? I think there are a couple of different ways that you could play the Aegislash. Like, do you want to have Shadow Sneak and Poltergeist? What do you want as your coverage move? Do you actually want it to be Iron Head, or would you rather have Sacred Sword? Because I think that's another very viable option to just have a fighting type attack where you think about like Artalidon or something that you might want to have a target into, or I guess opposing Kingambit.
Yeah, do you have King Shield? Do you have Wide Guard? Like, there's a lot of things that you can do with Aegislash, but not all at the same time.
But do you want to give over a Defiant boost with Kingambit that has hit your King
Exactly,
Shield?
right. That's the Kingambit is such a problem, especially the Chople Berry sets, because you can run Sacred Sword or Close Combat on Aegislash to try and take out those Kingambits, but then all of a sudden they just survive and you get knocked out, and oh no.
I mean, I feel like Kingambit is such an interesting one because we got to see before. Kingambit's always been one of those Pokemon that's in a weird spot in the meta. Sometimes it is like the best Pokemon. You get a Sword Stand to get Black Glasses and it just Sucker Punches everything. And then we kind of move on into the next regulation. Just too much stuff counters it. It's just not doing enough damage and it's gone. Regulation comes back around. All of a sudden it is Kingambit. And then with Champions, we got to see some Pokemon kind of fall off because of the items that are not available or just different Pokemon that are so strong. And Kingambit, I mean, yeah, you don't have Assault Vest or anything else, but you do have something to boost moves. You do have something to reduce damage still, and it's kind of really been able to flourish under these conditions.
I think it's also just because it's been such a good matchup check to Basculegion in particular. I think that's the one where I look at, okay, well, you have Sucker Punch for that, or just to kind of get around the fact that Basculegion is just a little bit faster than you, or you end up having something where I think Low Kick has been pretty common, Iron Head has also been pretty common. Those are great offensive typings to have versus a lot of the format. And then Incineroar's popping back up, so like, why not have a Defiant Pokemon on your team? Where I feel like there, maybe if you were paying attention to the early days of Pokemon Champions, oh, Incineroar stocks are down. Is this guy a fraud? Like, what's going on?
So there's Incineroar stocks, or secretly hold them.
Oh, I think you should hold them. I think you should absolutely hold your Incineroar stocks. I think there was a very brief period of time where we ended up seeing Supreme Overlord Kingambit, actually, because there was just no need to run Defiant because there were very few Intimidators. Like, what are you gonna do?
Not get that boost? I don't know.
I like, okay, I'll just like, I'll use my Fallen Comrades instead and get a Supreme Overlord boost. Like my last respects on Basculegion. I don't know, it's like good teammates right there.
Yeah.
It's, you know, don't get them, you know, sure.
Why not?
I mean, I've been excited to see some of these Pokemon and how they're able to pop off too. And we'll have to see in this next match which Pokemon are gonna be popping off as our next round is ready. So let's get it started with your casters. Back over to Scott and Evan.
Incineroar stocks are down. Buy.
Yeah, I'm buying too. Or I don't know if I'm too shocked that we've seen a heck of a lot more of it on stream so far than we did relative kind of his place on the usage chart, where I do feel like it's not quite as good as it was before, but I think it's still a lot better than its usage would indicate. So buy while stocks are low, everybody.
Yeah, buy when low, sell when high. Like I'm selling off my Charizard stocks right now. It's been doing pretty well on stream, but then I saw Dawei just run over that team with Ceruledge. Like, if you came to this tournament and you prepped to beat those big six, if you came to beat the Gabax team, then you're doing pretty good right now.
Yeah, well, I was trying to figure out where to put that G later, but yeah, I mean, I'm surprised that more trainers didn't have to do that, right? To me, the conventional wisdom is like, okay, well, if we know there is one highly established archetype, unless I think it absolutely cannot be beat, I should counter it, and I'm glad at least one trainer did. I mean, it's certainly not the only one in the field, but we've had a very, like, Charizard-biased set of trainers so far. I think people mix it up a little bit moving forward, but I don't know if my money is on Charizard to win. I feel like somebody's just going to hit, like, 12 Charizard matchups in a row with a favorable matchup and eat them all.
Yeah, I mean, and if you get it, you get it, and that, great. You can be at the top of the leaderboard as well. Let's take a look at who is at the top of our leaderboard here as we head into round 6. They said it couldn't be done, but we are now headed into our 6th round of Swiss, and all 3 of our players to watch are still undefeated here. Off the screen here is Wolfe Glick, who is at 5-0, but Paul Chua and Raghav Malaviya both on here at 5-0, with a lot of other familiar names, but also some new names, which we've talked about sort of backstage a lot about how exciting it is to have a new game. The new game means new stars, new people who are playing and succeeding for the first time.
Yeah, I think it was so much fun in the beginning of Scarlet and Violet watching, the Justin Tang arc, and like, oh, this player just came out of nowhere and like immediately became one of the very best players in the region. And we kind of see, maybe not quite in that level, but like something like that every generation, right?
Yeah.
So I'll be excited to see, who it is early in Champions who just like really takes well to the early formats in the game and puts the work in and does well. As much as old guys ourselves, it's fun to see names that we remember, but I think that the new stars being crowned is always my favorite part of this all.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the names that we don't recognize that are the most exciting, because if we only saw names that we recognize, then it would be, oh, well, I guess the best are still the best and no one can ever break in. But that is clearly not the case here, as we have a number of players sitting at 5-0. Heading into our 6th round of Swiss, these are our notable matchups in the field. And crucially, these are win and end matches. Winning here at 5-0 means that you will now be guaranteed access to phase 2 of the tournament with that with the worst record possible of 6-2. And of course, our stream match here, Leonard Kraft III versus Brendan Dewerth. I'm really excited to watch this one. A well-established player who has in-depth, intricate knowledge of the mechanics of the game versus a player who I have not seen on stream before.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a lot of fun. There's a number of elements to their team that should be pretty neat. Shout out to all the players at 5-0 already. Of course, as you noted, playing to make it to phase 2 now, with which will have 8 rounds in phase 1, not 9, like I said in the lounge after our 15th round 4. And we got some fun stuff here, right? Where you're going to see Leonard showing off the Wapafit that he's known for his username, but his team a little bit different here. Leonard is maybe the most knowledgeable player about mechanics in the world.
Yep.
And I really love this team fit, as we'll see once we get into the team sheets themselves. Very intricate teams, kind of a lot of moving pieces. I mentioned when we were discussing the format in LA that I thought Gengar is probably the strongest Mega Evolve Pokemon in the format. But the reason why I did not select it for the team I would play is because I think it's too hard, and I don't want to deal with that. But I think Leonard is exactly the right sort of player for this team. It makes the game very chess-oriented. You really need to kind of know what you're doing. But I'm very happy to see him playing. He's exactly the sort of player I think should be on Gengar.
Absolutely, and of course showing off the Wobbuffet, which of course is the other Shadow Tag user. Way back when was the only Shadow Tag user out there. So of course Leonard should be well familiar with what this Gengar can do. So this is a combination we've seen quite a bit, the Gengar and the Alolan Ninetales. Often we've seen the Alolan Ninetales have both the Encore and Disable. Instead, that's spread across both the Gengar and the Ninetales here for Leonard, which gives him a little bit more flexibility, has the ability to have both of those offensive attacks on Gengar, and the ability to set the Aurora Veil on the Alolan Ninetales.
Yeah, I think it's a really powerful this way where, we've kind of always seen that combination, like in Whimsicott in particular. I think having it in the same Pokemon, it's a bit of a meme where, like, yeah, you might hit it, but, like, especially an open team sheet, you really have to be better than your opponent to get away with that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Or the game has to kind of be over. Anyway, I think this is a lot trickier, where there's a lot of times, one of Gengar and Ninetales will be on the field, they'll use their half of the move, the other Pokemon will switch in. It's like, oh, wait, I'm suddenly in deep trouble. And I think it's just really fun to watch. Again, kind of requires you to be the sort of player who's like good at seeing the opportunities for that and like setting your opponent up for that sort of situation. I think it's a lot of fun supporting them. There's 2 Pokemon with Fake Out on this team, which I think is pretty cool. Both help enable that, and then maybe to help enable something like the Aurora Veil for the Ninetales, get that off a little bit more cleanly. And then we shouldn't ignore this Samurott here. I think it's pretty interesting. I know those Pokemon that kind of has showed up in ranked battles a little bit, but has not really appeared on like a successful tournament team too much. So I think it'll be a lot of fun to watch. Holding the Choice Scarf critically does not have its trademark move of Ceaseless Edge, which is one of the reasons trainers normally use it. I think instead Leonard opting for it for its unique typing and attack coverage. So, and also that the flip turn, which will maybe allow it to do some more shenanigans with that Shadow Tag from Gengar. So it's gonna be important on Leonard's side probably to Mega Evolve early, so that bringing in the Shadow Tag, it's immediately active rather than getting a regular Gengar in that isn't trapping you yet.
And you see also the sort of other side of Basculegion counters, which is primarily what you are using the Samurott for, is to resist both of the attacks from Basculegion. Same thing can be said of the Hydreigon on Brendan's side, which is, of course, a sand team here that we saw piloted early on in the format with a few different changes to this team by Joseph Ugarte. With this Tyranitar, the Mimikyu in particular is kind of the hallmark of that team. But the Tyranitar and Excadrill here being the core offensive pressure from Brendan's team.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of fun. I think like would say probably most of us tried this team out just because it was so early format when everybody was looking for a team. It's a little bit different. You know, the Hydreigon in particular is built differently than things were back then, but it's a very powerful team, right? You know, it's got pretty effective speed control with the Tailwind on Corviknight. Mimikyu is just sort of a difficult matchup Pokemon where it never really caught in any popular team except for this one, but you know, because it effectively has an invisible Focus Sash that you know critically isn't broken by stuff like Tyranitar's Sand, I think it's a very effective Pokemon. And then yeah, tons of hate for Basculegion, right? Kind of proving to be the most important Pokemon in the format, but not really even just the Hydreigon, but you know, Tyranitar and Rotom both making it very difficult for it to switch in. So a lot of great hate here. I think both these guys or trainers have very fun teams, so excited for this one.
Yeah, let's hop right into it. Two of Brendan's Pokemon that are very unique to the team in the Corviknight and Mimikyu being the leads here. Corviknight will instantly catch that Incineroar with the Intimidate, bouncing back off the Mirror Armor, while Gengar will be led by Leonard to be able to instantly set up the Mega Evolution like you mentioned and continue to try and pivot around to find a trap here against one of Brendan's Pokemon.
Yeah, I'm assuming this is probably the lead Brendan was expecting, where it's not too bad here, where the Intimidate getting reflected onto Incineroar like feels like a bad thing, but and this is like at least a sort of offensively oriented Incineroar. It does have a couple of attacks, but like it doesn't really matter, right? This is a pivoting Pokemon on this sort of team. Was likely going to leave battle pretty quickly anyway. It's a situation where like Gengar isn't like in a super great position where you don't want to ignore this Corviknight for too long and let it just like bulk up. So excited to see how quickly Leonard chooses to play this one.
Well, going to immediately Mega Evolve the Gengar and protect it. So making sure to lock in the Corviknight, of course, because Mimikyu is a Ghost-type Pokemon, it will still be able to switch out despite the Shadow Tag being up. Brendan will just go ahead and go for a bulk up here onto the Corviknight to start getting those stat boosts. But Incineroar switching out with the Parting Shot, dropping Mimikyu's attack one more stage, now at -2, and switching in another Pokemon. Now, Corviknight just showed a bulk up here. Actually, just going to be the Samurott. Ninetales had been here, may have been a good call to bring that Pokemon in, but without coming in, may not have brought Ninetales this time around.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. You know, normally you think, oh, it's a weather matchup. Like I have to bring my weather Pokemon. I don't think you do here at all. Where it's like nice to have the option of resetting the weather from the Sand team, but like Ninetales really doesn't want to fight those Pokemon anyway, where it's very weak to most of the core Sand Pokemon. So I think fairly likely it's not here. Instead, we do see Samurott joining the battle, and I really feel like both trainers are probably expecting each other to do exactly what they did the previous turn. So we'll have to see whose game plan is better. Is probably neither side is surprised.
Okay, well, Samurott was just happy to be there for a moment, switch back out with the flip turn, deal a little bit of chip to the Corviknight. You know, honestly, not insignificant damage after a bulk up. Does have the option to bring in the Incineroar here again to drop the attack of the Mimikyu one more stage and protect the Gengar a little bit more. That is going to be what Leonard does here. Brings in the Incineroar, drops the attack on the Mimikyu one more stage, now at -3 attack. So even super effective damage is not going to be dealing a whole lot to Gengar. You know what is going to deal a whole lot? A Shadow Ball into Corviknight. Brings it down under half while the play rough. Negligible damage onto the Incineroar there.
Yeah, maybe emphasis on the play a little bit less rough there, where it does its best, but not ideal. However, you kind of widen the same spot where I think it's a big tailwind there for Brendan, who now has the option of roosting instead of just being pinned here. This Corviknight does not know Protect, so would have been in a very bad position otherwise, but and then you still have a sort of interesting spot. Like, well, I mean, you could get Roost disabled. I guess it doesn't really matter, but we'll have to see what he opts to go for. And then the Mimikyu's going to need to leave battle here with 2 Intimidates. It's just doing nothing.
Yeah, 2 Intimidates, a Parting Shot, and you get the opportunity to bring in the Tyranitar here. One of the safest switch-ins into the Gengar. Fake out onto Corviknight means that it will not be able to roost, so instead going to focus down that Pokemon with another Shadow Ball. The fake out plus the Shadow Ball, even with the leftovers recovery, is able to hold on just a little bit there and reflect back a special defense drop.
Yeah, I mean, not normal what you think of Mirror Armor doing. Probably not going to matter too much. Oh, actually matters a lot, I guess. Where,
yeah.
Otherwise it would prevent the roost, but you know, it's not like Leonard was using Shadow Ball trying to get his Spadef trap. Anyway, so now Corviknight going to be in a position where it has the option of roosting, and it's a little bit more threatening this time too, right? A little harder to just start focusing down the slot when Tyranitar has now entered battle. That is the Mega Evolving Pokemon on Brendan's side of the field, threatening a ton of damage to both these Pokemon. Incineroar doesn't have like a Will-O-Wisp or anything also to keep in mind, so Tyranitar not feeling very threatened by either of these Pokemon, and Gengar is going to have to flee.
Yep, Gengar is able to retreat. It is not Shadow Tagged in, instead tagging out for Sneasler now out on the field, instantly threatening fighting type damage into Tyranitar. Brendan is going to go ahead and Mega Evolve, getting that stat boost onto that Pokemon. Corviknight forced to roost here because of all the damage that it took from Gengar, allowing the Sneasler to get in relatively safe. Rock Slide deals a lot of damage to Incineroar, and if it can get a flinch on Incineroar, that puts Brendan in a really strong position. Otherwise, Incineroar may just be able to pivot, pivot, pivot.
Oh, and it does flinch. So yeah, that is a huge
Sorry,
flinch.
Leonard.
The caster curse power is in full display there. Yeah, I mean, it's a big flinch, and I think it really puts Brendan in a nice spot. I think one thing for his side of the field, Corviknight feels like the sweeping threat right now because it has one bulk up, but it's easy to imagine a situation like we saw before where it gets pinned. I think what really matters is getting rid of the Sneasler, actually. I think kind of the answer to like, oh, well, why is it Ninetales here? Oh, because Sneasler is necessary to check this Tyranitar, who otherwise kind of runs over this team. So Samurai's running a lot of damage, but you know, that kind of becomes like one last option where getting rid of Sneasler and Samurai means Tyranitar wins, and Sneasler's kind of in a tough spot now where Corviknight trading itself for it would allow the other Pokemon to be able to only have to focus down that Samurai in order to win, get a lot of Pokemon who can't protect here. Fake Out going to keep Sneasler safe for now.
Yep, Sneasler is safe from Corviknight this turn at least. Corviknight will flinch, and another Rock Slide from Tyranitar. This time doesn't even have to hope for a flinch, instead just picks up the KO onto Incineroar. And Incineroar, you know, the stocks, I'm still willing to buy Incineroar stocks, but Brendan making short work of that Pokemon here as Corviknight shrugs off that fake out damage with that leftovers.
Yeah, Caelen critically expiring here, so I don't know. I think it's probably pretty close on whether Corviknight is being threatened with a knockout if you want to try to go to a double in that slot with a Shadow Ball from Gengar in a close combat. Certainly missing that would probably be throwing the game, so I mean, Leonard, the sort of player who probably knows either way. Also be a little cheeky just to ignore that Tyranitar here, but you know, that's the fun of turns like this one. Like, oh, well, you know, my Mega is exposed. Are you actually going to go for it? I would guess no, so I think maybe I play a little risky, and yeah, no protect for the Tyranitar.
Ooh, no protect from Tyranitar. Another Shadow Ball into Corviknight does good damage. Here comes the close combat. It does have a bulk up. Can it survive the close combat? It cannot. Corviknight will go down here. That means that this Tyranitar now gets to swing onto both of these Pokemon. Sneasler's White Herb now activating the Unburden ability, giving it a huge boost to its speed. And the knockoff, not quite enough to pick up the KO onto Gengar, but there is still the sand on the field. And with that extra little chip damage, the Mega Pokemon goes down for Leonard.
That's a really interesting trade. So both sides losing sort of an important piece, a very important piece there. The Mega Evolved Pokemon on one side, the bulk up from that Corviknight going to waste, sort of, although really doing a great job of kind of the visible follow me there, protecting Tyranitar. However, we do see Samurai entering the field, and yeah, he's going to be in a tricky position now where you got to commit to a move. This is a Choice Scarf Samurai, but there are some pretty good options. You know, he does have the Sacred Sword, which would be devastating. Both these Pokemon could go for a water type attack. Critically, we know that final Pokemon on Brendan's side of the field is the Mimikyu, so you maybe don't want to lock into a fighting type move with only a weakened Sneasler next. They're probably going to be forced to go for a water type move instead.
Yep, there is the retreat from the Tyranitar, preserving that Pokemon so that Excadrill can benefit from the sand later on. Mimikyu now out on the field. Sneasler's Rock Tomb will connect into the Protect, trying to lower the speed of that Excadrill, trying to break the Focus Sash, lower the speed, and pick up a KO, and instead gets none of it.
Yeah, you see what he's going for there, right? It's like almost a great play where, like, oh, you know, this is a Sand Rush Excadrill. It's so safe. It's that Focus Sash. But yeah, it would have broken the Sash had Rock Tomb connected and then made it slower than the Choice Scarf Samurai, which would have picked up a knockout before it moves. Instead, Brendan doesn't make a job. He calls the play. He gets Tyranitar out, which also matters because it's going to be able to reactivate that Sand Rush later, assuming Excadrill doesn't fall to that same combination of attacks, because now that that slot is committed, it's Protect. It is still in a lot of danger here, but you know, that Mimikyu that we were kind of making fun of earlier, suddenly looking like it's in a really good spot where I don't think either of these Pokemon can do very well with a play rough, and there's no Incineroar left to intimidate it.
Yeah, absolutely, and even a Shadow Sneak coming out from that Mimikyu may be able to deal enough damage to the Sneasler. Let's find out. Right from behind, Sneasler goes down to the Shadow Sneak. That Pokemon is now off the field. Mimikyu picking up that KO. Samurott forced to go for the Aqua Cutter, connects onto Mimikyu, but it's just going to bust the Disguise on Mimikyu, leaving that Pokemon vulnerable, taking a little bit of damage because of it, but this Earthquake coming out from Excadrill will deal plenty of damage, and with only single target attacks, Samurott just does not have the power here to clean this up.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way this is going to go Leonard's way. It's a really impressive game by Brendan, who always just kind of seemed like he was in control of this one. And then a whole lot going on Leonard's way. Like I mentioned, the very first turn that came, giving a bulk up for nothing is terrible, but there's just not really a whole lot Leonard could have done about it. You know, just like going for a blind Shadow Ball that turn would have been very risky.
Yep, Mimikyu will just protect itself this turn while Samurott gets an Aqua Cutter off onto the Excadrill. So actually dealing a good amount of damage back, but again, single target attacks. That means that Brendan gets to swing with the Excadrill, the Mimikyu, and or the Tyranitar multiple times. So Leonard will go down here. Brendan will take game 1, and Leonard's going to have to make something happen here in game 2. That plan does not work.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I love Leonard and the way he looks at the game. He got flow charted there a little bit, right? Where it just seems like Brendan got exactly the lead he was expecting the other side of the field. Leonard kind of was in a position the first couple turns of the game where like he really didn't have any choices. Like he could only really do safely what he did the first turn. He could only really do safely what he did the second turn. And then by the third turn, the game kind of felt over where there just wasn't a whole lot of options for him to get back in. I think team preview is going to be the key here, right? There's a lot of dangerous Pokemon on Brendan's side of the field for Gengar here. And it's going to be a difficult matchup for Leonard because of that. I got to assume you lose the stand versus Gengar or Ninetales matchup at a pretty high percentage of the time. But hey, he's a smart player. If anyone's going to figure a way through this one, it's him.
Yeah, absolutely. A couple of big survivals here. The Corviknight just barely hanging on to that Shadow Ball, allowing it to get back up and roost and continue to be a presence on the field, drawing aggro, drawing attention for a number of turns, weakening everything up for this Mimikyu to be able to pick off the Sneasler with Shadow Sneak. And then, yeah, Brendan was just way too far ahead in game 1. Nothing Leonard could do there. So gonna have to go back to the drawing board here in team preview, pick out a new selection of 4 Pokemon that matches up much better into that lead. So let's take a look, see what the Beedrill Professor has in store for us now.
I'm impressed. That's 100 wins with
Beedrill.
Yeah. I don't think I've seen Beedrill play 10 games. Anyway, we have Samurott and Gengar facing out this time. So same lead, I think unsurprisingly on Brendan's side of the field where, yeah, show me you can beat this. And there's definitely more options this time. I don't know what Shadow Ball does to Mimikyu. I assume that's very easily a knockout if there's like a double target in that slot. I think because of that, the double is a little bit obvious where I think Brendan did a pretty good job of calling that. I think in one decisive turn in game 1 where just attacked with the Tyranitar knowing his Sneasler wasn't actually going to go for it. Here, I think it's a little bit more of a read. You know, this time there's no bulk up on the Corviknight, but maybe you just protect and try to get the freebie.
Yeah, there's also the option for, Samurott has the ability to critical hit through those bulk ups too if it needs to, but here comes the Mega Evolution from Gengar. Brendan will protect the Mimikyu here. Of course, Corviknight does not have Protect available. Samurott went for the flip turn, trying to bust the disguise to open it up for the Gengar. And just like in game 1, Leonard goes for a big double target and gets punished. A free Tailwind from the Corviknight.
Yeah, I guess fortunately for Brendan, or fortunately for Leonard, Brendan was reading the turn just like we were. Like, oh, I probably shouldn't just give up my Mimikyu for nothing after it wound up being the MVP of that previous game. And he's in a very interesting spot now where not only you get the Tailwind completely for free, the Mimikyu is no longer pinned, where you'd assume now that the 2 Pokemon on Brendan's side of the field are quicker, so you could go for a double, and because of that, Samurott has to escape here. But we see a mix-up where this time there is the Ninetales, although fortunately having to enter battle before Tyranitar, so not exactly controlling the weather.
Yeah, not just before Tyranitar, but also without the ability to find like a bulk up or something to catch in the trap. Instead, just going to take a Play Rough and the Brave Bird from both the Mimikyu and Corviknight. Does survive, but that just means that Mimikyu gets to break the disguise and gets poisoned here from the Sludge Bomb.
Hey, if this becomes a slower paced match, the poison's not so bad. Especially with Sand eventually, probably later playing out. I think there's a real world this makes a big difference. However, for now, not such a great spot for Ninetales. It takes those attacks pretty nicely, though. It's got to be like right at the point where you're concerned about whether it can take a Shadow Sneak or not, just like in the previous game. However, a critical difference is now at least Gengar is threatening a knockout into that slot, and while I think a double the other direction probably knocks out Gengar too, you're now in that position where, okay, well, we both have danger being threatened in either direction, so there's some level of read to be made where previously Leonard is kind of just pinned.
Yeah, well, with the Gengar and the Ninetales out on the field, these are 2 Pokemon that can start stalling out some of these Tailwind turns, but Ninetales will just retreat for the Samurott, trying to waste some of these turns by hoping to catch a Shadow Sneak that's not very effective into that Pokemon. Instead, Gengar takes a Shadow Claw from the Mimikyu, and Corviknight, firing off a Brave Bird, catches the Samurott on the switch-in. So Ninetales switches out, survives. Gengar survives that turn. Not with a lot of health, but does survive. Fires off another Shadow Ball into the Corviknight. Now, Tailwind is about to expire. I believe there's one more turn remaining. but this Gengar is still well within Shadow Sneak KO range.
Yeah, I mean, I am starting to get real concerned for Leonard here, where Brendan's played an excellent set so far, and that's a lot of damage on the board. There's a bunch of weekend Pokemon. We've already seen the Shadow Sneak for the Mimikyu currently pinning the Gengar, but even beyond, actually both Pokemon probably pinned. And then even beyond that, you assume Tyranitar's in the back. The sand damage alone is pretty scary. Gengar forced to protect here, and we'll have to see if Leonard can make a read to try to get himself out of his difficult position.
Ooh, actually it's Brendan going for the play rough onto Samurott. Realizes that there's no way Leonard's going to give me Gengar here. Let me just go ahead and take out the Pokemon that can't protect. So getting that Pokemon off the field, probably a double up, honestly, just to cover for the play rough 5% miss chance. And that means that Brendan has taken down a big Pokemon threat. Now, Tailwind is over, but once again, the Shadow Sneak from this Mimikyu is just pinning Leonard's Gengar.
Yeah, it's really awkward too, because I think you'd love to bring in Ninetales here to help try to deal with this problem. You kind of can't, because it would also be getting checked by the Shadow Sneak, especially with the ability to turn the snow off by switching Tyranitar in. So Sneasler are going to have to come in instead. These are not the Pokemon that Sneasler is on the team to fight, where, maybe it gets Corviknight here, but I think it's probably going to be just short, and then just matches up really poorly with this Mimikyu, right? I mean, I guess you could try to Dire Claw it and maybe go for the Shadow Ball into, but yeah, it wouldn't be enough, so trying to protect instead, and Leonard's not going to get it.
Yep, had to go for the double protect, does not get it. Instead, the Shadow Sneak will pick up the KO. This Mimikyu has proven its worth on this team, just dismantling Leonard's Pokemon. There's the close combat from Sneasler onto Corviknight. Actually does pick up the KO, so no Tailwind goes up. That means that it will be Sneasler and this Ninetales against the world here. Sneasler getting that white Earth boost is also a really big deal here, as it will allow it to at least match pace with the Excadrill in Sand.
Yeah, I think the trick is going to be how you break that Focus Sash. Because, now it's kind of a similar situation at best as last game. The Ninetales going to come in first, match the Excadrill there. I'm probably anticipating that, like last game, Brendan's kind of trying to prioritize speed control, so leaving or weather control, rather. But I guess speed control, too.
Same thing.
Sand Rush on Excadrill. But however, it's the reverse switch is kind of spooky, where at least Sneasler now is sort of pinning the Excadrill slot. Like, are you really going to switch Tyranitar in there to try to get the weather and risk getting close combated? But like the answer to that might be maybe.
Yeah.
Where like okay, well, that's gonna happen. I'm gonna Shadow Sneak your Ninetales, and then I still win from there. So I'm curious what Leonard's move is going to be to try to prevent that. Mimikyu's gonna switch out instead. So we'll see Tyranitar coming in to try to win the Weather War, but not risking the slot that's likely to eat a close combat.
Yep, that's going to be the Tyranitar on the switch in. Excadrill tanks that close combat, brings it down to Focus Sash as expected. So Excadrill now at 1 hit point, but in the sand where it loves to be. Sneasler takes those drops, does not have a White Herb anymore, and I love it. Earthquake every Pokemon on the field, pick up KOs on both the Ninetales and the Sneasler. Who cares that you just did over 50% to Tyranitar? You just won the game.
Yeah, easy clap, right? Where it doesn't matter. I think even if you crit Tyranitar, it probably just barely survives. And
and you still won the game.
Yeah, literally win the game, as you see the forfeit there. And would have wound up in another 3v1 situation. It's a really well played set by Brendan, right? Where I'm not quite sure what Leonard's supposed to do with that matchup in retrospect. But Brendan just didn't give him anything. So no mistakes. Did a great job of avoiding giving Leonard any real outs there, where a couple of great reads too, right? Where I think in both game 1 and game 2 there were plays where maybe if Leonard had just nailed a double target, he would have been able to get back into it. But Brendan wasn't about to allow that to happen. Called it both times. Really excellently played set.
Yeah, really well played there by Brendan, being able to completely, in both games 1 and game 2, identify the moment that Leonard really needed to make a call, go for a big play to wipe off a threat from the board, and prevented it from happening. Just like blocked him. There was a hard wall that Leonard just could not get through.
Yeah, it just it's amazing in retrospect just kind of how close or how not close this set felt, where it just always Brendan seemed to have control. Tyranitar never needed to come in before, like it absolutely had to. I just felt so. The Mimikyu in particular, I thought was just like devastating this set, even though like it seemed like it wasn't doing anything in that first game. It just, the presence of it on the field sort of prevented Leonard from doing any of these things. Of course, we didn't really talk about during the set, but as a ghost type, also immune to Shadow Tag, so has that advantage too. And hitting Corviknight really just drove this set where Excadrill and Tyranitar cleaned up, but there wasn't a whole lot for them to do by the time they entered the battle. Just really seeing the power of those two Pokemon. And hey, we were talking about whatever that crazy acronym was before, but they're not the only powerful Pokemon in this format. Some less heralded Pokemon really looking great there.
Absolutely, and advancing to 6-0, which means we will be seeing Brendan in phase 2 of our tournament. And If I'm Brendan, I'm feeling pretty good about that. I just beat a Gengar player who is one of the most mechanically, in-depth, complex-minded in our sport. And I'm feeling good about my matchup into all the Charizard that's out there. Heck yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, right? Where it's like, well, I mean, presumably you're not running Sand unless you think you really have that matchup, right? It's like, well, you're beating what is clearly by volume the most important matchup. It's a big win over one of the Roger Megas, one of the better players piloting it, so you're probably not so scared of that either. Sand's looking real good right now.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at this meta, you've got Charizard, you've got Floette as the top big dog megas right now. We've seen a lot of Frostlass as well. This team would be fine into the Frostlass teams. It just proved that it can go toe-to-toe against some of these Gengar teams. So, I haven't checked out Brendan's strength of schedule for the previous rounds or what teams that they played previously, but against those ones that we've seen on stream so far, looks good. Good call.
Yeah, I think so too. Where I mean, you'd assume okay, well, the very standard team probably has to pick Floette against this. It has some Pokemon it does well against. It's still Excadrill awesome in that matchup, obviously. Where quicker Iron Head, exactly what Floette doesn't want to play against. So easy to imagine a lot of ways that plays out well. Also, the Snarl Hydreigon kind of nice. Where I think if there's any special attacker based cheesy teams that you're not expecting for, I think that just covers a lot of them. There's some great tools on this team, and yeah, I mean, I think again, it is interesting too to watch kind of the other stuff on the Sand team do well, where I think everybody knows, okay, Tyranitar Excadrill is a strong thing, but the puzzle really seems well, how do you finish the team, right? Where, it doesn't synergize super well with the most frequently used Pokemon in the format. But interesting that it was a team that's just using what people were literally using the first week of the format that looked pretty good there. And, we've kind of been poking fun at folks not seeming to want to explore too much outside of the Charizard archetype, but I don't know, that looked pretty good to me.
Yep, looked pretty good to me, and I bet there are a few other gems out there for players who are watching this and going to be watching the special event and heading into the North American International Championships as well. I'm still selling my Charizard stocks.
Yeah. Hey, I think I'm definitely not buying.
Yeah.
I can see. I would not be shocked if it was the tournament, so maybe a hold, but buying Incineroar, buying Corviknight, buying Mimikyu.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's go ahead and hear how Brendan thought that match went. He's down on stage with Sierra.
Thank you so much, you guys. I'm here with Brendan, now 6-0 undefeated, and into day 2, phase 2 of our competition. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling really great about that win.
And you were saying, too, this is going to be your first phase 2. So talk to me about that, because that is really exciting. What a statement way to make your way into phase 2.
Yeah, so my first ever regional was Portland, back when Raghav first started. I took Koraidon Lunala team to that, and at that time, Koraidon Lunala was not that good unless you're Giovanni Cischke. So I didn't do that great. I went 1-4 into 4-4, and I thought even was a pretty good finish. Milwaukee was my next one after that, and I went 5-3, and I thought that I was going to make day 2 at that one, so that was pretty disappointing. And Vegas, not a great finish there either, but this one I have been feeling so confident about going into it. My prep was great, and I think my results speak for themselves right now.
They certainly do. Let's talk about that prep in this team you brought, because going into this event, we have understandably seen a lot of Charizard. We've seen a lot of Sun, etc. Whereas coming from you, we're getting to see not just the Sand team, but this was a really classic Sand team.
Yeah.
When I'm looking at these pieces and what it's built of. Did you look at older teams for inspiration? Did these teams just mesh in your prep?
So originally when Champions first came out in April, I made a Sand team myself that was very similar to this, but with different pieces. I had Dragapult and Basculegion and Sneasler on that instead. When Joe Ugarte made his Sand team, I looked at that and I'm like, this looks really cool. I'm going to try this out. And so I actually asked him to help coach me with it too. So I've been having a lot of practice with that. And I played a couple tournaments with it, and cups, challenges. And I decided that some of the techs on it, I used to have Scarf on Hydreigon, which I thought at the time was really good, but moving forward, Garchomps were getting a lot faster, bulkier, and stronger, and I needed something to resist that, so I switched to Habanberry, and I didn't think that Heat Wave was as useful as it was. And then on the Mimikyu, I recently switched that from White Herb to Spell Tag because I decided that, the Incineroar Intimidates, or just Intimidates in general, haven't really come up in a lot of the matches I'm playing where I need the Mimikyu. So if I bring a Spell Tag, I get Shadow Sneak damage, I get Shadow Claw damage. It's really helpful in endgames for sealing up. Because I'm not sure, actually, when I got the 30% on Leonard Sneasler, I didn't know if that would kill, or KO rather, with Shadow Claw, or Shadow Sneak, because I had never actually had to use it like that
You've
before.
never had to find out. I mean, you said your prep felt good, and from talking to you, it clearly was. And however, besides that one, what about your rest of the matches? Like, how did those feel? Like, were all those kind of like close matches, or?
I have had. So the match before this was actually Mega Gengar also, so I had a little bit of practice before this. I played a wide variety of teams so far. I played Mega Charizard Y, I played Mega Gardevoir, Mega Venusaur, I played Mega Scovillain, a lot of stuff. And I felt that for basically all of those, I had really good lines. I felt like, I think my weakest matchup I have yet to play. I'm not gonna reveal that yet in case I do have to play it. But my prep for that, like specifically for Zard, was how do I get my weather in the end game to control at the end? Because if I can get my sand to override the sun, and I shut down like the fire and solar type move, or grass type moves from like Solar Beam from Charizard, I can win with that. But like Garchomps and Aerodactyls, they pressure me hard. So that my prep was concerned with like how do I position my pieces to set myself into these winning positions.
And I mean, it's so funny that you're talking about this preparation into Charizard, but then you're like, I played the 2 Mega Gengars, I played the Gardevoir. Like, you certainly had the gauntlet today.
Yeah, I'm actually happy to play a wide variety because it's a lot more fun than playing the same team 7 times.
It certainly is. You might have to play the same team 7 times tomorrow, though. How are you feeling now that you've locked your spot in Phase 2? What about chances of going forward and stuff?
I'm not going to make any predictions. I'm just happy I've come this far. I'm just really happy I've come this far.
No, that's, just one match at a time, not get to your hair, so I respect that. I mean, looking back to, you talked about those events that you've gone to and like your results at them. What are kind of your goals within competitive Pokemon? Are you looking at that World's Invite and just getting stronger, becoming one of those top trainers? Is it like, when I can, I go to a Pokemon event and have fun. If I win, I can do that too. Like, what are your goals within this game?
Yeah, it's mostly just to go to the events I can and have fun. Like, making Worlds would be awesome, but it's not like on my top priority. Next year, I'd like to try to qualify if I can, but right now, it's just to have fun and enjoy the new content we got.
Have fun, get some wins along the way.
Exactly.
Perfect. I want to let you go and enjoy hanging out with friends and stuff. Before I do you have any final words or any shout outs for friends or anyone who helps you along the way?
Yeah, I'd like to shout out first of all my family for helping me come here. It's been a great ride. I'm having a great time. I'd like to shout out some of my friends, Narwiz, Camo, McDruby, Evelyn. Great help for team prep. My coach, Joe Ugarte, he's been excellent help for this. So phenomenal, so phenomenal.
I mean, the proof's in the pudding. Congratulations again on the run. Best of luck, not just in tomorrow, but your next 2 matches as well. You still got a couple more for today to fillet through. As for us, of course, fun team to see, a fun game to watch, and we have to break that one down a little bit more with Through the Lens with Len.
Welcome back. I'm excited to talk about some Tyranitar action. I know you were excited to see Tyranitar win.
Yes, and the Corviknight.
And Corviknight.
We'll talk about that later.
Okay, we'll talk a little bit more about Corviknight and Garchomp. Corviknight and Tyranitar. Maybe a little bit too much habit and a slip of the tongue there.
Len's got Garchomp on the brain,
Let's see the teams without any Garchomp on them. So 2 teams that only have 1 Mega, and so a little bit of inflexibility there. Both teams, if you're going to bring a Mega, it has to be Tyranitar on one side, it's got to be Gengar on the other side, and Brendan definitely gets the better side of that.
Absolutely. I think like Tyranitar is one of those Megas, like you are just the sand expert, but I feel like in this meta in particular, you think about the extra damage that the Tyranitar gets, even just that little bit of extra speed, feels like it helps out the Tyranitar a lot in order to get some KOs that otherwise wouldn't be able to get.
Yeah, it's some nice extra stats, especially with no Assault Vest. Some of the other items Tyranitar might have run not in the format right now. And the problems for Gengar don't end at Tyranitar, like Excadrill, Hydreigon, Mimikyu. These are all also problems for Gengar. It doesn't like fighting against Corviknight either, as we saw. Kind of fails to get the 2-hit KO, has to worry about its tailwind speed control and just getting hit back with Brave Bird. If you have Gengar out, you really want to be able to just quickly lock things in and focus down KOs, and this team makes that almost impossible.
Because if I'm not mistaken, this Corviknight has that careful nature, so you're going to end up having more on the special defense side in terms of the investment. If the spreads that I am using are similar to the ones that Brendan are using right now for this team, then that Corviknight can take at least 2 Shadow Balls. I think from the amount of damage, and then who knows what else.
Well, we saw the survival from the second Shadow Ball be pretty important in this match. So let's get to that point. Let's look at the first turn of this game and start talking about the pressure here. So Gengar while it has reasonable targets on the other side, you know, you'd like to hit a Corviknight with Shadow Ball, but you won't get a KO. You can break the disguise. You want to get that KO after the disguise is broken. It doesn't have any easy targets, and it's immediately worried about Shadow Claw. Gengar, not a bulky enough Pokemon to just take super effective same type attack boosted hits easily, and so there's pressure into that slot. And that's going to force a very passive early game from Leonard. It's just going to be protecting, trying to parting shot, trying to find some space for Gengar to operate in.
Yeah, because it's kind of interesting because while I look at Gengar and Incineroar in this particular situation, I'm like, oh, well, you actually have Darkest Lariat. That's not a move that you see on Incineroar very often. But if you wanted to try to threaten a KO into the Mimikyu, you do have to send both Pokemon at it.
Right, and it'll move first and do a ton of damage, and so the priority isn't immediately damage here, but that means it's pretty passive. So you protect yourself from one Shadow Claw, but then and get the parting shot out, so this turn doesn't look so bad, but you're giving up a bulk up in the meantime. And then looking a couple turns in the ahead, you still haven't really done anything to diffuse the pressure. You've intimidated the Mimikyu quite low, but you haven't broken Disguise. You haven't put a lot of damage there. You don't have a KO threat into the Corviknight either, and Mimikyu's able to just go out into the back, already having distracted Leonard for so much of the early game, and you replace Mimikyu with Tyranitar, Pokemon that's just as much of a problem with Tyranitar. Now you have no damage threat against it, and it's gonna start chipping you down with sand. Like, being able to move from one big problem for Gengar to another makes this so difficult for Leonard.
I mean, wow. Yeah, look at that. That Corviknight took that so beautifully, and then that Mirror Armor to send that special defense drop back. Ouch.
And what's impactful about this is you've spent kind of 3 attack drops already with Incineroar. You led your Intimidate, you got a Parting Shot, and then you got another Intimidate on, and all of those were not spent on Tyranitar. Now it hits the field while you have Incineroar already on the field, and makes life really difficult. So Gengar still hasn't accomplished much, and immediately has to get out into the back again. So it switches out, and I think you can imagine the play that Leonard wanted here. If you can get Gengar out into the back, but get a parting shot back into Gengar, you maintain the lock. You can maybe lock Tyranitar in with close combat on the other side, but Rock Slide Flinch here really disrupts all those plans.
One of the best moves in the format right now, and I think one that a lot of people are also not super excited to have to play against, and it's because it still has that 30% chance to flinch, but there's also just so much power behind Tyranitar since you're also getting that same type of attack bonus. So I feel like, you know, who better to drop those rocks than Tyranitar? Yeah,
it's a lot of damage. You're not normally faster than things on the other side, but Incineroar are one of those things slow enough that you still can flinch it. In the meantime, the board position just continues to improve for Brendan. Gets damage onto Sneasler, some sand chip down, gets leftovers recovery back into Corviknight. These small, slow things are moving the game in his favor, and it continues that way until eventually, you know, Incineroar has been sacrificed, and you're able to get a big double target off, but you have to pick your target. So let's look back at the beginning of this turn. So if we can get a good freeze frame in here, you have the threat of the double target here, which is the play that Leonard makes, but then you're just ignoring Tyranitar, and you're maybe hoping that your opponent's going to protect that Tyranitar, that they're going to be so scared that close combat is here that they're not going to protect it. But this is the kind of situation in Brendan's shoes where you have to look and say, what actually happens if I let a close combat through? And do I need to stop that from happening? And at this point, if you let a close combat through, then it's Corviknight that gets to freely attack one slot or the other, or Tailwind back up again and really cause problems.
Oh, that Sneasler gets knocked out by Brave Bird.
Right. If
100%.
If Sneasler KOs Brave Bird, then how do you deal with the Excadrill and the Mimikyu in the late game? If the Corviknight says, but another Tailwind, can you actually beat the Garchomp, either the Sneasler on the other side? And so if you recognize that either place my opponent can put damage is not a problem for me as long as I don't protect next to it, you can really get a lot of advantage out of this. Where if this Tyranitar does just protect itself and allow this double target into Corviknight, things immediately look so much worse for Brendan.
Absolutely. The only thing that I could think of is, like, if this Sneasler actually does it get through? No, does it get through this? Because was that the white herb? Did it activate there?
Yeah, so it survives this turn because the damage prioritization is knockoff instead. So you're just getting rid of Tyranitar. Hasn't had its attack mitigated at all. So this is just a free KO. You do slightly hang on, but there's enough sand damage left. And so you know, either way, you were getting something positive out of this. And then let's look at the Shadow Sneak KO. all Sneasler has taken is a couple of rock slides, like resisted moves. But you've had so much sand chip in the meantime and those resisted rock slides that you've gotten Sneasler all the way into Shadow Sneak KO range. It could be a big extra advantage of Tyranitar that you're getting those little bits of chip into the things you aren't actually trying to attack. And that Shadow Sneak really sealed up this game. At that point, you know, if you're just single targeting Samurott that has to deal with a Focus Sash and the Disguise and the Mega Tyranitar, like it is not happening. You need like 5-6 hits to get through that team, and you've got time for 2.
I will say I was really impressed with how Brendan in that end of game 2 as well just decided, hey, I can actually just deal earthquake damage to myself. I think there are a lot of players in that situation that want to try to go for something that is a little like, would be a little weaker.
Oh, this is definitely my my pet peeve.
Really?
I'm on my earthquake yourself more often. I'll be horse all the time.
Do it more.
If you've got a 100% win condition that involves earthquaking yourself, go for it.
I agree. No, but I appreciated that. It was good gumption.
So going into game 2, we see one pivot here, which is that there's no Incineroar lead this time. Instead, it's Samurott lead, and that's because there's no Incineroar in the match at all. It's the Ninetales brought instead. And that has a kind of long-running ramifications throughout this game, too. Because without Intimidate, you're never stopping the Mimikyu's attack stat, and eventually it gets really significant Shadow Claw damage into Gengar. And the Ninetales, well, it gets a pretty good turn going into 2 physical attacks on the next turn. It's then just in Shadow Sneak range and kind of a momentum problem. You can see the Samurott switches out, has to be worried about Play Rough on the other side after a failed double target on turn 1 into Mimikyu, and the Tailwind going up in the meantime. And yeah, this is great. You found, you know, your snow boosted ice type into 2 physical attacks, but still aren't making a ton of forward progress. Disguise does a great job of stopping any momentum from Leonard's side, and the Ninetales goes so low that it's in Shadow Sneak KO range. The Tailwind is up, so now you have 2 Pokemon. You have to worry about Shadow Sneak here, you have to worry about Shadow Claw and Brave Bird here, and so you don't have any safe plays from Leonard's side.
Yeah, it's tough because I understand the vision, right? I think some of the thought process is that Alola Ninetales would also help you out in terms of seeing a Tyranitar on the other side. You can take away the sand, that takes away, you know, the defense is there for the Tyranitar, or some of that chip damage that added up in that first game. But the fact that you also get that Alola Ninetales down so low at the beginning of game 2, you just don't have that resource for later.
I mean, you can see how much damage Shadow Claw does when there's no Intimidates to suppress it. It's not quite a one-hit KO, but it's definitely KO range for anything else. Brave Bird, Shadow Sneak, whatever damage you want to find. Brave Bird finds damage into Samurott, and now the health bars are just dwindling too fast on Leonard's side. You want to, with Mega Gengar, have this position where you control what your opponent can do. You're denying them turns by threatening KOs into spots, but now you're on the speed back foot because of the Tailwind early, and you have all of your Pokemon knocked down. Almost impossible to come back here. And if it was going to be possible, Brendan cuts off all avenues by continuing to use Protects to find other damage threats here. Knows the Gengar can't attack, and so I'll just take the Samurott KO instead. And then on the next turn, Gengar now can't protect because it just protected itself last turn. So I'm going to find that easy KO and just easily simplify this game down to a win.
And Corviknight looked so good here. I'm curious, maybe we have to revisit the conversation later about why you don't like Corviknight on sand.
I love Corviknight Sand. Obviously spent most of Violet playing Corviknight in Sand. This is what makes Corviknight in Sand look good, right? When you can get easy Tailwinds up because your opponents just can't threaten it to a KO. You can create entirely safe plays by going Protect, Tailwind. You can't 2-hit KO me with a double up. Charizard is the problem.
Okay, yeah.
We didn't see Charizard here. And several other Pokemon that can really prey on Corviknight, but still a Pokemon that is so powerful and it has the right matchup, and it really felt like this was the right matchup for Corviknight.
It looked great. We love the bird. Okay, well that was not a great clip.
Good timing. We love the bird. Yeah, it's gone. But this game was over by that point anyway. I think in both games, Corviknight did eventually go down, but way too little too late after having done more than its job to take the set home for Brendan.
I am so excited to see how Brendan continues to do with this, because like, again, I've gotten a lot of experience with this archetype in particular, and this team in particular. I've just switched out the Mimikyu. But this is actually the perfect situation where you would want to have the Mimikyu, because you're playing against a Gengar. Ghost type, of course, also helps you get out of those Shadow Tag possibilities, so I feel like this would be the one where I'm like, yeah, I really want the Mimikyu here. Otherwise, having a second Mega on the team, very beneficial.
Yeah, it can help give you more flexibility, like the flexibility I'm sure Leonard wishes he has. I'm letting this play out just so we can see one more Earthquake yourself when it's a 100% win condition. Please Earthquake yourself more often.
Oh my gosh. I mean, let's see, the thing about the Tyranitar, you don't even actually Mega Evolve it here, which I think is kind of funny, but you could, and you would take even less from the Tyranitar.
It just switched in, so I didn't get the opportunity to Mega Evolve.
Okay, so it switches into an Earthquake. I'm just saying, yeah, do it more often.
And yeah, I think a very strong kind of matchup-focused win for Brendan. Had the matchup and executed really well on it. Never really gave Leonard any opportunity to, find some avenue back.
Because I think that's the one thing that this match this team can struggle with. One of the things that, about the Gengar, I think that can be a little bit of a problem is if you do get the calls right or Parasong doesn't necessarily, you get trapped. I don't know. I think I have definitely struggled in some occasions. This team has different pieces that are supporting the Gengar with the, if you had something like Parasong, but this one doesn't even have that.
No, this is all damage threat. Yeah, this is not Perish Trap. So you're just trying to use Shadow Tag to lock things in, but
oh, well, then that's different.
To accomplish that, you need to not have big threats for Gengar on the other side, and that team was just completely
very
full
true.
of them.
Never mind. Parasong, though, different story. I think that one still would give a little bit of trouble to this.
All right, well, no Parasong this round. Maybe Parasong in a future round. For now, we'll take a break and come back with round 7.
I'm here with Rajan Ball, defending Indianapolis champion. It has been a couple of years. I kind of forgot we had been here a few years ago, but
like I said, if you're not on broadcast for a while, we've had so many tournaments.
I mean, let's take it back because it has been a long time since that win, but now you're back here where you're able to get the medal before. So how do you feel going into this weekend? Is that kind of weighing on you? Like, I can get this title defense?
Oh, absolutely not. It is not weighing on me at all because of how the prep has looked like going into this tournament. No, in the bad way. I saw that face, but in the bad way. But no, I'm happy to be here. I'm excited to be back and playing Champions. I'm just really more excited into playing the the first tournament on a new system, console, etc. I don't know how many of those I've got left in me, so I'm just really excited to be here for that.
I mean, you talk about the prep and everything else. How are you looking into this event? Because I know with the fact that we are going into this new game that it's kind of the Wild West. You kind of can't expect anything.
No, for sure. And honestly, that's what makes things so much fun. I remember first tournaments going to 2017 or new game, New Scarlet and Violet, that first Reggae regional. They're just so fun. Even as you see the metagame develop outside of it, there's always going to be new stuff and just it's just going to be a really funky time. And that just is just a really enjoyable tournament to play.
I mean, at this point, we have gotten to see a couple of the Trainers Cup Master Ball leagues. So we've gotten a little bit of an indication of where people are leaning. Are you kind of looking at this event okay, we're going to see a lot of this Mega Charizard, we're going to see something else? Or is there anything in particular you're kind of expecting going into this weekend?
I think it would be remarkable if we did not see a lot of Mega Charizard, but I'm just hoping because for the person who cracks other Megas. I think we have a lot of options that aren't seeing a lot of play, Frostlass did pretty well recently. We haven't seen much Scizor. We haven't really seen Gengar perform that well. There's a lot of options that can be developed, and I'm really excited to see what the Day 2 teams look like when the tournament plays out.
Now, for what you're bringing, I won't ask you on specifics, but is it something spicier? Are we going something a little bit more traditional?
I mean, no. there's a. If you have a Basculegion, you have a King Gambit, you have a Guard. You have those guys. It's really hard to be spicy. But I think the parts where you get to innovate are kind of fun. But unfortunately, there's only so many, at this time at least, so many good Pokemon that it's hard to really spice things up.
No, that's 100% fair. There's a lot of Basculegion out there. There really, really is. Last but not least, I know you talked about the prep, everything else. Just the confidence going into the weekend. We're getting into Day 2, we get into the top cut, we get into the title defend.
I don't know what we've got, but we're going to have a lot of fun.
And that's all that matters, trainers. Thank you so much. Best of luck. Back over to the competition for us.
I think the best strength a trainer could learn to have is really mental fortitude. But really, you're going into a tournament, you're playing 8 rounds of Pokemon at least, whether it's VGC, TCG, Go, that's a lot. And so you really need the mental fortitude to go through that, and you also need the mental fortitude to bounce back In case you lost a round, you need to go into the next round with a fresh mindset. Make sure you can do as best as you can.
I think the best strength is adaptability, because in this meta right now, there's so many curveballs, especially with normal type being one of the top. So I like it. It's lots of different varieties and different kinds of Pokemon we don't see normally.
Honestly, the strength of, persistence to keep going, no matter, what happens after each round. And that's, also something, I'm myself am continuing to learn every day.
Confidence. I feel like confidence is like one of the biggest things, because you'll play test all the time, and then when you get to the event, you'll start being scared because like, oh, I'm fighting that matchup, or oh, I heard there's a lot of whatever deck that counters yours. It's like sometimes you run hot, sometimes you won't even see that matchup that's the most played. So just being confident what you practice, what you're doing, and that goes for everything in life.
I've been playing Pokemon my whole life, but new to VGC, and one of the things I've learned is like figure out what you're bad at and cover for that. Like as an example, the team I'm using often carries an Amoonguss. I'm too new and too inexperienced to really use Amoonguss effectively, so I just dropped it in favor of Fluttermane. And that has covered a lot of my weaknesses, and that has really helped me get through some games that I don't think my Amoonguss skill level would have.
One of the best strengths a trainer can learn to have is timing, is pace, is learning all the different move sets, especially in Pokemon Go. This game is very strategic, and it's all about split-second decisions. If you catch a move, if you know when to throw, if you know how close your opponent is to throwing their charge attack, knowing all those numbers in your head, being able to count multiple things simultaneously, and having that just in the back of your mind is a skill that's going to help you go from a casual player to professional.
I would say I spend about, like 6 hours on average is a good estimate for how much I spend each week. I think leading up to tournaments, I might spend up to like 12 or 15 even. So, I mean, I'm really committed to the game. I want to make sure I come and give my best showing, My favorite Pokemon is Mimikyu. My first game was X and Y, and then the game I really fell in love with VGC overall was Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon. So, Mimikyu, the totem Pokemon in that game, it was really good in that format. It was really good in 2017. So yeah, I mean, it's my favorite Pokemon. I think it will be my favorite Pokemon forever. It's a tough one. I would say in-person play is what I love the most, just because I get to see my friends at every tournament. Online play is a bit different. I'm kind of sitting at home. I don't get the same experience of seeing my friends, being able to chat, check in after every round. So in person. For me, the current meta, Regulation F, I would say it's not one of my favorites of Scarlet Violet, but I do think it's maybe one of the better ones. Personally, I was not a big fan of Regulation H, but I definitely think now that we're nearing the end of the format, we've kind of adapted, like a new meta. I think new teams are very popular, so I'd say the way it's ending, it's a good format. One piece of advice I would give to any trainer watching the stream is you should always be playing to win. Don't play not to lose, if that kind of makes sense. I think when people play not to lose, you're kind of making safe-ish plays. It's kind of like the snowball effect, right? So if you get one turn super right, then your opponent is like, oh, I need to get 2 turns correct now to win the game. So, I would say play to win. I'm a big math guy. I don't know if that counts as like a hobby, but I actually do math competitions. Recently, we did this like applied math project where we estimated like the negative effects of gambling in America. So it's kind of cool that I can take something theoretical like math and kind of show, oh, well, here's some real world impacts. Here's how we can, help other people. I also play the violin. It's a lot of fun. So if I were to create my own Pokemon, I would say I would want it to be a support Pokemon. I miss support Pokemon so badly. I feel like right now, a lot of the teams are popular, a lot of the current, the past formats, they're very like, the games are very short, you're just kind of trading attacks, and whoever trades attacks better is winning. I really miss like back in the day when we had, again, like when we had Mimikyu, you can use Z-move Destiny Bond, and then, your Snorlax can set up. Like I love strategies like that. So I would say my Pokemon, maybe I would give it Intimidate. Maybe it'd be better than Incineroar at being that one support Pokemon. Honestly, if I were to relive a match, it would probably just be like my 2022 NAIC win. That was like the first event I had ever won in my entire life. So, I mean, it was crazy to me. And I was like, wow, I just won an international. My opponent played so well. We're still friends to this day. Like, I saw him recently at the Latin America International Championship. So yeah, I mean, if I were to relive a match, it would definitely be that one. I'm a night owl, unfortunately. I can't wait for college when I don't have to get up at 7 a.m. for school. I feel like night is when I do a lot of my work because, you know, sometimes I think about my Pokemon team during the day. At night, I'm like, okay, well, now I'm gonna do some sets. I'm gonna practice with it. I'm gonna put the stuff I was thinking about during the day into action. So a night person all day.
Welcome back, trainers, to the Indianapolis, Indiana Regional Championships. Oh, my lord. Those Metapod origami are so hard. I cannot do it. I'm going to have to go to the origami station. I'm sorry, you just saw me react so negatively to those Metapod. It really brought me back, trying to make those Metapod back at NAIC last year. Struggling so bad. I'm gonna need some one-on-one attention over in the Metapod origami corner. Yeah, thank you, Cam, for that.
Yeah, we're thinking some trauma. I didn't realize. Yeah, can we get a therapist backstage?
Can we get a therapist and somebody who can walk me through making the Metapod origami? Please.
Well, that sounds like that might be a real challenge, but you know, I'm sure there's an origamologist out there that's just what you need.
Well, if it happens, it'll happen in the lounge. Probably tomorrow. It's been a long day here as we are heading into round 7 of our tournament here in Indianapolis, Indiana. And look at all these beautiful 6-0 players here. Of course, some of the players are players to watch. Wolfe, Glick, and Joshua Lorcy. Sorry, not Joshua Lorcy was not a player to watch, but we saw him on stream earlier. At 6-0. Cischke also at 6-0. We saw earlier on. Paul Chua, one of our players to watch, at 6-0. Dawei also still at 6-0. And really strong showings here at the top tables.
Yeah, a lot of really impressive players. Much to my glee, I'm noticing more and more of the players I recognize as having very anti-Sun teams seem to be continuing to stay undefeated. I wonder why that could be. They seem to have folded the origami of this format, if you will, solving the challenge of dealing with a Megavolve Poke with 35% usage rate, right? Maybe counter that.
Also have to give a shout out to our friend Evan Scott at 6-0. Yeah, we still got it, buddy.
Yeah, just surely by names alone, our favorite trainer.
Well, let's take a look at our notable matches for our 7th round, and it is a classic. We rolled out all the old heads for the launch of Mega Evolutions here in Pokemon Champions, and we have Alberto Lara versus Collin Heier as our stream match. I am so excited to see both of these players compete against each other, but also look at these incredible matches happening at 6-0 right now. Joshua Lorcy versus Cischke, great matchup. Brendan showing his worth in that last match, punching his ticket to his first phase 2, now goes up against Wolfe Glick. I'm excited to see the result of that match. Dawei also here against Ryan Clemic. Should be a really exciting round.
Yeah, I think it should be a lot of fun. I mean, that Brendan versus Wolfe, that may be the worst matchup ever, possibly, but maybe it's not what I'm thinking. Anyway, let's read about the matchup we've got in front of us. Should be a lot of fun here with, you know, and perhaps we just the folks backstage like, you know what, these guys are old. We need trainers that they will recognize. They have given us Alberto and Kylan, 2 trainers who have been excellent for a very long time. Should be super fun here. I see on one side of the field here with Alberto. Honestly, if you watched him play at any point in the Scarlet and Violet era, not that much has changed. He just has, you know, I guess some new guys alongside the usual tricks.
Floette wasn't there originally, Gengar wasn't there originally, but the rest of these, the other 4 have been around for a while for Alberto. Basculegion, in and out, but the core is there. Corviknight, Scarf Garchomp, and Tyranitar, the Alberto Lara special there.
Yeah, you know, nothing else said. I love it when trainers pick Pokemon that kind of they're familiar with, that they can play optimally. There is no question that he's going to be very comfortable with the Pokemon his time.
Yeah, but also Collin with the Sneasler, Frostlass, Garchomp, Palafin, Kingambit, and Dragonite. Should be a really exciting matchup there. We're going to talk plenty more about Collin's team coming up. But here's Alberto's team. Again, that core of Tyranitar, Corviknight, and the Choice Scarf Garchomp, which he has always believed in, alongside the Megas, Floette, and the Tyranitar. This is a a rare Focus Sash Gengar here.
Yeah, you normally see the Mega Evolved Gengar, but going a little bit different direction with two different Mega Evolving Pokemon available on this team with the Tyranitar, who I assume is a little bit more of a reflection. You can bring it with or without the Mega, and then the Float, who is definitely going to be using that Mega Stone to the fullest if it's entering the battle. A lot of fun here, too, where we often kind of hone in like, oh, you know, these teams are similar looking, but they're different. We really mean it in this case, where it does not look all that similar to the Sand team we saw in the previous round from Brendan, where, you know, we're seeing the Tyranitar, really just the Tyranitar, I guess, where Excadrill has been replaced by this Garchomp, which I think is unconventional on the Sand teams, but we do see a lot of in this format in general. Choice Script Garchomp's actually quite a big thing. We've not seen so much of it on stream as I think is just out in the field. And then Corviknight, once again, is I guess the one piece that's like really the same. Then yeah, we get the Float, kind of what we're used to seeing, the very unusual Gengar, where I think trainers are no longer used to this. We have seen it in the past. I think actually the first time Mega Evolution rolled around, where I think it's like Marcus Statter and that sort of crew is running a sort of Pokemon where it never made any sense to me. It seems like a Pokemon that only Germans could use well, but we'll have to see if Alberto has, you know, perhaps traveled and learned the ways.
Yes, sprechen Sie Deutsch for the Gengar here on Alberto's side. And this is one of the fastest Icy Wind users in the format, so it makes a lot of sense if you can dodge King Gambit, which is going to be very important for Alberto. Can't just spam those Icy Winds because King Gambit is on Collin's team over here. Going for the 3 attacks, the double Dark types and the Iron Head for the better matchup into Fairies, but it's all about the Palafin on this team. Palafin, the hero of regulations A and B, regulated back to a 0 for the rest of Scarlet and Violet, is showing up undefeated here in our first Champions Regional.
I guess fittingly, it's like, hey, I heard we're doing a new whole generation thing, so it's my time for just a while. I think it's really underplayed. I think it's been very powerful. I have not played the bulk up version of this, but I have played it a little bit alongside Collegehood. I was like pretty shocked with Rain how much damage it did, where it was very frequently scoring knockouts for me. I was not expecting it to get. And you know, bulk up is effectively the same boost as Rain, right? But this Pokemon is going to be capable of getting multiple boosts with its own bulk up or help from this coaching Sneasler, which we don't see too frequently, but I think is super fun. We're also very excited by its nickname, which, you know, for any fans of Survivor, there's a coach in that as well, and you know, we're
and there is a dragon to slay on the other side, and Palafin here to support.
Yeah, you know, with the double battles in VGC, hopefully he can survive the double duos twist this time around. Should be a lot of fun. This Aurora Veil, I think, also going to be very impactful. A bunch of Pokemon on Colin's side of the field are difficult to knock out. And another team that I suspect is doing very well in those Charizard matchups.
All right, and here we go. It is Palafin and Sneasler. The Tidewalker combo is led from Collin up against the Tyranitar and the Corviknight for Alberto, one of his comfort leads.
Yeah, although, you know, because we were talking about in the lens about the last round, Corviknight excels in these situations where it's not being threatened with a knockout, and you'd assume a close combat in a wave crash from this much smaller, cuter Palafin probably not quite going to be enough. Tyranitar feeling very threatened, perhaps, alongside it, but you know, do you really try to go for it in this situation where a Protect or a Switch seems so clear and a Brave Bird's being threatened on that Sneasler?
Yeah, the hard part of Palafin here is this would be great if Palafin were already in hero form. It'd be a great turn to just go for a coaching and get some big damage out from the Palafin, but because Palafin has to switch out to activate the hero form, Collin is forced to switch it out. It is not exerting enough offensive pressure here, and instead, Garchomp out on the field for Collin. Alberto going to match the switch, switching out the Tyranitar on his side for the Basculegion. And there is the coaching. +1 to attack, +1 to defense. These are boosts. Garchomp can pick up KOs, survive a Brave Bird or a Body Press. Easy, deals more damage back with the Rough Skin.
Wow, that's a heck of a play there by Collin. Perhaps on Alberto's side of the field, maybe fishing for King Gambit, instead catching the wrong Pokemon to switch. Maybe does it correctly anticipate a coaching there. Although I guess probably if you're expecting coaching this slot, maybe you just go for an attack onto the Sneasler instead. But a really good looking play for Collin there, where gets the Palafin out safely, gets this buff onto the Garchomp, and now facing down 2 physical attacking Pokemon, and not really being all that threatened either, where, you know, you can start trading if you're Alberto, but, you know, do you want to just, like, start swinging away with this Garchomp already being boosted?
Yeah, honestly, kind of the dream here for Collin. Now has the real offensive threat capable of taking these coachings from Sneasler, and the Basculegion will be able to deal damage with Wave Crash, but it is not powered up at that last respects just yet. No Pokemon have gone down. Just protecting itself once more means a second coaching is applied to the Dragon-type Garchomp. Dragon Claw into the Protect means that Alberto has at least avoided damage and gets the Tailwind set up this time. That's 2 defense boosts on that guard chomp now.
Yeah, I mean, the speed control is great and all, but it doesn't really matter who goes first if you can't knock out your opponents. The positive thing for Alberto here is he likely does have that flow at the back. At least I'd hope so. Otherwise, things are looking pretty bleak.
Yeah.
I guess maybe you hope Icy Wind does a lot if Gengar is there for some reason, though you'd assume not in the situation with the awkwardness of Tyranitar potentially breaking your own Focus Sash, which is kind of information for Collin as well, right? Where surely he has not selected this combination of Pokemon. Going to get the Sneasler out of the field here, but boy, things are looking fantastic for Collin early in this match.
Yeah, Palafin in for the Sneasler. Sneasler will be protected from any additional damage to allow for more fake outs, more coachings later. And that is an adaptability, Mystic Water boosted Wave Crash, not even doing half damage to the Garchomp. Takes a lot of damage back on the recoil as well. Brave Bird deals a decent amount of damage into Palafin, but because it does not have any of those defense boosts yet. But this Dragon Claw, oh man. Garchomp's angry. Garchomp is ready to pick up some KOs.
Yeah, easily picking up the knockout. I think what is widely considered to be the strongest Pokemon this format, and kind of just makes it look useless the whole way through there, right? Where it doesn't get too much done, does burn a turn of Tailwind without it mattering too much. And at this point, even if that Pokemon is Floette and it comes in here, seeming viable-ish for Collin to be able to stall that out without having to switch the Garchomp out. A really important decision here for Alberto, where he's really on the back foot, and I think if he doesn't kind of immediately take control of the match the next turner, so we should start talking about game 2 instead of this one.
The one benefit that Alberto has, if Floette is in the back, is having that Tailwind, like you mentioned, meaning that this Floette would be able to pick up a KO onto the Garchomp, but with Tyranitar coming out here, that's a bad sign for Alberto's hopes here. This is, again, 2 physical attacking Pokemon against a Garchomp that has +2/+2 in attack and defense, and a Palafin that can get its own buffs to its defense.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see Tyranitar coming in. It can only super feasibly be Garchomp or Floette in the back. Maybe it's Garchomp instead, which would be pretty disastrous here. Yeah, things are looking bleak. I mean, that coaching early on was so great, and I think also with looking too, that Caesar was hanging out with Corviknight on the field for an awful long time, got out at just the right time, and we'll have to see what Alberto goes for here, but the Protect is not exactly taking control of the game with his own Tailwind.
Yeah, at least gets the Protect out of the Palafin as well. But that's just actually going to be a whiffed Brave Bird into the Palafin as Earthquake comes out from Garchomp. Would have dealt big damage to both of these Pokemon, but instead, just a wasted turn. Again, another turn of Tailwind. The advantage that Alberto has in this game right now has been wasted.
Yeah, this Tailwind not doing a whole lot, where so far it's been totally irrelevant. There's only a single turn of it left, and I guess it could matter if his turn for allowing Tyranitar in particular to attack before these Pokemon, where Corviknight's a little bit safer, but great. Do you really want to do that? Where, I guess Tyranitar is going to have to do something before he gets caught with Sneasler again in the end game, but it's just hard to see a path for Alberto here. I think that Tailwind seemed like it was going to be the opportunity, and it's just not doing much for him.
Yeah, the Tyranitar is just not exerting a lot of pressure here. There is the opportunity to take out this Palafin with the double up from the Tyranitar and the Corviknight, but in doing so, you're just leaving this +2/+2 Garchomp on the field, and unless that Floette is in the back, unless that Gengar is in the back, it's looking unchallenged.
Yeah, I just... I don't see the pattern. We see the Mega Evolution, so the answer to why Floette didn't come in is because Floette wasn't here, as we might have thought. But I don't know if the Mega Evolution is going to be enough to pick this Garchomp up, and it looks hungry.
And the Jet Punch from Palafin does a surprising amount of damage, more than 50% onto Tyranitar. Of course, it is a stronger version of Aqua Jet. The knockoff does good damage to the Garchomp through the 2 defense boosts, knocks off the Citrus Berry, crucially, would have been a bad situation for Alberto for sure if that Citrus Berry had been able to activate, but Palafin's able to hang on after the Brave Bird because it was not double targeted, and Tyranitar knocks off the Citrus Berry and goes down for its troubles.
Yeah, I mean, the Citrus Berry knockoff is a somewhat big deal. I guess as big of a big deal as it can be in a situation where it's 4-2 and you have 2 coaching boosts on Garchomp. But I think with that healing, yeah, it's over, no matter what's in the back. We'll have to see what it is here. Okay, so it is the Garchomp. That's kind of the thing. Okay, it doesn't make any sense really to bring Garchomp in Tailwind when you already have a speed advantage that you don't need. Garchomp will be the quickest Pokemon on the field, and I guess probably threatening a knockout of either of these Pokemon, even with the coaching boost, but there's a lot of ground to make up still, but maybe this is the way to do it.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, Alberto. Love you to death. Bringing the dragon in front of this Sneasler is not You're just asking to get slayed at that point.
Yeah, I mean, that might not have to wait for a tribal council this time. But yeah, it's I mean, it's not over there. Interesting to see what Garchomp's going to choose to lock into. You know, like Rock Slide is sort of an option, although you can't Rock Slide flinch
forever. Yeah,
or a Palafin if it opts to go for you know, a Jet Punch to get around that. And so we're going to see the Earthquake immediately trying to dish out some damage to both these Pokemon. I assume Garchomp, survives this pretty comfortably.
Yep, survived with 13 hit points. The Dragon Claw right back. Will be a trade of both dragons slayed here after the rough skin damage, but that is all Collin needs. Oh, actually it does not, because that's it's able to hang on here, because that's Sand Veil on Alberto's Garchomp, not the rough skin. My apologies, as Palafin just gets the leftovers recovery and Garchomp still on the field.
Yeah, so this doesn't seem great. The good news is, we're moving on to game 2. That's the good news. Really dominant game by Collin there. I guess 2 elements of this. Like, that was an incredible first 2 turns by Collin. Yeah. Like, almost no matter what Alberto brought, I'm not certain what he was supposed to do from that point, where just masterful early game. And you see how he's become undefeated, where that is a very tricky and a much better version of, like, kind of like much better path of how coaching was used in this match when I've watched from other players. Conversely, on Alberto's side of the field, I'm surprised to see no special attacking there. Neither Gengar or Floette coming to battle, so just 4 physically attacking Pokemon. And when you have both bulk up and coaching on the other side of the field, there's a lot of ways for this to happen.
Yep, and this Garchomp took so many attacks. Took that Earthquake, took Brave Birds, took a knockoff from the Tyranitar, took a Body Press as well. It took hits, it tanked them, but thanks to that coaching boost, it was not able to go down. So definitely feel like you want to have some kind of special attacking options against this team if you are Alberto, but it's just going to be the same leads once again. Palafin and Sneasler for Collin, and Corviknight Tyranitar for Alberto.
So I'm like 100 for 100. I click close combat on Tyranitar versus turns. Like, okay, switching it up. But yeah, I think it'll be very interesting to see this run back. Obviously, on Alberto's side of the field, you don't want to just allow the snowball you did this time. I think the way you avoid that is to pressure the Sneasler a little bit more. But certainly Collin knows that too, and I think this is going to be a difficult situation to come up in. Again, we don't know what Alberto's back Pokemon are, where Corviknight is potentially threatening. Okay, well, my plan is really to Tailwind and use Floette this time, which I think is probably the best path into this game. But even if he tries that, right, where one of the reasons why I think that was probably unappealing the previous time is both that some of these Pokemon match up very well with Floette, and Palafin in particular can just ignore the Tailwind and bonk its weak defense stat anyway.
Well, just like in game 1, Palafin has switched out for the Garchomp. This time it's going to be the Garchomp switching in instead of the Tyranitar. There is a Dire Claw, deals a little bit of damage to the Garchomp, does not get the additional status proc there. Here comes the Brave Bird, connects onto Garchomp. Once again here, the Rough Skin and the recoil damage going to deal a good amount back to Corviknight. This is a much better position for Alberto, now having the Scarf Garchomp out, threatening both of these Pokemon with big damage.
Yeah, sort of a nothing trade from both sides, but I think, getting Garchomp in is a big deal here, where threatening an Earthquake is really strong here. It causes Corviknight to kind of be completely unthreatened here because the Garchomp is such a big threat, so you can take a bulk up or a Tailwind as you'd like here. Really good improvement for Collin, although now this time Palafin's can come in, and perhaps we're going to see a different Pokemon be the focus of Collin's offense this time around.
Yeah, just a different option here for Collin, as the Earthquake is locked into by Alberto. That is going to be a Scarf Earthquake, so that means that Garchomp will only be able to use Earthquake until it turns out.
Oh, jeez. There's that Sand Veil you mentioned before, and while the lack of rough skin damage may have negatively impacted the first game a tiny bit, hugely impacting the second game as this Garchomp nimbly dodges the Dragon Claw from its opposing number, and suddenly Alberto is looking very good here by avoiding some crucial damage. It probably was a knockout, but even if it wasn't, would have been nearly a knockout. Now a very healthy Garchomp still sitting there, being a problem now for Collin because the Garchomp is sort of pinned on his side of the field.
Yeah, and that is simply what happens sometimes with Sand Veil, is if you thought you had a guaranteed attack, you don't anymore. That means that another Earthquake will come out from Alberto's Garchomp. Palafin protects itself from any additional damage. Collin needs to maintain one of these sweepers here as Garchomp takes good damage from the Earthquake. The Citrus Berry keeping it up and in the fight right now as Palafin, with that Protect, is able to avoid the Brave Bird. And this time, Collin is able to land the Dragon Claw, but not before additional damage was put down onto Collin's Garchomp.
Yeah, I think that's some critical damage too, even though the Brave Bird calls the wrong slot there, which enables Garchomp to get knocked out. It is the Garchomp on Colin's side of the field is still in Brave Bird range, and now a free switch where we do see them Floette. So okay, both the adjustments we're kind of expecting for Alberto, where he pressures the early game better, and then also has the Floette in the back now to help out and take advantage of this. Unlike in the previous game as well, no boosts on these Pokemon this time around. So while Floette could be threatened for some damage, but Jet Punch is not going to be a one-hit KO. So Alberto looking like he's in the driver's seat of this second game.
Yeah, Alberto definitely in a much better position here in game 2 with Floette coming in under this tailwind. Floette's Fairy Aura will boost the power of its attacks, and Collin is forced to just go for a double protect on the Palafin. It fails. That's going to be a KO onto Garchomp with the Dazzling Gleam. Palafin only at 27 hit points. Any attack Corviknight hits except for the bulk up would be enough to pick up the KO. Actually, it doesn't have body press, so any attack it picks will pick up the KO onto Palafin. That is a double KO on Alberto's side.
Yeah, things are looking very different from that first game. 2 big knockouts. I guess critically with the double knockout here, at least you get a double switch. So Sneasler and the final Pokemon can come in, and Sneasler can at least somewhat try to protect it with a fake out. Although, I guess whatever doesn't get faked out here is in some deep trouble. So things not looking so great for Sneasler itself, but perhaps Frostlass can go for the 1v3-ish against the team that still has a Tyranitar.
Still has Tyranitar in the back that could switch in at any moment to remove the snow from Frostlass. Frostlass is forced to Mega Evolve here. There is no option remaining for Collin. We'll be able to set the snow, so the Blizzard will be active. Aurora Veil will be active unless this Tyranitar switches in. Does not happen. The Fake Out connects on to Floette. Floette flinches, is not able to attack, but Corviknight's Brave Bird will be able to connect on to the Sneasler, picks up the KO, and like you mentioned, it is 1v3 for this Frostlass, and it can't beat Tyranitar.
Yeah, so you need a lot of Blizzard hit freezes is what
in the
plan
sand.
is. Yeah.
There's our first Blizzard hit onto Floette and Corviknight, a critical hit onto Floette, in fact. That is helpful as Tailwind peters out. Blizzard landing on Floette would put that Pokemon out of commission here, but again, it's just so hard for me to see how this Frostlass, unless it can get a freeze on Tyranitar, can break that core.
Yeah, honestly, I think even with the freeze can't last long enough in Pokemon Champions for it to actually work. I do think this is 100%, but hey, why not click some Blizzards? Corviknight going to survive here, so that'll be it with the Tailwind, but both players probably thinking about that third game. I think both players played very impressively in the games that they've won so far in this set, where just kind of dominant victories. And as we've seen so much so far in Regulation MA, the early game is just so important, where both these games snowballed really quickly.
Yeah, really awesome adjustments from Alberto as well to see what went wrong in that game 1. Lack of special attacking, allowing that Sneasler to just sit around and give buffs to the Garchomp. And not being able to pressure Pokemon like Palafin on the switch-in. All of that changed in game 2. Being able to go aggressive against the Sneasler early, bringing the Floette under Tailwind, delaying the Tailwind a little bit as well to get those extra turns. Great adjustments from Alberto.
Yeah, I think that was really interesting. Right? I think game 1, I've seen a lot of teams that look similar to Colin's, but he really played it with his big boy pants on, right? Where it's just a little different coming from him than just some random person on the ladder. Conversely, I think Alberto just didn't seem to understand what Colin's game plan was going to be in that first game, and really mispicked, where once he saw what Colin's going for, I was like, okay, I get his side of the field now. I'm going to make him have to do something different. And in that second game, he wasn't able to adjust. So I'll be kind of excited for this third game, where does Collin have the ability to go with something fairly different? I'm not so sure he does. I think this is actually a situation where, despite how dominant the first game is, I like Alberto here, which is because I think the other two Pokemon in Colin's team are kind of hard to pick. Where, especially Dragonite's not ever always going to be as strong into the sort of sand matchup, just because of multi-skill being able to be broken by the Sandstorm, and then a lot of Pokemon who have type advantages against it here. King Gambit, similar issues where most of the Pokemon on the other side are going to burn it down pretty quickly. So it's probably going to need to mostly be playstyle adjustments from Collin if he wants to take the third game of this set.
Yeah, well, Collin has the ability to make some adjustments here. Again, getting that coaching off onto Garchomp in game 1 was a big deal for Garchomp being able to stick around long enough to get that second coaching and potentially come in for more damage. No coaching spent in game 2, instead just went on the offense, even though switched in the Garchomp. Really need to get some of those buffs down onto either the Palafin or the Garchomp, especially the Palafin if you're going to threaten that Floette in Tailwind. Here we go. It's the same leads from Collin and an adjustment made for Alberto. Instead of leading the Tyranitar and being forced out turn 1 every time, going for the Garchomp immediately.
Yeah, no Sandveil this time, unfortunately. I guess that's the one big difference. But yeah, gonna half a turn here faster. We're like, okay, well, I'm gonna knock out the Sneasler if you don't fake me out. So now it feels like it has to, which kind of removes the threat of that coaching largely. And then, because of that, what do you do with the Corviknight slot, right? Do you just go for the Tailwind here? Unfortunately, no bulk up, as you mentioned before, so you can't exploit it the way that some of the other Corviknight we've seen have. But pretty nice opening position for Alberto as he kind of continues to adjust. And maybe also thinking like what we were in between turns, like, well, that's tough for him to pick different Pokemon, so probably going to see something very similar to what I saw in Game 1 and Game 2.
And once more, as is Califan's want, switching out this time to Frostlass. The Frostlass coming out on the field as Garchomp takes that fake out from the Sneasler. This is a big game plan adjustment from Collin to be bringing in the Frostlass here instead of the Garchomp. But protects those 2 potential physical sweepers in the back from these Tailwind turns.
Yeah, so now we wind up in a pretty interesting position. I assume if these Pokemon all stay on the field and it's just like a Brave Bird Earthquake, with help from the snow, Frostlass can probably survive it and knock out Garchomp, but going for that's a little bit risky. So there's the threat of Tyranitar coming in, although I guess no, it really isn't because you gotta wait for it to Mega Evolve first. Yeah, I mean, I kind of hate the spot for Caelen actually, where it's like I don't really like any of Alberto's plays that much. And like again, Sneasler's being threatened, but it's a relatively safe switch because Frostlass is exerting so much pressure. It's pretty tough not to double it, or like maybe you switch Garchomp here, kind of not running to risk the somewhat high potential of getting blizzarded. So I don't mind it, but Sneasler's gonna lead first.
Yep, Sneasler is out, does not want to provide any coachings to Frostlass, and instead a big adjustment here. A new Pokemon shown by Collin. No more Garchomp, instead it's all about the King Gambit here as Frostlass Mega evolves. Mega Frostlass on the field. The snow warning will set the snow on the field, activating the ability to go for Aurora Veil and 100% accurate blizzards. There's the Earthquake, deals really good damage to both of those Pokemon. A critical hit on the Frostlass. That gets spooky here as Corviknight's Brave Bird now coming down onto the Frostlass as well is not enough to pick up the KO. 8 hit points. Frostlass holds on after the critical hit. With this Blizzard, KO onto Garchomp, big damage onto Corviknight.
That is massive. I think this game is super over without that.
That was before the freeze.
Turns the other way. The freeze on the Corviknight. And hey, these matches are closer than ever. Looked like it was all over for Collin, but that Frostlass wants to stay undefeated. Hangs on low HP, picks up a knockout, picks up a freeze, and suddenly things are looking like Collin might be the one with the advantage.
Yeah, the Corviknight on Alberto's side, man, like you might wonder how I got into this position here. Frozen, still on, hanging in air.
Unclear how that's occurring, but
there really is still the Tailwind up for Alberto.
That's how, yeah, it's keeping it up,
Obviously, it's an updraft.
Yeah, but critically in the context of the actual battle here, where Float will be the quickest Pokemon in the field because of the Tailwind, but still, a precarious position, especially if this Corviknight isn't able to unthaw. With a 25% chance now, so reasonably likely, but not probable.
Not probable. Floette will have to go ahead and Mega Evolve here to get that offensive pressure down. King Gambit protecting. Because of the damage it took on the Earthquake, cannot stand up to some of these attacks from Floette. Dazzling Gleam here into the Protect, now connecting onto the Frostlass. That will clean up the remaining hit points from that Pokemon. And now Frostlass retreats to the Pokeball. Corviknight still frozen here. Frostlass did its job.
Yeah, so it's probably going to turn out that the freeze actually doesn't matter that much. It's a lot of fun, of course, to enjoy here, but it can only be frozen for a couple more turns anyway, and that action wasn't going to matter regardless, but it could matter for this turn here where still has potentially one more turn of freeze to burn, and Sneasler out in the field, while it's not maybe your ideal matchup into these Pokemon, threatening a fake out and other slide, and I think more critically trying to get back to the point where this Tailwind expires and Sneasler's able to actually use its speed. So I think most likely a fake out on the Floette, obviously, just kind of banking on this Corviknight thawing or not. So it could be a very important freeze roll on this upcoming turn.
The other option here is to expect a defensive play from Floette. retreat your King Gambit for a coaching onto Palafin, then you're in a good place.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best play here too, where I don't know if you get that much out of a turn otherwise, so I'm curious if you go for it. But no, it'll be the fake out, playing it safe here, but King Gambit gonna get a hold of somebody.
Yeah, King Gambit now has the opportunity to go on the offensive because Corviknight is still frozen. There's the Iron Head coming out, connects onto Tyranitar on the switch, and that Pokemon goes down. A critical hit. Collin's Pokemon want this 7-0.
Yeah, what a crazy set here. By a bunch of wild plays back and forth. Tailwind expiring. King Gambit still going to be the slowest Pokemon on the field, but now this Sneasler is the fastest. And this is sort of an interesting situation in itself where I believe the Corviknight has to thaw here. Are we?
It's either this turn or next turn.
Yeah, well, I
can't recall.
Yeah. It's a shame because that's critical, but hey, we'll find out together, everyone. Conversely, the Floyd, the obvious play here is to go for Protect, so are you real bold to try Dazzling Gleam anyway? It could be a difficult move to make in this position, but it's been truly a bizarre set so far.
Well, it's all going to come down to this remaining turn. The Corviknight still frozen in the air alongside the Floette. If it can unfreeze, if it unfreezes this turn, can fire off either a Brave Bird into the Sneasler or a Body Press into the King Gambit.
Yeah, I believe this is the third turn, right? So yeah, it has to thaw. But hopefully both traders remember, although we've had some adventures with that so far this weekend.
Well, there is King Gambit retreating here off of the field. Palafin coming out now, so this turn, Palafin is now out on the field and capable of taking a coaching from the Sneasler. Instead, the Dire Claw Floette, no Protect. Collin calls Alberto out, knocks out the Floette. This Corviknight is now all alone, even with the thaw. The Tailwind able to make this the fastest Pokemon on the field to do nothing. Really well played there from Alberto, really well played from Collin as well. Just ultimately ended up, just Collin was able to get a couple of good rolls and maintain a lot of advantage, capitalize on each one of those that he got.
Yeah, I mean, it almost went the other way there, where I think that Frostlass is trained just slightly differently. It goes down to the critical hit, and we've already sent to the interviews. So really impressive right here. The coaching going to make this Palafin even more devastating, but I don't know if it's going to matter too much.
Brave Bird from Corviknight. That's going to be able to KO this Sneasler, but it's just going to have to take an attack from this now +1/+1 Palafin, and King Gambit still in the back. No real options here for Corviknight. It can stick around on the field here. It can eat its Citrus Berry, put a second bulk up. Now this Palafin at +2/+2. Collin is just kind of styling right now.
Yeah, looks like we're memeing a little bit here, but hey, why not? We've had a match, why not? Just enjoy the moment on stage a little bit more. This Palafin is very large and very angry, or maybe not that angry, I guess, because it's not going on the offense. It's kind of vibing.
Yeah, it's just hanging out on the beach, bulking up, getting ready for when it eventually decides to go on the offense.
Yeah, looks like it's kind of comfortable there too, just kind of chilling. It's
hanging out with its boy King Gambit, just sitting on their stump.
It's like, hey man, can you remember that bird used to be frozen? That's crazy.
Wild how that happens. It was just like frozen in air right there. How does that even work? How did it make that happen? Oh, there it goes. A critical hit. Just for good measure there.
Don't worry, I got it.
Palafin's like, I got this, I knew it. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
You can't ask for a more exciting match than that one. Where, really decisive game 1s and game 2s. And a game 3, but it had twists and turns and weird RNG and Palafin flexing and whatever you could ask for there. Two traders who I'm sure know each other very well, having a very exciting match. And a very impressive tournament so far by both of them. Kylan moving on to 7-0 with his Palafin team. And I don't think Alberto is going to be too upset either at 6-1, as already secured his spot into phase 2. Really fun game here where see that critical hit once again, which
that was spooky.
Yeah, which for a second there I was like, man, it seems like he did a lot, but it was a crit where the way it's trained now, it's a big deal. And I think probably also worth noting, we've talked kind of about the mechanics difference in Pokemon Champions so far, but in addition to the freeze where we knew that Pokemon was going to unthaw, the snow change from last generation also making a big difference there, where Frostlass super knocked out here if this is hail instead of snow. Instead, the defense boost from that snow, able to allow it to pull through the critical hit and inflict some RNG of its own on the other side of the field.
Yeah, and there it is, the King Gambit just picking off the Tyranitar on the switch, and Corviknight has nothing to do, cannot do anything here as it just stayed frozen all the way through. And really well played from Collin. I love this team on Collin's side. I think this coaching plus bulk up Palafin feels really strong to me. He's been posting on socials about how he's kind of just feasting on some of these Charizard teams out in the field. And hey, again, 30-something% of players bringing Charizard. Pretty good team to feast on.
Yeah, I like the little adjustment in the third game too. I kind of mentioning before game 3 that like your Dragonite's basically unpickable here, so there's not a whole lot of adjustment. But I do think King Gambit rather than Garchomp wound up being a pretty nice change for him, where at least endured some earthquakes there, could have helped out the end. The threat of Sucker Punch at least helps close the end game there. They don't wind up doing a whole lot. I guess the Garchomp wins, and both of them kind of just hanging out, taking attacks for their more valuable teammates. But that's what you got to do sometimes, right? You know, they could other matchup. Those are really excellent Pokemon. Some matchups, you know, your Pokemon aren't so good, but their health can still contribute to your team, even if maybe you're not getting the opportunity to attack with them so frequently. Still a valuable resource and a very bulky Pokemon. So normally it's difficult to knock it out, and that's powerful because it allows it to continue attacking. This time it's being difficult to knock out, and that's powerful because it stops you from attacking its friends.
Absolutely, and you know, incredible play there from Collin, also to be able to show off Frostlass once again. We've seen a little bit of Frostlass early on in the day. Frostlass is still very much competitive, still very much a strong Pokemon. People are kind of tunnel visioning on the Charizard. There are lots of other options out there.
Yeah, I think Frostlass in particular, like I think everyone has viewed it as, you know, at least a top 5 mega basically since launch day, and its usage does not represent that, right? Neither in the ranked battles, neither here, neither in online tournaments that we've seen. I just don't get it, right? Where people know this is strong and they're so tunneled on Charizard. And maybe some players just really enjoy playing basically mirror matches all day. But to me, I would be trying to differentiate my team a little bit so I can win through positioning a little bit more instead of, you know, hoping my Pokemon are, you know, trained in a way that's advantage or just trying to skill gap similar pieces. And this just looked really strong, right? It's a great plan. I thought, like, especially that game 1, like, wow, what a great line where, you know,
game 1 was beautiful.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, I see so many coaching teams, and I think often it just doesn't look very good. It's like, oh, I get it now. That's what it's supposed to look like. Excellent. Okay. But yeah, and Alberto too, right? Where you know, we were kind of mentioning he's like using very similar stuff before. Garchomp and Corviknight, yes. Len wanted us to note too. You know, we always kind of associate that with using the same stuff. Apparently, this is the first tournament Alberto's ever used Tyranitar in. Certainly didn't look like it there. Right? I think not only being 6-0, but looking very good. I think at points in that set. So really impressive performance so far by both of these trainers. Both guys I really like. They're both very nice people. So exciting to see both of them do so well and kind of see their own perfection of the game. You know, I got to root for all of our non-Charizard players here, and these are two innovative minds.
Absolutely, and I am really interested in picking one of those innovative minds. Sierra is down on the floor with Collin Heier, our victor in Swiss round 7. Sierra, take it away.
Thanks so much, you two. I'm here with Collin, undefeated on the day, 7-0 to be kicking off champions. That feels pretty good, huh?
Yeah, it feels great. Like going into this one, I just wanted to like have fun and play really, really sick Pokemon. That was my goal. Like, I want to do as best as I can, obviously, and like I would love to win, but I wanted to just kind of get my feet wet and play good champions Pokemon.
And do you feel like those were your goals? You feel like you've accomplished that?
Okay, I don't know. This set, I feel like I was a little sloppy. I got a little nervous up there, especially in game 2. I just forgot that I protected. So I should have switched out. I could have probably made it a little closer, but yeah, I feel like other than that game, I felt pretty solid with how I've been playing today.
Just for the content, for the vibes,
yeah, of course.
Right?
Yeah.
Let's talk about the day overall, because 7-0, I mean, heading into this event, there's over 1,000 players competing. We're on a brand new game. Like, how have you felt throughout your tournament run so far? Has it been relatively clean? Have been close matches?
I feel like I've been playing really, really well today. Like a lot of my matches, I have been like winning quickly 2-0. I have an insane comfort with this team. I've been trying to figure out like if I wanted to use it. I was going back and forth, but it was like Tuesday of this week and I was like, I don't have a choice. I gotta lock this one in. I have the most games with it. I just need to perform on the day. Like even when I had a bad practice day, I was like, you know what? The team requires me to be a really good pilot. I have to meet the team halfway, so.
Makes a lot of sense. I want to talk a little bit about this team because we've seen a lot of Charizard, we've seen a lot of Floette, and Frostlass is one of those newer megas, and it's also just so cool. So what was it that made you gravitate towards this Pokemon, thinking that it was maybe well positioned to go on a run like this?
I really didn't want to use Charizard, so that was the first criteria. I was like, I don't want to use this guy. He's so boring, and he's not fun for me to play. So I was like, you know what? I need to find something else. And I fell in love with Dragonite, actually, was the one that kind of brought me here. Our group thinks that Dragonite is very, very strong. He just trades super well. But then I feel like Solo Mega doesn't feel great, and Frostlass just makes everything on the team so bulky, and it lets you play like much more controlled and like sometimes longer, like slower paced games where you can just kind of bulk them down and just win with coaching, bulk up, or just good damage.
I mean, we got to see the coaching, the bulking, and making things a little bit difficult to be taken down within the set. But before we talk about that set, there is another Pokemon that I wanted to talk about, this Palafin, because that's something that we've seen within Scarlet and Violet to be very strong, especially in the beginning.
Yeah.
But for Champions, we haven't necessarily gotten to see it take off as it has in its prime. So what made you kind of pick this Pokemon up?
So Palafin's really interesting because I think Basculegion is the best Pokemon in the whole game. So it's really difficult to justify Palafin when Basculegion is right there. A lot of my friends actually ran the same 5 Pokemon, but they had Basculegion over Palafin. But I just think like he kind of transforms the team into kind of a priority spam where I don't have to worry about speed control. I just need to hit him like with the priority moves, and then it doesn't matter like what speed control they're setting up or how they're trying to approach it. I can just move first or set up a huge checkmate with coaching. And I feel like Palafin is just, he's weird. And I just wanted to use him because I think he's really cool. Like he's one of my favorite designed Pokemon competitively. Like Zero to Hero is such a interesting ability, like from a competitive standpoint. So I just think he's cool. That was a big part of the reason why I wanted to use him is I want to go on stream. I want to win this tournament with Palafin because he's a cool Pokemon.
We need more people to just go on and win with favorites and just cool Pokemon. I support this decision. Also, Basculegion 50%. I think we could put it in the boring category with Charizard, right? Now let's talk about the set a little bit because we get to see no sun for either player. Instead, you're going up against Alberto. Instead, get to see some sand. We get to see some Pokemon that are very reminiscent of him when we were looking at things like the Corviknight. How do you feel kind of going into this matchup, especially with this Frostlass?
I felt like it was going to be kind of tricky because he did have Mega Tyranitar, but I did think he would bring Floette. I was very surprised to see it, like not see it in game 1. So I kind of felt like as long as I put pressure on with my physical mons, with coaching, and also Palafin looked incredible. Like there were very few Pokemon on his team that could deal with a bulked up Palafin. And I felt like in game 2, I didn't really get him set up how I wanted to. He took a little too much damage, and so I just prioritized keeping him as safe as possible. And I felt like Palafin was actually the really big like key to victory, and I could just trade willy-nilly with Frostlass.
And then I want to talk about one Frostlass moment because with how the crowd was going off, it'd be remiss not to talk about it, but the freeze as well. How much impact do you feel like it has on the match? And how clutch has Frostlass been throughout the day? Has that been like the only freeze? Are we getting freezes left, right, and center?
That's my second freeze.
Second.
But like the thing is like once it hits, like it's just so hard. Like Alberto, he loves to rock slide. Don't get me wrong. He loves to press rock slide. But in that case, it's kind of the similar thing where it's hard to deal with a fast rock slide because they're just moving first. And in that case, Frostlass was moving first. So it had a good chance to hit a freeze there. And I think it really just made it like easy mode. Like it actually got really, really close. I wouldn't say easy mode because I think that game came down to whether or not I call his Floette to protect. And so I think I kind of needed it, and it did kind of bail me out of it.
Hey, you know what? Everyone gets one, as you said. There's rock slides on the opposing end.
Yeah.
There's people going for flinches. You're allowed to get a freeze or two. Now you're 7-0. You still have one more on the day, but of course you're locked for phase 2 of the competition. Now that you've had an opportunity to kind of play through today, scope out the competition, how are you feeling heading into tomorrow?
I feel like my team is way better than I thought it would be. Like I believed in it and I did want to use it, but it was kind of a comfort pick. But all day, it's been showing up for me in ways I didn't think it was going to. So I feel pretty confident, and whenever I am 7-1 going into day 2, I've only missed top cut once. So I'm feeling very confident. I love a good 7-1. It gives me a lot of confidence going into tomorrow, and I think it's a momentum-based game. So.
All right, knock on wood. We're not jinxing it. We're not jinxing it over here. I'll let you go get ready for your last match, but before I do, any final words or shout-outs?
I got to shout out my girlfriend, Allie, for sure. She's been supporting me all day. The boys for building Frostlass with me, Raghav, Alex, and Justin, mostly just pushing it forward and trying to make it as good as possible. And shout out to my parents watching as well.
I'm glad they're able to watch you be able to take this win and everything else. Best of luck in your next one, and of course, going on for tomorrow. As for us, a little bit more breakdown, of course. You know what is up next. We have Through the Lens with Len.
I am so happy to be back to talk about a little bit of Garchomp Corviknight Tyranitar action. Of course, didn't come out on top, unfortunately, but congratulations to Collin on winning the match. How did you feel about it?
That was a lot of fun. I mean, I thought both sides of the field were pretty impressive, where Frostlass very underplayed. I think Tyranitar is too, right? I mean, perhaps so underplayed that Alberto got a little baited in that first game, like, I got to get the Tyranitar out there. But I think strong archetypes, we should see more about these. So 2 smart players picking 2 smart teams.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the teams. Like you mentioned, the 4 that Alberto Alberto brought in game 1 left the Floette at home, so really focused the Mega Stone on Tyranitar. Like you mentioned, that probably helps to answer Frostlass Terrestrialization. You can turn off Snow not once, but twice if you need to, and so it can be really an uphill battle if you're trying to keep control of the weather from Collin's side.
Yeah, like I mean, I get the idea. It just, yeah, it's like the problem is like, oh, there's two different ways to boost defense. Like, oops, I'm stuck. And I think some of it too is like maybe you just think, okay, well, I can beat this with pressure, but as we'll see later in game 1, Kylan made that real tough.
Yeah, so let's get straight into the game 1, which feels like there were a lot of turns afterwards, but really game 1 was 2 turns long. And so those 2 turns are the Palafin, you know it's going to switch, but it's always guessing what is going to happen next to it. Is it going to be a switch covered with a close combat, covered with a fake out to stop anything bad from happening on that turn? But instead, Collin gets a really free coaching here, and with nothing to stop a coaching on the next turn.
Yeah, I just think it's like such an awesome read too, where it's like, just boldly doing this in front of Corviknight that could have blown Sneasler up, calling it out, is kind of causing his opponent to make a mistake by expecting a close combat in that slot and just bringing Basket Legion in kind of for nothing.
This body press, a really key element of it as well. If it had been Brave Bird into Sneasler, you relieve the pressure of coaching. If it had been Tailwind, you relieve the pressure of coaching by being able to Brave Bird on the next turn. But when instead it's just a body press into the Garchomp, probably hoping to find like King Gambit coming in to take a coaching instead, that would have been great. Would have worked out really well if that is the thing that takes the coaching. But this puts Alberto so much on the back foot.
I think it's cool too. It's such a physically oriented team, and because of that, there's a lot of coaching targets. It makes that sort of read so much harder to make correctly.
Yeah, you don't know what is going to come into coaching. It can be Palafin in the future. It could have been the King Gambit right then, and so you can't just call out. I think that's a big weakness for Palafin teams, and so having multiple options of what to do while the Palafin switches is really helpful here. So then when the second coaching goes down, it feels like it's a totally uphill battle, because we later learn that the 4 Pokemon for Alberto are the 4 physical attackers all in the middle of the team, and they're just not beating a +2/+2 Garchomp.
Yeah, I mean, I was like kind of blown away. I was like, oh man, like this game is like, oh, it's over. And we see so many players with coaching. It's like on the team sheet, and like, oh, yeah, I guess that was on the team sheet once we get to this point where I just used so beautifully there. And yeah, I think great understanding too of like how Alberto was probably going to read the game in order to get those free coaching boosts.
And so Garchomp kind of takes Wave Crash. You're used to seeing this do so much damage, but the +2/+2 means it's nothing, and then Garchomp can come back and swing for KOs afterwards, and yeah, plays out over a bunch more turns. But let's go into game 2, because that really was all it took in game 1. And so then from Alberto's side, you have to be answering, how do I beat this? I can't fall down to switch plus coaching once again. And I thought his game plan in game 2 was really strong, which was, I got behind in the positional game against a Garchomp last game. How about I get ahead in the positional game with a Garchomp this time?
Yeah, I thought the progression of the set for Alberto in general was like just great. Where it's like, okay, I got to play faster. I can't give free turns to coaching. And that's kind of just the solution in general to coaching, is you beat that by not allowing it to have free actions.
And so this switch to Garchomp, while not even having to Tailwind yet, just putting some damage down, and then, again, a turn that goes all the better because of a specific input from the other side, because it's Dire Claw, not the coaching yet, and not a close combat to get a lot more damage. It turns out to be a really strong turn. And then the Brave Bird helps to soften up the Garchomp in a pretty useful way. If you take the KO here, you don't have as much pressure with Earthquake because you're not outspeeding and getting a KO. And if you Tailwind, you're just losing a turn of it because it doesn't matter yet. And so the Brave Bird really nice into Garchomp there.
Yeah, I think it's so important with Tailwind too, right? Where it's not long enough to just win the game by hitting the button, right? So I think when you hit it's really important, and does a great job of just getting value there.
And so this plays out over a couple of turns where the Garchomp itself gets a lot of damage onto the field, but crucially it also draws a ton of attention. Forces Dragon Claw twice because of Sandveil. Love to see it. But eventually has softened both the Palafin, which had to switch into the Sneasler slot, has softened the Garchomp on the other side, so that when then part 2 of the plan comes into play and the Floette hits the field, now you're in Tailwind with a couple turns of it left, and you have so much damage threat from Floette.
Yeah, at that point too, it just, much like that first game, just like, oh man, this is so bad, where there's like not really any switches available on Collin's side of the field. Just a wonderful pin, and that critically gets it in fully healthy too, which is another consideration here. It's like you'd love to bring it in faster, but you can't risk taking any chip because of Jet Punch.
Yeah, it totally healthy, and then Corviknight totally healthy as well, which means that Sneasler that's lurking in the back isn't nearly as much of a problem for Floette as it might have been otherwise. It comes in and is just as threatened as the rest of these Pokemon.
Yeah, I love Collin going for the double protect there, by the way, even though like it doesn't work and he loses the game, where it's like, well, you got to at least try, right? Where I think he does anything else, he's going to lose anyway, so why not?
He said in the interview it was an accident. He thought he could protect safely that turn.
No. Well.
But, you know, I think, like you say, was so far down in the positional game that it was going to be difficult to fight back one way or another. So we've seen two ways that turn one can play out, and I think Collin had a really great adjustment back for game 3. We're staring down, you know, a very similar position now. The Garchomp, like you mentioned in the cast, already a half turn ahead by being on the field. But I think this Frostlass switch is really clever here to create a positional problem.
Yeah, I thought so too. I wasn't expecting it to come in there. It's like, ooh, wait, no, that's exactly right. And you know, it almost gets burned by that critical hit, but I think eventually learning how bulky it is, I think makes it make even more sense. Like, oh, it was actually a fairly safe switch there where he had a lot of buffer. Like, I didn't check super closely on the training, but you know, that's the power of that Pokemon, right? You think it's big and frail because it's that powerful special attacker, and that's kind of like their shtick. But it's deceptively strong on the physical side.
Yeah, the snow helps a lot, but that's what makes the switch immediately look risky. Like, I saw it happening live, and it's like, oh my god, you're switching in Frostlass. It's not Mega yet. There's no snow for a defense boost, and it doesn't have all of its stats. But using the Fake Out to cover the switch, you know that if Corviknight is going out on the offensive, it's going to be a Brave Bird into the Sneasler most likely. Like, you can probably just get Frostlass in pretty safely here if you Fake Out the Garchomp. I think the Sneasler showing a lot of its diversity in what it can input when sitting next to Palafin. Over the course of the 3 games, went for coaching, damage, and fake out, and that gives a lot more flexibility than you often see led next to Palafin.
Yeah, I think it's also why it just looks so strong here. I know we disagree in this one a little bit. I kind of come in the weekend thinking that Sneasler might be a little overrated, and it's because most players don't play it like this, right? Where you have all these options and you can use all of them optimally. It's a very different Pokemon than the folks who are like, well, this is fast Incineroar, you know?
Yeah, if all you do is click Fake Out, click Close Combat, and get traded for, definitely much less impactful. But here, when it creates a safe switch that then quickly leads to the Garchomp being traded away, the Garchomp has a hard time affording to switch back out at this point. You just set up your Tailwind. You want to get the Earthquake value while you still can. You don't know for sure that you'll ever get an opportunity again at this point, and so it trades for an Earthquake. Still a lot of damage, but losing a crucial piece for Alberto.
I think this position, one of the crazier turns that we've seen where I'm curious I kind of forgot how much damage King Gambit did. It's like thinking through again, like, okay, well, would it have mattered if that slot was King Gambit or Garchomp? And I think the answer is no, but.
Yeah, it's a wild turn. You get so much damage out of this, but just not quite enough. If it's a KO into Frostlass, this game is over probably pretty quickly afterwards. But don't get to either KO, and then this freeze. It did feel like for a second, the Corviknight is so well positioned here. Like, Body Press is a KO, Brave Bird's faster in a KO. We know the Sneasler is in the back and you're faster in a KO. Like, Corviknight might just win this by itself, and instead it's going to sit there in a nice block for the next few turns.
Yeah, which I think, without that freeze, I think almost certainly a different result there. But I think it's a great position by Collin, where he'd been on the back foot after Alberto won team preview and had started out ahead, and like at that point, like, well, you need something to happen, right? And not only pick up a knockout there, at least he gives himself a chance to get lucky, which I think gets some of the game sometimes.
And then one last piece I want to talk about in this game. You heard Collin mention it in the interview, which is that this was the last point of risk. He's already so far ahead at this point, but Alberto can still make it a little questionable for him. You mentioned in the cast that if you just choose to not protect here, you can create a lot of risk. If Collin has decided to just swing into the Corviknight, things could go really badly, but no, it just gets KO'd, and so that hits the game pretty quick.
Yeah, honestly, I kind of wonder if that plays out differently if we're not on Pokemon Champions, but assuming the players also remembered that Corviknight has to thaw there. It's an unthawed Corviknight if you're looking at the turn, right? It's just like pretending with this weird anti-gravity thing, and like that makes it a little bit more predictable. We're like, well, if he knows he can act with that, I think he's much more likely to play a little risky there.
Try to risk the Floette, doesn't pay off, but you know, overall, I think a really fun set because we saw those turn ones that the leads were very similar, but then played out into a completely different trees of the flowchart in all 3 games.
Yeah, I think again, both players really showing their stuff there. Where Collin's so sharp in that first game, and then I think Alberto's adjustments are great. Right? I don't love this team matchup for him, but like I really thought he was going to win that 3rd game, and like probably does without that freeze. And I think you kind of just see him learning throughout the set. It's like, okay, like I need to do this, and I can do it even better if I change things up with my leads. And you're a really impressive player, right? And I think you really see kind of the value of experience where I think maybe a player with fewer reps doesn't adjust so well.
Yeah, I mean, found exactly the right adjustments. Like you said, I think he probably does win. Corviknight seems so well positioned there, but it is a risk of the Corviknight that you're expecting it to be slower and take a hit every turn, and that increases your chance to flinch or crit or freeze one way or another, and it was just one piece that Alberto couldn't take there. Well, that was a fun match. We have one more left. The round 8, we're looking for some undefeated players. Should be pretty fun. So let's take a quick break and get back to it.
Big regional this weekend with champions, and I got 2 more competitors to be breaking it down, Nick and Audie. We got a big event here. First champions event, how are we feeling?
Feeling good, love new formats. This one has been reasonably fun, and just new formats are always the best.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to try out all these new tools. I haven't got a chance to play with Mega Evolution in a long time, like 7 years, so I'm really excited to bring back some of my favorites.
That's always the question going into this too, because there's been a lot of people talking about, okay, these old favorites, but also there's these brand new megas that you can also use or different takes on them. So in team building, in preparation for this event, what do you guys kind of like focus on for that?
You just have to pick your game plans that you want to play with, and just figure out what works for you and what works in the meta, and just like there's a bunch of different factors to consider, and just making it all work together is the joy and the fun of team building.
I think part of the fun of the first tournament of a format is that you have to explore and figure out what are the really powerful tools that people aren't looking at. And if you look back at some of the past first tournaments, like Indianapolis a few years ago, where Rajan won with Miraidon, no one expected Miraidon, right? You look at Aaron Trailer winning Dallas Regionals with G-Max Charizard, no one really saw that coming. And so it's been a lot of fun trying to figure out what are the strongest Pokemon in this format that people are not giving as much respect to as they should, and hoping that we see some fun stuff come out of this.
Yeah. Is there any Pokemon in particular that you've kind of eyed up that maybe have gone a little disrespected so far that you think really can make a splash?
I really love Meganium. I think it attacks on such a different axis. You don't see a lot of grass attackers right now, but it hits so hard with Solar Beam with that Mega Soul ability, totally ignorant of the weather. Also, the grass and fire move with Weather Ball is also a really strong combination. I think it's really unique, and I haven't seen a lot of people play it, so I hope to see that do well today.
I think that Scissor has a ton of potential. Like Meganium, it loses to Charizard, but I mean, either the Scissor or Meganium team that can solve Charizard might break the format.
Yeah, especially too at this point in the format with the limited items and limited Pokemon. We've seen some really rise to the top. A lot of the Charizard, a lot of Basculegion, a lot of King Gambit. So is that something that's weighing on your mind? Like, how are you feeling with this format, this regulation we have ahead of us with this kind of lower power level all around?
Yeah, so there's a couple of clear power outliers in the format, but there's still interesting gameplay and team building about how you're going to respond to those things, and are you going to use them? Are you going to just try to be the best Basculegion player? Are you going to try to just make sure you don't lose to Basculegion? And all the paths could be potentially the right way to go. So just those competing viewpoints are really, really interesting.
Yeah, seconding what Nick said, I think the strongest Pokemon, it's pretty clear what they are. And so even the unusual teams are probably going to be using a lot of the same few Pokemon, Basculegion, Sneasler, Garchomp. We know those guys are good, but figuring out the under-the-radar pick that maybe doesn't beat all of them, but beats a couple of them and enables its partners to, the common Pokemon, to do their job really effectively is going to be the key to doing well at this event.
And you can't use all of them on your team, or your team is just going to be targeted down by the meta. So you have to choose which 2 of the 4 or 5 best guys you're going to lean on being the best, and then supplement them with a couple of slightly more under the radar picks. And that's how you really get a lot of mileage out of your broken guys. You can't just use all of them. That doesn't work at all.
And I mean, I know you two in particular, especially with content, there's been a lot of work put into champions. So you've seen the past results, looking forward to what's next and here. So how are you feeling with your own preparation, with what you've seen so far, but your chances with the event? Who's taking down the champions event? Is it going to be one of you two?
I yoinked the team off of ladder, and I think it's really well positioned. I think I made it better, and we're going to see how I do. I'm reasonably confident.
Like I said, I think a lot of the early format is exploring and trying to figure out the strong pieces, and that's what I've really focused on. So I might have built my team on the flight over here with a lot of the strong pieces that I've identified, and I'm really hoping they, come together. If they do, maybe we'll see a deep run, and if they don't, then I'm excited to see what does, and hopefully build off of, whatever we do see do really well.
I mean, best of luck to you both. Thank you so much. And for us, let's see what's making waves so far.
Well, we've certainly been seeing some of these newer Mega Evolutions from Pokemon Legends ZA making some waves here at the Indianapolis Regional Championships. But I'm excited to showcase some oldies but goodies coming back for this final round of Swiss.
Yeah, round number 8 is the last round of Phase 1. A lot of trainers have locked their spot in Phase 2. A lot of them are still fighting for that spot. If you're sitting at a 5-2 record, this is your last chance to make it in. And set yourself up for that all-important run into the Top Cut bracket tomorrow.
And this is where, you know, people, it's already been quite a long day. But you got one more, you can get through it. And if you're in, every single win is going to help you out for that next day or next phase of Swiss that will be taking place tomorrow.
Absolutely. Even if you go undefeated on day number 1, you can still miss Top Cut unless you win a couple on day 2. So you got to make sure you win as many rounds as possible as quickly as you can. The difference between going into Phase 2 of Swiss 8-0 and 6-2 is massive.
But we are seeing some of our players to watch at an undefeated record. We do have Paul Chua and Wolfe Glick, 2 of our competitors to watch in the 7-0 range. And of course, everybody that has a 7-0 record, they're already into Phase 2, but you do want to keep racking up those wins. At the 6-1 record, we've seen a couple of these competitors on stream already. So Dawei, of course, still holding out strong in this first phase with a 6-1.
Some other good names up there as well. All of us backstage have been rooting for Evan and Scott to cast Evan Scott. Maybe we're going to see that tomorrow during Phase 2 or even Top Cut, but not our focus this round. Let's jump over to those notable pairings to see who we will be broadcasting in round number 8, and it is going to be one of our players to watch, Wolfe Glick, going up against Stephen Gillespie.
We have some really great matches, though, across the board. It's been so exciting to be able to watch what everybody has been bringing. Of course, we've seen a lot of Mega Charizard Y today. That has definitely been the talk of the town. In terms of the Mega Evolutions that have really come to the forefront, I think alongside of that, we've seen a lot of Mega Floette. Been very lucky to be able to feature multiple different sets for those Floettes. But we're going to be kind of going back in time just a little bit here as we take a look at Steven and Wolfe's teams. Now, Steven is a little bit, you know, we're kind of stepping into the past, but like with a Mega Evolution.
Yeah.
Because Scoville we've already seen already on the stream, but you know, it's older Pokemon that has gotten a Mega Evolution in Legends ZA, but Steelix. That is a Mega Evolution that has been around for a long time.
And it's been around for a long time, and it hasn't really been used at all in a lot of competitive environments. Wolfe showing up with this Mega Steelix team, it's really cool. There's a lot of cool stuff on that team that we'll get to see in the team preview phase here. But we got another look at a team like Steven's earlier on in the day. It's going to be that same kind of baton pass Espathra setup team that I think has a lot of potential.
Espathra is one of those Pokemon that, again, like we have seen sort of, you know, here or there. It's been a fleeting moment in some of the regulations that we have had ever since it was introduced in Scarlet and Violet. But it really was, I think, most well known for the fact that you could get fast hypnoses with gravity, making those accurate. But that's actually not something that's going to be on this team, and that's why I think the Espathra nowadays stands out as much as it does, because it's really here to do those calm minds, get the baton pass, but also if you see a moment for it, those Lumina crashes hurt. Yeah, they hurt initially, and also they lower special defense of the target by 2 as soon as it hits. So if you land one Lumina crash, the next one will be even more powerful. Steven's team a little bit different from the one we saw earlier on in the day. I think ideally you're passing to Archelodon, whereas the one we saw earlier, I think there were 2 or 3 like pretty good targets. But right now you have the Archelodon with the Protect and Leftovers. It's got stamina. If you pass to the Archelodon, you're in a really good spot. And then you also have Psych Up on the Sylveon that can actually copy the stat boosts from another Pokemon. So let's say you do that, Archelodon gets those, and then Sylveon's like, okay, I'll take those 2, thank you. I think that's why you want to pass to the Archelodon. It gives you the option to have 2 Pokemon with those boosts instead of just the one, thanks to that Psych Up. But another look at Politoed as well. I don't know if we've seen a Pelipper on stream yet, which has typically been the more popular rain setter in this format, but this is at least our second Politoed. Yeah, and this Politoed is going to have a choice scarf. So one of the things that we saw was a drawback of the Politoed on stream for Billy Brown is that it is a Pokemon that tends to be on the slower side of the speed spectrum.
Yeah.
But all of a sudden, you give it that choice scarf, it's going to be faster than a lot of the things in the format.
Yeah, a fast Icy Wind can be really important here. There's not a ton of speed control options available in this format, so something like that Icy Wind could slow down Wolfe's Pokemon enough to get that speed advantage.
Wolfe's team, though, there's a lot to break down here. Of course, that Mega Steelix is one of those Pokemon that sticks out, but you do have a second Mega evolution in the Tyranitar. We have already seen just how powerful that Tyranitar can be, but this one has Dragon Dance. This is going to be a setup option here for the Tyranitar, and it doesn't stop there, Jake. There's also setup moves on the Talonflame. It has Swords Dance. That is a unique one for sure.
Definitely, and a +2 Swords Dance with that sharp beak is a really good way to get some very powerful Brave Birds. Of course, you do have Gale Wings for that one-time priority Brave Bird, but if Sand is up, you're going to lose that Brave Bird priority immediately unless you use it on your first turn out. So I think if you want to go for that Talonflame mode, you probably want to avoid the Tyranitar until you've used Brave Bird at least once.
This is going to mean that this Talonflame doesn't have Tailwind.
Yeah.
And that's where we look at the Sinistcha for the speed control on this team. If you so choose, you do have Trick Room as an option for the Sinistcha, and Steelix is one of the slower Pokemon. In its Mega Evolve form, it gets a huge boost to its physical defense, but as you notice there for a lot of Steven's team, it's mostly special attackers. So I wonder how much you're really going to be leaning on the Steelix in this case. Trick Room could still be very valuable. A lot of the Pokemon there for Steven's team are going to be kind of in like the middle portion of the speed, and then let's say that Espathra gets a speed boost, then you like to flip the speed order.
If Trick Room goes up, Steelix should be attacking first very consistently, so that is a pretty great option for Wolfe here too. Especially with that Sand Force ability, you can turn off the rain from Politoed and maybe boost up your Steelix a little more. But no Steelix just yet. We got this Sneasler and the Tyranitar facing off against the Espathra and Incineroar. Immediately Steven trying to look to get those Calm Minds and Baton Passes going.
Well, the Intimidate first is actually going to get rid of the White Herb from the Sneasler. So now it's all of a sudden going to be one of the fastest Pokemon on the field. It's going to be difficult for that Espathra to catch up unless it gets a couple of speed boosts.
It's probably going to need, I think, 3 to outspeed this Sneasler, so it might be a little while before it can do that. Thankfully for Espathra, the Sneasler doesn't threaten it too bad. Of course, you don't necessarily want to take a Dire Claw, but the more important thing to defend yourself against right now is certainly this Tyranitar.
You want to worry about the Lumina Crash, though. I think that's the one thing that would be Sneasler's biggest arch enemy as a poison and fighting type is going to be a super effective, extremely effective psychic type attack going on there. But you can only fake out one Pokemon. I think that's the decision that Steven has to make. But of course, Sneasler has fake out too. So Espathra is actually going to be the one that flinches as Tyranitar just gets to go for the Rock Slide. Didn't Mega Evolve on this turn. Something that we've seen a lot of trainers try to hold onto just in case the opposing Weather Setter does come in. You can Mega Evolve and overwrite the weather that way. But yeah, what an unfortunate flinch onto the Incineroar.
You wanted one fake out and you got 2 instead. Pretty good first turn for Wolfe there. I think the fake out into Espathra is certainly correct there. If you do happen to get that Lumina Crash off into Sneasler, you are immediately knocking it out in one hit. The Incineroar not going for a fake out there, potentially trying to get some damage off with a Flare Blitz or even Parting Shot out. Give Steven a way to protect this Espathra a little bit more. Just unfortunately isn't able to because of that flinch. Now this Espathra is not looking too great. The Sneasler now is able to threaten even more with the Dire Claw. Based on how Espathra is trained, it might be able to survive it, but even if you survive, you probably can't Calm Mind. That Rock Slide chip damage also going a long way for Wolfe there.
I think you could also realistically go for something like a close combat into the Incineroar. Feels mostly safe. And in fact, it's going to be enough to pick up the knockout. If you lose your Sneasler here, I think you've basically gotten what you've wanted.
Yeah.
The Intimidator is gone. You get to bring in the, the Sinistcha for free. You don't actually have something like the Flare Blitz that's going to be dealing with that anymore. So I think you take that. I'm expecting a knockoff to come this Espathra's way to finish it off and give Wolfe a 1 Pokemon advantage after losing the Sneasler.
This Culver Berry will reduce the damage, but will it be enough to survive after that chip? It does survive with 21 HP. It might be a couple turns of sand damage away from being knocked out. but surviving here is crucial. We saw take 12 damage from that sandstorm, so one more turn and it will be knocked out, but you do have the option to go for something like that baton pass. Pass those 2 speed boosts that you have gained from speed boost onto something else. But like you said, I think that was a great call. Just getting rid of that Incineroar immediately means that you don't have anything threatening your Steelix with Intimidate anymore. You take away a really good pivot option for Steven there too. So a smart targeting there by Wolfe. I think you're very willing to trade your Sneasler for that Incineroar.
I wonder if you actually end up baton passing into something like the Sylveon.
Certainly could, yeah. I think it really depends on Steven's last 2 Pokemon. If it's Archaludon and Politoed, which I somewhat expect, you kind of have to bring in Politoed here because you'd much rather baton pass to the Archaludon.
But it's actually Archaludon. So you have to think about this too. There's only one Mega Evolution option on Steven's team, which would be that Scovillain.
True.
But did you actually bring it? Because I think it's actually reasonable to assume that maybe you didn't.
I think it's quite possible he didn't. You know, looking at Wolfe's team, it's not very hospitable to Scovillain. Like, maybe you want to try and get burns on either Tyranitar or Sneasler or even Steelix, but otherwise, the Scovillain doesn't really have a lot to be doing against Wolfe's team.
Well, it's going to be the Steelix that actually comes out for the Tyranitar, and we're going to see an immediate pivot there of the Archaludon to the Politoed. A great heads-up play for Wolfe to be able to preserve that Sandstream ability for later, as we actually do see the Espatra baton pass out now into the Archaludon.
Yeah, the Archaludon now is going to get those 2 speed boosts, but I fear that Steelix swapping in with Sinistra on the field means that Wolfe might have tried to set up Trick Room here, and if that's the case, it will be a case of this Archaludon speed boost being very disadvantageous.
Yeah, because at this point, I mean, you do have the stamina ability on this Archaludon, so you are going to be able to deal with, you know, some of the physical attacks from the Steelix, but Steelix has a mighty big attack stat as a Mega Evolved Pokemon. I don't know how much you can actually deal with the Earth powers there.
Well, not to mention if the Tyranitar swaps in,
high horsepower.
Right, if the Tyranitar swaps in for the Sinistra and you Mega Evolve the Steelix, you get the Sand Force boost, which powers up your attacks even more. You get a lot of attack from Mega Evolving. There's not a whole lot that Steven can do to protect this Archaludon from taking a high horsepower.
Yeah, well, you called it. Tyranitar is here to stay, and Politoed is going to have to either stay or try to bring back the rain. The Steelix Mega Evolving looks quite fun. This is like where I think that maybe Terra kind of came in there, you know, with the idea. Wow, their Chaludon does actually tank that high horsepower, but it's not going to be around for a whole lot longer. I think Politoed goes for the Muddy Water, and so that is going to be one of the slower things on the field thanks to that Choice Scarf. It actually does take that Steelix down quite low, and the accuracy drop on the Tyranitar.
Ooh, great call from Steven. Just unfortunately not enough to take out that Tyranitar. Really good play there, going for that Flash Cannon into the Sinistra. Maybe you would have been tempted to go for Dragon Pulse, which I think is maybe slightly higher base power, but using Flash Cannon there covers the Tyranitar swap very well. If it had just a little bit more power behind it, it could have been able to knock out the Tyranitar and make this game maybe a little bit closer. But even with all that damage you got from the Muddy Water and Flash Cannon, Wolfe's Pokemon will still be attacking first. The accuracy drop onto Tyranitar and not Steelix there, so Steelix can pretty freely go for another one of those high force powers. You do have to worry a little bit about this Politoed. You know, it got that Muddy Water off. That was a lot of damage into both of Wolfe's Pokemon. And took none itself, so you kind of have to start focusing on it at some point.
I think you just want to Heavy Slam it, no?
Potentially? The Heavy Slam is resisted, right? So you got to go for a high horsepower.
Maybe you do have to high horsepower the Politoed. But I'm thinking here, like, you still have the speed disadvantage if you are Steven.
Yeah.
Our Chaludon got those speed boosts from the Espatra. Sinistra's going to come back in, and the Hospitality is actually going to heal a pretty considerable amount of damage, and also does put Wolfe in a position where that Tyranitar can come back in at any moment. You're just hoping here that you're not going to take any damage, and the Wide Guard is perfect because you know the Muddy Water is coming.
Yeah.
So that's at least going to stop that for one turn while you get the Sinistra in for free.
Really, really good play by Wolfe there. The Wide Guard will protect you from Muddy Water. The Politoed is again holding that Choice Scarf item, so it cannot use another attack. And since the sand is up, the Archaludon well, I guess you can't Electroshock a Steelix anyway, but only having Dragon and Steel-type moves, Steelix really doesn't care about what this Archaludon can throw at it right now, especially considering that healing from Hospitality. So by switching in Cischke here, you give yourself a chance to threaten this Polytoad Machagacha as well.
And you just have, yeah, you have Rage Powder, just because also Archaludon's not going to be doing too much to you either. Archaludon does get a double protect though, so that's actually kind of a big deal to try to stall through some of these final turns of the Trick Room. But we do see that the Sinistra actually went for Machagacha, so that's going to be spread damage that's going to land into the Espatra as well. And that's going to finish it off, and that's going to bring in the Polytoad for free.
Yeah, Polytoad is forced to re-enter the field. We'll be able to set the rain back up, but because Wolfe swapped out that Tyranitar, does have it still in the back to set up that sand once again. I think there's still at least one more turn of Trick Room for us, so the Steelix will still have the speed advantage. And because this Polytoad is Choice Scarf, it might not be super bulky. There's a chance that this Sand Force boosted high horsepower might be enough to knock it out outright.
One more turn of Trick Room left, right, and then of course the rain just got set. But it's tough because do you really want to try to open yourself up?
Yeah, what do you do here? The Archaludon isn't threatening Steelix at all unless you get an Electroshot boost. But trying to go for Electroshot into Sinistra is very risky on this turn.
You can't KO
slots
it.
The Tyranitar back in. You're locked into that charge up turn, and then you have wasted 2 turns of not damaging Steelix with your Archaludon. I think this Polytoad is becoming more of a problem for Wolfe, though, because if you let it go for something like a Muddy Water here, it might come very close to knocking out Steelix, even with the sand going back up.
It is close, but you should be able to get through one more. I think you can get through one more. Archaludon tried to go for a triple protect, though. It's going to fail. So this time around, this Steelix not going to mess around. Has the high horsepower to get the knockout, but now you have to deal with this Polytoad that Muddy Water, if it comes out, is going to knock out the Tyranitar from here, but it's in fact just the Weather Ball. So that's what you lock into, and that's just not going to get the job done.
Especially with that Rock-type Weather Ball into the double-resistant Steelix here. I think this is pretty wrapped up for Wolfe. I think Steven very correctly not locking into Muddy Water there. In the case that Archaludon does go down and Steelix does not get knocked out by Muddy Water, then you just get Wide Guarded to death and you just can't do damage for the rest of the game. So I think Steven did what he had to, but Wolfe, knowing that, swapping in Tyranitar there made that a very safe end game.
Yeah, that's a great point. Since there is that Choice Scarf on the Polytoad, you can't change the move, and with the additional Pokemon in the back, I think you end up getting that Machagacha. I think I would love to know how much Machagacha does from Sinistra into a Polytoad single target.
I mean, I would guess it 2 at KOs if the Polytoad doesn't really have any training in its HP and special defense stats, but it's a tool that Wolfe has that he didn't necessarily have to use in this game, so maybe concealing that could come in handy in the next couple of games.
Trick Room worked out great though, so I think it's on Steven to figure out ways to get through it. But it's tough because I think when you look at the moveset that this Steelix has, it's got high horsepower and heavy slam. Archaludon's weak to that. Sylveon is weak to the heavy slam. And Incineroar is weak to high horsepower. There's a lot of Pokemon on this team that just don't do well into it. But we didn't see Steven bring the Mega Scovillain.
We didn't see the Scovillain at all. I have to wonder if it will come. Again, it's kind of tough to bring into Wolfe's team because even if you are able to get a burn onto something like Tyranitar or Sneasler, you have Talonflame that's immune to burns thanks to its fire typing. If Wolfe does opt to bring the Talonflame, it's a great answer into that Scovillain. Even if Talonflame doesn't come, you can get a lot of chip damage with Scovillain with Sand. Something like Rock Slide from Tyranitar will do a great job into it. And it doesn't necessarily just want to sit on the field against Wolfe's team, because even with some burns throwing around, that Sand damage racks up, the Rock Slide damage racks up, the Sand Force boosted attacks from the Steelix rack up as well.
But it is going to be the Scovillain that makes an appearance, and I was going to say the one caveat that I would say is you still have to give respect over to the Scovillain, no matter what. And you've got a lot of physical attackers on this team, so if you can't find a way to get a one-hit knockout into the Scovillain, that's 2 burned Pokemon on your side of the field. You can even protect the Espatra here, get a speed boost. The Unburden didn't activate on the Sneasler just yet, so that might actually give you a speed advantage into the Sneasler on the next turn. It's a fake out though, so that's also one way that you can kind of deal with this Espatra for now, is just fake it out and deal with it next time. But that's gonna give room for this Tyranitar to go for a Dragon Dance, increasing its attack and speed.
Flamethrower immediately into that Tyranitar, maybe trying to get a little bit more chip damage into it. Maybe fish for a burn on the Flamethrower, but not going to happen just yet. I think a great turn by Wolfe there, getting that Dragon Dance up, immediately saying, okay, I'm not going to lean on Trick Room just yet. I've got this Dragon Dance Tyranitar. Now it is threatening a lot more damage. It means if you do go for a Rock Slide with this Tyranitar, you're maybe knocking out the Scovillain outright, and if not knocking it out, you're coming very, very close. If you have to trade getting burned for almost knocking out the Scovillain, I think that's a trade that's worthwhile.
I still might have double protected on that first turn, because I think I would have liked to see if I get anything fun from the Moody boosts from the Scovillain.
Right.
Because sometimes we see that where you're like, oh, maybe I get a nice juicy special attack boost. And the speed drop, like we saw earlier on stream from Mega Scovillain, and then you can Mega Evolve, and then the Spicy Extract is in play. But there's not going to be any Moody boost for this Scovillain. It's just going to kind of just be here as Espathra gets a free Calm Mind. Actually, I say that. Could just be a knockoff from the Tyranitar that's going to chunk it down quite low. But it's another Dragon Dance. So here's another way that you can get around the Spicy Extract from the Scovillain. You have to hit it at some point. But look at the, look at how well this Tyranitar is actually going to deal with something like the Giga Drain. You can have the +2 now, which will neutralize getting burned.
It will, yeah. And at +2, I think you are certainly one at killing this Scovillain with Rock Slide as well. So again, you're making sure you're trading getting burned by the Scovillain's ability for taking a knockout on the Scovillain, while also this Espathra getting a Calm Mind up means that if you are able to get a Baton Pass off, it is much more potent. The 2 speed boosts on Espathra matching the 2 boosts from Tyranitar's Dragon Dance mean it still will be acting first, but only having Lumina Crash, you can either try and get a knockout into the Sneasler with Lumina Crash. I don't know if you can take a +2 Rock Slide. You might have to use a Baton Pass now.
And the Espathra is still going to be faster than the Tyranitar here. It's going to protect itself for now because, and the Scovillain will too. So you're going to at least stave off the Rock Slide for 1 turn. But I'm curious to know what this Sneasler is actually going to end up doing here. It would have been a free close combat. You know, that's actually another thing that I really love about the Dragon Dance play. It's not even just about getting the +2 attack to try to neutralize the burn. You have +2 speed.
Yeah.
What an interesting interaction to see the Tyranitar move before the Sneasler, and there's no Trick Room.
And it means that if the Tyranitar does get that Rock Slide off, you knock out Scovillain, there's no chance your Sneasler gets burned by that Scovillain redirected gets attacked. And I love that Wolfe did go for the close combat there. If Sneasler gets to attack on this turn, it's because Espathra went for Baton Pass. And if the Baton passes, it's probably into Archaludon. If you post-combat the Archaludon on the swap, you've gained so much more ground than if you happen to maybe catch the, try to Dire Claw and it go into the Archaludon instead. So it's really smart play here. The Unburden not being active, Wolfe is very aware of that and knows that this Tyranitar can protect Sneasler from getting burned.
I wonder, though, if you actually end up switching in the Sinistra here at any point. Because if you're expecting Baton Pass to come through, then I would say maybe you can prepare for Sinistra to come in and actually go for Trick Room. But we're not actually going to see a swap. So maybe this time it will just be a Rock Slide to finish off the Scovillain and then the close combat here. Father did have a point or a moment to be able to go for the, the Lumina Crash. But that Scovillain is out of here. Caelen unfortunately has to take a stamina boost, so I actually do wonder whether or not the Sneasler can pick up the knockout. But this was a worthwhile trade to take the burn for your Dragon Dance attack boosts.
They could probably survive. Yeah, with that stamina boost, you're able to hang on. But that's still really, really important damage here. This Archaludon now has a lot of speed boosts. It has the special attack boost, it has the special defense boost. But more importantly now, it's at +2 defense. It's got the leftovers. Now is when this Archaludon can attempt to start taking over this game. If you didn't get the close combat off into Archaludon there, that would have been very, very difficult to take down. The Wolfe correctly identifying, I cannot let this Archaludon in close range.
Yeah, but I think the Sneasler, now that the Unburden is active, is faster than the Archaludon at +2.
Ooh, is it 2 or this Espathra might have gotten 3
it's 3. It's 3 speed boosts. You're right, actually.
So I think Archaludon might have the advantage over Sneasler. It might be pretty close.
Ooh, that is close.
But this Tyranitar is burned now. You got the Spicy Spray to burn the Tyranitar. But at +2 attack, might still be able to KO this Espathra with knockoff through that Pulver Berry because you did get those boosts from Dragon Dance. So still not a great spot for Steven to be in, but this Archaludon is your way back into this game.
But you probably need, like, okay, so you're threatening Flash Cannon or Dragon Pulse if you want to get damage off immediately.
Yeah.
Or you have to switch in your Politoed to get the rain up.
Right.
Sand is about to expire. There's only one turn of Sand left, so you could also kind of wait it out and see what's going to happen after this turn. But this Archaludon actually ends up protecting itself. That's going to allow this Tyranitar to just go for knockoff here. Now, knockoff doesn't happen before the Cobra Berry activates. But that is a crazy survival from this Espatra.
Yeah.
It's going to be able to get the Luna Crash off into the Sneasler and bring in something new. But the sand is going, so the sand is expiring. There's not going to be any sand chip to actually deal any extra damage to this Espatra since it's expired on this turn.
That's a huge survival for that Espathra. Getting rid of Sneasler means that close combat is no longer in play for Wolfe. This Archaludon now is looking a lot better than it was about 30 seconds ago when the Sneasler was still threatening those close combats. Sinistra comes in, we'll be able to protect that Tyranitar with Rage Powder and also heal it back up with that Hospitality. Now you do have the option to go for that Trick Room. A combination of attacks from these two Pokemon I think is maybe not enough. The Espathra having only one speed boost here means that it's not going to outspeed Archaludon. So if the Espathra was faster, you could go for a combination Lumina Crash and Dragon Pulse, which with the -2 special defense might be enough to prevent a Trick Room here. But because that Archaludon now is at +3 and Espathra's only at +1, you would probably need to wait a couple turns. I don't know if you can afford that.
Yeah, you're right, because you would really want the Espathra to be faster than your Archaludon. Yeah. And if you wait, then that Trick Room's going up, whether you like it or not.
Right. And especially if it's that Steelix in the back, I think that's not going to be great for Cischke.
It's going to be protective, the Sinistra, though, so maybe hoping to get a bit more mileage out of the Tyranitar, and I think Wolfe might have got it, because Tyranitar just gets to one more knockoff into this Archaludon. It's going to actually get rid of the leftovers, and that's kind of the biggest arch enemy of some of these teams.
Yeah.
Getting rid of that leftovers that's going to constantly be healing you back up.
That is really important. Now this leftovers are gone, the Archaludon, any damage it takes will stick for the rest of the match. There's no other way to heal it on Steven's team. So now, even though it's getting more stamina boost, I think it's at +2 defense now. Any damage it takes will be contributing to it being knocked out. It's actually +3 defense, so not going to take too much from those physical attacks, but a high horsepower from Steelix might still be able to knock it out, depending on what Wolfe's last Pokemon is. I would assume it's that Steelix again. So I have to imagine your goal might be to set up Trick Room here and then just hope Steelix can close it out.
Yeah, I think that's a great call, but you have to find a way to actually get rid of the, I was going to say the Espatra. Steelix is just going to come in.
Yeah.
I don't hate that. I mean, it's going to be a Dragon Pulse first year. Chaludon is still faster than the Espatra, and then the Lumina Crash will follow it up if you were expecting there to be a double. So now the Steelix is going to be at -2 special defense. It cannot afford to take another attack, but I mean, this Tyranitar just has other plans. If it can connect onto both, and it doesn't, the Espatra is going to avoid the Rock Slide. This Archaludon is going to take negligible damage from that.
Well, now Steven, I think, is back in the driver's seat. This Espathra, I think, should be outspeeding the Archaludon after this turn, which means that now you've unlocked the ability to go for that combination Lumina Crash and attack from Archaludon. Even the Steelix, it took a lot of damage on the swap. Potentially the next Lumina Crash might be enough.
It might be enough, yeah.
It might, forget if it gains special defense when Mega Evolving, it might get a little bit, but that Steelix is dangerously close to being knocked out here. And this Tyranitar, while at +2 is still burned, I don't think it's going to be able to knock out this Archaludon on its own.
Sinistra can come back in. It's going to give a bit of HP recovery over to the Steelix, but I still don't think that that's going to be enough to get it out of dodge.
Yeah.
Steelix is still going to Mega Evolve here because you may as well use it. Tyranitar a little too low, and the burn definitely hurting its damage output at this point. But Espatra goes for the Lumina Crash into the Sinistra. So maybe the Steelix is able to get through this turn. Archaludon to follow up with a Dragon Pulse here is going to knock out the Sinistra, but I wonder if this is actually an opening for Wolfe to get back into this game. Maybe expecting there to be a Protect, but the high horsepower, even at +4 defense from those stamina boosts, is going to knock out this Archaludon, and it will just be the final 2 Pokemon here.
That was a really great play from Steven. You went for the Lumina Crash into a Tyranitar, which is often something you probably shouldn't be doing, but wanting to cover that Sinistra swap very, very well. Gets Wolfe down to his final 2 Pokemon alongside Steven. What is it going to be? It's probably the Politoed again, if I had to guess. And there it is. based on these speed interactions, we should have sand up at the end of the beginning of the turn. And we do have Muddy Water, which would be very threatening, but again, Steelix does have that wide guard.
Yeah, you could wide guard here, but I think you still have to worry a little bit about the fact that you did take a -2 to your special defense from an earlier Lumina Crash.
Yeah.
You don't have the speed advantage if you're the Steelix, but can you survive a double up of like Ice Beam and Lumina Crash? Because I don't think so.
It would be tough. Also of note, the sand being back up means that this Espathra only has 2 turns left on the field. We saw it take 12 damage from the Sandstorm in game number 1. It'll go down to 3 HP remaining at the end of this turn, and then be knocked out afterwards. I think Wolfe, presumably going for a double protect here makes a lot of sense. And see what the Polytoad locks itself into. If it is that Muddy Water, you have wide guard to try and close out this game. If it is the rock-type Weather Ball again, it might be very difficult to make headway here.
It is going to be the Ice Beam. So now you know that there are going to be single target attacks. That chip damage is just not quite enough to actually get the knockout onto the Espathra, but you bought yourself, I think, time. You can only knock out one of these Pokemon.
Yeah.
And you gotta pick wisely.
But in return, can you knock out the Polytoad? Like if you go for Lumina Crash, or can Wolfe knock out Polytoad? If Steven goes for Lumina Crash and Ice Beam into Steelix, that should be enough for a knockout. And then even though this Tyranitar will have that special defense boost, probably isn't enough.
And you didn't get the double protect here, so it's just gonna be a Lumina Crash to drop this Steelix's special defenses to -4. And this Polytoad should have no trouble being able to pick it off at the end of this turn. Ice Beam comes out, Steelix is going to take that and go down. And we've tied up this series, it feels like. Bar a critical hit from this Tyranitar, but it goes for the Dragon Dance. Okay, so it's going to get a speed boost and an attack boost here, but is it actually enough to knock out this Polytoad?
It might be really close. The special defense boost here from Tyranitar in the sand, I don't know if it's going to be enough, even if this first Ice Beam doesn't knock it out.
Same type attack bonus, Ice Beam. Yeah, you still have burn damage at the end of this turn.
And you're still burned, so you're +1 attack, but you're not hitting at full power, because even though you're +1, you're still not doing max damage.
Well, Polytoad still moves first, and it just barely doesn't get the knockout on the Tyranitar, so there's one chance this knockoff has to come out and deal the finishing blow, and it can't. So Tyranitar will knock itself out at the end of this turn from its burn damage, and we're going to a game 3.
What an exciting turnaround from Steven there. It looked like Wolfe was in the driver's seat after that couple Dragon Dances early on. Get the Scovillain knocked out, get a lot of damage on our Chaladon on the switch, but Steven played that really, really well, maximizing the use of that Espathra after the Calm Mind and Baton Pass, comes back in, gets those crucial Lumina Crashes into the Steelix to set it up for a KO.
Oh my gosh, that game went so long, I forgot there was a Calm Mind boost.
Yeah.
Also on Netter Chaladon.
Yeah.
Right, I mean, so you don't even need the Electro Shot there, like, you just have the kind of 1-2 punch of that Lumina Crash and whatever attack that this Chaladon wanted to dish out. Of course, this game looks differently if the Rock Slide connects onto the Espathra on that one turn where Espathra only had like a sliver of HP left. Because then I think the Steelix does get through this game. It doesn't take the damage here from the first Lumina Crash to drop its special defenses. And then of course it's not at -4 if it takes another one.
It's really interesting back and forth there. I think Wolfe played that early game very well, and then just kind of got caught up by that Espathra doing a lot more than you might expect it to after it's already gotten that Calm Mind Baton Pass off. So maybe knocking out the Espathra could become more of a priority for Wolfe going forward, even after it's been able to get that Baton Pass off, proving that it is still very useful.
That Scovillain did put a little bit of a damper on things. Having it at the very beginning of the game, tough because it kind of forced Wolfe into a position where he had to Dragon Dance twice to feel like he was confident to be able to get through that and be okay with the burn that happened.
Right.
But I kind of wonder if you almost took too much time. Would you have actually rather you throw out the Rock Slide and even take the... No, you probably don't want the burn on the Sneasler.
You could have knocked it out immediately if you go for something like Dire Claw plus Rock Slide, but then you get 2 burns on your 2 physical attackers instead of just the Tyranitar. And I think that close combat into our Chaladon is very important, so dodging that burn is a great way to set up that our Chaladon to get knocked out. But we don't see the Scovillain just yet. We're back to the Incineroar, which will immediately give Sneasler that White Herb Unburdened speed boost.
Could still go for a fake out into either of these Pokemon. I feel like the first game we ended up seeing the fake out into the Espathra, and then Incineroar did just try to go for something probably like a parting shot.
Right.
But did get flinched from the rock slide, so I wonder if you switch that up at all, if you expect that Incineroar is going to try to fake you out too.
It's tough. I think you kind of have to fake out the Espathra here, because if you don't, you are just giving up your Sneasler to a Lumina Crash most likely. And with the Intimidate and the Tyranitar and the Colbur Berry on the Espathra, there's no way you're knocking it out with that knockoff. Even with a critical hit, you're probably not taking it out because of that berry. So I think you might need to preserve that Sneasler a little bit. Either swap it out or go for the fake out into that Espathra.
Well, it's going to be a switch out of the Tyranitar immediately as Steelix takes its place. As fake out once again finds its mark into the Espathra to stop it on this turn. And it's going to be the Steelix that takes the fake out this time. And so it's just kind of a, you know, rotating door fake outs. You get a fake out, and you get a fake out, and you get some Sandstorm damage.
I love the Steelix like turning to the Incineroar, just
He's
staring
like,
down
what?
at it. Like,
yeah, it's like, you're going to do what?
And what? No, I mean, I think a much better position for Wolfe here. This Steelix is so bulky, especially once it Mega Evolves. It has a sky-high defense stat. This Incineroar is threatening with a Flare Blitz, but I think if you Flare Blitz it, you're taking a lot of recoil and maybe even being knocked out by high horsepower. So you gotta be very careful what you do with this Incineroar here.
I think a high horsepower feels safe into any of these Pokemon, especially because if you try to bring in something like the, you know, a Chaladon, that's not going to feel great, even with the baton passes there. But Sneasler goes for the close combat into the Incineroar. That's just a one-hit knockout. Wow. That is the power of the Sneasler, with the White Herb is able to cleanse that Intimidate drop, and you're still doing super effective damage. So Steelix doesn't even get a chance to have some fun in this round.
That's exactly why the White Herb has become the de facto item on this Sneasler. It is really good into Incineroar, because Incineroar can survive a close combat if Sneasler is at -1. But if you just have the one Intimidate down on Sneasler, that White Herb will protect you, and you get the full powered close combat. And now Steven is down to just 3 Pokemon immediately. This Espathra really wants to get that Calm Mind up before it can go for the Baton Pass, but because you've already lost that Incineroar, the Steelix is at full power and is not necessarily being heavily threatened either by that Espathra.
Well, you also can only have 1 Pokemon left in the back. I was going to say, what is there? You usually would have our Chaladon and Politoed.
Right.
But you don't. You can only have 1 of them. What if it's a Sylveon in the back? Who knows? But
it's possible. I would assume it's still the Archaladon. It's pretty strong into Wolfe's team if you do get those boosts going, but you have to deal with the Steelix. Wolfe does not want that Steelix to get hit by a Flamethrower from this Scovillain, so he's opting to swap it out into Tyranitar immediately.
And Steelers gonna go for Dire Claw. I mean, that's one way that you can keep this Scovillain in check. You know that you're likely going to be falling to a Lumina Crash on the receiving end. Or if it ends up being the Tyranitar, that is all of a sudden immune to the Lumina Crash. Scovillain gets to go for the Flamethrower as well. Would have loved to be able to land that into the Mega Steelix that has those deep, you know, well, I was gonna say just not as nice, I guess, physical defenses here.
Yeah.
But you have this Espathra that should, I think, be faster than the Sneasler now. It's at +3.
Yeah, so at +3, it should be outspeeding this Unburdened Sneasler, which does give you the option to go for that Lumina Crash and knock it out before it can attack. If you do that, the Scovillain can potentially get a burn on this Tyranitar. But if you're going for the Lumina Crash on this turn, that's another turn you're spending not Calm Minding. Scovillain is very, very low on HP. Any attack from Tyranitar could knock it out. If you lose Scovillain this turn without going for Baton Pass, you have nothing left to pass to.
Wow. Well, it is just going to be the Dark Claw. It was actually faster still than this Espathra. And it's going to be the Lumina Crash to take out this Sneasler. But if this is a Rock Slide to follow up, double connecting into both Pokemon would be pretty good for the game. Tyranitar is not going to miss this time around. Barely misses the KO on the Espathra again.
Yeah.
And this Tyranitar is going to get burned in the process.
But I think you're very fine with that. You've brought Steven down to his final 2 Pokemon. This Espathra is on the field. We'll be taking sand damage here, and 1 more turn of sand will knock it out. Importantly, you cannot Baton Pass anymore. You've lost 2 Pokemon. There's nothing left in the back to pass to. So whatever Steven brings out here will be his final Pokemon, and this Espathra has accomplished essentially nothing after getting that Lumina Crash off in this Sneasler.
And look, there's no Politoed, so there's no way to be able to take the sand away from the Steelix that is waiting in the wings. As soon as it comes back in to give this Tyranitar a much-needed drink of matcha, you can double protect here. Espathra knocks itself out.
I think this is, the last turn of Sandstorm, so I want to say if it is the final turn, it's not actually going to be knocked out here. But I think you're fine with that, right? Like, you're also not doing too much to Tyranitar, especially because it has that Sinister next to it to protect it with Rage Powder. If you're able to get something like a knockoff off into our Chaladon, then all of your damage starts to stick again, despite that stamina.
Oh, well, I guess maybe hoping for a Rage Powder there, or even just something else to switch in, but it isn't going to. So there's no Lumina Crash damage onto the Tyranitar, or what Steven was hoping for, and thus our Chaladon has been left on its lonesome. 3 Pokemon left here for Wolfe to take it down, but you've got to be methodical. Don't want to give over too many stamina boosts to this Pokemon, but you know Steelix is going to be close to finishing up the job. One way to make sure that you've got the speed in your favor is going to be setting up the Trick Room so Steelix can come in and finish the game.
I think this is still a very, very strong position for Wolfe. You do have to be a little bit careful about this Archaladon and its stamina. You can afford to attack it once or twice before you get that high horsepower off. I think crucially, you really want to get that knockoff into the Archaladon, get rid of that leftovers, make sure it's not recovering anything. But instead, Wolfe is opting to swap out Tyranitar, wants to make sure he gets that full-powered high horsepower in the sand before any stamina boost can come through.
I think that's fine.
I do too.
We did see that it was close to being able to pick up the knockout, but just not quite enough.
Yeah.
But then, 2, you're fine.
Yeah. I mean, especially this Archaladon, again, doesn't have a special attack boost. It really can't damage this Steelix at all. You can get a high horsepower off here, give it a stamina boost, even with some leftovers recovery. It's going to be in range for another one. And importantly, Archaladon just won't threaten Steelix at all in return.
Can we take a moment before this game ends to appreciate the size difference between the Mega Steelix and Tyranitar the Teeny?
That's so great. Oh, I love it.
It's beautiful.
We are going to get this Stand Force boosted high horsepower into the 0 defense boost Archaladon on these coming turns, which will be really important for Wolfe here. After that high horsepower comes through, you can follow up with a knockoff. If not knock it out, you just get it immediately.
Okay, well, that's one way to do it. Their Chaladon is down, and Wolfe Glick undefeated for day 1 of the Indianapolis Regional Championships.
Really impressive run. I think Mega Steelix was on a grand total of 1 people's radar going into this event, and it was Wolfe's. But showing us that Mega Steelix, even though it hasn't been very popular, wasn't even very popular the first time around, we had Mega Evolution, is a big threat in this MA regulation.
I think when we saw the high horsepower last, I think there actually was a rock slide stamina boost. I think the Archaladon took a rock slide on the switch in from the baton pass from the Espandra. So many boosts. You get a boost, and you get a stat boost. Scovillain didn't get a stat boost in this game, but I would have liked to see whether or not it could have.
That's a really fun set between these two trainers. We got to see really how both teams really want to be functioning in that second game, even after Steven going a little bit behind in the early game, able to turn it around and take us to a game 3. But the way that Wolfe navigated this Scovillain made it really easy for the Steelix to come in at the very end and just clean right up.
I do think that's one of the drawbacks to Scovillain, or I think one of the ways that I feel like I've seen Scovillain mess with people's game plans is you get so worried about spicy extract burning your Pokemon that you don't realize you actually have to knock it out at some point. So I do appreciate that it was just no, we're going to knock out the Scovillain, we're going to get it out of here, and then follow through with the rest of the game plan to set up Trick Room.
I mean, it was worth it, right? I think identifying which Pokemon you can afford to be burned is what you have to do into Mega Scovillain, especially if you have a team full of physical attackers like Wolfe says. Sneasler, Tyranitar, Steelix really don't want to be burned, but by making sure Steelix isn't the one being burned, you set it up to be able to knock out this Archaladon in the end game.
Yeah, that high horsepower was kind of nasty, I'm not gonna lie. There are very few things that I feel like I look at as really easy ways to deal with Archaladon, and that is certainly not number 1 on my list.
Yeah. I will admit, when I saw Wolfe was using Steelix earlier on today, I was like, oh, he's just trying to have fun at this event. I'd like to formally fill out my Steelix apology form, because clearly it's 8-0, it's doing something right. I
see the vision, though, because when you think about these teams that we have seen on stream so far, there are really 2 different ways that you can kind of build it. Okay, I'm way oversimplifying this. But you could have a single Mega Evolution Pokemon on your team, or you can have 2.
Yeah.
And I think that just provides you a lot of different types of flexibility. Tyranitar, not necessarily like the fastest of Pokemon, but you got Dragon Dance, and then, okay, I see your Charizard. I'm just gonna hit you with a Rock Slide.
Yeah. It's cool too. There's some Pokemon that can function just fine, holding their Mega Stone but not Mega Evolving. Teams we saw that had Mega Charizard Y and Mega Floette, if you're not evolving one of those 2, or rather, if you're not evolving one of them, you want to leave it behind, right?
Yeah.
Non-Mega Charizard and non-Mega Floette are not very good. You're probably not going to see both brought to one game. But this Tyranitar, a great example of a Pokemon that can hold its Mega Stone, but doesn't necessarily need to Mega Evolve to make an impact. Aerodactyl, another great example. You see that on a lot of dual Mega teams. Maybe there's something about Rock-type Mega Evolutions not actually needing to Mega Evolve. We might be onto something here. Glamora, another one?
That's
maybe?
true. No, you're right, though. I mean, most Glamora are also not
That's true.
holding the Mega Stone.
Yeah.
Anyway, they like the focus sashes.
They do.
They do. But no, I really like the way that this team is built. I think, of course, like, you know, we didn't get a chance to see the Talonflame, and it doesn't have Tailwind, but I'm so curious to know about the instances where you want to Sword Stance it.
I know.
You know, what are you hoping to catch with those Sword Stance boosted Brave Birds and Flare Blitzes? It's just kind of fun to think about.
Yeah. Really cool, really cool.
You run out of things to say?
I mean, we've had...
Okay, Sierra, take it away.
We are here out in the crowd with none other than Wolfe, Glick, undefeated here, phase 1 of Indianapolis. How's it feel?
It feels good. Whenever you use a strange team, especially a team with a strange Mega Evolution, you're never like really sure how it's gonna go. You're like, yeah, like I think the team is good. I think Steelix can keep up, but then you see like Charizard and Floette, and you're like, maybe I spoke too soon. So anyway, being here and being undefeated after the first day is a really good feeling.
Let's talk about the Steelix, because in a world of Charizards, you chose to be a Steelix instead at the field. Obviously a crazy good Pokemon. Were you keen on it right from the start going into this, or?
No, I was trying to build around Mega Gengar, but I was having so much trouble because how do you beat Kingambit? I don't know. And so I went online and I typed in Pokemon that learn Earth Power, because I'm like, yeah, strong special ground move. And Steelix came up, and I was like, wait, okay, like I'm not using Earth Power Steelix, but isn't Steelix kind of good? Like all of the Pokemon right now are physical attackers, and like some of the big ones that are special attackers are like Floette and Arcaludon and Sylveon. Like, shouldn't it be good? Here's what I will tell you about Steelix. Mega Aggron, those people have propaganda. They are experts. I need to hire them. Mega Steelix and Mega Aggron have the same defense stat, but all you ever hear about is how bulky Mega Aggron is. Mega Steelix can actually do damage, and it's equally as bulky. So, yeah, when I like tried it out and I was playing around with it, and I was like, oh, it's fun, and it's a Mega I've actually used before. In 2018, I brought it to Dallas Regionals. So it's a Mega I like a lot, and I was excited to give it another go when I realized that I thought it could work.
I mean, at this point, people aren't going to be counting out because this was a really impressive run. How has the day gone for you? Has it just kind of been sweeping, or how are the last matches?
To put it simply, I played only one 2-game set. Every other one went to 3 games, and in 5 of those, I lost game 1. So I've been like freaking out all day. I sit down, I greet my opponent, I introduce myself, I play game 1, I lose game 1, and then I'm like, well, that can't be good, and I have to kind of scramble from there. But yeah, overall, I mean, I'm happy to, like, it's kind of a weird dichotomy, because on the one hand, I feel like I got really beat up today. Like, I feel like, oh my God, I've had to work so hard, like, all my opponents have been so good, but then my record, like, makes it look like it was simple. It wasn't simple. It was incredibly, incredibly, incredibly difficult, so I'm honestly just grateful to make day 2, let alone, yeah, be undefeated.
I mean, we definitely got to see that it wasn't a free ride at all within that last match, considering there's this Espathra on the other end of the field. You kept kind of like, it couldn't get KO'd, it's so close, it's getting these speed boosts. Like, how are you feeling going into that and just like, I gotta take care of this thing?
Yeah, I was pretty worried. Like, this is a team that I played against before, but my team is 4 physical attackers plus Rotom Wash plus Sinistcha, and so having Scovillain already on the other side is a big problem, and then also having to deal with our Caludon's boost, like just those 2 on their own are scary, and then you also have to factor in the baton passing Espathra, also Espathra being the best Pokemon against my Sneasler, who's my only real good answer against the 2 like physical shutdown Pokemon. So I was pretty worried, and I was really happy to win game 1, and I definitely feel like I was in an advantage state in game 2, and I think I messed up there a couple turns in a row. It's more accurate to say my opponent played extremely well, and I think capitalized on some plays of mine that weren't perfectly safe. And so when we went to game 3, I was like, man, like, this is not a team I wanted to go to game 3 against. Like, I really would have liked to steal this up in 2. So yeah, they played really, really well. I think they like, honestly, middle of game 2 to the end, I think they played perfectly to kind of capitalize on some of my mistakes.
Now, you talked about using this Pokemon before way in the past, because you're definitely no stranger to the Megas format. We are back with Megas. So were you extra excited with Champions knowing, like, these are Pokemon that I actually get to use again?
Yeah, you know, Mega Evolution is so interesting. It's such a popular mechanic. So certainly out of all the mechanics we've had, it's the most popular. I kind of feel like I just like Pokemon, you know, and like while I do think Mega Evolutions are exciting and you can do some fun stuff with, you know, more Megas that are more off the beaten path, I was like, honestly, for me, what made Champions exciting is the accessibility and how easy it is to get Pokemon in game now, and just the fact that it is a new game. And honestly, kind of a hot take, but I think that the lack of items might actually have a bigger impact on how the game feeling so different compared to the Megas. Like, Megas are kind of like restricted Pokemon, right? But we haven't played a format without Choice Band or Assault Vest or Life Orb. I mean, I don't ever remember playing without any of those items. So I think Megas are really fun. I'm excited to see them as they develop, especially the new Megas, see how if any of them continue to be good as they get added to Pokemon Champions. But yeah, honestly, I'm just happy to be here playing Pokemon.
I'm glad to hear, and I know you have friends here waiting for you. So final thing, any shout outs, final words?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh my God, this is the highest pressure moment of the day. I can't forget anybody. Shout out to Yuki, Aaron Zheng, Dr. Aaron Trailer, Brendan Zheng, there's somebody else. That can't be good. As well as Yotam, and honestly, I have so many great friends and family rooting me on, and yeah, it's just, I think that, you know, this is my 15th year competing, and I know it's strange because I don't look a day older, 16, but I think that, like, as I get older and as I, you know, have more and more experience behind me, I am really just kind of struck by how lucky I am to have had such incredible people just by me every step of the way. And I think especially as we all, you know, we're all getting older, we all like have jobs and you know, other commitments outside of Pokemon, I just feel really lucky to have had not only such a great experience growing up, but to continue to have such great people in my corner, as I continue to age.
I mean, being able to have that support is always so nice, and I'm sure that support you can lean on going into Phase 2 tomorrow. Congratulations once again, and best of luck. As for us, it has been a great day here in Indy. We're so close to wrapping it up, and with that, we'll be sending to the lounge to end off our day.
Thanks, Sierra. It has been an incredible day of Pokemon here in Indianapolis, and I am thrilled to be able to close it out here with my good friends Len and Scott. And Wolfe, congratulations on an 8-0 victory. It was only 15 years ago that your first tournament in 2011, where we both played in Virginia. Actually, my first real tournament after the last chance qualifier.
Did the two of you play there?
We did, top 8.
How did that go for you?
I lost.
Oh.
I like it. We come here every time and we get a new Evan losing story. I like it.
There are so many of them. I could talk for a multitude of round 4s about my losing stories.
Good news, you might have to.
Well, that has been our first day of competition here in Indianapolis, and it has been incredible. I've been so thrilled, especially as we hit to this last half of the day, seeing some of the great teams that have sort of risen to the top here in Indianapolis, and I'm so excited to see more of them as, you know, the pace that they become open after the team sheets are released.
Yeah, so many interesting teams. We've kept seeing new Megas throughout the tournament. Of course, seeing Mega Steelix at the end. We'd seen it on the teams at the beginning, where I was just hoping that we'd get to see it at some point. It was really fun to see how it plays out. The way that the combination of weather control and the wide guard can really stymie your opponent's options was fun.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. I'd heard he had Steelix, so I looked at the sheets like, oh wait. Like, because the more you look at it, the more sense it makes. Like, oh, I could never have constructed this for like all the pieces work together so well. I think kind of with the meta in general too. I think it's getting a lot more diverse at the top of the field than it is at the middle, right?
Absolutely.
Where I was kind of looking through some of the teams for tomorrow, like, ooh, there's actually a great deal more meta diversity, where I think Charizard might slip a little bit on the Pokemon rankings, and I think it's like much more at like the 6-2 level than the 7-1 and the 8-0. So I think we should be not only getting some great matches tomorrow, but some great Pokemon diversity as well.
All right, well, speaking of our 6-2, 7-1s, and 8-0s, let's take a look at our Swiss standings after day 1. Here are our top 16 players. Of course, our top 4 are all undefeated: Joshua Lorcy, Evan Scott, Paul Chua, and Wolfe Glick. There is only one Charizard amongst those top 4 here, of course, that Paul Chua we saw earlier on in the tournament. If anyone's going to go undefeated with the standard team, it's going to be Paul Chua.
Yeah, that checks out, and also checks out that there'd be so few of it with so hunted. Everyone is thinking about it in their team building process. You can see Wolfe's team built to be able to beat Charizard very well, despite having a Steel-type Mega, and so it's hard to come out on top against strong players if they're hunting what you're using.
Yeah, I think a number of the other players that we've seen in the 7-1 range too also kind of see what their team had in mind, either some form of weather or some other form of hate for Charizard, where I think it's just how you play this sort of tournament, right? In some ways, the prep is a little bit easier when you know what the top archetype is going to be. You don't have to guess what's going to be the most common Pokemon team in the field, but you do need to bring answers to it. And I think these players have some pretty clever solutions to this format.
Absolutely, and these are our top 16 players, but they are not the limit of players who have made it into Phase 2. Here are a few other players. That includes our defending world champion, Cischke, is still made it into Phase 2, another Charizard player that we saw earlier, but let's take a look through some of these names here. Thomas Gravouille, you have to shout out, from France. Notoriously a Shedinja player.
Okay.
Now succeeding here in MA with no Shedinja. It's now been an entire generation without Shedinja, and another one has started without it as well, but still being able to participate and compete at the top levels.
I'm glad his heart could go on. You know, I think he took a little break there after losing Shedinja, but it's good that he was able to recover and show that he is a strong trainer on his own, you know, even without Shedinja with him.
There's a couple players whose team's going to be interested to see. Michael Zhang's always got something interesting. Nick always has something that seems very stable and meta, but like with his own twists on it. So a lot of fun players in this day too.
Absolutely, and a number of regional champions, top cup players, all sorts of incredible players out there in the field for Phase 2, which is going to be tomorrow. So make sure that you are all tuned in to watch for tomorrow's broadcast, starting at 9:15 a.m. Eastern Time, right wherever you're watching us right now. Go ahead and click that follow, click the bell. Make sure that you are getting notifications so you don't miss any of the action here from Indianapolis tomorrow. I think it should be really exciting to see.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating as the field narrows, less and less teams left, what's going to come out on top.
Yeah, I think especially too, kind of seeing what team comes out on top, where it still feels like it's Charizard versus everybody a little bit. I'm sure it'll be by far the most represented team. But I think both that and kind of what other techs come out on top, where, you know, is it so strong that that sort of team can win with no techs? Is it, you know, a Charizard team that's good and the mirror of it wins? Or is it one of these other teams where it's trying to take advantage of Charizard or something a little bit roguer? I think it'll be a lot of fun. You know, there's a lot of different ways you can solve this puzzle, even with a smaller group of Pokemon available. And I'm excited to get some more evidence about what might be the strongest.
Yeah, I think actually what's really interesting to me about a meta like this, where there was such a dominant threat heading into the tournament, and seeing sort of the counters to that threat rise to the top, is now how do those counters match up against each other? Which ones are real teams and which ones were just feasting on the Charizard in the field?
Yeah, there's a lot of that with like the 7-0s, right? Where it's like, oh, they've run out of Charizards to beat, and now they must battle each other. And I kind of think it's probably a little awkward for them, especially if they have played a lot of Charizards. It's like, ooh, I haven't had to improvise a game plan in a while. You know, like remember how to do this a little bit.
Well, that's going to wrap it up for us here in Indianapolis, Indiana for day 1. We have one more day of competition. So again, tomorrow, bright and early, 9:15 a.m. Eastern. We'll see you there.